The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 809 to Chapter 861. The gray-robed old man was dumbfounded. What's going on? The gray-robed old man scanned the area with his divine sense, and at this time, a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared around him. The gray-robed old man frowned. What's the meaning of this? Opposite the gray-robed old man, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. The middle-aged man coldly stared at the gray-robed old man. Hand over the prison pagoda. Prison pagoda? The gray-robed old man spoke in a deep voice. The old man never took the prison pagoda. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. You didn't take it? Was that sword chime just now fake? The gray-robed old man stared at the middle-aged man. The prison pagoda was taken. The middle-aged man smiled. It seems like your sword sect is quite good at acting. The gray-robed old man sneered. You're also a joke. You actually let someone take the pagoda under your noses. Are you all blind? The middle-aged man suddenly disappeared. The gray-robed old man drew his sword and slashed. Rumble, a loud explosion sounded. In an instant, the gray-robed old man and the middle-aged man both retreated. While retreating, the gray-robed old man pointed at the air, and a sword ray shot out from his fingertip. However, as soon as this sword ray appeared, it was instantly crushed by the dozens of powerful auras. At the same time, the dozens of powerful auras directly locked onto the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man's face turned gloomy. If it was a one-on-one fight, he wasn't afraid of anyone. However, if they attacked together, he absolutely couldn't win. The gray-robed old man suppressed the anger in his heart. You're so sure that my sword sect took it just because of a sword chime? In the distance, the middle-aged man spoke. Don't keep mentioning the sword sect for no reason. Do you think we're afraid of your sword sect? The gray-robed old man stared at the middle-aged man. The old man never took the pagoda. The middle-aged man's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Besides the sword cultivators of your sword sect, I truly can't think of anyone else who has the ability to silently take away this item under our noses. The gray-robed old man said, Then isn't Xianxia also a swordsman? The middle-aged man sneered. What a joke. What realm was Xianxia at? How could he take away that treasure in front of us without making a sound? Are you looking down on us? The gray-robed elder said, Do you think that Xianxia is an ordinary person? The middle-aged man was expressionless. Of course he's not an ordinary person. However, I really can't think of what ability he has to be able to take this item away without us noticing. The gray-robed elder fell silent. In fact, he didn't believe that it was Xianxia who took it, because Xianxia definitely didn't have the ability to take it away in front of so many experts. However, his intuition told him that this matter might be related to Xianxia. The middle-aged man said abruptly, If you don't hand it over, then this day next year might be the day you die. Killing intent. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent, a fifth-dimensional treasure. Even the sword sect couldn't make them compromise. At this time, the middle-aged man slowly clenched his fists. In fact, if he had a choice, he also didn't want to fight with the sword sect, but he had no choice. They were determined to get their hands on that fifth-dimensional treasure. The gray-robed elder said in a deep voice, You can check where Xianxia is. He still believed that it was possible that Xianxia had taken it away. In the distance, the middle-aged man was about to speak when a voice sounded in his mind. This matter is indeed a little strange. Xianxia isn't a simple person. Let's check where he is to prevent us from being used by others. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. He glanced around and spread out his divine sense like a fishing net. After a while, he found Xianxia's location. At this moment, Xianxia was in front of the dual realm sky and seemed to be trying to leave. In the next moment, the middle-aged man appeared in front of Xianxia. The gray-robed elder wanted to move, but more than 10 divine senses were locked onto him. The gray-robed elder's expression was extremely gloomy, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xianxia was astonished when he saw the middle-aged man suddenly appear. You are? The middle-aged man stared at Xianxia. Do you have that treasure? Treasure? Xianxia was stunned, and then he said, Didn't I already hand it over? The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and didn't speak. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Someone took it? The middle-aged man said, It was a swordsman. Xianxia asked, Was it the sword sect? The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia and didn't speak. Xianxia said in a deep voice, You suspect me? The middle-aged man said, The sword sect said it was you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think I have that ability? The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't think you have that ability. However, I still want to confirm it. Yi Xian's expression sank. How do you confirm it? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Let me scan you with my divine sense. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Do you think I'm easy to bully? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian grinned. He opened his palm, and a strand of sword light suddenly flew out and shot into the sky. Calling for help, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew that there was someone behind Yi Xian, and it wasn't an ordinary person. Even the people from the dual realm sky were extremely fearful of the legendary plain-dressed woman. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian had been able to reach the dual world sky alive. The reason they hadn't attacked him was because they didn't want to become enemies with Yi Xian. To be more precise, they didn't want to become enemies with the people behind Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian was calling for help. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said, Yi Xian, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. We just want to confirm if that treasure is in your hands. If it isn't, I'm willing to apologize. Yi Xian fell silent. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, we just want to confirm if that treasure is in your hands. If it isn't, we're willing to open the dual world sky gate right away and let you leave. Yi Xian said, go ahead. The middle-aged man was slightly relieved. He didn't want to become enemies with the people behind Yi Xian either. No one wanted to make more enemies. The middle-aged man didn't think too much about it, and his divine sense swept towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't resist it. A short while later, the middle-aged man's face sank. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, you seem to have forgotten something. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian said, I forgot about the sword sect. The sword sect, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, and it didn't take long for his expression to change. He's trying to buy time until the experts of the sword sect arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, he'd vanished on the spot. Yi Xian shrugged, remember what you said. As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly vanished into the distance. The middle-aged man returned to the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man was about to speak when the middle-aged man suddenly said, he's buying time. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Meanwhile, over a dozen figures suddenly appeared from the shadows. Over a dozen extraordinary experts had attacked in unison. The gray-robed old man's expression instantly became unsightly when he witnessed this scene. He didn't have the time to think, and he immediately slapped his right hand forward. Countless rays of light surged out from within him, and it only took an instant for the sky to be covered in rays of light. Around 15 minutes later, the surroundings suddenly returned to calm. At this moment, only the gray-robed old man's soul remained. Moreover, his soul was extremely illusory. The middle-aged man walked over to the gray-robed old man, and he glanced at the gray-robed old man's spatial ring. Soon, his expression sank. Where is that thing? The gray-robed old man stared at the middle-aged man with a ferocious smile on his face. Idiots. You're all a bunch of idiots. That thing isn't in my hands at all. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. It might be in the hands of the sword sect. The middle-aged man turned around, and the one who spoke was a woman. It was Yuan Xiaodao. Yuan Xiaodao smiled lightly. Besides the sword sect, I can't think of a second swordsman who can take away that treasure silently in front of us. Even the sword Venerable can't do it. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. You mean that the members of the sword sect have taken that treasure back to the sword sect? Yuan Xiaodao replied, not necessarily. The dual world sky is closed now, so it won't be easy for the members of the sword sect to leave silently. So, if I'm not wrong, that treasure is still in the dual world sky, and it should be in the hands of the sword sect. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at the gray-robed old man. Why don't you tell me the truth? The gray-robed old man gazed at Yuan Xiaodao. Who are you? Yuan Xiaodao smiled, and then she gazed at the middle-aged man. Why don't you use some secret techniques to interrogate me? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at the gray-robed old man. Where exactly is that divine treasure? Haha. The gray-robed old man suddenly roared with laughter. Good. Very good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. The gray-robed old man vanished amidst his laughter. The middle-aged man's face was quite gloomy. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to obtain the world prison pagoda in the end. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, "Everyone, the sword sect probably won't let the matter rest." The middle-aged man laughed coldly. "Do we need to fear the sword sect?" He wasn't being conceited, but the people who had come here weren't ordinary. Even though the sword sect was very strong, they weren't weak either. Yuan Xiaodao nodded slightly, and then she left silently. The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said, "Everyone, are all of you afraid of the sword sect?" A voice resounded from the shadows, "Haha. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, Li He, we all played a part in killing that old man from the sword sect. So, we'll advance and retreat with you." The middle-aged man coldly nodded. "Everyone, look around. There are definitely other members of the sword sect in the dual world sky." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had snuck out of the dual world sky. He hadn't chosen to stay in the dual world sky because it wasn't necessary. He wanted to develop in a wretched manner. Yi Xian had just left the dual world sky when numerous rays of light suddenly slashed towards him from afar. Their target wasn't him but the dual world sky. The dual realm sky. On this day, several rays of sword light slashed down. Boom! The gate of the dual realm sky suddenly trembled violently, and then exploded. This was the first time in countless years that the dual realm sky had been attacked. As the gate of the dual realm sky shattered, 3 sword cultivators appeared in the dual realm sky. The leader was a white-robed old man with 2 swords on his back. His gaze was sharp as a sword, and he emanated monstrous killing intent. Behind the white-robed old man stood a middle-aged man and a woman in green. Both of them carried 2 swords on their backs. At this moment, their eyes were filled with ghastly killing intent. The sword sect. Although the sword sect rarely appeared in the 4th dimension and rarely interfered in worldly affairs, it didn't mean that the sword sect didn't have the ability. On the contrary, they looked down on the 4th dimension, so they didn't want to interfere in the 4th dimension's affairs. But now, a member of the sword sect had been killed. To the sword sect, this was an extraordinary humiliation. Someone dared to kill a member of the sword sect. The white-robed old man in the lead glanced coldly at the surroundings. He was about to speak when a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of him. This middle-aged man was Li He. Li He looked at the white-robed old man and didn't speak. The white-robed old man stared fixedly at Li He. "How dare you kill a member of my sword sect?" Li He smiled. "What? Can't I kill a member of your sword sect?" The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly shouted angrily, "Slash!" Buzz, a sword slashed out from behind the white-robed old man. Li He's eyes narrowed slightly. He leaned forward and punched. Boom, a powerful force swept out from his fist. However, the force was shattered before it could even approach the sword. The sword instantly arrived in front of Li He. Li He suddenly roared furiously and punched with both fists. Rumble, an explosion resounded, and in an instant, Li He retreated explosively by almost 3 km. As soon as he stopped, his body began to crack. It was torn apart by countless rays of sword energy. The white-robed old man was just about to attack when more than a dozen afterimages suddenly appeared in the surroundings. The white-robed elder's eyes flashed viciously when he saw this. Slaughter the dual realm sky. As soon as he finished speaking, the other sword on his back also flew out. The 2 people behind him also suddenly made their moves, 3 against 13, moreover, he was not at a disadvantage at all. On the other side, Yuan Xiaodao and Xianxia watched quietly. A moment later, Yuan Xiaodao whispered, "This sword sect is incredible." Xianxia nodded slightly. The 3 of them from the sword sect were fighting against 13 people, but not only were they not at a disadvantage, they were even suppressing them. Swordsman. These 3 swordsmen and the other 13 swordsmen were basically at the same realm, but the sword sect's 3 swordsmen were too powerful. Xianxia suddenly asked, "Can the dual realm sky go against the sword sect?" Yuan Xiaodao said with a smile, "Don't underestimate the 2 realm sky. The people here are not simple at all." Xianxia was just about to speak when a powerful pressure swept down from the sky not far away. Then, a black hand suddenly slammed down from the sky. Rumble, not far away, the 3 swordsmen from the sword sect retreated several thousand zhang. Li He and the rest also retreated several thousand zhang. The white-robed elder leading the sword sect looked up into the sky. From the depths of the sky, a voice sounded, "Can't the sword sect's people be killed?" The white-robed elder narrowed his eyes. "What a big tone you have." The voice laughed, "The sword sect has already obtained that supreme treasure. What else do you want?" The white-robed elder frowned. "When did my sword sect obtain that supreme treasure?" The voice laughed lightly. "What? Don't tell me that the supreme treasure isn't with your sword sect." The white-robed elder spoke solemnly. "The old man has never seen such a supreme treasure." The voice fell silent for a short moment before it said, "Besides your sword sect, I can't think of any other swordsman who can seize that treasure from right under our noses." The white-robed elder's face was quite gloomy. "What? Do you think the old man is lying to you?" The voice said, "Li He, have you investigated Xian?" Li He nodded. "I have. He doesn't possess that treasure at all. Moreover, even though he isn't simple, he doesn't have the ability to seize that treasure from right under our noses." When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the white-robed elder. "It's definitely the sword sect. I presume that treasure is in his possession." The voice fell silent for a short moment before it said, "There's something fishy about this. However, the sword sect is the biggest suspect for now." As he spoke, a powerful pressure enveloped the white-robed elder and the others. "Allow my divine sense to search all of you." "Search?" The white-robed elder's expression instantly became ferocious. "It seems to me that all of you really want to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm and a ray of light flashed. "Call for help." He was very clear that it was absolutely impossible for the three of them to defeat everyone here. He could only call for the experts of the sword sect. Moreover, he couldn't just call for one or two. The white-robed elder had just started to call for help when the voice suddenly resounded from the sky. "Kill." As soon as the voice resounded, over 10 people suddenly charged towards the white-robed elder and the others. The white-robed elder laughed savagely. "Hold on until our reinforcements arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, the two swords on his back suddenly flew out and tore through the sky. The battle had begun once more. In the distance, Xianxia, who stood by Yuan Shaodao's side, suddenly asked, "Where's Yi Xian?" Yuan Shaodao laughed. "Him? I wonder where he is right now." Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground within a boundless mountain range. At this moment, he was madly absorbing the ancient books he'd obtained from the temple. These books didn't just contain the fist Dao, there were also the spear Dao, sword Dao, saber Dao. In any case, there were a lot of them. He didn't want to learn all of them. Instead, he wanted to absorb their essence to strengthen his sword Dao, or to make up for the shortcomings of his sword Dao. Sword Dao, he was currently at the light state sword Dao. It was very, very difficult for him to improve it further, and these ancient books were his hope. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. During this period of time, no one came to disturb him. This was the most comfortable period for him. While he was cultivating, something big happened in the dual realm sky. In the dual realm sky. After the white-robed elder called for help, the experts of the dual realm sky began to frantically surround the three sword sect experts. Although the three swordsmen were powerful, they were ultimately defeated. In less than an hour, only the white-robed elder was left. At this moment, the experts of the dual realm sky had already surrounded the white-robed swordsman. The white-robed swordsman coldly swept his gaze around. His expression was incomparably ferocious, the sword in his right hand trembling madly. At this moment, Li He suddenly said, "Where is that supreme treasure?" The white-robed swordsman looked at Li He and smiled sinisterly. "My sword sect will make you pay a painful price." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly roared angrily, "Sword burial." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. Then, it turned into a sword light and sank into the space between his eyebrows. Boom! In the blink of an eye, countless sword lights erupted from his body. The leading Sky of Two Realms expert was caught off guard, and the sword light sliced through his body. The other Sky of Two Realms experts frantically retreated. With this retreat, everyone retreated tens of thousands of feet away. In the area where the white-robed elder was, the space had already been torn into a pitch-black black hole. After a while, that space returned to normal. Now, the white-robed elder was no longer there. That attack just now was the white-robed elder's final attack. In the distance, Yuan Xiaodao said softly, he self-destructed just like that. This sword sect swordsman is not simple. After saying that, she looked at Xianxia. Quote. Lead the people of the temple and immediately leave the dual realm sky. Quote, Xianxia asked, why? Yuan Xiaodao said softly, because the sword sect might make a big move soon. The temple should not participate in this mess. Xianxia nodded. She also did not want to participate. In fact, she did not want to participate in the first place because the temple would not take the prison pagoda no matter what. The temple did not have the ability to possess such a treasure. As if thinking of something, Xianxia suddenly asked, where is the pagoda now? Where was the prison pagoda? The corners of Yuan Xiaodao's mouth curled up slightly. What do you think? In a mountain range, Yixian sat quietly on the ground. Around him, two sword intents were constantly twisting. Break, all this time, he had been thinking about a question. What was breaking? From the name, it was breaking. From the perspective of the sword Dao, what was breaking? How could he break it? He did not understand. At this moment, he really wanted someone to remind him, but there was no one. Lian Qian and Yan Jia were not good at the sword Dao, and the 8th floor completely ignored him. As for the sword Venerable, he did not say anything and let him comprehend it himself. This gave Yixian a headache. Perhaps he would comprehend it if he gave some pointers. However, he also understood later on. There were many things that would only be useful if he understood it himself. No matter how reasonable the words of others were, if he did not experience it himself, he would not be able to understand it. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the mountain range, Yixian just sat there cross-legged. Many times, the sword Dao relied on enlightenment, not only the sword Dao, but in fact, many times in life relied on enlightenment. However, some people might not be enlightened their entire lives, just like him. If the opportunity did not come, he might be stuck in the bright realm for the rest of his life. Swordsman, the further one went, the fewer powerful swordsmen there were. Yixian just sat there. In the end, he looked like a statue. In the dual realm sky. After the 3 swordsmen from the sword sect were killed, the entire dual realm sky was on high alert. This was because all the experts knew that this matter was not over yet. Apart from that, all the experts in the dual realm sky were looking for the world prison pagoda. This was because they were not sure whether the 5th dimensional treasure was in the hands of the sword sect. In the beginning, some people suspected Yixian. However, every time someone suspected Yixian, He would come out and defend Yixian. Because he was the one who had investigated Yixian, and Yixian really did not have the treasure on him. Moreover, Yixian did not have the strength to do so. Therefore, the experts in the dual realm sky ruled out Yixian as a suspect. P.S. Some people say that I am becoming more and more shameless. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? No one doubted Yixian anymore. Because no one believed that Yixian had the ability to steal the pagoda in front of them. With Yixian eliminated as a suspect, there was only one target left. The sword sect, because the one who stole the world prison pagoda was a swordsman. This matter was definitely related to the sword sect. On this day, a swordsman arrived at the dual realm sky. From his appearance, the swordsman looked to be in his 30s. He wore an ink-white robe and held an ancient sword in his left hand. The swordsman's long hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded a scholarly aura as he slowly walked toward the dual realm sky. At this time, He suddenly appeared in front of the swordsman. He looked at the swordsman without saying a word. The swordsman looked up. Above the clouds stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a gray robe with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his face. The swordsman said softly, Xianxia. The most monstrous and powerful person in the myriad star universe back then. The middle-aged man above the clouds was Xianxia, a legend from a certain universe. Xianxia smiled. Looks like your sword sect investigated me. The swordsman nodded. 4 swordsmen from my sword sect died in the dual realm sky. It's all related to you. Xianxia nodded. It's related to me. Saying so, he looked at the swordsman. And then? The swordsman looked at Xianxia. You're very confident. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. Are you threatening me? The sword in the swordsman's left hand suddenly flew out and pierced the sky. Above the clouds, Xianxia opened his palm and pressed down lightly. Boom, the sword ray was forcibly suppressed in the air. At this time, the swordsman suddenly disappeared. Rumble, in the air, Xianxia retreated nearly 100 zhang while the swordsman also returned to his original position. The two of them separated upon contact. Xianxia looked at swordsman and smiled. If you're alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to sweep through the dual realm sky. Swordsman nodded. We underestimated the dual realm sky. At that moment, swordsman realized that they had greatly underestimated the strength of the dual realm sky. Although swordsman was transcendent, the dual realm sky was not weak either. This place was the gathering place of the super powerhouses of countless cosmoses. Since these people dared to rush into the fifth dimension, how could they be ordinary people? The sword sect couldn't crush the two worlds realm. Of course, the sword sect wasn't afraid of the dual realm sky. Swordsman suddenly said, do you think that the fifth dimensional treasure is in the hands of my sword sect? Xianxia shook his head. At first, I did think it was in the hands of your sword sect, but now, at this point, he glanced at the surroundings and said softly, looks like things aren't that simple. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. It was as if someone was deliberately framing the sword sect. But if someone was framing the sword sect, who was it? Yixian. The first person he thought of was Yixian. Because if the dual realm sky and the sword sect fought, it would be most beneficial to Yixian. However, there was a problem. That was, how could Yixian take away that treasure under everyone's noses without anyone noticing? Moreover, Li He had personally inspected Yixian and confirmed that the treasure was indeed not on Yixian. Of course, he had no time to care about Yixian now. After killing a member of the sword sect definitely wouldn't let it go. What he had to face now was the sword sect. Below, the swordsman suddenly said, where is Yixian? Xianxia was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from the side. Yixian? Is the sword sect trying to say that the treasure has returned to Yixian's hands? Xianxia turned his head and saw a woman slowly walking over. It was Yuan Xiaodao. The swordsman looked at Yuan Xiaodao. Who are you? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. The Temple of Light. The Temple of Light, the swordsman frowned. What does this have to do with the Temple of Light? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. Since you pointed at Yixian, you must mean that the treasure is still in Yixian's hands, right? The swordsman retorted, isn't it possible? But I feel that the treasure should be in the sword sect's hands. After all, compared to Yixian, your sword sect has the ability to take it away from us without a trace. What do you think? The swordsman shook her head. According to what my sword sect knows, the treasure seems to have recognized Yixian as its master. It is a fifth-dimensional object and has a special ability. If it cooperates with Yixian, it wouldn't be difficult for Yixian to take it away without a trace and frame my sword sect, right? Yuan Xiaodao nodded. What you said isn't impossible. As she spoke, she looked at Li He. Li He, you personally investigated that Yixian. Tell us. Li He said in a deep voice, I scanned his body with my divine sense, but I didn't find the treasure. The swordsman asked, so you think the treasure isn't on him? Li He frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, how about this? Why don't we go to your sword sect and search it? The swordsman looked at Yuan Xiaodao. You represent the sky of two realms? Yuan Xiaodao smiled. I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. She retreated to the side and didn't say anything else. In the sky, Xianxia was expressionless. As Yuan Xiaodao said, the most suspicious party was the sword sect. Of course, Yixian was also a suspect. However, he was less suspicious because he was very weak. Yixian might not have thought that the reason he was less suspicious and no longer targeted was because he was weak. It was because he was weak that others thought it was impossible for him to take away the pagoda silently. At this moment, the swordsman suddenly turned around and left. Amongst the people present here, only he was clearly aware that the precious treasure wasn't in the sword sect's possession. Since it wasn't in the sword sect's possession, then who possessed it? The one who took away the treasure was a swordsman. It was very likely that someone was framing the sword sect. Yixian, the swordsman decided to find Yixian first. He wanted to see Yixian in person. As for the death of the sword sect's powerhouse, he could only put it aside for now. Seeing the swordsman leave, Xianxia and the others didn't stop him because they couldn't. If this kind of powerhouse wanted to leave, it would be very difficult to make him stay. Yuan Xiaodao glanced at the swordsman in the distance and didn't say anything. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Pass down my order. Investigate all the suspects." After saying that, he turned around and left. In the mountain range, Yixian was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. He had been sitting here for 7 or 8 days. During this time, he was like a statue, not moving at all. Enlightenment. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, he could only rely on enlightenment. What was breaking through? He had been thinking about it for a long time. At this moment, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes and looked to his right. There was an insect egg on a branch there. Yixian stared at the insect egg. About half an hour later, the insect egg suddenly trembled and cracked open. Then, a small butterfly crawled out. Seeing this scene, Yixian was stunned. Soon, Yixian was ecstatic. He understood now. Boom, boom. 2 sword intents suddenly swept out from Yixian's body. After these 2 sword intents came out, they directly exploded. Break? In fact, it was breaking out of a cocoon and being reborn. Without breaking, there can be no construction. With this thought in mind, the 2 sword intents around Yixian's body began to surge crazily like a volcano eruption, extremely terrifying. His sword intents also spread wildly in all directions. Wherever they passed, there was an endless sword chime. Just like that, after about 2 hours, Yixian suddenly stood up. He opened his palm, and in an instant, the surrounding sword intents retreated into his palm like a tide. In the end, it turned into a black and white sword condensed from sword intents. Sword of sword intents. Yixian suddenly clenched his right hand. Boom, the black and white sword suddenly exploded. In an instant, the surrounding tens of thousands of li was directly covered by his sword intents. Break. This was rebirth. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. His surroundings were covered by sword intents. Under the cover of these sword intents, he could clearly feel everything around him. This feeling was very, very mysterious. Yixian suddenly said, "Withdraw." With that, the sword intents instantly disappeared, and in his palm, there was a black and white sword. Breakthrough. The corners of Yixian's mouth curled up slightly. Currently, he was fully capable of fighting against strong people in the life realm. Of course, there was still a gap between him and strong people in the life-breaking realm. After all, he was only in the unknown realm. His realm was still too low. Right now, his top priority was to improve his realm and his physical body's realm. Yixian waved his right hand lightly, and the black and white sword in his hand instantly vanished. After that, he was about to leave. However, right at this moment, a ray of sword light suddenly tore through the sky and descended directly in front of him in the blink of an eye. The sword ray dissipated, revealing a middle-aged man. The man was the swordsman from the sword sect. Yixian looked at the swordsman in front of him without saying a word. The swordsman also looked at Yixian. As he watched, his pupils suddenly shrank. Breakthrough. How is this possible? Yixian looked at the swordsman. What's the matter? The swordsman stared at Yixian. When did you achieve breakthrough? Yixian asked in return. You are? The swordsman said, Sword sect, Xianxia. Sword sect, Yixian said in a deep voice. What kind of grudge do I have with your sword sect? Your sword sect just won't let me go. Xianxia looked at Yixian. Is that 5th-dimensional treasure still in your hands? Yixian frowned. Isn't it in your sword sect's hands? Xianxia looked at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian suddenly asked, Isn't it in your sword sect's hands? Xianxia still said nothing. Yixian said in a deep voice, Why do you think it's in my hands? Xianxia said, Intuition. Yixian said indifferently, That treasure is indeed not in my hands. Saying this, he paused and said, That day, after I left it there, I was preparing to leave the dual realm sky. Later, the dual realm sky powerhouse Li he suddenly came to me and told me that the treasure was no longer there. I don't know if what he said was true or false. Hearing this, Xianxia frowned. Is it possible that they have already obtained that treasure, but in order to protect it, they deliberately framed my sword sect? Yixian. Yixian didn't say anything. Xianxia fell silent as well. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. A short while later, Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Of course, there's another possibility. That treasure is in your hands, Yi Xian, and you've purposely given it up to shift the blame to my sword sect and reap the benefits. Yi Xian smiled. You think too highly of me. If I had that ability, why would I hand it over? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian smiled. It looks like you don't believe me. Xianxia said, I really don't believe you. Yi Xian smiled. Then I have no other choice. However, I still want to ask you something. Do you really think I have the ability to take away that treasure? Xianxia fell silent. Yi Xian walked to Xianxia. There are two possibilities now. First, the treasure is in my hands, and I shift the blame to your sword sect, causing your sword sect and the dual world skies experts to suffer heavy losses while I reap the benefits. Second, the treasure has already been obtained by the dual world skies experts, and they've chosen to shift the blame to your sword sect and make your sword sect take the blame. Now, which possibility do you think is more likely? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian, and his left thumb suddenly pressed against the hilt of his sword, ready to strike. Yi Xian smiled. If you really make a move, then you'll really be playing into someone's hands. Because they'll definitely hope that the person behind me will fight your sword sect to the death. The person behind him, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that Yi Xian was not a loner, this fellow had someone behind him as well. Moreover, they weren't weak. If the sword sect and the person behind Yi Xian fought to the death, who would benefit the most? Naturally, it would be the dual world skies experts. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, the sword sect's people have been killed. Yet, all of you are still entangled with that fifth-dimensional treasure. If I may be so bold as to ask, have you ever thought about those dead swordsmen? Did they die unjustly? With that, Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia contemptuously, then turned around and left. Behind Yi Xian, Xianxia remained silent. His left thumb stared at the hilt of his sword, but in the end, he chose not to attack. Just as Yi Xian had said, the people of the sword sect were dead. Now, it was no longer just a matter of the fifth-dimensional treasure. If the sword sect attacked Yi Xian would most likely join hands with the dual world sky. Yi Xian alone wasn't scary, but the people behind him were. After a moment of silence, Xianxia turned and left. Yi Xian didn't hide or return to the black-yellow great world. On the contrary, he returned to the dual world sky. The reason why he didn't hide was because the more he hid, the more dangerous it would be. On the contrary, the more high-profile he appeared, the safer he would be. This was because the more he did so, the less people would think that the fifth-dimensional treasure was on him. When Yi Xian returned to the dual world sky, Li He appeared in front of him once again. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Senior Li He. Li He was slightly startled. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so courteous, so he wasn't used to it. However, he still returned the greeting politely. Yi Xian suddenly said, the sword sect's people came looking for me. Li He looked at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian said in a low voice, they think that the treasure is on me. Li He said with a smile, then is it on you or not? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior Li He, do you really think that the fifth-dimensional treasure will recognize me as its master? Li He was silent. Yi Xian said, if such a treasure really recognized me as its master, I would have brought it into the fifth dimension long ago. Why would I stay in the fourth dimension and be targeted by so many experts? Li He nodded. That's true, Yi Xian said again, however, the sword sect insists that the treasure is on me. I really don't know what their intentions are. Li He said in a low voice, I'm afraid they want to use you to attract our attention and then make us fight you until both sides suffer. Yi Xian frowned. That's not possible, Li He smiled coldly. Why not? Yi Xian said, they are all swordsmen. Why would they use such despicable methods? Li He shook his head. Little friend, you are still too young and naive. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior, what do you mean? Li He said in a low voice, this is not some despicable method. It's a scheme. Moreover, swordsmen are not all straightforward. There are many who use underhanded methods. Little friend, you are still too young. You don't know how complicated the human nature of this world is. Yi Xian sighed and did not say anything. Li He suddenly said, Little friend, I think that the sword sect will definitely not let you off. What are your plans from now on? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. The sword sect is powerful. What else can I do? I can only escape. Li He looked at Yi Xian. You can't escape. For you, there are only two safe places in the fourth dimension. One is the Life Forbidden Zone and the other is the Dual Realm Sky. As for the Life Forbidden Zone, you can't go to that place. They will not take you in either. Yi Xian looked at Li He. Senior, can I stay in the Dual Realm Sky? Li He smiled. Of course. You should know that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yi Xian hurriedly bowed. Many thanks. Li He said, little friend, I will bring you to see someone. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Li He left with Yi Xian. Soon, the two of them came to a river. There was a small wooden house by the river. In front of the wooden house was a courtyard. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man was lying on a chair, swaying gently. This middle-aged man was Xianxia. After Li He brought Yi Xian to the courtyard, he bowed slightly and then quietly retreated. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. Senior? Xianxia said softly, come here. Yi Xian walked to Xianxia's side. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. However, Yi Xian's expression did not change. Xianxia retracted his gaze. Sit. As his voice fell, a wooden chair appeared behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony. He sat down. Senior, you were looking for me? Xianxia said softly, you have the most contact with that fifth-dimensional treasure. Can you tell me about it? Yi Xian was silent. Xianxia smiled. What is it? Yi Xian smiled. Senior, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian said softly, Senior, let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Whoever obtains that fifth-dimensional treasure will be unlucky. Xianxia said, Karma? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect that Xianxia would know that there was karma with the fifth-dimensional treasure. Xianxia smiled. Such a divine object must carry a powerful karma. The reason why the temple master did not take it is also because of this, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xianxia suddenly said, do you know why you are still alive? Yi Xian hesitated, then said, maybe I am lucky. Xianxia laughed. You are really funny. Let me tell you, the reason why you're still alive is because you've been holding on to this treasure of the fifth dimension until now. Simply put, there's definitely someone who's shouldering the karma of this object for you. I'm afraid the person behind you is much more frightening than we can imagine. Yi Xian smiled, but did not say anything. Xianxia suddenly said, can that fifth-dimensional treasure really lead to the fifth dimension? Yi Xian nodded. It can. Xianxia smiled. Then why don't you use it to lead to the fifth dimension? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Senior, if I go to the fifth dimension when I haven't even settled down in the fourth dimension, wouldn't that be courting death? Xianxia laughed. Indeed. Saying this, his expression suddenly became complicated. If we go to the fifth dimension, won't we also be courting death? Yi Xian was puzzled. Then why do you and the others? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Our road in the fourth dimension has come to an end. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Xianxia and the others had reached their limits. If they wanted to go further, they could only go to the fifth dimension. Thinking of this, Yi Xian asked again, Senior, is there no way to go further in the fourth dimension? Xianxia said softly, do you know what is the highest realm in the fourth dimension? Yi Xian shook his head. Xianxia said, above the life realm is life-breaking realm, and there are 3 known realms above life-breaking realm, seeking Tao, entering Tao, and breaking Tao. In the history of the 2 realms, there has only been one person who has reached the Tao-breaking realm. Saying this, he paused, then said, actually, it is said that there is another realm above the Tao-breaking realm. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what realm? Xianxi's expression became a bit complicated. Destroying Tao. Saying this, he looked up at the vast sky and said softly, seeking Tao, entering Tao, and breaking Tao, I know all of them, but what does destroying Tao mean? How do I destroy this Tao? Are you kidding me? Yi Xian hesitated, then said, Senior, what realm are you in? Xianxia said with a smile, the peak of the life-breaking realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Xianxia suddenly said, the woman in the plain dress behind you should be at least at the peak of the life-breaking realm, right? The woman in the plain dress? Yi Xian was silent. He really did not know the realm of the woman in the plain dress. How strong was she? However, if he guessed wrong, the woman in the plain dress must be more than the peak of the life-breaking realm. It was just a kind of intuition. Just how strong was she? It was always a mystery. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, in the legendary fifth dimension, there must be experts at the destroying Dao realm. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, to be honest, we are going to the fifth dimension to be beaten up. Moreover, once the passage between the fourth dimension and the fifth dimension is opened, our fourth dimension will be in danger, right? Xianxia shook his head. Dao is big, and living beings are small. Hearing this, Yi Xian was silent. He also wanted to become stronger, but if he had to sacrifice others to become stronger, he would not do it. As a person, you can be shameless, but you must have a bottom line and principles. His principle was that if people did not offend him, he would not offend them. Xianxia suddenly asked, is that fifth dimension treasure still in your hands? Yi Xian shook his head decisively. No. Xianxia was silent. Somewhere in the vast starry sky, a woman in a plain dress slowly walked in the starry sky. She just walked like that, dressed in plain clothes, like a goddess from the 9 heavens. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stopped. Not far in front of her, the space suddenly split open. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out. The middle-aged man looked around and said softly, is this the fourth dimension? So weak. As he said this, his gaze fell on the woman in the plain dress. We have tolerated you for a long time. P.S. Update late. I will punish myself by not going to the Great Treasure Sword today. Endure. In reality, the fifth dimension was enduring the plain-dressed woman. If not for the plain-dressed woman, the experts of the fifth dimension would have already obtained the world prison pagoda. Although they could not come to the fourth dimension, they could still use some special methods to do so. Of course, their strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, it would be extremely dangerous because they would have to face all kinds of restrictions. However, for the world prison pagoda, all the risks were worth it. However, what they did not expect was that they would encounter a huge problem. The plain-dressed woman, this woman had forcibly suppressed them. Being suppressed by someone from the fourth dimension was undoubtedly a great humiliation to the experts of the fifth dimension. Of course, they did not dare to look down on this plain-dressed woman. This was because she was truly powerful. In the battlefield, the plain-dressed woman looked at the middle-aged man without saying anything. The middle-aged man's body was somewhat illusory. It did not seem like a corpse, but it was not completely illusory either. It gave off a feeling of being both real and illusory. The middle-aged man stared at the plain-dressed woman. I have to say, although the fourth dimension is weak, you are very powerful. Powerful to the point of surpassing our expectations. The plain-dressed woman suddenly said, do you know why you are not dead yet? The middle-aged man smiled. Why? The plain-dressed woman looked at the middle-aged man. Because you do not know that you are already dead. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. This was because a sword mark had appeared on his throat. In an instant, the middle-aged man's body became illusory. However, he did not disappear. Within his body, countless red threads tightly wrapped around him. It was these threads that protected his life. The middle-aged man looked at the plain-dressed woman. My body is in the fifth dimension. How can you kill me? Unless your sword can surpass time and space. After saying this, the red threads on his body suddenly exploded. Bang! The middle-aged man rapidly retreated. As he retreated, he looked at the plain-dressed woman in shock. You. Impossible, impossible. Gradually, the middle-aged man completely disappeared. The plain-dressed woman raised her head and looked at the spatial passage behind the middle-aged man. Spending so much money to send such a weakling over. Who are you looking down on? After saying this, she suddenly slashed out with her sword. Chi, a wisp of sword light directly entered the spatial tunnel. This wisp of sword light directly passed through layers of space. It shuttled through, and everywhere it passed, it tore inch by inch, straight towards the fifth dimension. When the sword light reached a certain place, a pitch-black hand suddenly blocked the sword light. Boom! The pitch-black hand trembled violently and retreated explosively while the strand of sword light was nailed firmly to the center of its palm. Just like that, after retreating for over 100 kilometers, the black hand rumbled and exploded into pieces while the strand of sword light remained completely unharmed. The sword light kept moving forward. Soon, a spear suddenly tore through the air and slashed at the sword light. The spear exuded an extremely ancient aura. The tip of the spear flickered with a hint of scarlet light. The powerful energy contained within the spear seemed to be able to destroy the entire universe. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, the powerful spear directly exploded and turned into ashes. As for the sword light, it shuttled back and forth. At this moment, it had already entered a strange space. Along the way, it cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. There was no power that could stop it, and when the sword light arrived in front of a rune barrier, the spatial barrier between the fourth and fifth dimensions. It was precisely this barrier that prevented fourth dimension experts from entering the fifth dimension, and it also prevented fifth dimension experts from entering the fourth dimension. When the sword light arrived, the rune barrier suddenly trembled slightly. Then, a white stop character suddenly flew out and imprinted itself on the sword light. Boom! The sword light stopped. After a moment of silence, the sword light suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The sword light and the stop character exploded together. In the starry sky, the plain-dressed woman was expressionless. In fact, the barrier could not stop her, but it could restrain her. Once she was restrained, Xian would be in danger. The current Xian was not strong enough to protect himself. After a moment, the plain-dressed woman retracted her gaze and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Her gaze passed through countless star fields. A bunch of useless people. After saying that, she directly turned around and left. Not long after, she completely disappeared into the end of the starry sky. After the plain-dressed woman disappeared, a sigh suddenly rang out. There was a strong sense of helplessness in the voice. This time, the fifth dimension did not hesitate to let someone use this special method to come to the fourth dimension. They wanted to see if they could deal with the plain-dressed woman. Unfortunately, they had seriously underestimated the strength of the plain-dressed woman. In the beginning, they had simply believed that the woman in the plain dress was the strongest expert in the fourth dimension. However, at this moment, they suddenly realized that the strength of the woman in the plain dress was at the peak of the fifth dimension, let alone the fourth dimension. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. You can only restrain her, you can't face her head-on. The voice seemed to be right in front of them, but it also seemed to be very far away. After a moment, the scene returned to normal. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman had already arrived in another part of the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, the plain-dressed woman slowly walked. Her left hand was holding a strand of her beautiful hair. Her beautiful hair was gently twirling around her fingertips. She seemed to be thinking of something, and the corners of her mouth would curl up from time to time. At this moment, she was a little happy. When people lived, they needed to be tied down and worried about something. Only then would there be meaning in living. There was not only the way of the sword, not only longevity, but also him. After an unknown amount of time, the plain-dressed woman arrived in front of a spatial black hole. Within the spatial black hole, there was a powerful force that was constantly devouring her. The plain-dressed woman glanced at the black hole and was about to leave. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the pitch-black hole. You're so strong. The plain-dressed woman stopped and raised her eyebrows. How strong? The voice asked in reply, how strong? The corners of the plain-dressed woman's mouth curled up slightly. I don't know. The voice fell silent. The plain-dressed woman turned to leave. At this moment, the voice spoke again. You should go to the legendary fifth dimension, the plain-dressed woman said. Without him in the fifth dimension, what's the point of going there? The place where he is my heaven. As soon as she finished speaking, she had already disappeared at the end of the galaxy. In the field, a sigh rang out. Those who can go don't go, and those who want to go can't go. What a sin. In the dual realm sky. At this moment, the dual realm sky was abnormally quiet. After Xianxia from the sword sect left, no swordsman came to the dual realm sky again. Therefore, the dual realm sky was very peaceful. However, the experts in the dual realm sky knew that this was the calm before the storm. Would the sword sect let this matter rest? No. In front of the bamboo house, Xian did not leave during this period of time. He had been following Xianxia. In the courtyard, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. He was madly devouring swords. Rushing to the peak, above the unknown realm was the creation realm, and above the creation realm was Earth Immortal. Above the Earth Immortal was the Fate realm. After the Fate realm was Fate Breaking, Seeking Tao, Entering Tao, Breaking Tao, and the legendary Tao Destruction. At present, the Tao Destruction realm might be the highest realm in the fourth dimension. As for the Tao Destruction realm, maybe it existed, maybe it didn't. In any case, regardless of whether it existed or not, what he needed to do now was to reach the Fate-Breaking realm. No, it would be best if he reached the Seeking Tao or Entering Tao. Xianxia was not far away from Xian. He was also a little surprised that Xian did not leave. Xian completely treated this place as his own home. During this period of time, he had been observing Xian. He also wanted to know whether the treasure was in Xian's hands. If it was really in Xian's hands, it would mean that Xian was sowing discord between the dual realm sky and the sword sect. When that happened, Xian would definitely die. However, after interacting with him for a few days, he felt that the treasure might really not be in Xian's hands. If it was really in Xian's hands, Xian would definitely not dare to stay in front of him. After a while, Xianxia withdrew his gaze. At this moment, Li He suddenly appeared in front of him. Li He said solemnly, "The sword sect might be making a big move." Xianxia nodded slightly. "How many people are coming?" Li He shook his head. "I don't know for now." Li He looked at Xianxia, who said solemnly, "I can't find anything. I only know that the swordsman is rushing towards our dual realm sky." After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, "Let our people prepare." Li He said, "Are we really going to fight to the death with the sword sect?" Xianxia said softly, "This matter will not end after we kill the sword sect's people." Li He said, "Is the fifth dimensional treasure in the hands of the sword sect?" Now, the experts of the dual realm sky were not most concerned about the sword sect, but the fifth dimensional treasure. Was the fifth dimensional treasure in the sword sect? No one could be sure. Meanwhile, the sword sect was also wondering whether the fifth dimensional treasure was in the hands of the experts of the dual realm sky. Of course, this was not important now. The main problem now was that several swordsman experts of the sword sect had fallen in the dual realm sky. If the sword sect did not act, the prestige the sword sect had built up over countless years would be gone. Xianxia suddenly looked at Xian, who was still cultivating not far away. "Little friend Yi, the people of the sword sect are about to arrive. What do you think?" Xian opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then I'll run." Li He's mouth twitched. "Little friend Yi, why are you afraid of them?" Xian sighed softly. "I'm alone. How can I fight against the sword sect? In fact, I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is being made a scapegoat. The sword sect has always emphasized that the fifth dimensional treasure is still with me." "How vicious." Xianxia nodded. "Indeed vicious. Little friend, it's more dangerous for you to go somewhere else. Why don't you join us to fight against the sword sect?" Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. Xianxia asked, "What?" Xian smiled bitterly. "My strength is low. I'm afraid I won't be of much help. I'm not trying to decline. I'm just an unknown realm cultivator. Even if I have two external objects, my combat power is still limited." As he spoke up to hear, he looked at Xianxia. "Seniors, Junior has a request." Xianxia glanced at Xian. "What is it?" Xian said in a deep voice. "I'm currently in the unknown realm. I'm just a little bit away from the great perfection realm. However, I need two good swords. I wonder if the two seniors can help this junior. If I break through, I'll definitely live and die with you." Xianxia and Li He looked at each other in silence. A moment later, Li He sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. "This person has great potential and is extremely powerful. Why don't we help him and form a good relationship? Xianxia nodded. As long as the prison pagoda was not in Yixian's hands, there was no conflict between Yixian and the dual realm sky. Since there was no irreconcilable conflict, they could make friends because Yixian was worthy of their friendship. Li He looked at Yixian and pointed with a finger. An ancient black sword landed in front of Yixian. I obtained this sword by chance years ago. However, I'm not a swordsman, so I've never used it. I'll give it to you now. Yixian took the ancient sword. Good sword, that was his first thought. He didn't know what rank this sword was, but it definitely wasn't low. Of course, it was definitely weaker than his soul-suppressing sword and executing heaven sword. However, if it was used for devouring, it would be the most suitable. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, I'll give you something as well. As soon as he said that, a sword suddenly flew in front of Yixian. The sword was more than 4 feet long and was dark blue in color. The tip of the sword was missing a small horn, and the entire sword emitted a faint sword glow as if it wanted to stab someone. Good sword, Yixian's eyes lit up. This sword was even better than the one Li He gave him. Yixian put away the 2 swords and bowed to the 2. Thank you, seniors. He paused, then added, I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. It won't be long. Xianxia laughed. No problem. Yixian bowed again, then retreated to the side and began devouring. Xianxia and Xianxia left. Somewhere in the starry sky outside the dual realm sky, an old man suddenly appeared. The old man held a sword in his left hand, and there was another sword hanging from his waist. The old man was slightly thin, and his hair was tied up high. He looked very spirited. This old man was the Sword sect protector elder, Du Jian. In the Sword sect, he could be ranked in the top 5, behind Du Jian were 7 other people, 6 men and 1 woman. All 6 of them carried swords on their backs, and their gazes were as sharp as blades. There were only 8 of them, and these 8 people were all from the Sword sect Guardian Hall. The so-called Sect Guardian Hall was a sharp sword that the Sword sect used to defend against outsiders. This time, the Sword sect had sent out the Sect Guardian Hall, which meant that they were serious. Du Jian looked in the direction of the dual realm sky. Someone must be framing our Sword sect, and the most suspicious person is Yixian. Behind Du Jian, a male swordsman said in a deep voice, but that Yixian is only an unknown realm. Du Jian said indifferently, but don't forget that he once surmounted his realm to kill countless people. Moreover, that 5th-dimensional treasure seems to have recognized him as its master. If he cooperates with that 5th-dimensional treasure, then it's extremely likely that he'll be able to silently take it away and shift the blame to my sword sect because he's a sword cultivator. What Du Zuantong said is correct. At this moment, a voice came from the side. The person who had come was Xianxia. Xianxia walked to Du Jian's side. This Yixian is not as simple as we think. He is a crafty person. This time, he deliberately brought the 5th-dimensional treasure with him. His goal is to use the experts of the dual realm sky to fight against our sword sect, and he will reap the benefits from it. At this point, he paused slightly. But we have no evidence. Du Jian said calmly, what evidence do you need? Our sword sect's sword is the evidence. Let's not talk about Yixian first. Since the dual realm sky dared to kill our sword sect's people, they must pay the price. As for whether they were framed or not, that is no longer important. What is important is that our sword sect's people are dead. The sword sect's people were dead. Xianxia was silent. He knew that even if there was any misunderstanding between the sword sect and the dual realm sky, it was already irreparable. The sword sect's people were dead. Du Jian suddenly said, kill. As soon as he said this, the sword at his waist suddenly flew out and slashed at the dual realm sky in the distance. The sword cut through the sky and tore through everything. Just as the sword was about to slash into the dual realm sky, an illusory fist hundreds of meters long suddenly tore through space and arrived in front of the sword. Boom, the sky shook violently. The sword instantly flew back in front of Du Jian, and the illusory fist immediately turned into nothingness. At this moment, Xianxia appeared a short distance away from Du Jian and the others. Behind him were 16 people, all of whom were super experts of the dual realm sky. Even though they were facing the sword sect, there was not the slightest hint of fear in their eyes. Those who could come to the dual realm sky were very arrogant. Did they need to fear others? In the distance, the sword sect's Du Jian looked at Xianxia and didn't waste any words. He lightly flicked his left thumb. Buzz, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out. The next moment, a sword light slashed in front of Xianxia. At this moment, a saber had appeared in Xianxia's hand. He raised the saber and slashed forward. Break! Boom, as the saber slashed down, the sword instantly flew back in front of Du Jian. The sword trembled violently as if it was withstanding an enormous force. A saber cultivator. Du Jian looked at Xianxia. I'm a little blind. Xianxia said with a smile, the sword sect hasn't stepped into the secular world for many years. In your eyes, your status is transcendent and you can look down on everything. Unfortunately, you underestimate the dual realm sky. The four-dimensional universe isn't something that your sword sect has the final say in. Du Jian sneered. Is that so? Xianxia's smile grew wider. You don't believe me? Let's give it a try. Du Jian sneered. Let's give it a try. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly sent flying. Buzz, the sound of a sword's hum shook the sky. Behind him, Xianxia and the others also rushed out. 8 sword lights streaked across the sky, heading straight for Xianxia and the others. Xianxia said softly, don't be careless. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his right foot and swung the long saber in his hand. A wave of saber light slashed out. Rumble, soon, the entire sky was filled with battles. However, as soon as they started fighting, the dual realm sky side was directly crushed by the 8 people from the sword sect. Although the sword sect only had 8 people, which was half the number of the dual realm sky side, the 8 people's battle prowess was somewhat terrifying. Not only were they not at a disadvantage when fighting 1 against 2, they could even suppress them. However, the dual realm sky's experts weren't pushovers. Although they were suppressed, it wouldn't be easy for the sword sect's experts to kill them. On the other side, 2 women were watching the battlefield. They were Xianxia and Yuan Xiaodao. Xianxia had already ordered all the experts from Deity's Templar to return to Deity's Templar. Deity's Templar would no longer participate in these muddy waters. The situation was too complicated, Yuan Xiaodao suddenly said, both sides will suffer. Xianxia fell silent. After this battle, both the sword sect and the dual realm sky would suffer great losses. If the sword sect had suppressed the dual realm sky from the start, their losses would definitely be much smaller. However, the problem was that the sword sect didn't have the ability to directly suppress the dual realm sky. The sword sect had underestimated the dual realm sky. Moreover, the dual realm sky's strength was far from this. However, some people also chose to watch and didn't make a move. If the sword sect really wanted to destroy the entire dual realm sky, then these hidden people would definitely make a move. This was because there was a passage to the 5th dimension in the dual realm sky, and this passage had been opened by countless experts of the dual realm sky with their lives. If it was somewhere else, who would be able to open it? Yuan Xiaodao said softly, the sword sect made 2 mistakes. The first mistake was that they shouldn't have targeted everyone in the dual realm sky. The second mistake was that they underestimated the dual realm sky. Xianxia suddenly said, there's another mistake. Yuan Xiaodao looked at Xianxia, who said softly, they shouldn't have underestimated that Yi guy. Yi Xian, Yuan Xiaodao was silent. She had interacted with Yi Xian many times, and this swordsman was completely different from other swordsmen. He had many devious thoughts. There was only one way to deal with Yi Xian, and that was to kill him without giving him any chance. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Others might not know, but she knew that the treasure was definitely still in Yi Xian's hands. Xianxia suddenly said, how do you think this will end? Yuan Xiaodao looked not far away. If both sides continued to fight like this, both sides would definitely suffer great losses. This was a loss that neither side could afford. Even if it was the sword sect, if these 9 people died here, it would definitely be a huge blow to the sword sect, but now that it had reached this point, it was impossible to stop. After all, several swordsmen from the sword sect had been killed by the people of the dual realm sky. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, what do you think that Yi Xian is doing now? Yuan Xiaodao said indifferently, he must be secretly laughing right now. Xianxia shook his head and smiled. This guy. While the experts of the dual realm sky were fighting with the sword sect, Xian was currently trying to break through to the extreme creation realm. He was very leisurely now, because no one came to disturb him. After he obtained the 2 swords that Xianxia and Li He gave him, he started to devour them. After devouring one of the swords, his aura started to rise crazily, and he was getting closer and closer to the extreme creation realm. Just like that, after about 2 hours, Xian devoured another sword. Boom, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body, and at the same time, his sword will also vibrated in his body. The aura around him grew stronger and stronger, and after about 2 hours, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Wang, the sound of a sword suddenly rang out, and in Xian's eyes, 2 rays of sword light flashed like lightning, and the 2 sword wheels around him suddenly swept out in all directions. At this time, Xian suddenly opened his left hand, and the surrounding sword wheels instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, in the palm of his left hand, there was an additional black and white sword condensed from sword will, extreme creation realm. Now, after devouring the 2 swords, he had directly reached the extreme creation realm from the unknown realm. Now, he had reached the extreme creation realm, his physical body had reached the extreme creation realm, and his sword Dao attainment had broken through. In his current state, he could even fight against a life-breaking state expert, because he still had the executing heaven sword and the immortal slaying sword gourd. If his realm was not enough, he could make up for it with equipment. Xian looked down at the black and white sword in his hand, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Go kill people. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. P.S. Go vote. Outside the dual world sky. The experts of the dual world sky were still locked in battle with the sword sect. At this moment, some of the experts of the dual world sky had fallen. As for the sword sect, not a single expert had fallen. The dual world sky had fallen into a complete disadvantage. Steady suppression, the swordsman's combat strength really couldn't be compared to ordinary experts in the same realm of cultivation. Even Xianxia, a peerlessly talented super expert, found it very difficult to deal with the sword sect's Du Jian. Hiss, suddenly, another bloody head flew into the air. It was an expert from the dual world sky. At this moment, 3 experts from the dual world sky had fallen. Xianxia's expression gradually turned gloomy. Because he was in a very bad situation right now, suddenly, a sword howl resounded from afar. Xianxia swiftly turned his head, and he saw the head of a nearby swordsman from the sword sect fly into the air. Hiss, blood sprayed out like a fountain, everyone was stunned. Who killed him? Because they didn't see the culprit after the swordsman was killed. The experts from the sword sect stopped fighting and became vigilant. Du Jian glanced at the surroundings with an icy cold gaze. Who did it? Beside Du Jian, Xianxia said in a low voice, it might be that Xian. That person knows a special sword skill. Once he uses it, he will become invisible and no one will be able to find him. Xian, Du Jian glanced at the surroundings, and it didn't take long for his sword intent to sweep out like a net. However, he still didn't notice Xian. It was as if Xian didn't exist at all. Du Jian's face fell. Is he a swordsman? He's an assassin. On the other hand, Xianxia heaved a slight sigh of relief. He knew that Xian had made a move. At this moment, he was also a little shocked. Xian could actually kill someone in an instant. Although Xian had launched a sneak attack and caught him off guard, this attack was still very terrifying. It should be noted that the 7 people behind Du Jian were at least experts at the peak of the life realm. Not only that, but they could even fight against experts at the life-breaking realm. However, he was instantly killed by Xian. This strength was not just any ordinary kind of terrifying. Fortunately, Xian was from the dual realm sky. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, attack. It was Xian's voice. Xianxia glanced at the surroundings, and then he suddenly said, attack. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Du Jian. He knew that now that Xian was secretly helping them, this was an opportunity for the dual realm sky. As Xianxia attacked, the 2 realm sky experts behind him also made their moves. In the distance, Du Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. Watch out for Xian in the dark. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew the sword at his waist. A sword howl shook the sky, and then a ray of sword light tore through the sky and slashed at Xianxia. Both sides began fighting again. this time, the sword sex experts weren't able to suppress Xianxia and the others. Because they had to divert some of their attention to deal with Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was watching them from the dark. Around 2 hours later, a sword howl suddenly resounded. Along with this sword howl, the expression of one of the sword cultivators from the sword sect instantly changed drastically. He swiftly turned around and raised the sword in his hand to block. At this moment, a sword just happened to strike his sword. Hiss, the sword in his hand was instantly slashed into two by Yi Xian's sword. Then, Yi Xian's executing heaven sword slashed down from the top of the swordsman's head. Hiss, the swordsman was instantly sliced into pieces. The swordsman's soul intended to flee, but it didn't take long for a mysterious force to absorb his soul. Soul-suppressing sword, executing heaven sword targeted the body, while soul-suppressing sword targeted the soul. After the swordsman's soul was absorbed, Yi Xian vanished as if he'd never been there. As soon as the swordsman vanished, the expressions of the remaining experts from the sword sect changed. He was instantly killed again. That was too terrifying. Meanwhile, Du Jian spoke decisively, retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the experts from the sword sect hurriedly retreated explosively. As for Xianxia, he hesitated for a moment but didn't choose to pursue them in the end. Because the dual world sky had suffered heavy losses as well. If they pursued them, then they would really perish together. It wasn't worth it. Suddenly, Yi Xian appeared by Xianxia's side. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Let me sense to see if they have the fifth-dimensional treasure." Xianxia was slightly taken aback, but then he hurriedly nodded. Okay. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and clenched it. In an instant, the space in front of Du Jian trembled slightly. Then, an illusory Xiao Ta appeared in front of him. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. It's in his hands. Kill him. In the distance, Du Jian was dumbfounded when he saw the prison pagoda suddenly appear. Why did the fifth-dimensional treasure suddenly appear here? Without thinking too much, Du Jian directly grabbed the prison pagoda. Retreat. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly roared, "Stop them!" As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. Originally, he didn't want to chase after Du Jian and the others because it wasn't worth it to perish together with them. However, at this moment, it was worth it. Because the fifth-dimensional treasure was on Du Jian, at this moment, Xianxia and the others were like madmen, madly chasing after Du Jian and the others. As for Yi Xian, he quietly disappeared and hid. In the distance, Zhu Xier solemnly said, "Is the treasure in the sword sect's hands?" Yuan Xiaodao shook his head. If it's really in their hands, then Du Jian wouldn't be so surprised. Moreover, this thing's appearance is really strange. Yi Xian. Zhu Xier solemnly said, "It must be this guy's doing." Yuan Xiaodao softly said, "This guy wants to kill the sword sect." In the distance, Xianxia and the others were madly running. However, the distance between them and the sword sect was indeed increasing. For experts like Du Jian and the others, if they didn't want to fight, it would be very difficult for others to stop them. Just as the sword sect was about to completely disappear, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Du Lin and the others. Another expert from the dual realm sky had made a move. Xianxia and the others weren't the only ones in the dual realm sky. There were other experts too. Previously, these people didn't make a move because they weren't sure if the treasure was in the sword sect's hands, but now, they were sure, therefore, they couldn't sit still anymore. Because once Du Jian and the others brought the treasure to the sword sect, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to take it back. When that powerful pressure appeared, Du Jian, who was the leader, instantly changed his expression. Du Jian suddenly opened his right hand and the treasure appeared in his palm. Looking at the treasure in his hand, Du Jian's expression was complicated. Fifth-dimensional treasure. This was a treasure that could allow people to go to the fifth dimension. After a moment of silence, Du Jian suddenly looked at Xianxia beside him. Bring it back to the sword sect. Xianxia was about to speak when the world prison pagoda flew in front of him. Du Jian angrily roared, "All of you, go back to the sword sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Xianxia and the others who had already rushed over and smiled sinisterly. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. A moment later, a sword light flew out. The instant Du Jian attacked, Xianxia and the others decisively chose to leave. They knew that Du Jian wanted to make Xianxia and the others stay and buy time for them. Their top priority now was to bring the treasure back to the sword sect. Just as Xianxia and the others were about to leave, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. The old man coldly looked at Xianxia and the others. "You want to go back?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to attack when Du Jian suddenly turned into a sword light and slashed at the old man. The old man narrowed his eyes and suddenly punched out, boom. This punch forced Du Jian to stop in his tracks. At this moment, Xianxia and the others had already surrounded Xianxia and the others. Seeing this, the expressions of Du Jian and the others sank. "We can't leave." Meanwhile, Du Jian suddenly sent a voice transmission to the members of the sword sect. "The experts of my sword sect will arrive in 15 minutes. We must delay them." "Delay them?" Du Jian looked at Xianxia. "Let's talk?" Xianxia was about to speak when a voice suddenly resounded in his mind. "They're definitely trying to buy time. If I'm not wrong, the experts of the sword sect are already on the way. We must end the battle quickly." It was Yi Xian's voice. Xianxia immediately looked at Du Jian when he heard Yi Xian. "He wants to buy time. Everyone, end the battle quickly. Leave this treasure in the dual world sky for now. As for its future, we'll discuss it later." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. By time, the experts of the dual world sky recovered from their shock when they heard Xianxia, and they immediately charged out. They had to deal with Du Jian and the others before the experts of the sword sect arrived. This time, the experts of the dual world sky could be said to be fighting with their lives on the line. Not only that, but even more experts joined the fray. All the experts of the dual world sky knew that if they couldn't stop Du Jian and the others, the fifth-dimensional treasure would really fall into the hands of the sword sect. Once it fell into the hands of the sword sect, they would never be able to obtain it again. They had to leave it in the dual world sky. It was now a battle between the dual world sky and the sword sect. As more and more experts of the dual world sky joined the fray, Du Jian and the others' situation worsened. In less than a dozen breaths' time, another expert of the sword sect had fallen. Du Jian, who was in the lead, was besieged by 6 super experts and was already covered in wounds. He couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't just him. Xianxia and the others behind him couldn't hold on any longer. Du Jian scanned his surroundings. He knew that they would all die here before the reinforcements of the sword sect arrived. That was because there were 27 super experts besieging them, and even the weakest among them was a life realm expert. The sword sect had underestimated the dual world sky. This place wasn't as weak as they had imagined. After a moment of silence, Du Jian suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist and stabbed it into his chest. He roared, "Sect Guardian Hall, sacrifice the sword." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly swept out from his body. But almost at the same time, his entire face turned pale like a piece of white paper, without the slightest trace of blood. "Sacrifice the sword, sacrifice the body to the sword." This was the last resort of the swordsman of the sword sect, a method to perish together with his enemies. It wasn't just Du Jian. The swordsman of the sect Guardian Hall behind him also chose to sacrifice the sword. Seeing this, the expressions of Xianxia and the others changed drastically. Countless sword lights shot out from Du Jian and the swordsman behind him. In an instant, the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was covered by the sword lights. At the same time, Du Jian's furious roar resounded. "Retreat!" Upon hearing Du Jian's words, Xianxia turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. After that, he turned around and flew away on his sword, disappearing into the distant horizon in the blink of an eye. The experts of the dual realm sky wanted to give chase, but they were blocked by countless sword lights. After Du Jian and the others sacrificed their swords, they were many times stronger than before. Therefore, the experts of the dual realm sky didn't dare to be careless in the face of these sword lights and quickly retreated. In an instant, Xianxia and the others had already disappeared into the boundless horizon. After a while, the battlefield returned to normal. By then, Xianxia and the others had already disappeared. The expressions of Xianxia and the others became extremely unsightly when they saw this. They escaped. Xianxia had actually escaped. Xianxia's expression was frighteningly gloomy. Once the fifth-dimensional treasure returned to the sword sect, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to obtain it again. Although the dual realm sky didn't fear the sword sect, it would be impossible to destroy the sword sect unless all the experts of the dual realm sky joined forces. But even if all the experts of the dual realm sky joined forces, there wasn't much hope of destroying the sword sect. Everyone's expressions were somewhat gloomy. At this moment, Xian appeared beside Xianxia. He looked into the distant horizon and said softly, "Once the sword sect obtains that treasure, then we..." Everyone's expressions became somewhat unsightly when they heard Xian's words. A fifth-dimensional treasure. If the sword sect obtained that treasure, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia looked at Xian. "Little friend, this thing isn't just a key to the fifth dimension?" Xian nodded. "Of course. This thing is extremely lethal. If they control it and use it with their strength, it would be very easy for them to destroy the dual realm sky." After a short moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly said, "All of you should be clearly aware of the situation we're in right now. If we don't join forces, then we'll be utterly unable to resist the sword sect." At that moment, an old man nearby suddenly said, "Contact all the experts in the dual realm sky." Xianxia nodded. "Senior Elder is right. We must unite all the experts in the dual realm sky." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have thought of something, and then he looked at Xian and said, "Young brother, you killed 2 members of the sword sect just now, so they'll definitely not let you off. So, why don't you stay here and resist the sword sect with us?" Everyone in the surroundings looked at Xian when they heard this. Everyone regarded Xian very highly. Because he had just killed 2 experts from the sword sect in an instant, only with strength would one be respected. Xian thought about it and nodded. "All right." Seeing that Xian had agreed, Xianxia smiled. "That's great." A short moment later, all of them turned around and left. Xian glanced at the starry sky in the distance, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. However, he didn't speak. Xianxia was dashing madly with the pagoda at the end of the starry sky. What he wanted to do now was to take this precious treasure of the fifth dimension back to the sword sect. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the spatial ring in his hand and saw that it had suddenly exploded, and the world prison pagoda flew out. Xianxi's expression instantly changed. He grabbed the world prison pagoda, and countless sword intents and sword lights enveloped the world prison pagoda. The pagoda trembled violently while the sword intent and sword intent grew more and more illusory. Xianxia was shocked when he witnessed this scene. He knew that the pagoda intended to flee. Xianxia was just about to attack again when a mysterious force suddenly surged out from within the pagoda. Bang! The sword intent and sword intent instantly vanished without a trace. At the same time, Xianxia retreated explosively for almost 30 km. When Xianxia stopped, the pagoda had vanished. Xianxi's mind instantly went blank when he witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, a strand of sword intent suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, the sword intent vanished, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Xianxia. The middle-aged man had shoulder-length hair, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. His hands were hidden in wide sleeves, and he emanated a scholarly aura. Xianxia immediately returned to his senses when he saw this middle-aged man, and he bowed slightly. "Junior uncle." This person was the sword sect Li Chenfeng. This name wasn't very famous in the fourth dimension, but in the sword sect, he was extremely famous, and he was like a god. Li Chenfeng spoke softly, "Did something happen?" Xianxia nodded, and then he recounted what had just happened. After he finished, he was still slightly nervous because he was afraid that Li Chenfeng wouldn't believe him. Li Chenfeng spoke softly, "We were schemed against." Xianxia instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Li Chenfeng believed him. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, "This thing's appearance and disappearance are too strange. Who exactly schemed against my sword sect?" Li Chenfeng shook his head. "Let's not care about this for now. My sword sect has lost so many people this time. Let's settle this debt with them first." After he finished speaking, he transformed into a strand of sword intent and vanished into the horizon. He was heading towards the dual realm sky. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and then he hurriedly followed. The dual realm sky. On this day, a strand of sword intent suddenly streaked across the horizon. This strand of sword intent slashed into the dual realm sky, and everything in its path was obliterated inch by inch. During this period, numerous experts within the dual realm sky hadn't even reacted before they were slashed into pieces by the strand of sword intent. The sword intent was unstoppable. Countless experts within the dual realm sky were shocked. Right at this moment, an enormous hand suddenly stretched out from the space in front of the strand of sword intent. This enormous hand directly grabbed the strand of sword intent. After a moment of silence, boom, the enormous hand suddenly shattered and turned into nothingness, but the strand of sword intent was still there. The strand of sword intent continued to fly as if it wanted to slice the dual realm sky into pieces. This sword was pointed at the dual realm sky. Right at this moment, a skinny old man suddenly appeared in front of this strand of sword intent. The skinny old man looked at this strand of sword intent with a calm expression. When the strand of sword intent arrived in front of him, he suddenly put his fingers together, and black light appeared on his fingertips. This finger directly touched the strand of sword intent. Boom, there was a sudden explosion, and the skinny old man instantly retreated nearly 100,000 feet. However, the strand of sword intent also stopped in its original spot. The sword intent suddenly dissipated, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of the old man. This person was Li Qinfeng. The skinny old man looked at Li Qinfeng, his eyes full of solemnity. Half step to the mortal realm. Li Qinfeng was expressionless. You aren't too bad yourself. You can take a strike from me. The skinny old man said indifferently, if you want revenge, I'm afraid that's not enough. Li Qinfeng looked at the skinny old man. Want to give it a try? The skinny old man nodded. Give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny old man suddenly vanished, and then a strand of black light flashed. At the instant the skinny old man vanished, Li Qinfeng stomped his right foot lightly, and then a strand of sword intent shot out from beneath his feet. Bang! The strand of black light in the distance was directly forced to stop on the spot. At the same time, Li Qinfeng vanished, and the strand of sword intent tore through the air. Rumble, as an explosion resounded through the air, the skinny old man instantly retreated explosively. As he retreated, a strand of sword light instantly arrived at the center of his brows. The skinny old man's pupils constricted abruptly, and then he swiftly pressed his palms together. This time, he directly blocked the sword light. However, the strand of sword intent instantly slashed apart his palms. The skinny old man was horrified in his heart, and his figure flashed to the side. Hiss, the skinny old man's figure flashed away, but his head was left on the spot. The old man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. He knew that this swordsman before him was very strong, but he hadn't imagined that this swordsman would be strong to this extent. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. In the darkness below, Yi Xian glanced at Li Qinfeng, then turned and ran. Soon, he completely disappeared. If he could win, then he would fight. If he couldn't, then he would run. Meanwhile, Li Qinfeng suddenly swept his gaze downwards, and a strand of sword intent spread out like a net towards the surroundings. He seemed to be searching for someone. After a short moment, his brows furrowed slightly, and he turned to look at Xianxia. That Yi Xian is still in this world? Xianxia said solemnly, he should be. Li Qinfeng nodded slightly. He once again scanned the area with his divine sense, but he still couldn't find Yi Xian. At that moment, Xianxia said solemnly, this fellow must have seen that the situation isn't good and fled. Li Qinfeng nodded slightly. It's all right. I'll settle the score with him in the future. After saying that, he looked around. Why? Is there no one else in the dual realm sky? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand gently. In an instant, countless sword intents flew out and killed anyone they saw. In the dual realm sky, countless powerhouses hurriedly joined forces to resist. However, there were still people who were killed by these sword intents. In the darkness, Yuan Xiaodao, who was beside Zhu Xier, said softly, the sword sect is serious. Zhu Xier said indifferently, we've lost so many people. If we don't come for real, then we'll be stupid. Yuan Xiaodao smiled. This person isn't just an ordinary kind of strong. Zhu Xier looked at Yuan Xiaodao. Do you have a chance of winning? Yuan Xiaodao shook his head. This person's sword Dao attainment has already touched a trace of the mortal realm. I can't match him. Zhu Xier asked, this dual realm sky, Yuan Xiaodao said softly, don't underestimate this place. There are also real big shots here. As soon as Yuan Xiaodao finished speaking, an old man slowly walked over from the distant horizon. As this old man walked over, the sword intense in the dual realm sky suddenly stopped and slowly dissipated. Yuan Xiaodao looked at the old man. He's here. In the air, Li Qinfeng also looked at the old man. The old man wore a simple blue robe and had a slight hunch on his back. He held a walking stick in his hand and walked slowly, coughing from time to time. Li Qinfeng looked at the old man and didn't say anything. The old man looked at Li Qinfeng with a complicated gaze. As expected of the most monstrous person in the sword sect in the past 1,000 years. The most monstrous person in the sword sect in the past 1,000 years, Li Qinfeng smiled. You seem to know me. The old man smiled. Not only do I know you, I also know your master and your senior brother. I wonder if your master, that old fart, is still alive? Li Qinfeng looked at the old man. Who are you? The old man shook his head and smiled. A person who is about to die of old age. P.S. Asking for a ticket, give me a ticket. A person who was about to die of old age. Everyone was looking at the old man who'd just appeared. Even some people in the dual realm sky were unfamiliar with the elder who had just appeared. Very few people had seen him before. The old man gazed at Li Qinfeng. Although the sword sect is strong, it can't destroy the dual world sky. Even your master and senior brother can't do it. Li Qinfeng smiled. Is that so? The old man nodded. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his palm and clenched it lightly. At this instant, Li Qinfeng suddenly attacked with his sword. This attack was so swift that many people couldn't react in time. However, the surroundings returned to calm in an instant. At this moment, everyone's expressions became solemn. Because the battle was over, in the distance, Yuan Xiaodao's expression was extremely solemn. The old man's strength had exceeded his expectations, seeking the Tao. Quote, in the distance, Li Qinfeng stared at the old man. A decent one has finally arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed his fingers together, and a ray of sword light suddenly slashed out from the tip of his finger. The ray of sword light was like a thread that was imperceptibly fine. In the distance, the old man suddenly opened his palm and clenched it tightly. Boom, the surrounding space suddenly trembled violently, and a light shattering sound resounded. In the next moment, the old man retreated explosively for an entire 3 kilometers. Li Qinfeng stood on the spot and didn't move. However, his expression was much more solemn than before, because his sword had shattered. Both of them had seemed relaxed in that attack just now, but they'd actually used all their strength. He seemed to have the upper hand, but he actually hadn't gained any advantage. In the distance, the old man gazed at Li Qinfeng and said softly, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Your sword sect is really full of talents. Li Qinfeng said indifferently, hand over Yi Xian. Yi Xian, obviously, he knew that he couldn't destroy the dual world sky with his own strength. Thus, he had to settle for the next best thing and choose Yi Xian. His intuition told him that Yi Xian was the culprit. The old man shook his head. Yi Xian doesn't have much to do with us. If you want him, go find him yourself. He wouldn't hand over Yi Xian because Yi Xian wasn't a pushover. It was already incredible that he was still alive. If the dual realm sky captured him to curry favor with the sword sect, he might be targeted by the people behind Yi Xian. The person behind Yi Xian was also very mysterious. It was still a mystery how strong the other party was. Li Qinfeng looked at the old man. You must hand him over. The old man shook his head and smiled. Threatening the old man? Sure, your sword sect can declare war on us. A wisp of sword light suddenly appeared on Li Qinfeng's fingertip. The old man's expression was calm, without a hint of fear. The two worlds realm was truly not afraid of the sword sect. The wisp of sword light on Li Qinfeng's fingertip grew brighter and the atmosphere became more and more tense. At this moment, an illusory middle-aged man appeared in the air. He wore a green robe and had a sword hanging from his waist. Seeing this person, the wisp of sword light on Li Qinfeng's fingertip quietly disappeared. He bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man in front of him was the sword sect leader, Mu Qingfeng. It wasn't his main body that had come. Mu Qingfeng looked at the old man below and smiled. So it's Grand Elder Chen. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Grand Elder Chen smiled. I'm just struggling at death's door. Mu Qingfeng smiled. I'm here today to demand an explanation. Grand Elder Chen looked at Mu Qingfeng. Your sword sect has already obtained that treasure. Do you still want an explanation? Mu Qingfeng shook his head. My sword sect didn't obtain that treasure. Grand Elder Chen frowned. Are you joking? Mu Qingfeng smiled. I don't like to joke. That treasure really isn't in my sword sect's hands. As he spoke, he looked at the nearby Xianxia. Xianxia told him about how they had escaped from the World Prison Pagoda. Hearing Xianxi's words, the expressions of the dual realm sky powerhouses turned ugly. They obviously didn't believe it. No one would believe it. Mu Qingfeng shook his head and smiled. I don't need you to believe it. Let that Yixian come out. I have a way to deal with him. Obviously, they suspected that Yixian was behind this. Yixian, down below. Minister Chen was silent for a moment, and then he looked at Qianxi not far away. Where's Yixian? At this moment, he also felt that something was off. Qianxi shook his head. I don't know. Hearing this, Grand Elder Chen frowned slightly. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Senior, are you looking for me? Everyone looked over and saw that the person was Yixian. Yixian had appeared. Of course he had to appear because he knew that if he didn't, everyone would suspect him. That would be extremely disadvantageous to him. He couldn't withstand the sword sect and the dual realm sky targeting him. Seeing Yixian, Qianxi nodded slightly. You don't need to worry. As long as that treasure isn't on you, no one can take you away in front of us. Yixian said, thank you. Saying this, he looked at Mu Qingfeng in the air and smiled. I wonder why you're looking for me, sir? Mu Qingfeng sized up Yixian and nodded slightly. Everyone says that you're the most monster swordsman of the younger generation. I have to say that you're really not bad. Yixian smiled. Thank you for the compliment. Mu Qingfeng looked at Yixian. Everything that happened today was planned by you, right? Yixian smiled. Are you talking about the battle between the sword sect and the dual realm sky? Mu Qingfeng nodded. Yes. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Senior, you think too highly of me. Mu Qingfeng smiled. The sword sect's biggest mistake was underestimating you. Even a lion needs to go all out against a rabbit. That was my mistake. Yixian smiled. Senior, what you're trying to say is that the treasure is in my hands and I'm using it to sow discord between you and the dual realm sky, right? Mu Qingfeng looked at Yixian. Isn't that the case? Yixian asked in return, where's the proof? Proof, the dual realm sky's powerhouses all looked at Mu Qingfeng. Mu Qingfeng looked at Yixian and did not say anything. Yixian said with a smile, actually, what I'm thinking is that your sword sect has already obtained that treasure, but all of you refuse to admit it. Not only do you refuse to admit it, you even want to make me, Yixian, take the blame. Because all of you don't want the people of the world to stare at all of you. If you make the people of the world focus their gazes on me, then your sword sect will be able to be extremely comfortable, right? Not far away, Grand Elder Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt that what Yixian said made sense. In the air, Mu Qingfeng smiled. I have to say, your mouth is very sharp. Unfortunately, I won't reason with you or have any proof. As he spoke, a powerful sword was suddenly crushed toward Yixian. Yixian did not hesitate and hid behind Grand Elder Chen. Grand Elder Chen looked coldly at Mu Qingfeng. He waved his right hand and a powerful force blocked Mu Qingfeng's sword will. However, it was clearly very strenuous for him, and his face was a little pale. In the air, Mu Qingfeng smiled. Is the dual realm sky going to protect him? Grand Elder Chen looked coldly at Mu Qingfeng. He's a member of the dual realm sky. Mu Qingfeng smiled. Very well. As he spoke, he pointed with his fingers. Wang, a ray of sword light shot down from the sky. Grand Elder Chen's expression changed. He suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist. After a moment of silence, he punched forward. A powerful force erupted from his fist like a volcano. Rumble, Grand Elder Chen's force exploded. Immediately after, Grand Elder Chen retreated frantically, retreating tens of thousands of feet away. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression darkened. Mu Qingfeng's strength was not just an ordinary level of strength. Mu Qingfeng looked coldly at Grand Elder Chen. He was about to attack again when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Mu Qingfeng looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian stared at Mu Qingfeng. "I will take responsibility for my own actions. This matter has nothing to do with the dual realm sky. If you have anything to do with it, come at me." Hearing Yi Xian's words, the dual realm sky experts present looked at him with complicated expressions. Mu Qingfeng looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Sure." As he spoke, he suddenly pointed with his fingers. Wang, a ray of sword light flew down from the sky. Below, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he suddenly drew his sword. Immeasurable sword, boom, as the sword slashed down, Yi Xian retreated immediately. Essence and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, after retreating a few dozen feet, his entire person disappeared. Completely disappeared. In the sky, Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly. He looked around, and his divine sense instantly covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. However, it was as if Yi Xian had evaporated from the world, disappeared. Mu Qingfeng looked around again, but still did not find him. Below, Li Chenfeng said softly, "This person's concealment technique is quite incredible, and the sword technique he used just now is also extremely incredible. It's not simple at all." Mu Qingfeng nodded slightly. "We shouldn't underestimate him." "No, I should say that we didn't take him seriously enough." Li Chenfeng said, "Senior brother, please make the decision." Mu Qingfeng looked at the people in the dual realm sky. "All of you are really stupid. You were played like monkeys and you didn't know it. How sad." With that, he turned and left. Li Chenfeng looked at Grand Elder Chen and the others, then also turned and left. Soon, the three people from the sword sect disappeared from the dual realm sky. It was impossible for the three of them to destroy the dual realm sky. The experts in the dual realm sky weren't weak. If the sword sect wanted to destroy the dual realm sky, then they would have to pay an extremely heavy price. After Mu Qingfeng and the others left, Grand Elder Chen's expression was extremely gloomy. Meanwhile, Chen Shi said, "The sword sect is going too far." Grand Elder Chen said indifferently, "They have the ability to." Chen Shi said solemnly, "Grand Elder, what should we do now?" Grand Elder Chen fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "Investigate Yi Xian and see where he is." Chen Shi frowned slightly. "You don't believe him?" Grand Elder Chen shook his head. "Find him and help him in secret. Don't let him fall into the hands of the sword sect." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced coldly at the distant horizon. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The more the sword sect makes an enemy of Yi Xian, the more we have to be on good terms with him." In the depths of a certain mountain, Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he was still in a state of emptiness. He did not dare to show himself. Once he showed himself, with the strength of the sword sect, it would not be difficult for them to find him, thus, he could only maintain his state of emptiness. At this moment, his complexion was very bad because he had forcefully resisted Mu Qingfeng's sword. That sword had almost taken his life. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was speechless. He had just reached the creation realm and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Then, his enemy had changed. The leader of the sword sect was definitely a peak expert in the fourth dimension. He was only at the creation realm. Why couldn't he wait until he reached the fate realm to meet such a person? Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. "It's too difficult for me. It's too difficult for me." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Yi Xian's mind. "It's still difficult for you? What did you do to the sword sect?" It was the voice of the 8th floor. Yi Xian was speechless. "Senior, you have to understand that they were the ones who came to mess with me first." The 8th floor said softly, "You said you would give this pagoda away. You went back on your words." Yi Xian was silent. His previous deal with the 8th floor was that he would give this pagoda away. After the other party had completely grasped this pagoda, the 8th floor would kill him. However, this pagoda was still in Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian thought about it and said, "Senior, how about I give this pagoda to you and you take it back to the 5th dimension?" The eighth floor said, "Do you want me to die?" Yi Xian was confused. "Why?" The eighth floor sighed. "I finally understand that this pagoda has already become one with you. Your karma coexists," Yi Xian said in a deep voice. "With senior strength, your karma can completely snatch this pagoda away and bring it back to the fifth dimension, right?" The eighth floor said, "I felt the aura of a fifth dimension expert before, but it disappeared very quickly. If I'm not wrong, someone has taken care of it for you. If I snatch your pagoda, not only will I be targeted by the people behind you, I will also be targeted by the experts of the fifth dimension. I don't want to live like you." Yi Xian was speechless. He wanted benefits, but he didn't want to be targeted. He also wanted to. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and immediately asked, "Senior, can you defeat those two swordsmen?" The eighth replied, "What do you think?" Yi Xian said, "Why don't you go beat them up?" "I don't like them." The eighth person laughed and said, "You're so funny. Do you think I'll go?" Yi Xian said, "Senior, are you from the fifth dimension?" The eighth person replied, "Yes." Yi Xian was silent. This eighth floor was truly an expert from the fifth dimension. Yi Xian asked again, "Is the strength of the fifth dimension really much higher than that of the fourth dimension?" The eighth person replied, "The fifth dimension and the fourth dimension are slightly different. The biggest difference is the civilizations on both sides. To put it simply, the current fourth dimension is still pursuing the essence of power and martial arts. My fifth dimension is already pursuing the essence of life and the universe." At this point, he slightly paused and continued, "Actually, the reason why the civilizations of the fifth dimension are so advanced is because of one person. That is the master of this pagoda, the prophet. I greatly admire him. He is a person that countless experts of the fifth dimension admire because he researched all kinds of knowledge. He did not hide it and was willing to teach it to others. In the fifth dimension, he established no less than hundreds of thousands of academies. Unfortunately, after his disappearance, the original purpose of these academies has changed. They have become tools to fight for power." "Academies?" Yi Xian slightly frowned. "What academies?" The eighth person replied, 10,000 dimensional academies. There are hundreds of thousands of these academies. Apart from them, there is also the 10,000 dimensional academy. This academy was once a holy land in the hearts of everyone in the fifth dimension because of the prophet. Prophet, Yi Xian was silent. He knew that the previous master of this pagoda was an existence that was highly respected in the fifth dimension. The eighth person continued, "Before I disappeared, the fifth dimension was already in chaos. Especially because of that 10,000 dimensional library, the people of the fifth dimension fought like crazy. Because that library is really too important. You should rejoice. Rejoice that the people of the fourth dimension don't know the true use of this pagoda. Otherwise, they will spare no expense to kill you." Yi Xian lightly said, "There is no difference. Because the people of the fifth dimension will definitely spare no expense to kill me." The fifth dimension, thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed again. He had not even dealt with the people of the fourth dimension, but the enemies of the fifth dimension were already waiting for him. When would he be able to deal with them? At this moment, Yi Xian really felt tired. Along the way, because of this pagoda, he did not have a good night's sleep. And this kind of days would continue for a very long time, a tiring life. Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. He continued to heal his injuries. With the spring of life, his injuries were quickly healed. After his injuries were healed, Yi Xian directly disappeared. At this moment, there were flying swords flying around the dual realm sky from time to time. The people of the sword sect, the current sword sect, was openly looking for Yi Xian outside the dual realm sky. It could be said that they were showing off. Because this time, the sword sect had sent dozens of powerful swordsmen, and the one leading them was Li Chenfeng. The goal of the sword sect now was to find Yi Xian. In the dual realm sky, Yuan Xiaodao looked at the sword sect swordsman flying across the sky and softly said, "The sword sect is sure that the treasure is on him." Zhu Xiao softly said, "It's me. I also suspect him. However, I have to say that he is a bit sinister." This time, the sword sect can be said to have suffered a great loss. Yuan Xiaodao shook his head and smiled. "Don't underestimate him. The people behind him are not simple." She still remembered the woman she met in the Nether Palace. that woman's strength, even now, she still felt some fear when she thought about it. The more she interacted with Xian, the more she realized that the people behind this guy were unfathomable. In fact, it was not just the people behind him. Xian himself was a bit difficult to deal with. Apart from experts of Li Qinfeng's level, ordinary people in the sword sect could not pose any threat to him, especially when Xian was an expert in assassination. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of the two women. It was Qin Shi. Qin Shi cupped his fists at Yuan Xiaodao. "Miss Yuan, Grand Elder Qin invites you." Yuan Xiaodao smiled. "The Dual Realm Sky is going to join forces?" Qin Shi smiled. "Now that the sword sect has come to bully us, how can we not join forces?" Yuan Xiaodao thought about it and nodded. "Okay." Hearing this, Qin Shi smiled. With Yuan Xiaodao's participation, the Dual Realm Sky would have an additional strength. Yuan Xiaodao turned to look at Xianxia and sent a voice transmission. "Don't let the temple interfere in this matter." Saying this, she turned and left with Qin Shi. Xianxia was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Xian left the Dual Realm Sky quietly. He did not dare to stay in the Dual Realm Sky. If the sword sect found him, he would be finished, outside the Dual Realm Sky. Li Qinfeng sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. A powerful sword intent was emitted from his body. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared beside him. "Can't find him." "Can't find him." Li Qinfeng opened his eyes. "He used all his strength?" Xianxia nodded. "This person seems to have vanished into thin air. There is no trace of him." Li Qinfeng was silent. Xianxia said, "His concealment technique." Li Qinfeng suddenly said, "To the black-yellow great world." Xianxia looked at Li Qinfeng. The latter was expressionless. "Isn't this person extremely loyal? Then let's go to the black-yellow great world. I believe you will come out, right?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "Such behavior is not something a swordsman should do." Li Qinfeng looked at Xianxia. "Then do you have a better idea?" Xianxia sighed. "Junior uncle, if we go against those people from the black-yellow great world, we will not be able to get over it." Li Qinfeng shook his head. "I don't want you to slaughter them. I just want to use them to force Xian to come out. If he doesn't come out, everyone in the world will think that the fifth-dimensional treasure is in our sword sect's possession." Xianxia thought about it and nodded. Quote, "Fine." Quote, he knew that he couldn't allow Xian to continue concealing himself like this. Because if Xian didn't show himself, then the sword sect would really be unable to do anything to him. Moreover, it wouldn't do if Xian continued developing like this. Because Xian was too monstrous. If he was allowed to continue developing like this, then he would definitely be able to pose a threat to the sword sect. Xianxia was just about to leave when Li Qinfeng suddenly said, "I'll go with all of you." Xianxia gazed at Li Qinfeng, and the latter said in a light voice, "We can't underestimate him anymore. Let's go." Xianxia nodded. In next to no time, their group left the dual world sky and headed straight for the black-yellow great world. After Li Qinfeng and the others left, Xianxia appeared. She gazed silently at the direction that Li Qinfeng and the others had left, and then she took out a transmission stone. At the end of the starry sky, Xian suddenly stopped and took out a transmission stone. After a short moment, his expression turned gloomy. The black-yellow great world. Xian remained silent for a moment, and then he waved his right hand lightly and left his empty state. At the instant he left his empty state, Li Qinfeng suddenly stopped in another part of the starry sky, and he turned around. He's appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Xianxia and the others hurriedly chased after Li Qinfeng. After Xian appeared in the distant starry sky, he turned around and looked into the distance. A powerful strand of sword intent was pressing towards him from that direction. He knew that the members of the sword sect had noticed him. Needless to say, their strength was truly terrifying. They'd noticed him as soon as he showed himself. What should I do? Xian didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and ran. He'd increased his speed to the limit. Fight. He definitely couldn't defeat them. Get help. Xian's destination was the place he'd been to in the past, the Nether Pavilion. P.S. Your vacation is over. Congratulations. Congratulations. Xian raised his speed to the limit. Soon, he entered a black hole region, and as soon as he came out, a sword light appeared in the black hole region behind him. Seeing that, Yi Xian hurried to speed up. Behind him, a sword light chased closely, and the distance between them was closing at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xian did not care about what was behind him. He continued to accelerate, and soon, after passing through a dozen black hole regions, he arrived at the star region where the Nether Hall used to be. But at this moment, this star region had already been sealed. Yi Xian directly barged in. He rushed over with the executing heaven sword in hand, tearing apart everything in his path. When he neared the Nether Hall, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him. The strength of this force caused Yi Xian's expression to change drastically. He knew that he could not stop this force, and he immediately said, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side." After a moment of silence, the mysterious force suddenly retreated like the tide. Seeing this, Yi Xian immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Qinfeng had already appeared behind him. Yi Xian immediately ran, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Li Qinfeng frowned slightly. He was about to give chase when Xianxia appeared beside him. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said in a low voice, "I'm afraid it's a trap." Li Qinfeng was silent. Yi Xian was not his match, but he did not dare to underestimate Yi Xian. He knew very well that many people often died because they underestimated their enemies. It was obvious that Yi Xian was planning to take him to this place. Xianxia said in a low voice, "Let's investigate first." Li Qinfeng shook his head. "It's not that there are no people in the four-dimensional universe who can kill me, but there are definitely more than a handful of them." As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly stomped his right foot, turned into a sword light, and disappeared into the distance. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, and then he took out a small sword. The small sword trembled slightly, turned into a sword light, and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Xianxia was silent for a moment, and then he followed. In the distance, Yi Xian arrived at the previous hall. Netherworld Hall. Yi Xian walked to the entrance of the main hall. He walked in front of the 11 statues. These statues were all women. He did not recognize them, nor did he know who they were. The reason he came here was actually to try his luck. At this moment, Li Qinfeng appeared behind Yi Xian. Li Qinfeng glanced at the Nether Palace and frowned. "Where is this?" Beside him, Xianxia shook his head. "I don't know." Li Qinfeng looked at Yi Xian with a hint of wariness in his eyes. He had the absolute strength to crush Yi Xian, but he didn't dare to be careless. Yi Xian walked to the statue of the woman in the cloth dress. He hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "Senior, are you there?" No response. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. If he didn't come out, then he would be finished. He shouted again, but there was still no response. Yi Xian was silent. This wasn't going to be easy. At this moment, Li Qinfeng suddenly asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Xian turned to look at Li Qinfeng. "I have a question, and I hope you can answer it." Li Qinfeng said calmly, "What is it?" Yi Xian smiled. "Why do you not only want my pagoda, but also my life?" When the sword sect came to find him, he took the initiative to hand over the pagoda. However, the other party not only wanted his pagoda, but also his life. This was something he could not understand, because he did not have any deep hatred with the other party. Li Qinfeng looked at Yi Xian. "We do not have any deep hatred with you. We just want to exterminate you." "Exterminate you," Yi Xian smiled. "I understand." Li Qinfeng glanced behind Yi Xian. "Where are your people?" Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he said, "Who?" Li Qinfeng said calmly, "You didn't lure me here to fight me one-on-one, right?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he said, "I can't defeat you, but I want to have a fair battle with you." Li Qinfeng suddenly spread open his palms again, and then he pressed down lightly. In next to no time, his cultivation was directly suppressed to the creation realm. Li Qinfeng looked at Yi Xian. "I want to see exactly how monstrous you are. Come." Yi Xian nodded slightly. He suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, a sword had arrived half an inch away from Li Qinfeng's forehead. However, right when this sword was about to stab into Li Qinfeng's forehead, it suddenly retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, Yi Xian instantly retreated 300 m back. When he stopped, a drop of blood slowly dripped down from the space between his brows. Li Chenfeng's sword was faster than his. Yi Xian lightly touched the space between his brows, and in the next moment, he suddenly vanished. Hiss, a speck of sword light arrived before the space between Li Chenfeng's brows. Li Chenfeng's face was expressionless. A speck of cold light appeared on the tip of his finger, and in the blink of an eye, this speck of cold light had already appeared between Yi Xian's brows. Yi Xian chose to withdraw his sword once more, and he retreated 300 m back. After he stopped, Yi Xian's face sank. Fast. Li Chenfeng's sword could only be described in one word, fast, a single word that could suppress everything. In all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. When your speed reached a certain level, you could really disregard everything. Yi Xian's sword was actually very fast as well, but when compared to Li Chenfeng, it was still quite a bit inferior. Li Chenfeng walked slowly towards Yi Xian and said in a light voice, I started practicing the sword at the age of 6, and from the age of 6, I swung my sword at least 10,000 times every day for a few decades. After that, I spent the first half of my life pursuing the speed of the sword. Up until now, I've never seen anyone's sword be faster than mine. Even my senior brother's sword is inferior to mine in terms of speed. Yi Xian nodded. Your sword is fast. Li Chenfeng looked at Yi Xian. No, I can be even faster. As his voice fell, he suddenly vanished, and a ray of sword light flashed through the field. This ray of sword light was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Not far away, Yi Xian suddenly closed his eyes, and he stabbed forward with his sword in his left hand. Boom, this stab directly stabbed the ray of sword light, and the sword light shattered. The two swords were pointed at each other. A trace of surprise flashed through Li Chenfeng's eyes. He had not expected that Yi Xian would be able to withstand this strike of his. It was slightly beyond his expectations. Li Chenfeng said softly, He'd only just spoken up to hear when Yi Xian's sword suddenly moved slightly to the side, and then it stabbed forward towards Li Chenfeng's throat. Li Chenfeng didn't dodge, nor did he defend. He stabbed his sword towards Yi Xian's throat instead. Because his sword was faster than Yi Xian's, he was confident that his sword would be able to end Yi Xian before Yi Xian's sword could stab him. Confidence. This time, Yi Xian didn't stop. Li Chenfeng's sword stabbed directly at Yi Xian's throat. At practically the exact same moment, Yi Xian's sword stabbed at Li Chenfeng's throat as well. However, Li Chenfeng had just stabbed half an inch into Yi Xian's throat when Li Chenfeng vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already 3 kilometers away. Yi Xian stood on the spot, and fresh blood was flowing from his throat. His physical body was still unable to withstand Li Chenfeng's sword. However, Li Chenfeng's sword wasn't able to kill him either because Li Chenfeng had withdrawn his sword at the critical moment. If he didn't withdraw his sword, then even if Yi Xian didn't die, his physical body would be gone. Of course, Li Chenfeng would die as well because he held the celestial sword in his hand. No matter how formidable Li Chenfeng was, he would die without a doubt if he was struck by the executing heaven sword. The reason Yi Xian did this was because he knew that if they really fought, he would absolutely not be a match for Li Chenfeng. Since he wasn't a match for Li Chenfeng, then he might as well exchange a life for a life. In that instant just now, he was really prepared to die. Yi Xian didn't want to die, but he wasn't afraid of death, risking his life. He had never been afraid. Opposite Yi Xian, Li Chenfeng looked at Yi Xian. I underestimated your courage. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would actually exchange a life for a life with him. He naturally wouldn't exchange a life for a life with Yi Xian, because he would suffer a loss. One had to know that as long as he recovered his realm, he could easily kill Yi Xian. However, in that exchange just now, because he retreated, it could be said that he had lost by half a point. Li Chenfeng looked at Yi Xian. You are indeed a monster. The second affirmation, Xianxia, who was beside Li Chenfeng, was somewhat shocked. This Yi Xian actually made Li Chenfeng praise him twice. One had to know that in the sword sect, Li Chenfeng had basically never praised anyone. He had even said that there was no one in the current younger generation of the sword sect, but now, he had actually praised Yi Xian twice. At this moment, Li Chenfeng said, if you are willing to hand over that fifth-dimensional treasure, I am willing to bring you into the sword sect and let you become the next young sect leader of my sword sect. Young sect leader. Hearing Li Chenfeng's words, Xianxia was slightly startled. Let Yi Xian join the sword sect. What kind of operation was this? In the distance, Yi Xian smiled slightly. Do you really think that the treasure is on me? Li Chenfeng looked at Yi Xian. Are you still going to pretend to be crazy? That treasure has already recognized you as its master. Only you have the ability to make it cooperate with you, right? Xian smiled awkwardly. It really isn't on me. This was something he couldn't admit even if he was beaten to death, because once he admitted it, then his enemy wouldn't just be the sword sect, but also the dual realm sky. Li Chenfeng looked at Xian without saying anything, but his aura suddenly soared. After a moment, he had completely recovered his realm. Xian said in a low voice, "Was it an unfair fight?" Li Chenfeng shook his head. "I don't want to waste time with you. Regardless of whether that treasure is on you or not, you can't keep it." Once a person like Xian grew up, he would definitely become a great threat to the sword sect in the future. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Li Chenfeng's eyes intensified. He opened his palm, and a wisp of sword light flickered in his palm. As this wisp of sword light appeared, a powerful sword intent swept towards Xian. In the distance, Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was prepared to fight with his life on the line. It should be said that he had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. His greatest trump card was the 6 Paths of Truth. No, there was still another extremely powerful trump card. In the distance, Li Chenfeng looked at Xian. The wisp of sword light in his palm suddenly trembled violently, and the surrounding space began to crack like a spider web. It was extremely frightening. After a moment of silence, the wisp of sword light in Li Chenfeng's hand suddenly flew out. At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. "Come on, play with your life." As soon as his voice fell, boom, in an instant, the sky was a sea of blood. This time, he no longer suppressed his bloodline. Bloodline, this could be said to be his strongest trump card. Ever since his bloodline had devoured the blood ancestor, he had never activated the power of this bloodline again. Because he couldn't control it, before he devoured the blood ancestor, he already couldn't control it, and after devouring it, he couldn't control it even more. Thus, he had been suppressing his bloodline. But now, he was about to die, so what was the point of suppressing it? Do it. The moment he activated the power of his bloodline, Xian felt his mind go blank. Then, a violent aura and killing intent erupted from his body like a volcano. Boom, in an instant, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles turned into a sea of blood. Opposite Xian, Li Chenfeng frowned. "What bloodline is this?" In the distance, Xian suddenly disappeared. Li Chenfeng raised his hand and slashed. Boom, a sword light and a bloody light suddenly exploded. In an instant, Xian and Li Chenfeng retreated at the same time. With this retreat, Li Chenfeng retreated hundreds of feet, and Xian also retreated hundreds of feet. At the sight of this, Xianxi's expression changed. He didn't expect Xian's sword to be evenly matched with Li Chenfeng's. How was this possible? Xianxi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Chenfeng's brows also furrowed as he stared at Xian. What kind of bloodline is this? He naturally knew that Xian's sudden increase in strength was because of this bloodline. But what he didn't understand was what bloodline could make Xian's strength so powerful. However, he didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Not far away, the aura on Xian's body was rising wildly, and the violent aura and killing intent around him were also becoming stronger. At this moment, Xian only had a trace of consciousness left. He was desperately guarding this trace of consciousness, but what he didn't know was that because he hadn't fallen into madness, the power of his bloodline could not be completely released, the crazed demon bloodline. If one did not go crazy, they would not survive. Right at this moment, Li Chenfeng suddenly pointed with his fingers, and a wisp of sword light slashed straight at Xian. Xian suddenly lifted his head. The executing heaven sword in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Boom, this slash directly shattered the sword light. At the same time, a blood-red sword light pressed straight towards Li Chenfeng. Li Chenfeng opened his palm, and a dark green sword suddenly appeared in it. In the next moment, his entire person suddenly disappeared. Chi, the sound of tearing resounded, and then the blood-red ray of light was instantly torn apart. Meanwhile, a sword had arrived in front of Xian. Xian held his sword with both hands and slashed down. Boom, an azure-colored sword light and a blood-red sword light suddenly exploded out, and Xian instantly retreated explosively by over 300 m. However, Li Chenfeng retreated an entire 300 m as well, and it wasn't just that, countless cracks had appeared on the azure-colored sword in his hand. very few swords could go head-on against the executing heaven sword. Li Qinfeng gazed at the executing heaven sword in Yixian's hand and said, "What a good sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly closed his eyes, and then the azure-colored sword in his hand suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, a sword howl resounded in front of Yixian. Yixian raised his sword instinctively to block it. Bang! A powerful force passed through the executing heaven sword and smashed onto Yixian. Bang! Yixian was blasted flying. Blood essence sprayed out repeatedly from his mouth, and he absorbed it as soon as it left his mouth. This caused Yixian to move 3 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, Li Qinfeng suddenly stretched out his right hand from 3 kilometers away, and then he pressed it down lightly. In the distance, above Yixian's head, a green sword suddenly slashed down. This sword strike was peerless like a thunderclap. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Face it head-on, the current Yixian would not dodge at all, nor could he dodge. This was because Li Qinfeng's sword was too fast. If he dodged, he would be suppressed to death. He could only choose to face it head-on. Very quickly, Yixian's sword struck the azure-colored sword. Bang! In the sky, a ray of light suddenly exploded, and this powerful force caused Yixian to retreat repeatedly. However, Li Qinfeng's azure-colored sword had already exploded into a pile of fragments. Seeing this, Li Qinfeng beckoned with his right hand, and the fragments flew in front of him. Looking at the pile of fragments, Li Qinfeng's expression was somewhat complicated. This sword had been with him for so many years, and he had never expected it to shatter here. Shatter! Li Qinfeng looked at Yixian in the distance. At this moment, the aura around Yixian was still rising madly. Seeing this, Li Qinfeng frowned slightly. Just what kind of bloodline is this? It's actually so powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pointed in the air with his finger, and a ray of sword light shot out from the tip of his finger. Finger as a sword. At the moment when he made his move, Yixian, who was in the distance, also suddenly drew his sword. A blood-red sword light flew towards him like a bolt of lightning. This ray of blood-red sword light directly struck Li Qinfeng's ray of sword light. Bang! As soon as the two of them collided, they suddenly exploded. At this moment, Li Qinfeng suddenly appeared in front of Yixian, and an enormous iron sword had suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the iron sword in his hand, and he suddenly slashed it towards Yixian's head. Bang! With this slash, the space around Yixian exploded into nothingness. Sensing danger, Yixian suddenly roared furiously, and he suddenly raised his sword with both hands. Head-on, bang! Yixian's entire body was instantly blasted away, and Li Qinfeng actually didn't move from his spot. In the distance, Yixian only stopped after flying for thousands of feet. When he stopped, his body directly cracked open, and countless amounts of blood splattered. It was extremely shocking. Li Qinfeng was about to attack again, but at this moment, Yixian's eyes suddenly became a sea of blood. At this moment, the last bit of consciousness in his mind had already disappeared. He had completely gone mad. Bang! A ray of blood-red light shot up from his body into the depths of the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky became a sea of blood. Li Qinfeng stared at Yixian. Just what kind of monster are you? At this moment, Yixian suddenly raised his head to look at Li Qinfeng. The next moment, a ray of blood-red sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. Fast, this sword was extremely fast. It was so fast that even Li Qinfeng's expression changed. The speed of this sword was even half a beat faster than his. Li Qinfeng pointed his finger forward, and this finger directly touched the tip of Yixian's sword. Bang! This time, Yixian didn't retreat. It was Li Qinfeng who retreated. He retreated thousands of feet away. Not only that, but his two fingers were also blown up. Seeing this scene, Xianxia, who was nearby, was stunned. This Yixian's strength was actually terrifying to such an extent. Li Qinfeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? In the distance, Yixian suddenly raised his head and roared furiously. A ray of blood-red light surged from his mouth. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. Slaughter. There was only slaughter in his mind. Yixian looked at the nearby Li Qinfeng and smiled savagely. In the next moment, a ray of blood-red sword light had already arrived in front of Li Qinfeng. Li Qinfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gestured with both hands. In an instant, countless rays of sword light flew out from his body. These rays of sword light instantly drowned Xian, and in an instant, countless rays of blood-red light directly drowned these rays of sword light. At this moment, Li Qinfeng suddenly charged into the blood technique, and in next to no time, numerous sword hums resounded incessantly from within the blood-red light. The more Xianxia watched, the more shocked he became. He hadn't expected that Xian would actually be able to fight Li Qinfeng equally. That was Li Qinfeng, the number 3 figure of the sword sect, a top-notch expert in this world, yet now, Xian was actually able to fight him equally. How could this be possible? Xianxi's expression was extremely unsightly. In the distance, numerous explosions resounded incessantly from within the blood-red light, and the battle was growing more and more intense. At this moment, Xian was like a wild beast that had lost its mind. Coupled with the executing heaven sword in his hand, even Li Qinfeng had to be wary of him. Most importantly, Xian's strength was still growing. This caused Li Qinfeng's expression to become extremely unsightly. If this continued, then Xian would gain a huge advantage. After around an hour, the area where Xian and Li Qinfeng stood exploded apart. At the same time, a figure retreated explosively. It was Li Qinfeng. Li Qinfeng retreated 3 kilometers away, and he hadn't even stopped when another expanse of blood-red light enveloped him. At the same time, Xian had arrived in front of him. Rumble, numerous sword howls resounded incessantly amidst the blood-red light, and the space in the surroundings collapsed incessantly. At this moment, Xianxia had already retreated over 30 kilometers away because the energy was truly too strong. However, he was slightly shocked because the nearby Nether Pavilion was completely unharmed. During this period of time, the Nether Pavilion had been blasted by the energy of Xian and Li Qinfeng. However, no matter if it was the energy of Xian or Li Qinfeng, they weren't able to cause the slightest damage to the Nether Pavilion. Extraordinary. Xianxia took a deep glance at the Nether Pavilion and fell silent. Right at this moment, the distant sea of blood exploded once more. In an instant, a figure retreated explosively. This person was still Li Qinfeng, and as he retreated, countless flying swords flew out from his hands. However, these flying swords were instantly swallowed by an expanse of blood red. These flying swords were actually no match for the sea of blood. In next to no time, Li Qinfeng stopped. At this moment, there were actually numerous sword wounds on his body. Li Qinfeng looked into the distance, and a man walked out from within the sea of blood. It was Xian. At this moment, Xian was like a person made of blood, and it was extremely shocking. Xian walked towards Li Qinfeng slowly. His whole body was full of blood and energy. Even the sword intent he gave off had turned blood red. The power of his bloodline had completely suppressed his sword intent. Moreover, the executing heaven sword in his hand had turned blood red as well. Xian walked slowly towards Li Qinfeng, and behind him was a sea of blood. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in Xian's mind. What a terrifying bloodline. Your father is probably not a kind person. The voice from the 8th floor. P.S. Guess who exactly Xian's father is? Bloodline power. Not only were Li Qinfeng and Xianxia shocked, even the 8th floor was shocked. This was because after Xian completely released this bloodline power, it was as if he had become a completely different person. What kind of bloodline was this? The 8th floor was also somewhat curious. It must be known that there were some bloodline clans in the 5th dimension. These clans specialized in the study of bloodlines. It could be said that they had cultivated the path of bloodlines to the pinnacle. In particular, there were some legendary ancient bloodlines that were truly formidable, and Xian's bloodline was not only powerful, it was also somewhat strange. This bloodline stimulation made him look like a madman. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. What kind of bloodline was this? For the first time, the 8th floor had a trace of curiosity in his heart. Opposite Xian, Li Qinfeng's expression could be said to be extremely ugly at this moment. He was actually being suppressed. He was being suppressed by a young man who did not know how many years younger than him. Moreover, the other party was a swordsman. It had to be said that this was somewhat humiliating. Li Qinfeng stared at Xian. Around him, countless sword intents surged, and at the same time, there was a constant flash of sword light. At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. A blood-red sword light tore through the battlefield. Li Qinfeng clasped his hands together, and an illusory sword suddenly condensed above his head. In the next moment, he took a step forward. Slash. The sound was like thunder, following the sound of a sword. The sword above his head ruthlessly slashed down. This sword directly slashed at the blood-red sword light of Xian. Boom, in an instant, that blood-red sword light directly exploded, but in the next moment, a sea of blood directly drowned Li Qinfeng. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within that sea of blood, the sound of swords continuously rang out. Not far away, Xianxi's face was gloomy. He did not choose to act. If he did not receive Li Qinfeng's permission, he could not act. Once he acted, it might ruin Li Qinfeng's state of mind. However, Yi Xian, who had activated the power of his bloodline, was no longer someone Li Qinfeng could deal with. Right when Xianxia was hesitating, the cry of a sword suddenly resounded in the distant sky, and then an illusory middle-aged man appeared in the starry sky. Sword sect leader, Mu Qingfeng. However, it wasn't his main body that came. Seeing Mu Qingfeng, Xianxia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was the one who informed Mu Qingfeng. When he came here before, he felt that something was wrong. Therefore, he decided to inform Mu Qingfeng just in case. In the sky, Mu Qingfeng glanced at the sea of blood. In the next moment, he pointed out with his finger, and a ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood was torn apart. At the same time, a figure retreated explosively from within the sea of blood. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian retreated to the front of the Nether Palace. On his chest, there was a hole made by a sword. In the distant sky, Mu Qingfeng looked at Yi Xian. You really surprised me. He was really surprised because he hadn't expected that Yi Xian would actually be able to suppress Li Qinfeng. How unbelievable was that? In the distance, Yi Xian held the blood-red executing heaven sword tightly in his hand. In fact, he had lost all rationality at this moment. Kill, there was only one word in his mind, and that was kill. Kill madly. Yi Xian slowly stood up. Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince is removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi mansion. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan Hill. He is fighting for the family, and his life is uncertain. But the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi mansion rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. It's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed, "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince." Yi Ling nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, "This subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll be willing to risk my life for you." Yi Ling nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder squinted his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, barking, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders, "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the rights to the mine. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and said with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through water and tread on fire for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Yi Xian was stunned. Killed the 8th floor, this cloth-dressed woman could kill the 8th floor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mind went blank. It must be known that the 8th floor came from the 5th dimension, a 5th dimension expert. This cloth-dressed woman could actually kill him. What kind of concept was this? There was no reply from the 8th floor. Yi Xian hastily returned to the World Prison Pagoda. The cloth-dressed woman looked at the 8th floor, her eyes cold. Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, "What's wrong?" The cloth-dressed woman looked at Yi Xian. "I can feel that he has bad intentions." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Can you beat him?" The cloth-dressed woman asked, "Can I not beat him?" Yi Xian said, "He came from the 5th dimension." The cloth-dressed woman shook her head. Being from the 5th dimension does not mean being very strong. Being from the 4th dimension does not mean being weak. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he somewhat understood. Not all people from the 5th dimension were very strong. In other words, there were also super experts in the 4th dimension. These people did not fear the 5th dimension. For example, this person in front of him, the cloth-dressed woman, or Qing Er, In short, the fifth dimension was not so high and unattainable. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the eighth floor. Should he let the cloth-dressed woman kill him? The other party had always harbored bad intentions, but he could not do anything about it. At this moment, the cloth-dressed woman had the strength to kill him. Should he kill him? Yi Xian was silent. At this time, the cloth-dressed woman looked at Yi Xian. You are not his opponent now. How about I help you get rid of this scourge? Yi Xian shook his head. It's fine. The cloth-dressed woman was somewhat astonished. Why? Yi Xian smiled. With this senior on the 8th floor, I will always be vigilant and will not dare to relax. The cloth-dressed woman looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Speaking to there, he looked at the 8th floor. Sir, I have no enmity with you, nor do I want to have enmity with you. Sir, you have two choices. The first choice is to leave this tower, and the second choice is to stay in this tower. However, Senior has to. The man on the 8th floor suddenly laughed. Do you really think she can kill me? Yi Xian was silent. An instant later, Yi Xian looked at the cloth-dressed woman. Kill her. If he could have a good talk, he would definitely do so because he did not want to make enemies everywhere. Everyone wanted to have another friend, but if he couldn't negotiate, he definitely wouldn't. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the woman suddenly opened her right hand. In the next moment, a mysterious force suddenly entered the 8th floor. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly swept out from the 8th floor. Sensing this power, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. This power was much stronger than what Li Qinfeng and Mu Qingfeng had faced before. The strength of the 8th floor was terrifying. However, as soon as this power appeared, it disappeared without a trace, as if it had never disappeared. At this moment, a low voice suddenly came from the 8th floor. You can actually use the Yin Yang law to this extent. Even in the 5th dimension, not many people can do this. Limit, the cloth-dressed woman's use of the Yin Yang law could be said to have reached the limit of the 4th dimension. Even in the 5th dimension, not many people could do this. At this moment, the person on the 8th floor suddenly said, Let's talk. Talk. He knew that even if the cloth-dressed woman could not kill him, she could definitely injure him. Most importantly, this was not the cloth-dressed woman's real body. Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, subordinate will go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! The woman glanced at Yi Xian, and it didn't take long for Yi Xian to return to normal. Yi Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He'd only known that the woman was formidable, but he hadn't had such a deep impression of it. At this moment, her attack allowed him to truly sense how formidable she was. It was too terrifying. That was the only way he could describe it, because at that instant just now, he felt like he was about to die of old age. Moreover, he couldn't resist it at all. What sword intent? What sword skill? All of them were useless at this moment. Yi Xian wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Looks like it's better for me to speak less in the future. Trouble comes from the mouth. The ancients weren't wrong. The cloth-dressed woman continued to walk forward. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, your laws. Why do I feel like they're quite unsolvable? The woman shook her head, it's not unsolvable, but your sword isn't strong enough. As she spoke, she paused for a moment and said, "Your strength isn't strong enough." Xian hesitated for a moment and asked, "What kind of strength is sufficient?" The woman thought for a moment and said, "Like the woman in a plain dress." Xian was speechless. A short while later, Xian asked another question, "How big is the gap between me and the woman in a plain dress?" The woman thought for a moment and said, "Not very big." Xian was delighted to hear that. At this moment, the woman in the linen dress said again, "Can you stop asking such questions? To be honest, I don't want to discourage you as I'm afraid of hurting your young heart." Xian was speechless. After that, Xian remained silent for quite some time. He knew that the gap between him and the woman in a plain dress was extremely huge. Xian shook his head. He felt that the woman in a plain dress was like a god that couldn't be surpassed. Meanwhile, the woman said, "You must establish a sword Tao of your own, and you must attain the Tao, the true Tao. Only then will you be able to rival her. According to my knowledge, only 2 people in this world are capable of accomplishing that." Xian asked, "The other 2 swords at the top of the pagoda?" The cloth-dressed woman nodded. "It's them." Xian thought for a moment before asking, "Along the way, I've met many, many people, some of whom are as powerful as Senior. These people all know me, and Senior also knows me, but I don't know any of you." As he spoke up to hear, he looked at the woman in the cotton dress. Why? This was something he had always been puzzled about, because along the way, he realized that his ID card wasn't that simple. After a moment of silence, the woman said, "You're quite special, and you have great karma on you." Xian asked, "What great karma?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know either." Xian still wanted to ask something, but the woman in a cotton dress suddenly said, "The affairs of the world are unpredictable, fate is unpredictable. Everything has to be normal. Don't think too much and walk the path you're on." Xian nodded and felt that it made sense. Meanwhile, the woman said, "In any case, you don't have a choice. Since you don't have a choice, then accept it." Xian was speechless. Just like that, Xian slowly followed the woman into the depths of the starry sky. As for where they were going, he didn't dare to ask. He was afraid of getting beaten up if he asked too much. The Sword Sect. The Sword Sect was located in the Sword Realm. It was a special place because, from a certain point of view, it didn't belong to the 4th dimension. Of course, it didn't belong to the 5th dimension either. It could be said that it belonged between the 2. This place was closer to the 5th dimension than the dual realm sky. This was the result of countless ancestors of the Sword Sect working hard, generation after generation of experts of the Sword Sect. Qingqing, Yi family's ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yilang. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling. She was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Xian from his position, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder glanced coldly at Yiling. "This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, "I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you." Yi Lang nodded, "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince." Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Tao annihilation, it was not just a realm, but also an attitude towards the universe and all living beings. She knew that after the plain-dressed woman, no one else had reached the Tao annihilation realm. Even the other 2 peerless swordsmen had not reached it. Of course, this did not mean that the 2 swordsmen's realm was lower than the plain-dressed woman's, but the Tao annihilation realm was exclusive to the plain-dressed woman. This did not mean that others could not reach the Tao annihilation realm. As long as one had the plain-dressed woman's strength, as well as her domineering ability to look down on everything, they could also reach this realm. Could anyone have the strength of the plain-dressed woman? Yes, the other two swordsmen did. However, the two swordsmen's sword principle was completely different from the plain-dressed woman's sword principle. In particular, the green-robed man's sword principle could be said to be the opposite of the plain-dressed woman's sword principle. The green-robed man's sword principle had too many ties, and it was these ties that formed his sword principle. As for the other swordsman's sword principle, it was a lonely sword principle. It cut off all causes and effects. There was only one sword in his heart, and it was the pinnacle of the sword. This swordsman's sword principle was the purest. As for the plain-dressed woman's sword principle, it was ruthless, but her feelings were only for one person. Apart from this person, she was not ruthless, but she was heartless. There would not be a second plain-dressed woman in this world. The plain-dressed woman did not speak again. Although she was once an enemy of the plain-dressed woman, she had to admit that she was powerful enough to make people despair. The plain-dressed woman looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. If this guy in front of her fell, she could not imagine what that woman would do. Not only that woman, but there was also another person. That guy was usually joking and looked harmless, but when he was really angry, his craziness was definitely not inferior to the plain-dressed woman. Thinking of this, the plain-dressed woman suddenly looked at Xianxia and said softly, "Actually, you're also lucky." Lucky? Xianxia was a little puzzled. "Senior, what do you mean?" The plain-dressed woman said softly, "Because there are many people who care about you." Xianxia was silent. A lot of people. In the past, he might not have believed it, but now, he somewhat believed it. Because along the way, he had met many noble people. In fact, he was a little curious about his past life. What kind of existence was he in his previous life? Right at this moment, the woman suddenly said, "We're here." Xianxia looked up and saw a small bamboo house in the depths of the starry sky. Bamboo house? Xianxia was just about to speak when the woman suddenly said, "Let's go." Xianxia nodded. The woman brought Xianxia to the bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, there was a small pavilion. In the pavilion, there was a stone table and 2 stone stools. On the table, there was an unfinished game of chess. The woman walked to the front of the bamboo house. She gently pushed the door open and walked in. Beside her was Xianxia. Xianxia looked around and finally, he looked at the wall in front of him. There was a woman's portrait floating in the air. Xianxia was about to speak, but the woman said softly, "Kowtow." Xianxia was stunned. The woman said again, "Kowtow." Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then slowly knelt down. At this moment, the woman said softly, "She deserves your kowtow, and you, too, should kneel, understand?" Xianxia asked, "Senior, she is?" Buqingqing, Yi family, ancestral temple. Ancestors, Xianxia has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xianxia's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yilang. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man, stood a young man, a faint smile hanging on the corner of the young man's mouth. This person was Yilang. And on both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral temple. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Xianxia's younger sister. This time, when she heard that the family wanted to dismiss Xianxia, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Xianxia, is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yiling. "This is a family matter, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince. It's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, all the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang, Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the hall, and asked timidly, "Great Elder, my brother, Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Great Elder looked at Yiling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yiling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Great Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yiling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yiling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. But she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yiling nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death." Yiling nodded, "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Xian, Yiling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak. At this moment, Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yiling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, "Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly, while Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! No way. Hearing the old man's words, the woman nodded and did not say anything else, nor did she attack. In the end, Xian had to walk his own path. The old man did not attack either because he could tell that the woman was not in her true form. Since she was not in her true form, how could she stay in this world for too long? Right now, he only needed to wait for the woman to disappear. Of course, the reason why he chose to wait was because he did not have any confidence in defeating the woman. The old man took a deep look at the woman in the cloth skirt, and then quietly disappeared. The woman turned to look at the bamboo house in the distance. Her eyes flickered as memories of the past surfaced in her mind. At that moment, Xian was still madly absorbing the drop of essence blood. He found that the drop of essence blood was cooperating with him and fusing into his blood. This saved him a lot of trouble. Not far away, on the green-robed man's shoulder, the little white fellow looked curiously at Xian before looking at the green-robed man, her eyes filled with curiosity. The green-robed man smiled. "Little fellow, what are you thinking about?" The little white fellow blinked and grinned, then brought the candied fruit to the green-robed man's mouth. The green-robed man took a bite and smiled. "Delicious." The little fellow hugged the green-robed man's head and rubbed it intimately. At the side, the little girl licked the candied fruit and stomped her right foot lightly. She hummed a strange tune, looking very satisfied. As if thinking of something, the little girl suddenly asked, "Brother, when are we going to play at Sister Lian Shuang's house?" Sister Lian Shuang's house. Hearing the little girl's words, the little white fellow quickly looked at the green-robed man, her eyes filled with anticipation. The green-robed man smiled. "We'll go when we're done, all right?" The little girl nodded. "All right." Saying this, she paused and said, "Brother, Sister Lian Shuang's hometown." The green-robed man smiled and asked, "What is it?" The little girl said, "I borrowed some money from their bank and said that I have to return it within 10 years. I've calculated it, and it's about time." The green-robed man smiled. "Are you going back to return the money?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at the green-robed man, her face filled with confusion. "Why should I return it? I borrowed it, not snatched it. What's the point of borrowing money if you have to pay it back?" The azure-robed man, the little girl added, "There's also that platform. I didn't even look for them. They came to me themselves and asked if I was short of money. I said I was, so they lent it to me. Later on, they came looking for me and..." At this point, she suddenly felt a little angry. These people are really bad. They borrowed 30,000 from me, and now they want me to return 500,000. I asked why, and they said it was interest. I asked them what interest was, and they said you have to pay interest when you borrow money. As she spoke, she looked at the green-robed man. "Do I have to pay interest when I borrow money?" The green-clothed man thought for a moment and said, "Have you ever thought about returning the money?" The little girl blinked. "In their world, if you borrow money and don't return it, you will be punished by the law. Moreover, you will be condemned morally and will be despised by others." The green-robed man asked, "Then why didn't you return it?" The little girl was expressionless. "I'm not from their world, and in theory, I'm not a human. I've checked, and their laws and morals only target humans, not other living beings." The green-robed man, the little girl continued. "I've also checked, and in their world, some living beings have a lot of special privileges, and they are even more respected than humans. For example, that bear-something cat, its bloodline is many times lower than mine, but it has a very high status in Sister Lian Shuang's hometown. Therefore, I feel that with my status and the rarity of my bloodline, my status in Sister Lian Shuang's hometown should be beyond AAA, so I should be able to borrow money and not return it." At this moment, the little white guy hurriedly pointed at herself. The little girl hurriedly nodded in agreement. "And little white, brother, do you know? In Sister Lian Shuang's hometown, the air there is very, very bad, and the pollution there is very serious. Moreover, their food is not very clean. Anyway, I feel that they are quite tenacious, breathing in the harmful air, eating harmful food, and still being able to survive. It's not easy." As she spoke, she looked at Little White. After Little White went over, she even gave them a lot of spiritual chi. Now that they are in that place, it's much better. Little White's credit is very big. She should be able to borrow money and not return it. The little white guy hurriedly nodded and then raised both of her paws. She was in full agreement with the little girl's words. The green-robed man asked, "Why didn't you return the money you borrowed?" The little girl shrugged. "I spent it all." The man softly asked, "What did you spend?" The little girl said, "A car with 4 wheels, shiny stones, a big house, and that plane. It's something that flies in the sky, As she spoke up to this point, she was a little excited. Then, she looked at the green-robed man. "Brother, I bought a fighter jet, the kind that can fight, it's very powerful." The green-robed man frowned slightly. Logically speaking, these things should be very expensive, right? Hearing the green-robed man's words, the little girl hurriedly nodded, feeling a little heartache. Very expensive, very expensive. The green-robed man was a little puzzled. Then why were they willing to lend you so much money? The little girl blinked. They can't beat me, can they not lend me money? The green-robed man was speechless. The little girl said again, "Brother, that platform I told you about just now lent me money. After they lent me the money, they lent me 30,000. In the end, they told me that I owed them 500,000. Then, they even wanted to tell Ms. N and Ms. Lian Shuang. This made me so angry that I directly smashed their headquarters." The green-robed man said in a deep voice, "Did you hurt yourself?" The little girl shook her head. "No, after I hit them, they started to reason with me. Then, they told me that I only needed to return 30,000. The green-robed man asked, "And then?" The little girl said, "I borrowed another 3 million. The green-robed man was speechless. At this moment, the little girl suddenly pointed at herself. Arya glanced at the little white guy and then said, "It's not just me. Xiaobai also borrowed 3 million. However, Xiaobai couldn't bear to do it, so she left them a stick of candied hawthorn. It's a little bit of a loss." As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed softly. "Actually, I still miss Sister Lian Shuang's place. There are a lot of fun things there. Moreover, you can borrow money from others, the kind that you don't have to return. But here, no one lends money to me." The green-robed man shook his head and smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a red light. The green-robed man looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian stood up and clenched his fists. Boom, the space within hundreds of thousands of feet cracked. Power, the power of the bloodline. Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath. This power was really intoxicating. This was the power that the bloodline gave him. Yi Xian looked at the green-robed man. "Thank you, Senior." It could be said that the drop of blood from the green-robed man had brought him an earth-shattering change. The green-robed man smiled. "Remember, your bloodline has a special property, and that is, the more irrational you are, the more powerful it becomes. Therefore, don't think about controlling it. It won't hurt you, but you need to be able to control its power. This is what you need to do, not control it. Of course, unless you encounter extreme danger or have no way out, don't use this bloodline so easily." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Before he had devoured the green-robed man's essence blood, he had already been unable to control the power of the bloodline. Now, after devouring the green-robed man's essence blood, his bloodline could be said to have undergone a qualitative change. He didn't know exactly how strong it was. In any case, he was confident that if he used his bloodline now, he could definitely kill an expert of Li Qinfeng's level. Right now, his bloodline could be said to be his strongest trump card. It was even stronger than the 6 paths of truth in the World Prison Pagoda. The green-robed man smiled slightly. "I still need some time. Let's talk about the sword Dao, or rather, sword domain." The sword domain. Yi Xian walked over to the green-robed man and said in a low voice, "Senior, what exactly does the sword domain mean?" The green-robed man smiled and said, "The sword domain is to use the sword to form a domain of your own. To a certain extent, you're invincible within your own domain." Yi Xian was visibly moved when he heard this. "It's that formidable?" The green-robed man said, "It isn't that simple. You have to comprehend it if you want to form a domain with the sword." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared there. In the next moment, a strand of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. At this moment, he felt like he'd been enveloped by a mysterious force, and he felt like the green-robed man was like a god that couldn't be defeated while being enveloped by this mysterious force. The green-robed man smiled and said, "This is a domain formed with the sword. In order to do so, you can utilize your sword intent. Your sword intent is rather special, and it'll be a new type of domain if it's formed. I'm looking forward to it." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Can I form a domain with the sword as well?" The green-robed man nodded, of course. Yi Xian glanced at the green-robed man, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Senior, you aren't in your main body right now, right? The green-robed man grinned, it isn't. We're very far away from you. Yi Xian asked, the fifth dimension? The green-robed man shook his head and smiled, it isn't. Don't think too much about it right now. Cultivate well because you'll have to face many things in the future, and it won't do if you don't possess strength. Yi Xian nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He gazed at the sword in his hand and fell into deep thought. Forming a domain with the sword. What was a sword domain? Yi Xian did not understand. He did not quite understand. However, he could sense the azure-clothed man's sword domain. This sword domain had opened a new door for him. A sword domain. Yi Xian looked at the azure-clothed man, Senior, I don't know how to comprehend it. The azure-clothed man smiled, it's normal that you don't know. Don't think about asking me to teach you. Only what you comprehend yourself is yours. Comprehend it well and believe in yourself. Yi Xian fell silent. The green-clothed man continued, it's best to have someone to help you while you're alive. However, you shouldn't think of asking for help from others for everything. You shouldn't have this sort of dependence. Because most of the time you can only rely on yourself. A man should work hard to become stronger and be someone else's support. Don't expect others to be your support. Understand? Yi Xian nodded slightly, I understand. The azure-clothed man smiled, comprehend it well. You don't have much time, so don't waste it. With that, he left with the little girl and the little white fellow. As soon as he left, a stream of information suddenly surged into Yi Xian's mind, some of the azure-clothed man's sword Dao insights. A moment later, Yi Xian sat down and began to ponder. Comprehension. While Yi Xian was comprehending, the azure-clothed man, the little girl, and the little white fellow had already arrived in a starry sky. This was an unfamiliar starry sky. After walking for a while, the azure-clothed man stopped. Not far in front of him was a black vortex, which gave off an eerie aura. Looking at this vortex, the azure-clothed man fell silent. At this moment, a voice came from within. It was not a human voice, and it was unknown what it was saying. A moment later, the azure-clothed man smiled slightly, is it a predestined fate? After a while, the azure-clothed man turned and left. Time passed bit by bit. During this period of time, what Yi Xian did every day was to comprehend, more accurately, he was absorbing some of the azure-clothed man's sword Dao insights. It had to be said that after absorbing the azure-clothed man's sword Dao insights, he felt enlightened. The direction of his sword Dao became even clearer. Sword domain, his current goal was to cultivate a sword domain. To be precise, he had to use sword intent to assist him in forming a sword domain. As for how to do it, the green-robed man did not tell him. He had to figure it out himself. How could one use the sword to form a domain? This was a problem. The azure-robed man came to the bamboo house, and the little girl and the white fellow walked out without disturbing the azure-robed man. The azure-robed man sat cross-legged in front of the woman's portrait and did not speak for a long time. At this moment, the bamboo door suddenly opened, and the woman in the cloth skirt walked in. The green-robed man smiled. Long time no see. The woman said softly, this isn't your main body. The azure-robed man nodded. It's just an illusion that transcends space-time. The woman said in a low voice, are you going to let him live? The green-robed man said softly, he can only walk his own path. No one can help him walk it. Humans always have to experience some hardships. The woman said, you don't intend to tell him about his origins? The green-robed man shook his head. The time has not come yet. The current him is still too weak. The woman in the cloth skirt said, so you left an image here? The green-robed man nodded. He is faster than I expected, which is already not bad. Of course, it is still not enough. The woman in the cloth skirt said in a low voice, there is no one in the fourth dimension who is your opponent, right? The man smiled and did not speak. The woman in the cloth skirt said again, but I feel that you are afraid of something. The green-robed man shook his head. Some things cannot be solved by fighting. After saying this, he turned to look at Yi Xian. He is too complicated. The woman in the cloth skirt said in a low voice, his identity is not just that woman's, the green-robed man said softly, and me. Both of us dare not cut off his past. The woman in the cloth skirt was confused. Why? The green-robed man looked at the woman in the cloth skirt. Because we can't cut it off. Impossible. The woman in the cloth skirt frowned. Both of you can't cut it off. How is that possible? The green-robed man said with a smile, we are not omnipotent. Of course, if he is our enemy, we can kill him with a sword. But the problem is that he is not. So, we cannot use force against him. Even if we use force, we are not confident that we can succeed. The woman in the cloth skirt stared at the green-robed man. Who is he? The green-robed man was silent. After a while, the woman in the cloth skirt shook her head and sighed. It is complicated. The green-robed man nodded. It is very complicated. His karma cannot be solved with a sword. Otherwise, she and I would have solved it a long time ago. The woman in the cloth skirt said in a low voice, what is she doing now? The green-robed man said, blocking the karma for him. The woman in the cloth skirt looked at the green-robed man and asked, what about you? The green-robed man said with a smile, I am looking for the source of the karma. The woman in the cloth skirt asked, have you found it? The green-robed man said, I have some clues. After saying this, he paused and said, but it is more complicated. The woman in the cloth skirt asked again, why? The green-robed man sighed. It is a headache. After saying this, he looked at the woman in the cloth skirt and said, remember to find me. The woman in the cloth skirt fell silent. The green-robed man was about to speak. Right at this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked towards where Xianxia was. In the next moment, he and the woman in the cloth skirt had vanished. In the blink of an eye, both of them had appeared before Xianxia. At this moment, a mysterious force enveloped Xianxia's surroundings. Its range was very small, but it existed. A trace of surprise flashed in the green-robed man's eyes. Interesting, the woman in the cloth skirt asked. Sword domain? The green-robed man nodded. His comprehension isn't bad. He knows how to use sword intent to build up his domain. Even though it isn't a complete sword domain, it has completed the foundation. If he comprehends it in the future, he will be able to form a sword domain. Forming a sword domain, meanwhile, Xianxia opened his eyes, and his face was filled with excitement. Senior, have I succeeded? The green-robed man shook his head. It is only the beginning. You have only just grasped the sword domain. Moreover, the range of your sword domain is too small. You can't use it against your enemies yet. Understand? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Then wouldn't it be useless? The green-robed man smiled, how could it be useless? Try activating the sword domain. Xianxia did as he was told, and he utilized his sword intent to form a small sword domain around him. The green-robed man gazed at the woman in the cloth skirt. Give it a try. The woman nodded. She opened her palm, and then a strand of mysterious force instantly enveloped Xianxia. The laws of yin and yang, Xianxia's expression changed. Because the green-robed man within his body said, use the sword domain. Xianxia hurriedly utilized the sword domain. In an instant, the mysterious force within his body was instantly suppressed. Even though it hadn't vanished completely, the speed at which he aged had been reduced by more than 10 times, Xianxia was stunned, and then he gazed at the green-robed man. Senior, the green-robed man smiled, this domain counters all laws in the world, and it even includes the Tao laws. Of course, if someone's strength is much greater than yours, then you won't be able to suppress them. However, it isn't to the extent of being unable to fight back. Xianxia hurriedly nodded when he heard this. Earlier, he wasn't able to resist the woman at all. Not to mention him, even an expert at Li Qinfeng's level wasn't able to fight back before her, yet now, the sword domain he'd just cultivated was capable of suppressing these laws. What did this mean? It meant that he could go against numerous experts that were much stronger than him while he possessed the sword domain. At the very least, he wouldn't be unable to fight back at all. The sword domain, what he had to do now was to fully develop this sword domain because it would become a trump card of his. Meanwhile, the green-robed man suddenly smiled, it's time to leave. Xianxia gazed at the green-robed man when he heard this, Senior, where are you right now? The green-robed man smiled, a place that's extremely far away from you. An extremely far place. Xian was just about to say something when the green-robed man suddenly said, see you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around to gaze at the woman and grinned, see you in the future. The woman nodded slightly, take care. The green-robed man smiled, and it didn't take long for him, the little girl, and the white little fellow to gradually become ethereal. The little girl glanced at Xian, and then she waved her hand, remember to bring more candied hawthorn next time. The white little fellow hurriedly waved its little claw to display its agreement. Xian smiled, and then he hurriedly withdrew 2 candied hawthorns and passed them to the little girl and white little fellow. The white little fellow blinked, and then she waved her little claw. A fist-sized white pearl suddenly flew over to Xian. Xian was stunned, and he was just about to ask about it. Meanwhile, the green-robed man, the little girl, and the white little fellow had vanished completely. Only Xian and the green-robed woman remained here. The woman fell silent for a short moment before she said, it's time for me to leave as well. Xian gazed at the woman and said, Senior, if I encounter danger in the future. No, if I head to the Nether Pavilion in the future, would I still be able to see all of you? Looking at Xian, the woman in the cotton dress said, you have to walk your own path. Especially in the future, no one will come to help you. Don't have such thoughts of relying on others. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, I'll help you one more time. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished on the spot. Xian was stunned, and then he hurriedly followed her out of the room. The woman arrived in the starry sky, and then she gazed towards the distance. In the next moment, she suddenly opened her right palm and pressed it down lightly. A moment of silence ensued. A sword howl suddenly resounded from afar, and then a ray of light tore through the sky towards them. Xian's expression instantly changed when he saw this attack. It was so formidable that it seemed like it could slash the starry sky into pieces, and it was extremely shocking. Meanwhile, the woman in a cotton dress suddenly pressed down lightly with her right hand, and the ray of sword light instantly vanished without a trace. The old man from the sword sect glanced coldly at the woman, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. He refused to fight, he knew that the woman was about to vanish. It was extremely stupid to go head-on against her right now. So long as she vanished, then Xian would definitely die. The woman didn't pursue him. The old man from the sword sect wasn't weak, and she had no other choice if he refused to fight her. After all, she couldn't even be considered as a clone. The woman fell silent for a short moment, and then she gazed at Xian, good luck. As soon as she spoke, her figure instantly became ethereal. Xian was speechless. P.S. Monthly votes are still too few. I fell into deep thought and couldn't figure it out no matter how I thought about it. The woman in the cotton dress laughed. Xian knew that he could only rely on himself this time. The sword sect, he had to deal with it himself. Xian looked into the distance. After a moment of silence, he disappeared on the spot. Not long after Xian disappeared, an old man came to the bamboo house. It was the sword sect's old man. The old man gently pushed open the door of the bamboo house. However, the moment he opened the door, a sword light suddenly flew out of the bamboo house. The sword sect's old man's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he suddenly pulled out the sword at his waist and slashed. Boom! The sword sect's old man flew tens of thousands of feet away in an instant. After stopping, the sword sect's old man looked at the bamboo house with a face full of disbelief. Swordsman, it was a swordsman who repelled him just now. And there was such a powerful swordsman in the four-dimensional universe? It must be known that the most powerful swordsmen in the four-dimensional universe were all from the sword sect. The sword attack just now was definitely not from the sword sect's swordsman. Of course, this was not the key point. The key point was that he could not withstand that sword attack just now. The sword sect's old man stared at the bamboo house. May I ask who you are, Your Excellency? There was no response. After a moment of silence, the sword sect's old man took a deep look at the bamboo house and then turned to leave. It turned out that there was always someone better out there. After Xian left the bamboo house, he used the infinite sword's clear realm to secretly return to the dual realm sky. He definitely could not return to the black-yellow great world now because the black-yellow great world could not withstand the sword sect's attacks. He must now unite with the dual realm sky to fight against the sword sect. Grand Elder Chen and Chen Shi welcomed Yi Xian's arrival. They needed Yi Xian now because it would be very difficult for the dual realm sky to fight against the sword sect alone. With Yi Xian's help, it would be very beneficial for the dual realm sky, because Yi Xian was strong enough, and the person behind him was strong enough. In the clouds, Grand Elder Chen glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. "Little friend, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your strength has grown a lot again." Yi Xian smiled. "Compared to senior, I'm still lacking a lot." Grand Elder Chen shook his head. "With young friend's talent, your future achievements will definitely far surpass mine." Yi Xian smiled, and then he said, "Senior, how should we resist the sword sect now?" Yi Xian said. "Great friend, sword sect's great sect. Xian, senior, ye great friend, don't worry, if it's in your hands, we won't have any other thoughts." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Senior, you don't believe me? You saw it with your own eyes. Xianxia took it away. Tell me, how can I snatch it from the hands of the sword sect's experts?" Grand Elder Chen looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "Senior, the sword sect said that the treasure is in my hands because they want to sow discord between me and the dual realm sky. Senior should understand this." He naturally wouldn't admit that the world prison pagoda was in his hands. He knew very well that even though the people of the dual realm sky were treating him amiably, if they knew that the world prison pagoda was in his hands, they would be even crazier than the sword sect. Friendship? He didn't have any friendship with the dual realm sky. If he hadn't tricked the people of the dual realm sky into thinking that the treasure was in the hands of the sword sect, the dual realm sky wouldn't have let him off. There was no friendship between him and these people, only benefits. Therefore, he wasn't naive enough to think that these people would really become friends with him. Grand Elder Chen was silent for a moment. He slowly unclenched his fists and smiled. "I naturally understand. The sword sect is malicious, so we naturally won't fall for their tricks. However, if the treasure is in the hands of the sword sect, why are they still chasing after you?" Yi Xian glanced at Grand Elder Chen. This guy wasn't easy to fool. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. "I also asked the sword sect's sect leader. The answer he gave me was to cut the weeds and eliminate them by their roots." Cut the weeds and eliminate them by their roots. Hearing this, Grand Elder Chen understood. If he became enemies with a genius like Yi Xian, he definitely had to cut the weeds and eliminate them by their roots. Otherwise, a monstrous genius of this level would definitely pose a threat to the sword sect in the future. Thinking of this, Grand Elder Chen smiled. "Don't worry, my young friend. The sword sect is powerful, but the dual realm sky isn't afraid of them." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Senior, you know that the treasure is in the hands of the sword sect. If the sword sect completely controls it, then we," at this point, his face became solemn. "We must have a countermeasure. Otherwise, what awaits us is a slow death." Grand Elder Chen fell silent. Yi Xian said again, "We really can't just sit here and wait for our doom." Grand Elder Chen nodded. "You're right. What do you think we should do?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I want to know how many people we have right now." Grand Elder Chen said, 42. Yi Xian asked again, "How strong are they?" Grand Elder Chen said, "The weakest is in the life realm and there are 6 in the life-breaking realm." Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. What a terrifying lineup. At this time, Grand Elder Chen said, "The sword sect is not easy to deal with, especially the sect leader of the sword sect. That person's strength may have reached the peak of seeking Dao or even the edge of entering Dao. Plus, he's a swordsman, so his combat strength is extremely powerful." When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and said, "Besides him, there's another old fellow in the sword sect. He's called Jian Mu, and he's the master of Li Qinfeng and Mu Qingfeng. He's still alive, and if it's in a one-on-one battle, then none of us are a match for his combat strength." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Is there no one in the dual realm sky?" Grand Elder Chen shook his head. "Of course there are people in the dual realm sky who can fight him, but these people," Yi Xian asked, "they won't do anything?" Grand Elder Chen nodded. "At least for now, they have no intention of doing anything." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Compared to the Sword Sect, the biggest shortcoming of the Dual Realm Sky was that the Sword Sect was a group. Everyone had a sense of belonging and was very united. In the past, everyone in the Dual Realm Sky did things their own way and played their own games. Thus, they could not be as united as the Sword Sect. Although they had already gathered, the true super powerhouses of the Dual Realm Sky had yet to declare their position. This was the most fatal. If the Swordwood wasn't restrained by anyone, this person alone would be able to sweep away many experts in the Dual Realm Sky. Grand Elder Chen continued, what we fear the most right now is Mu Qingfeng and Jianmu. Saying this, he looked at Yi Xian. I wonder if the people behind you can restrain Jianmu and Mu Qingfeng. The people behind him? Yi Xian was silent. He did not even have a hair on his back right now. Of course, he could not say that. If he did, his weight in the Dual Realm Sky would decrease. Yi Xian thought about it, then said, to tell you the truth, the people behind me have already fought Jianmu. Hearing this, Grand Elder Chen narrowed his eyes. How is it? Yi Xian said in a low voice, Jianmu does not dare to fight her for real. Grand Elder Chen said in a low voice, where is she now? Yi Xian shook his head. Only her clone came. Her real body is in a faraway place. Clone. Hearing this, Grand Elder Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not think that Yi Xian was lying, because Li Chenfeng was dead. Could anyone who could kill Li Chenfeng be ordinary? Grand Elder Chen asked again, can she come in person? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Senior, if she could come in person, I would have fought my way to the Sword Sect long ago. However, I've already contacted her. As for when she will come, even I don't know. Grand Elder Chen sighed softly. Then this matter will be slightly difficult to deal with. Yi Xian said, can the experts of our Dual Realm Sky act? Grand Elder Chen looked at Yi Xian. We've already contacted them, but they haven't responded. Yi Xian thought about it and said, should I try? Grand Elder Chen glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said, that's fine. Yi Xian nodded. We have to try. Grand Elder Chen said, come with me. Both of them were about to move. Right at this moment, the howl of a sword resounded from the distant horizon. Grand Elder Chen's expression changed. It's Jianmu. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. Yi Xian glanced at the horizon, and then he followed. Grand Elder Chen brought Yi Xian to the depths of a mountain range. The two of them came to a valley. In the valley, there was a small hut. In front of the hut, an old man was lying on a chair. The old man was dressed in hemp clothes and trousers, and there was a small wine gourd in front of his chest. Grand Elder Chen, who was beside Yi Xian, said solemnly, Wine Emperor, go and try. Remember, don't mention the word wine, and don't try to be clever and give him wine. In any case, don't mention anything related to wine. Don't ever mention it. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why? Grand Elder Chen shook his head slightly. I don't know. In any case, don't mention it. Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right. Grand Elder Chen looked at Yi Xian. Jianmu's target should be you. I'll go stall him. We must convince him. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. In the same place, Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then he walked towards the Wine Emperor. The latter was snoring loudly. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, does Senior want to understand the fifth-dimensional treasure and the fifth-dimensional universe? The Wine Emperor suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. His eyes were calm, but there was a formless pressure emanating from them. Yi Xian smiled and said, Senior is interested in the fifth dimension. The Wine Emperor looked at Yi Xian. Speak. Yi Xian said, that pagoda not only allows people to go to the fifth dimension, it also contains the Tao laws and laws of the fifth dimension. These laws and laws are higher than the fourth dimension. If Senior obtains it, I believe that with Senior's strength, these laws and Tao laws will be of great help to Senior. The Wine Emperor looked deeply at Yi Xian. Young man, you want the old man to help you deal with the Sword Sect? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. However, there is also a reward. If Senior obtains that pagoda, I believe that it will be of great help to Senior. The Wine Emperor shook his head. That pagoda is not in the hands of the Sword Sect. Yi Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, the Wine Emperor looked at Xian. That pagoda is still in your hands. Xian said in a deep voice. Senior, that pagoda is really not in my hands. The Wine Emperor shook his head. I admire you. I admire that a swordsman like you can be so shameless. Xian. Just as Xian was about to speak, the Wine Emperor continued, Young man, the old man used to play the same tricks you played. You used the greed of the two realm skies experts to help you deal with the sword sect. As for the sword sect, because they looked down on you, they were tricked by you again and again. Now, they no longer look down on you, but they've discovered that you're even more monstrous than they imagined. Especially the person behind you. A person who could easily kill Li Chenfeng is definitely not weaker than Jianmu. Then he looked at Xian. Do you know why the other old guys and I didn't expose you? Do you know why? Xian fell silent. The Wine Emperor said softly, because we don't want to get involved in your matters. We also want the treasure of the fifth dimension, but you're too complicated. Especially the person behind you, we don't want to provoke him. At their level, they could already understand some of Dao Yi's karma. They were very clear that killing Xian wasn't difficult. What was difficult was, after killing him, what would happen to the treasure? Could they defend it? The answer was no. Although the treasure was good, it was too troublesome. It wasn't time for them to stake everything on one throw, so they didn't want to be tainted by the karma of this treasure. The stronger one was, the more reverence one had for karma. Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, Senior, let's make a deal. The Wine Emperor looked at Xian, not saying anything. Xian smiled slightly. If Senior doesn't want to understand the fifth dimension, just pretend I didn't say anything. He turned and left. At that moment, a mysterious force suddenly locked onto Xian. Xian stopped, and the Wine Emperor said, Tell me about it. Xian turned to look at the Wine Emperor. The fifth dimension focuses on space, time, space-time, karma, reincarnation. What they're pursuing now is completely different from us. What we're learning now is what they left behind. As he finished speaking, he opened his palm, revealing the Tao of space in his palm. Xian clenched his fist gently and the space Tao law trembled slightly. Very soon, the surrounding space started to reorganize itself layer by layer. The space Tao law of the four-dimensional universe was completely useless and could not stop his space Tao law from reorganizing the space here. Soon, the surrounding space was reorganized into a strange shape. The Wine Emperor looked around, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Slowly, that doubt turned into confusion. After a long time, the Wine Emperor said, Can you let me study this thing? Xian looked at the Wine Emperor, not saying a word. The Wine Emperor naturally understood what Xian meant. Just as he was about to speak, a beam of sword light pierced through the skies, slashing towards Xian. Xian had no intention of making a move. The Wine Emperor looked at Xian, not intending to make a move. Just as the sword light was about 10 feet away from Xian's head, the Wine Emperor suddenly opened his palm and waved it lightly. Boom, the sword light was forced to stop in its original spot, only 10 inches away from Xian. At this moment, an old man walked over from the side. It was the sword sect's Jianmu. Clearly, Grand Elder Chen and the rest had not stopped him. Jianmu did not care about Xian. Instead, he looked at the Wine Emperor in front of Xian. Wine Emperor, are you going to interfere in this matter? The Wine Emperor looked at Jianmu. 1 month. I'll protect him for 1 month. Give me 1 month's time. 1 month, Jianmu shook his head. No. There were too many variables in 1 month, especially Xian. Xian's growth speed was too terrifying. In 1 month, who knew how much Xian would grow? Time was a variable. To Xian, there were too many possibilities in 1 month. The Wine Emperor fell silent. At this moment, Jianmu looked at the Wine Emperor. Brother Wine Emperor, in the past, you and I could be considered to have a bit of friendship. You should also know exactly who has the treasure. Can you give me some face and not interfere in this matter? The Wine Emperor was silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed and turned to leave. He still chose not to interfere. He was very tempted, but once he interfered, it meant that he would become enemies with the sword sect. He really did not want to be dragged into this whirlpool. Less quarrel, less karma. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Senior, the person behind me is from the fifth dimension." Hearing this, the Wine Emperor turned to look at Xian. Jianmu also turned to look at Xian. The fifth dimension, they all knew that there was someone behind Xian, but they had never thought about it in the direction of the fifth dimension. The person behind him was from the fifth dimension. It had to be said that this shocked both of them. The Wine Emperor stared at Xian. "You said that the person behind you is from the fifth dimension?" Xian nodded, "Yes." The Wine Emperor stared at Xian. "I don't believe it. How could someone from the fifth dimension come down?" At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank. "The person behind you followed your tower here?" Xian nodded, "Yes." At this point, he looked at Jianmu. "Do you know why you can't find out anything about the person behind me?" "Because he is not a fourth dimension expert. So, even if you use all your resources, you won't be able to find him." Jianmu stared at Xian, not saying anything. Xian didn't care about Jianmu. Instead, he looked at the Wine Emperor beside him. "Senior Wine Emperor, as long as you're willing, you can have a good understanding of the five dimensions. I believe that if you talk to the person behind me, you'll definitely be greatly enlightened. You might even reach a higher level. This might be your only chance in this lifetime." The Wine Emperor narrowed his eyes. "Why?" Xian smiled, "Because, don't think of trying to barge into the fifth dimension. That is absolutely impossible. Their strength far exceeds your imagination. Barging in forcefully is undoubtedly courting death." At this point, he paused, then said, "Senior should have barged in before, so you should know whether what I said is true or false." The Wine Emperor looked at Xian. "Why did the person behind you come to the fourth dimension?" Clearly, he believed Xian's words. Xian smiled. "I also asked about this, but he didn't tell me. He only said that he would tell me in the future. Moreover, he warned me not to try barging into the fifth dimension. Because, unless we have the strength of a fifth dimension expert, trying to barge in would only be sending us to our deaths." The Wine Emperor raised his head, looked at the horizon, and said softly, "Is the fifth dimension really that powerful?" Xian said, "It is much more powerful than we imagined. However, I have a way to enter." The Wine Emperor looked at Xian. "Barge in?" Xian shook his head. "No, I will go in openly." At the side, Jianmu suddenly said, "You finally admit that the pagoda is in your hands?" Xian smiled coldly. "Isn't it in your hands?" He would definitely not admit it even if he was beaten to death. If he admitted it, he would be finished. Even if everyone knew that it was in his hands, he could not admit it. In any case, he would not admit it. Jianmu coldly looked at Xian, not saying a word. At the side, the Wine Emperor suddenly asked, "Then why don't you and the person behind you go to the fifth dimension?" Xian smiled. "I also want to, but the time is not right now. Before Junior, if you are willing, I can let the other party talk to you. Perhaps it will be of great help to you." The Wine Emperor fell silent. Jianmu slowly clenched his right hand. Just as Xian was about to speak, Jianmu suddenly attacked. This sword was extremely fast, however, just as he attacked, Xian's entire body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already hundreds of feet away. Xian turned his head. Not far from him, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. The middle-aged man wore a long black robe and held a folding fan in his hand. His entire person was elegant and refined. The person who had helped him just now was this middle-aged man. Emperor Shi. Jianmu looked at the middle-aged man walking over, his face somewhat gloomy. Emperor Shi ignored Jianmu and looked at Xian instead. He smiled and said, "Little friend, the Wine Emperor is not willing to protect you, but I am. However, only for a month. After all, the karma on you is too great. I do not have the ability to protect you for a lifetime." Xian thought about it, then said, 1.5 months. Emperor Shi glanced at Xian. "Sure." At the side, Jianmu suddenly said, "Emperor Shi, let's exchange a few moves." Emperor Shi nodded, "Sure. I haven't fought in a long time, and my hands just happen to be itching. Let's give it a try." Haha. Jianmu looked at Emperor Shi. "As you wish." Luo Shi's voice rang out, and the two of them vanished on the spot. Xian looked up. Above the clouds, the faint sounds of battle could be heard. At the side, the Wine Emperor suddenly said, Yi Xian, is the person behind you really from the fifth dimension? Yi Xian glanced at the Wine Emperor and nodded. Yes. The Wine Emperor said, can I talk to him? Yi Xian did not speak. Talk, if it weren't for Emperor Shi who had just appeared, he would probably be dead by now. This old man only wants benefits and doesn't want to do anything. He's even more shameless than me. The Wine Emperor wanted to say something, but at this moment, two people suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Jianmu and Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi laughed. Brother Jianmu, I will protect this person for 1.5 months. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Yi Xian and vanished. In the battlefield, Jianmu's expression was somewhat ugly. It wasn't that he didn't lose to Emperor Shi, but he couldn't win either. As long as he couldn't kill Emperor Shi, he couldn't do anything to Emperor Shi. At the side, the Wine Emperor's expression was somewhat ugly as Yi Xian thought that he might have missed something. Sometimes, when doing things, one really couldn't be afraid. One had to be decisive. Perhaps one would fight until one's head bled, but there might also be a new opportunity. For experts of their level, it was hard to come by an opportunity to change one's destiny even in 1,000 years. Of course, he didn't want to give up just like that. After a moment, the Wine Emperor turned and disappeared. In the battlefield, Jianmu's expression was extremely gloomy. Now that Yi Xian had Emperor Shi's protection, it was impossible for him to kill Yi Xian within 1.5 months. Many things could really happen in 1.5 months. He couldn't wait. Jianmu looked coldly into the distance, then turned and left. Somewhere in the clouds, Emperor Shi smiled and said, Little friend, I have something to ask you. Yi Xian asked. Speak. Emperor Shi looked at Yi Xian. Is that treasure on you? Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Emperor Shi suddenly grinned. I already know the answer. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Yi Xian. The next moment, his soul directly surged into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. P.S. Here's a red packet for everyone. Remember to snatch it. Did Emperor Shi want to possess him? This was Yi Xian's first thought, but he soon discovered that this was not the case. Emperor Shi had directly entered the world prison pagoda within his body, using his soul. However, as soon as he entered, he was forcefully thrown out by the world prison pagoda. In front of Yi Xian, Emperor Shi's soul returned. He looked at Yi Xian with a serious look in his eyes. Is that the fifth dimensional treasure? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Emperor Shi looked at Yi Xian and smiled apologetically. Little friend, I have no ill intentions. I just know your personality. If I didn't do this, you wouldn't have admitted that the fifth dimensional treasure was on you. Yi Xian was speechless. Emperor Shi smiled again. I have to say, the sword sect has underestimated you too much. As he said this, he looked around. Little friend, let's talk somewhere else. After saying this, he disappeared with Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian and Emperor Shi came to the depths of a bamboo forest. In this bamboo forest, there was a small wooden house. The wooden house was not big, but it was very exquisite. Emperor Shi brought Yi Xian into the bamboo house. He brewed a pot of tea and smiled. Little friend, have some tea. Yi Xian smiled and said, Thank you. Emperor Shi said softly, Little friend, you brought this fifth-dimensional treasure to this place. You are very bold. Yi Xian shook his head. I have no choice. If he had a choice, he also wanted to develop in peace and work hard to become stronger. However, others would not give him a chance. Emperor Shi smiled slightly and said, Little friend, you may not know what the fifth-dimensional treasure on you means to us. As he said this, he looked outside the bamboo door and said softly, When I first came here, I thought that with my strength, I could completely break through the fifth dimension. However, I was wrong. After a few attempts, I almost lost all hope. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Is it very difficult? Emperor Shi smiled bitterly. It is not just difficult. It is almost impossible. The higher you go, the closer you are to the fifth dimension, the more despair you will feel. Speaking up to here, he looked at Yi Xian. Therefore, to us, your fifth-dimensional treasure is like a flame that has suddenly appeared in the middle of an endless night. Of course, some people are still watching from the sidelines because they are truly afraid of the person behind you. Yi Xian said, Senior, there's something I don't understand. Emperor Shi smiled and asked, what is it? Yi Xian said softly, do you guys like going to the fifth dimension so much? Emperor Shi laughed and said, little friend, what you said is a little too easy for you to say. You haven't reached our level yet, so you won't be able to understand the feelings and circumstances of people like us. For us, we either advance further or wait for death. Tell me, what will we do? Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Miss Lian Qian, he said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lian Qian appeared in the bamboo house. When he saw Lian Qian, Emperor Shi was slightly stunned. Then, he asked, this is? Yi Xian smiled and said, she is the law of this tower. She comes from the fifth dimension. Emperor Shi looked at Lian Qian and nodded slightly. Miss, please enlighten me. Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian nodded. Lian Qian asked, what do you understand about space? Emperor Shi pondered for a moment, then said, space is the world we live in. It is formed in a special way, Lian Qian said, matter. Everything is made up of matter. Most of the strong people in the fourth dimension know this. However, you can't use more vivid words to define it. Space is the objective situation of the existence of matter. It is represented by length, width, height, size, and size. Strictly speaking, you guys are still in the three-dimensional space. However, because some of the strong people in your world can change space and make it exist in another form, it can barely be called the fourth dimension, but... At this point, she paused for a moment before continuing, the people of this universe only have this much understanding of space. For example, Your Excellency is so powerful that you know that space is made up of matter. However, do you know what matter is made up of? Emperor Shi shook his head. I don't know. Lian Qian said softly, your current understanding is only at the level of matter. Moreover, you haven't even understood this level of matter. Emperor Shi was silent for a moment, then asked, Miss, what level would I be at if I go to the fifth dimension? Lian Qian glanced at Emperor Shi and shook her head. With your strength, even if you go to the fifth dimension, you won't be considered too weak. However, you won't be able to reach the fifth dimension. Even if you do, you will die. Emperor Shi frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. This was also what he was puzzled about. Lian Qian said softly, the first obstacle is the prohibition that Master once set. With your strength, you won't be able to withstand that prohibition. Even if you can withstand it, your physical body will be destroyed. The second obstacle is that the people of the fifth dimension don't really welcome the people of the fourth dimension. When Master was still around, the fifth dimension wasn't so chaotic. However, many people were still ambitious. Therefore, Master directly set up that prohibition. His real purpose was not to restrict you guys from the fourth dimension, but to protect your universe. Unfortunately, the people of your universe are thinking of ways to destroy this prohibition. Emperor Shi said softly, Miss, have you ever thought that the prohibition also restricts us? Lian Qian shook her head. Without that prohibition, your fourth dimension can't survive. There are wars in every world, and the fifth dimension is not something you guys can fight against. Speaking of this, she glanced at Emperor Shi and said, however, you guys won't care about the life and death of the fourth dimension, right? Emperor Shi smiled slightly and didn't speak. Lian Qian shook her head and sighed. Of course, I also understand you guys. After reaching a certain level, if you can't go further, you will definitely be very unwilling. However, actually, if you can reach the limit of your fourth dimension, you don't need to go to the fifth dimension. Or rather, if you want to go to the fifth dimension, it won't be difficult. Emperor Shi's eyes narrowed slightly. The limit of the fourth dimension? Miss, what do you think is the limit of the fourth dimension? Lian Qian said softly, you want to say that you guys have reached the limit of the fourth dimension, right? Emperor Shi smiled slightly. Even if it isn't the limit of the fourth dimension, it shouldn't be far off. Lian Qian shook her head. You guys are too far off. Emperor Shi looked at Lian Qian and didn't speak. Lian Qian was expressionless. You don't believe me? Emperor Shi smiled slightly. Indeed, I don't believe you. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. Show him the sword at the top of the pagoda. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He took out a sword. This sword was the sword of the plain-dressed woman. When he saw this sword, Emperor Shi suddenly stood up. His face was full of disbelief. This is a common sword. A real common sword. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian. Whose sword? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, It's my master's sword. Master, Emperor Shi's pupils shrank slightly. Your master. As he said this, he sat down and murmured, No wonder. No wonder. Yi Xian glanced at Emperor Shi. He could tell that Emperor Shi was very shocked. In other words, even in this place, the mortal realm should be considered very, very rare. At this time, Emperor Shi said softly, A common sword-level swordsman has never appeared in the dual realm sky. The sword sect has never appeared either. We always thought it was a legend, but I didn't expect it to really exist. Speaking of this, he looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. I finally understand why you can live until now. Common swords master, this backer. Emperor Shi shook his head and sighed. This sword sect. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Yi Xian. Can your master enter the fifth dimension? I mean, barge in by force, not by relying on this external object. Xianxia said, Yes. Emperor Shi looked at Xianxia. She said softly, That's why I said that if you can reach the limit of the fourth dimension, it will not be worse than the fifth dimension. You really don't need to pin all your hopes on this pagoda. If you use this pagoda to go to the fifth dimension, you won't be able to survive. The people of the fifth dimension want this treasure more than you do. If you bring this treasure there, you will really be seeking death. After a moment of silence, Emperor Shi said softly, I understand. Xianxia nodded and did not say anything else. After a moment, Emperor Shi suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, can you lend me your space Dao law to study? Yi Xian smiled and said, Of course. After saying this, he flicked his finger, and the space Dao law landed in front of Emperor Shi. Emperor Shi nodded slightly. Thank you. After saying this, he looked at the space Dao law in front of him and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Xianxia got up and left. At this moment, Emperor Shi suddenly said, Little friend, please don't leave this place. Otherwise, I will not be able to guarantee your safety. Yi Xian nodded. All right. After saying this, he left the bamboo house with Xianxia. Outside the bamboo house, Yi Xian looked up at the sky and said softly, 1.5 months. Xianxia looked at Yi Xian. You have to make some preparations. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. Prepare for what? Xianxia said softly, I have a hunch that you may be entering the fifth dimension. Entering the fifth dimension, Yi Xian was silent. In fact, he also had this feeling. He had not reached the end of the fourth dimension, but he was close. The fifth dimension, that was an unfamiliar universe. Yi Xian shook his head and did not think too much about it. It was useless to think about it. How to improve his strength was the most important thing. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly took out the executing heaven sword. The next moment, he directly used sword intent to activate the sword domain. Miss Xianxia, do you have any suggestions? Sword domain. What he wanted the most now was to cultivate this sword domain. After a moment of silence, Xianxia said, Are you willing to try? Yi Xian nodded. Of course I am. Xianxia said in a low voice, That man in green sword domain is very strong. Not to mention the laws and Dao laws of this world, it can even suppress the laws and Dao laws of the fifth dimension. It's impossible for you to achieve what he did in a short period of time. Moreover, I feel that there is no need for you to take his path. After saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. I will use my knowledge of the fifth dimension to help you create a completely new sword domain. A brand new sword domain. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian. In layman's terms, a domain is equivalent to establishing a small independent world in the fifth dimension. In this small world, you're the master. However, this small world must be sufficiently powerful. When she spoke up to here, she paused slightly before she continued. Now, you have to do 2 things. Firstly, strengthen this sword domain so that it can be utilized against your enemies. Secondly, fuse everything you've learned in the past into this sword domain. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Fuse? How? Lian Qian said, right now, your strongest trump cards are your bloodline power, Master Samsara Mantra, the immeasurable sword, and the sword domain that you just comprehended. Secondly, you have your good and evil sword intent, Space Dao Law, Dream Dao Law, and Grand Dao Law. Besides that, there's also your swords. You have 4 swords that are at the peak of the 4th dimension. At this point, she gazed at Yi Xian. If you use Master 6 Passive Truth to suppress your opponent in your sword domain, then activate your bloodline power, and finally execute the infinite sword with 4 swords that combine into one, what do you think will happen? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. What will happen? Yi Xian replied immediately, I will die. He'd never used it like this before, nor did he dare to use it. Because each of these trump cards was more terrifying than the last. If he were to use them all at once, it would naturally be destructive, but he would be finished as well. How could he endure it? Lian Qian nodded. I know. So, we have to think of a way to solve this problem. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. What is it? Lian Qian replied, there are 2 ways. The first is for you to learn how to control it. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. If I activate my bloodline, then I won't be able to control it. Lian Qian fell silent when she heard this. Just as Yi Xian had said, once he activated his bloodline, what else would he be able to control? The crazier he was, the stronger he would be. Lian Qian said, then we can only use the second method. Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. What is it? Lian Qian said solemnly, use this pagoda to protect your heart and soul. Let it withstand the backlash. Yi Xian was stunned. Is this okay? Lian Qian nodded. Sure. Yi Xian asked in a low voice, will this hurt it? Lian Qian shook her head. You're underestimating this pagoda. With your current strength, it's hard for you to damage it. However. At this point, she stopped, as if she had some misgivings. Yi Xian asked, but what? Lian Qian said in a low voice, what I'm worried about is that even it can't really protect you. Your bloodline is too terrifying, especially after you devoured that green-robed man's blood. Even I can't estimate your current bloodline power. Yi Xian nodded. Not to mention Lian Qian, even he himself did not know what level his bloodline had reached. If it was as Lian Qian had said, he could use the 6 Passive Truth in the sword domain, then activate the power of his bloodline and use the boundless sword with the executing heaven sword. How terrifying would it be? Yi Xian couldn't estimate it. He really couldn't, because it was too terrifying. Of course, the backlash would definitely be extremely powerful as well. Meanwhile, Lian Qian said, you can practice it now. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Miss Lian Qian, once I activate my bloodline, I won't be able to stop. Lian Qian nodded. I know. What I mean is, you don't have to activate your bloodline now. Just activate the sword domain and execute the 6 Passive Truth and the boundless sword within the sword domain. Also, remember to use the Space Dao Law to stabilize the space within the sword domain and the earth energy to stabilize the space within yourself. Otherwise, the space will collapse and you'll suffer the backlash of the space energy. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. Try it here? Lian Qian nodded. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he nodded and started activating the sword domain. As soon as it appeared, he instantly felt as if he was an overlord. That sort of feeling and confidence was something he'd never felt in the past. Yi Xian didn't give it any further thought. He withdrew the executioner heaven sword and closed his eyes slowly. In the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red prisoner character had suddenly appeared in the distant horizon, and the sky had instantly darkened. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. The boundless sword, an unparalleled martial technique from the 5th dimension. As soon as this sword strike was executed, hiss, a rift suddenly split open in the distant horizon. After a moment of silence, the entire horizon turned pitch black, and only the blood-red prisoner character remained, obliterated. That expanse of space was obliterated, and even the Space Dao Law of the 4th dimension was unable to repair it. Simply speaking, that expanse of space had vanished completely. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's body instantly felt weak. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious, and he wouldn't collapse directly. Xianxia glanced at the horizon and shook her head. It's not enough. Xian looked at Xianxia. Still not enough? Xianxia nodded. First, your sword is a little slow. Second, you only displayed the might of the 6 paths of truth and your boundless sword in that strike. You haven't displayed the might of your sword domain. Xian said in a low voice, I know, but this sword domain can only be around 3 meters away from me. Xianxia suddenly said, You're wrong. You're using your sword to form a domain, not your body. So, when the boundless sword arrives in front of your opponent, your sword can form a domain at the opponent's position. Xian was slightly taken aback, and then he said, Is that possible? Xianxia said, Why don't you try? Xian nodded. He took out the spring of life and began to absorb it. About half an hour later, Xian stood up and looked at the distant horizon. After a moment of silence, a blood-red prisoner character suddenly appeared in the pitch-black horizon. At this moment, Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword turned into a sword light and slashed out. Chi, the sword light tore through the horizon and arrived below the blood-red prisoner character. Boom, the blood-red prisoner character suddenly burst into flames, and in the blink of an eye, the pitch-black space was like a piece of burning paper, turning into ashes that could be seen with the naked eye. If the first time was just the destruction of space, then this time, it was the destruction of matter, and after Xian displayed this sword, his whole body suddenly went limp, and he almost collapsed. The consumption was too great. Xianxia was silent, and she fell into deep thought. After a moment, Xian looked at Xianxia. Miss Xianxia, how is it? Xianxia said in a low voice, It's very powerful. But... Speaking up to this point, she looked at Xian. Don't use your bloodline. Xian was puzzled. Why not? Xianxia looked at Xian. If you use your bloodline power, that space will completely disappear, and it will become something like a black hole. No, black holes have matter, and if you use your bloodline power, the power will cause irreversible consequences to the place you're targeting. Even your space Tao law will not be able to repair it, and it will truly be erased from this 4th dimension. Moreover, if you use your bloodline power, your body will not be able to bear it. Not only your body, but Xiao Ta will also not be able to bear it. After all, he has not fully recovered yet. Xian nodded. I understand. In fact, after displaying that sword, he also understood that if he used his bloodline power, the power of that sword would increase by at least a few times, and he would not be able to bear that kind of power. It must be known that he was displaying several trump cards at the same time, and it would naturally cause a great consumption of his body. Xianxia said again, What you need to do now is to familiarize yourself with it, especially your sword domain. Your current sword domain is only a foundation of sword intent, and it is not perfect yet. What you need to do now is to slowly perfect it. Xian said in a low voice, Miss Xianxia, didn't you say that you would help me turn this sword domain into a new kind of sword domain? Xianxia looked at Xian. You only have 1.5 months, and what you need to do now is to survive after that, understand? Xian nodded. I understand. Xianxia nodded slightly. Practice then. Xian nodded, and then began to practice the sword domain. In the following time, Xian practiced hard every day, and after practicing again and again, the speed at which he displayed the 6 paths of truth and the limitless sword became faster. Moreover, the power of the limitless sword and the 6 paths of truth were also stronger than before. In fact, he still had a trump card. That was the soul-suppressing sword. After the soul-suppressing sword absorbed the soul of the sword sect powerhouse, its level was no lower than the executing heaven sword. The soul-suppressing sword had already transformed. In fact, he was also a little curious, because the soul-suppressing sword was not the same as before. It was still the sword spirit soul, but the feeling it gave him was different. In fact, he still had an ultimate trump card, but he did not want to use it. He knew that if he used this trump card, it could solve many problems, but he did not want to use it. He did not want to use that method to solve problems every time he encountered them. Although he would solve it once and for all, he was afraid that he would become infatuated with that method. What people were most afraid of was dependence and laziness. Moreover, he also had a small thought. He hoped that when they met again, he would return it to her untouched. Just like that, after about 10 days, Xian became more and more proficient. As for Emperor Shi, he continued to study his Space Dao Law in seclusion. Xian knew that Emperor Shi wanted to use the Space Dao Law to understand the space of the five-dimensional universe. It could be said that the Space Dao Law was undoubtedly a new discovery for Emperor Shi. As for Xian, during this time, he was crazily studying his sword domain, the 6 paths of truth, and the limitless sword. As for the power of the bloodline, he did not dare to study it. Once he activated it, he would go crazy. What was the point of studying it? About 3 days later, Xian, who was studying the sword domain, suddenly stopped. He took out the sound transmission stone, and soon, Zhu Xier's voice suddenly sounded from the sound transmission stone. Something has happened in the black-yellow great world. The swordsman has appeared in the north. Return quickly. Black-yellow great world. Hearing this, Xian's expression instantly changed. The next moment, his eyes turned blood-red. P.S. The weather is getting colder. Everyone, please keep warm. It will explode tomorrow. The black-yellow great world. Xian did not expect that Jianmu would go to the black-yellow great world. Obviously, he wanted to use his friends in the black-yellow great world to threaten him. Xian turned and left. At this moment, Emperor Shi suddenly appeared in front of Xian. He looked at Xian and said, "Little friend, don't go." Xian did not speak. Emperor Shi said softly, "He is forcing you to show yourself. Besides, I don't think things are so simple." Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "My sister, my friends, and the people I love are there." After saying this, he turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. As soon as he left the bamboo house, a monstrous pressure suddenly enveloped him. Xian narrowed his eyes and was about to attack when Emperor Shi suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked at the sky and said softly, "It's the old bamboo staff." As he said this, he frowned slightly. "Old bamboo staff, are you going to get involved in this?" In the distant sky, a voice came, "I owe Jianmu a favor." Emperor Shi smiled and said, "I see. However, the price of this favor is very high." As he said this, he turned to look at Xian and said, "I will stop him." Xian nodded. "Thank you." After saying this, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, Emperor Shi suddenly pointed a finger, and a white light suddenly flew into Xian's body. It was the Space Dao Law. After Xian disappeared, Emperor Shi looked in the direction of the old bamboo staff. It seems that Jianmu is determined to kill him this time. In the distance, the old bamboo staff said, "If you were the leader of the sword sect, would you let him live?" Emperor Shi smiled and said, "Don't you think that the sword sect has become too arrogant these years?" The old bamboo staff said, "They have become too powerful, haven't they?" Emperor Shi nodded. Indeed. It could be said that the sword sect was indeed the #1 sect in the world. Even the combined forces of the dual realm capital couldn't contend against the experts of the sword sect. This sect had existed since the beginning of time, and its foundation was so deep that no one knew. After a while, Emperor Shi shook his head. "I won't say much. Since you are here to stop me, then let's fight. Let me see what level you've reached, old bamboo staff man." Haha. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a beam of white light and soared into the sky. In next to no time, a shapeless pressure smashed down from the distant horizon. Not long after, this space began to tremble violently. At this moment, Xian raised his speed to the extreme. "Hurry back to the northern region." On the way, Xian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. In the dual realm sky, a woman quietly watched the sword light streak across the sky in the distance. This person was Yuan Xiaodao. She already knew that Jianmu had gone to the Shenhuang Great World. In fact, she had already expected this possibility. It was impossible for the sword sect to give Xian time to develop. The only way to force Xian to show up and not run away was to go to the northern region and use Xian's friends and sister to threaten him. This was the only way for Xian to choose to face the sword sect head-on. Now, the sword sect clearly wanted to force Xian to fight. The sword sect no longer wanted to give Xian any chance, they wanted to force Xian to fight. She also knew that the people behind Xian were not simple. However, the sword sect was the #1 sect in the four-dimensional universe. How could they be simple? Moreover, the sword sect's foundation was unimaginably deep. Apart from that, he faintly felt that this time, it was not just the sword sect. After a while, Yuan Xiaodao turned and left. No matter what, things had developed to an uncontrollable situation. Black-Yellow Great World, Northern Region. On this day, a swordsman arrived in the sky above the northern region. The person who came was Jianmu. Jianmu looked down at the northern region with an expressionless face. At this point, he had no other choice. He did not want to waste any more time with Yixian. He could not afford to do so. As soon as Jianmu appeared, a woman appeared in front of him. It was Chao Tian'er, and beside her was Guanjun. At this moment, their expressions were unprecedentedly serious. As soon as Jianmu appeared, they knew that the person in front of them was not someone they could defeat. Jianmu ignored them and looked down. Yi Ling and Lanqiu, Xia, Shaoqi, Jiangjiu, Shengguan. Then, he suddenly shook his head. Anyone related to Yixian, come out immediately. I won't repeat myself. At this moment, a sword light soared into the sky from below. A trace of surprise flashed in Jianmu's eyes. He put his finger together and pointed. Boom, the wisp of sword light exploded and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, a little girl appeared not far from Jianmu. It was Shaoqi. Besides Shaoqi, there was Lanqiu, Xia, and Lian Wanli. It could be said that the people present were the best in the northern region. Jianmu glanced at Lanqiu and the others. I didn't expect you to be so monstrous. He had to admit that he was a little surprised at this moment because the young people in front of him had extremely strong auras. Even in the sword sect, they were the best. There were so many monstrous geniuses in the small northern region. Shaoqi suddenly said, Your Excellency, you must have come for Yixian, right? Jianmu looked at Shaoqi. Yes. Shaoqi was expressionless. You can't do anything to him, so you came to target his friends and sister? Jianmu stared at Shaoqi. Yes. Shaoqi chuckled. You're a swordsman? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Where's the pride of the strong? Jianmu chuckled. The pride of the strong? Little girl, are you kidding me? My sword sect won't rest until Yixian is dead. You want me to talk to him about the pride of the strong? Mercy and pride are not to be used against enemies. Do you understand? Shaoqi nodded. I understand. As her voice faded, she suddenly drew her sword. The sword was fast. Like a bolt of lightning, it instantly arrived in front of Jianmu. Jianmu raised his hand and pointed. Shaoqi's sword light was instantly cut apart. At this moment, Shaoqi suddenly appeared in front of Jianmu and stabbed her sword at his throat. Whether it was speed or timing, the sword strike was well grasped. Unfortunately, she was facing Jianmu, the top swordsman in the four-dimensional universe. Before the sword reached Jianmu's forehead, Shaoqi was sent flying. The moment Shaoqi was sent flying, a spear suddenly pierced through Jianmu's head like a bolt of lightning. After the spear was in Lanqiu, Jianmu didn't even lift his hand. He opened his palm and a sword soared into the sky. Bang, the spear shook violently, and Lanqiu who was behind the spear was instantly sent flying. But at the instant she was sent flying, she suddenly punched downwards. Rumble, this punch instantly caused the space around Jianmu to explode. Jianmu retreated several steps, but in the next moment, a strand of sword light instantly arrived in front of Lanqiu's forehead. Lanqiu's pupils abruptly constricted. Her body forcefully flashed, and she avoided the sword by a hair's breadth. But in the next moment, another sword came flying towards her. Lanqiu's body turned, a bloody arm was sent flying, Lanqiu's arm, but this wasn't the end. The formidable force directly blasted Lanqiu to the city wall below. She had just slammed into the city wall when 3 sword lights nailed her left arm and both her legs. At this moment, Shaoqi was about to attack. However, Jianmu's speed was even faster than her. A strand of sword light slashed towards her. Shaoqi drew her sword and slashed, seeking defeat. A strand of sword light formed a crescent moon as it vibrated out. Bang, with a swing of her sword, Shaoqi instantly retreated explosively, and she hadn't retreated more than 10 m when another strand of sword light slashed over. Shaoqi's pupils constricted slightly. She held her sword with both hands as she suddenly slashed forward. Break the world! Hiss, a strand of snow-white sword light shot out explosively from the tip of her sword. Bang, this strand of snow-white sword light was instantly blasted apart. Xiaoqi retreated explosively once more, and at the instant that her sword light was blasted apart, another strand of sword light tore through the sky and slashed over. This time, Xiaoqi could only defend passively, and she raised her sword horizontally to block it. Bang, along with an explosion, Xiaoqi was smashed down from midair and smashed heavily onto the city wall. Moreover, she didn't even have the time to react before 4 strands of sword light nailed her limbs. At the same time, a strand of formidable sword intent enveloped her, causing her to be unable to move at all. Xiao Tian'er and Guanjun's faces sank when they witnessed this scene. This person's strength was too invincible. He wasn't someone they could go against at all. Realm, strength, and combat strength were suppressed. On the other hand, Xianxia glanced at Jianmu. In the next moment, a formidable aura swept out from within him, and then the image of an old man appeared behind him. Jianmu glanced at the image with an expressionless face. Ancestor soul. Even if your ancestor were still alive, he wouldn't be qualified to fight the old man. As his voice faded, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. With this slash, a strand of sword light slashed at the illusory image behind Xianxia at a speed that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. After a moment of silence, the illusory image directly exploded. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of the sword wood. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and then shook them forward. A powerful force vibrated out from his palms. Unfortunately, this force had just appeared when a sword slashed towards it. Hiss, Xiaoxia's palms were slashed off. At the same time, his figure instantly appeared on the city wall, and then he was stared fixedly at by 4 swords. A complete defeat. No one was a match for Jianmu, because the gap between them was too huge. With Jianmu's strength, it could be said that besides a few people, there was basically no one in the 4-dimensional universe who could kill him. Jianmu glanced at the surroundings, and then he looked down. Yi Ling. According to the information he'd obtained, Yi Xian cared about Yi Ling the most. For Yi Ling, he was a person who could even throw away his life. As soon as Jianmu's voice fell, a little girl walked out from below. It was Yi Ling. At this moment, Xiao Tian'er appeared in front of Yi Ling. She was about to speak, but Yi Ling said softly, "Sister Xiao." Xiao Tian'er said softly, "Are you afraid?" Yi Ling shook her head. As she spoke, she slowly clenched her fists. Xiao Tian'er said in a deep voice, "Don't do anything stupid." Yi Ling smiled slightly. "I won't." As she spoke, she looked at Jianmu in the air. "Come, swordsman, use me to threaten my brother." These words struck the heart. Killing intent instantly surged explosively in Jianmu's eyes. "Aunt. Don't even dream of destroying my sword Dao." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of sword light shot down explosively from the sky and slashed directly at Yi Ling. His words struck at the heart. Yi Ling's words were undoubtedly striking at the heart. What did a swordsman fear the most? It was the wavering of his sword heart. Since Swordsman Mu had been able to cultivate until now, there was no doubt that his sword heart was stable. However, the swordsman also feared one thing the most, and that was going against his heart. Going against his heart meant that his sword heart would waver. Being an enemy of Yi Xian, logically speaking, he should have gone to look for Yi Xian instead of looking for his sister. This kind of behavior went against his heart, and it was something he used to disdain. However, he had no other choice. If he did not do this, how could he force Yi Xian out? If Yi Xian continued to develop like this, he would become a great threat to the sword sect in the future. Moreover, the sword sect must obtain this treasure of the 5th dimension. This was the hope of the sword sect, but at this moment, Yi Ling's words had ignited the shame in his heart. Using a little girl to threaten others, this kind of behavior was also something he used to be very shameless. It should be known that he, Swordsman Mu, was once a genius with his own pride. However, at this moment, he actually did this kind of thing. No matter what the reason was, no matter what the starting point was, this kind of behavior was very shameful, and it was not something an expert should do. Therefore, when Yi Ling's words came out, he knew that his sword heart had wavered. Thus, he directly had the intention to kill. If it was any other expert, they could change their heart at will, but this was not the case for a swordsman. Let alone Swordsman Mu, even if Xian was thick-skinned, he would not do something that went against his heart and principles. A swordsman cultivated his heart. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. At this moment, Yi Ling's words directly caused his sword heart to waver. In the sky, a sword light shot down from the sky, heading straight for Yi Ling. Yi Ling looked at the incoming sword light with a calm expression. She did not resist, nor did she attack. She knew very well that she was no match for the old swordsman in front of her. Yi Ling slowly closed his eyes, scenes of the past appearing in his mind. The corner of Yi Ling's mouth lifted slightly. "Brother, I can't be your burden anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the sword pierced the top of her head. Boom, a burst of invisible sword intent abruptly erupted from Yi Ling's body. Everyone in the northern region was dumbstruck when they saw this. It's over, this was what everyone was thinking. No. Right at this moment, a furious roar that sounded like the roar of a wild beast suddenly came from the distant horizon. It was Yi Xian's voice. Everyone looked at the horizon, and at this moment, a sword light had already landed in front of Yi Ling. Yi Xian looked at Yi Ling in front of him. At this moment, Yi Ling's body was gradually becoming illusory, and the color in her eyes was also gradually fading. However, when she saw Yi Xian, she slowly raised her trembling right hand, wanting to touch Yi Xian, but she could not lift it no matter how hard she tried. At this moment, Yi Xian grabbed Yi Ling's hand. His face was already covered in tears. And these tears were blood red. At this moment, the blood in his body began to tremble. Yi Ling grabbed Yi Xian's hand tightly, and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, don't blame yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, she completely closed her eyes. Her body was still changing between illusory and real, but her aura had completely disappeared. No. Yi Xian suddenly hugged Yi Ling, and he raised his head and roared, "No." Ah. Boom, a blood-red light suddenly shot up from Yi Xian's body, and in an instant, the entire sky above the northern region was turned into a sea of blood. In the battlefield, everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hugged Yi Ling, and his entire body could not stop trembling as if he was extremely terrified. At the same time, a faint red light had already appeared around his body. In the sky, Jianmu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and a strand of sword light silently condensed in his palm. After a moment of silence, Jianmu suddenly pointed at Yi Xian from afar. "Break!" As soon as he spoke, a strand of sword light directly pierced through space and instantly arrived above Yi Xian's head. Not only was this attack unexpected, but it was also extremely powerful. Jianmu did not hold back at all in this attack. He wanted to kill Yi Xian in one blow. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Bang! In an instant, Yi Xian's entire body was covered in blood. Bloodline activation. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground. Bang! A strand of blood-red light shot into the sky and directly smashed against the strand of sword light. Bang! The strand of sword light was directly forced to stop by this strand of blood-red light. Jianmu's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this scene. What bloodline is that? At this moment, he was undoubtedly extremely shocked in his heart because he'd never seen such a formidable bloodline, a monster. The killing intent in Jianmu's eyes grew even stronger. The extent of how monstrous Yi Xian was had exceeded his expectations. If such a person were to continue growing, then he wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Yi Xian stared fixedly at Jianmu from below, and his eyes seemed like a sea of blood that was extremely horrifying. At this moment, his reason was already slowly vanishing. In midair, Jianmu suddenly pressed down lightly with his right hand, and the strand of sword light below him trembled violently. In the next moment, this strand of sword light directly slashed Yi Xian's blood-red light into pieces, and then it tore through the sky and slashed directly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, and the executing heaven sword in his hand transformed into a blood-red strand of sword light that shot into the sky. Bang! This strand of sword light directly slashed Jianmu's strand of sword light into pieces. In the next moment, Jianmu suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his entire body transformed into a blood-red strand of sword light that shot explosively into the sky. Everywhere the blood-red light passed, space was directly obliterated. The might of bloodline energy coupled with the executing heaven sword was too formidable. In midair, Jianmu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Let me see if you, Yi Xian, can surmount so many realms to challenge the old man." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed down fiercely with his sword. Head on, he naturally wouldn't shrink back when facing Xian. After all, his cultivation was a few realms higher than Xian. In terms of strength, he had absolute confidence in himself. In the sky, the two strands of sword light slashed together in the most direct way. Bang! A strand of sword light and chi sword suddenly exploded in the sky, and Xian instantly retreated to the ground. As for Jianmu, he stood in midair and didn't retreat even half a step. In midair, Jianmu was about to speak, but suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly. Your aura. How is this possible? At this moment, he was horrified to find that Xian's aura was unexpectedly becoming stronger and stronger. Moreover, that speed was a little unreasonable. Below, Xian's entire facial features began to distort, and his body seemed to be enduring some kind of great pain. Sister, at this moment, his mind was gradually losing its rationality, but there was only one word in his mind. Sister, however, this person was dead. Ah! Xian suddenly slapped himself hard in the face. This slap made the left side of his face swollen. Not only that, but he also grabbed a strand of his hair and tore it off. Seeing this scene, Jianmu, who was in midair, frowned slightly. What the hell? He noticed that Xian seemed to have lost its rationality. However, Xian's aura had become even stronger, and it was still skyrocketing at a shocking speed. The more he lost his rationality, the stronger he became. Jianmu didn't think too much about it and was about to attack again. However, just at this moment, Xian suddenly raised its head and looked at him. In the next moment, Jianmu felt a strong sense of danger, and before he could react, Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Imprison!" As soon as his voice resounded, bang, above Jianmu's head, a blood-red prisoner character suddenly appeared. The moment this blood-red prisoner character appeared, Jianmu's complexion instantly changed. He had just drawn his sword when a mysterious force directly locked him in place. At this moment, he was actually unable to move at all. Jianmu was horrified. His right heart roared furiously, and then a strand of formidable sword intent suddenly surged out from within him. In an instant, the blood-red character in prison had become illusory. However, right at this moment, Xian suddenly attacked. The boundless sword, Jianmu's pupils constricted at the instant this attack appeared. At this moment, he was horrified because he noticed how formidable this attack was. It disregarded one's realm of cultivation. When this attack arrived in front of Jianmu, the formidable sword intent he emanated transformed into a shield that blocked in front of him. However, as soon as this attack arrived, a mysterious barrier enveloped him. The sword domain, a domain formed from the sword. Even though it wasn't perfect, this incomplete sword domain was sufficient to deal a lethal blow to him at this moment. The sword arrived. Hiss! The executioner sword pierced through Jianmu's sword intent, and then it pierced through Jianmu's chest. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed violently from Jianmu's chest. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Xian killed Jianmu. At this moment, Jianmu felt slight disbelief as well. He was very clearly aware of how great the gap between him and Xian was. The gap between their cultivations was absolutely not something that external forces could make up for. However, the facts were that Xian's sword had stabbed him. Jianmu didn't think too much about it. He suddenly pressed down with his right hand, and then a strand of formidable sword intent enveloped him. Because his body had started to turn illusory after Xian's executioner sword pierced through his chest, his body was on the verge of destruction, so he hurriedly utilized his sword intent to suppress his body with the hope of protecting it. However, even this strand of sword intent wasn't able to protect his body, and it was practically dissipating at a visible speed. In a short period of time, his body had vanished completely, and only his soul remained. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in Xian's hand, the soul suppression sword. Jianmu was astounded when he saw this sword, and he practically didn't hesitate to turn around and transform into a ray of black light that vanished into the horizon at an extremely swift speed. Xian stopped moving. He didn't pursue because it was impossible. If an expert like Jianmu didn't fight, then at least 3 to 5 experts in the same realm of cultivation as him would be able to kill him. Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly turned around and walked over to Yiling. At this moment, Yiling wasn't breathing at all. Xian carried Yiling on his back, and then he tied her tightly to him with a ribbon before he walked towards the distance. His destination was the sword sect. The sword sect. At this moment, only a single thought remained in Yi Xian's mind. Vengeance. Even though he'd lost all reason, the thought of vengeance was still deeply present in his mind. There was nothing else in his mind besides vengeance right now. At the moment his younger sister died, he didn't want to think about anything else. Nothing was worth thinking about anymore. Moreover, he didn't want to live any longer. Of course, he had to do something before he died. Vengeance. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was Xianxia. Xianxia gazed at Yi Xian with a pleading gaze. Don't go. Yi Xian paused for a moment, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished into the horizon. Xianxia closed her eyes slowly when she saw this. She knew that Yi Xian had no intention of returning. From the moment that Yi Ling died, he had already given up on living. A short moment later, 2 streams of tears flowed out from the corners of Xianxia's eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. You don't just have a younger sister. Deathly silence filled the surroundings after Yi Xian left. Everyone was able to discern that the young man didn't intend to return. Yi Xian, this name might only exist in the legends of the heaven-earth world in the future. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the sky in pursuit of Qianxi. Lian Wanli and Mo Xiao were behind Xianxia. In midair, Qiao Tian'er fell silent for a short moment before she stood in front of Xianxia and the others. Xianxia gazed at Qiao Tian'er. Move. Qiao Tian'er shook her head. Are the 3 of you going to help or give your lives away? I won't stop you if you're going to give your lives away, but it's best that you don't go if you're going to help. Lian Wanli asked. Why? Qiao Tian'er spoke softly. Didn't all of you see his strength? After he activated that bloodline, he directly destroyed that old man's body. That old man's strength is definitely at the peak of the 4th dimension. In other words, he might have a chance of winning if he goes to take revenge. The 3 of them fell silent. Qiao Tian'er continued, also, don't forget that he has people backing him. The 3 of you should go. Forgive me for being blunt, but compared to his crazy state, the 3 of you are too weak. If you go, not only will you not be able to help, you will also become a burden. At this moment, 7 walked over and said, then what should we do? Are we just going to wait here? Qiao Tian'er said solemnly, wait. This is the only thing we can do now. As she spoke, she looked at the 3 of them with a complicated expression. I know how you feel, but this is the best choice we have right now. We can only choose to believe him. Xianxia said softly, even if he wins, he won't choose to live. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Everyone knew that Yi Xian and Yi Ling had depended on each other since they were young, and they had a deep sibling relationship. Now that Yi Ling had been killed, it was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Yi Xian. In Yi Xian's world, his younger sister was the most important. Qiao Tian'er sighed softly. Wait. Wait for a miracle. In the dual realm sky. News of what happened in the north quickly spread to the dual realm sky. The reason why it spread so quickly was because the people of the dual realm sky had been paying attention to Yi Xian. Above a certain cloud, Pavilion Elder Chen put away the scroll in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. What a great Yi Xian. He actually cut Jian Mu's body with a single strike. How unbelievable. As he spoke up to hear, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that Jian Mu's strength far surpassed his, but Yi Xian had actually cut Jian Mu's body with a single strike. What did this mean? It meant that although Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the creation realm, his battle prowess had already reached the peak of the 4-dimensional universe. And now, he was only at the creation realm. If he reached the life-breaking or Dao Seeker realm, how terrifying would he be? It was unimaginable. Qianxi, who was in front of Pavilion Elder Chen, said in a low voice, Pavilion Elder, this Yi Xian clearly wants to fight to the death with the sword sect. Should we make a move? Pavilion Elder Chen shook his head. Why should we make a move? Isn't it better to let them fight until both sides suffer? Qianxi wanted to say something but hesitated. Pavilion Elder Chen glanced at Qianxi. You have to understand that the relationship between us and Yi Xian is only one of benefits. He is not one of us, and it is impossible for him to become one of us, because that supreme treasure might be on him. but now, he is fighting to the death with the sword sect. No matter who wins, it will be good for us. Xianxia nodded slightly. I understand. Pavilion Elder Chen said in a low voice. Let us see if this Xian will go to the sword sect for revenge this time. Will he hit a rock with an egg, or will he directly overthrow the sword sect? Xianxia shook his head. It will be difficult. Even the dual realm sky did not know the strength and foundation of the sword sect. It could only be described as unfathomable. After all, it was the most powerful sect in the four-dimensional universe. How could the number of powerful swordsmen hidden in the sect be small, and although Yi Xian had people behind him, could the people behind him really suppress the sword sect? Could they? They did not know, because Yi Xian was not simple either. In short, this was a good thing for the dual realm sky. Whether Yi Xian won or the sword sect won, the dual realm sky would not suffer in the end. At the end of the horizon, a blood-red sword light streaked across the sky. Everywhere it passed, the sky turned blood-red. It was an extremely frightening sight. It was Yi Xian, and Yi Xian's direction was the sword world. He had never been to the sword world, but someone was pointing the way for him. Obviously, it was someone from the dual realm sky. Somewhere, Yuan Xiaodao looked at the blood-red sword light streaking across the sky in silence. She did not stop it because she knew she could not stop it. Moreover, the current Yi Xian was extremely dangerous. She did not have the ability to suppress Yi Xian. Not only could she not suppress him, but if she tried to stop him, her life would be in danger. After a while, Yuan Xiaodao sighed softly. The sword sect. As she spoke, she looked into the distant sky with a trace of doubt in her eyes. Why hasn't the person behind you appeared? In the sword world. At that moment, the sword world still did not know what had happened. Because Jianmu had returned secretly, only the sword sect leader, Mu Qingfeng, knew that he was only left with his soul. In a large hall, Mu Qingfeng looked at Jianmu's soul in front of him. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. Soul, Jianmu was only left with his soul. How was this possible? He knew his master's strength the best. In this four-dimensional universe, there were people who could kill his master, but there were definitely only a handful of them. Mu Qingfeng said in a low voice, Master. Who did it? Jianmu slowly closed his eyes. Yi Xian. Yi Xian, hearing this, Mu Qingfeng's pupils shrank. How is this possible? Jianmu's expression was complicated. In fact, even he himself wanted to ask how it was possible. Normally, Yi Xian would never be able to unleash such a powerful sword. Now that he thought about it, he knew that the real fatal blow to him was the blood-red prisoner character above his head and the other mysterious force. It was those two mysterious forces that suppressed him and made him unable to move. He could only take on Yi Xian's sword. Of course, the sword that Yi Xian had unleashed was too terrifying. Even now, he could not understand what kind of sword skill it was for it to be so powerful. As if he had thought of something, Jianmu's pupils shrank. Bloodline. He had almost forgotten about that. What was truly terrifying about Yi Xian was not the blood-red prisoner character, nor was it that mysterious force, nor was it that sword skill. It was his bloodline. After Yi Xian activated his bloodline, it was as if he had become a different person. The power of his bloodline was the main reason. At this time, Mu Qingfeng said in a low voice, Master. Was it really Yi Xian who did it? Jianmu nodded. Yes. Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Impossible. With his strength, it would be impossible for him to hurt you, Master, Jianmu said in a low voice. It was him. We have greatly underestimated this person's strength. At this point, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. This person's bloodline is so powerful. He is definitely not an ordinary person, Mu Qingfeng said. In the past, it was rumored that our sword sect's founder also had a special bloodline. However, it seems that the founder had never used it. Jianmu nodded. It is true that the founder has a special bloodline. However, the sword sect has never recorded his bloodline. At this point, he looked at Jianmu. Immediately issue an edict. Have all the sword sect's disciples in that place rush back. Mu Qingfeng frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a swordsman suddenly appeared outside the hall. The swordsman bowed slightly. Sect Master, there is a swordsman rushing towards our sword world. Hearing this, Mu Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. Is it that Yi Xian? The swordsman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian, Mu Qingfeng looked at Jianmu. The latter's face was quite gloomy. He has guts. Mu Qingfeng said in a low voice, I will go meet him. Jianmu suddenly shook his head. There is someone behind this person. Tell our sword sect to be extremely careful. I need some time to reconstruct my body. Just delay him. Mu Qingfeng bowed slightly. Understood. With that, he turned and left. Inside the hall, Jianmu was silent for a moment. His face gradually became ferocious. He destroyed my body. With that, he turned and left. Reconstruct his body. What he needed to do now was to reconstruct his body and recover his strength. Without his body, his strength would be greatly reduced, and he had to do it quickly because the current Yi Xian was a little difficult to deal with. After Mu Qingfeng left the hall, he directly turned into a sword light and shot towards the sky. At the same time, he issued an edict for all the sword sect's disciples outside to return as soon as possible. Apart from that, he also issued a sword order. Be on guard, the sword sect be on guard. At this moment, the entire sword sect was shocked. The sword sect be on guard. This had not happened for tens of thousands of years. Soon, all the sword sect's disciples began to gather. At this moment, a man came to the boundary of the sword world. The man's entire body was blood red like a blood man. On his back, there was a little girl without any signs of life. Yi Xian stood silently in front of the sword realm's barrier. His eyes were like a sea of blood, devoid of any color. He looked like a dried corpse that had lost its soul. Right at this moment, a flying sword suddenly flew out from within the barrier, and it slashed straight towards Yi Xian. It was as swift as a bolt of lightning, and the sword stopped when it was half an inch away from Yi Xian's forehead, because Yi Xian's left hand had grabbed it. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly clenched his left hand, and the sword transformed into a ray of blood-red light that exploded and vanished without a trace. Yi Xian walked slowly to the sword realm's barrier, and then he swung the executing heaven sword. Bang, the barrier trembled violently, and then it cracked. Yi Xian swung it again. Bang, the barrier cracked into the shape of a spider web. Yi Xian swung it again. Rumble, the entire barrier exploded with a loud bang, and in the instant that the barrier exploded, several sword lights slashed straight at him like lightning. Yi Xian blocked them with his sword, and a ray of blood-red light surged out from the executing heaven sword. Bang, the rays of light were shattered by the ray of blood-red light. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian. How dare you offend my sword sect, you? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Hiss, a ray of blood-red light flashed, and the swordsman's head flew into the air before he could even react. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the blood was instantly absorbed by Yi Xian. Yi Xian carried his sister on his back and continued forward. At this moment, no swordsman came to stop him. Because they'd noticed that an ordinary swordsman who tried to stop Yi Xian was undoubtedly courting death. Right at this moment, a sword howl resounded abruptly in the distance, and then a dense expanse of swords appeared in the sky. Sword array, facing Yi Xian, the sword sect directly used the sword formation. Obviously, they did not want to lose people. Mu Qingfeng was not stupid. If Yi Xian could destroy Yi Xian's physical body, how could an ordinary swordsman deal with him? So, he directly utilized the sword sect's sword formation. This sword formation wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. Countless sword chi shot towards Yi Xian like torrential rain. Just the pressure alone was enough to make it hard for one to breathe. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the sky full of sword chi. He didn't choose to attack and allowed the sword chi to slash his body. However, countless experts of the sword sect were stunned. Because those energy swords were directly absorbed by Yi Xian, tens of thousands of energy swords were all absorbed. Seeing this, Mu Qingfeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The spectators were filled with disbelief as well. He absorbed the energy swords. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then two blood-red rays of sword light shot out explosively from his eyes. The head of a sword sect expert that was over 10 kilometers away from him had been chopped off. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Yi Xian had actually instantly killed him. Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, an expanse of blood-red light slashed through the sky, and everywhere it passed, space was obliterated inch by inch. At the same time, a monstrous vicious energy and killing intent swept madly towards the surroundings. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a god of death that had descended into the world. Mu Qingfeng stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, he slightly believed Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian's current strength was truly terrifying. As Yi Xian got closer and closer, Mu Qingfeng suddenly said, "7 swords." As soon as he finished speaking, 7 rays of light suddenly flew out from behind Mu Qingfeng. In the next moment, the 7 rays of light crisscrossed and formed a sword formation that enveloped Yi Xian in the distance. 7 swords, this referred to the 7 elders of the sword sect. The weakest amongst them was at the life-destruction realm, and they'd always been studying sword formations. When the 7 of them joined forces, they were completely capable of easily killing a Dao Seeker realm expert. After witnessing Yi Xian's strength, Mu Qingfeng naturally wouldn't underestimate Yi Xian. So, he'd sent the 7 elders of the sword sect. Moreover, he'd ordered them to use their sword formation. At the instant that the sword formation appeared, the space around Yi Xian was sliced apart. The space that was sliced apart was instantly obliterated and vanished forever. Everyone was staring at that space. Had Yi Xian been killed? At that moment, Yi Xian walked out. Seeing this, all the experts of the sword sect were petrified. This was because the moment Yi Xian walked out, he'd absorbed the sword formation. He'd absorbed it. Mu Qingfeng stared at Yi Xian, his fists clenched. His heart was filled with shock. This could be absorbed. Sword formations could also be absorbed. How were they supposed to fight? The 7 swordsmen were also dumbfounded. The sword formation formed by the 7 of them had actually been absorbed by Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. The expressions of the 7 of them changed drastically. At the same time, Mu Qingfeng's voice rang out. "Watch out!" The 7 of them naturally didn't dare to be careless. At the instant that Yi Xian charged at them, the 7 of them suddenly threw the swords in their hands. The 7 swords transformed into 7 rays of light that slashed at Yi Xian from 7 different angles. However, Yi Xian didn't dodge or resist when faced with these 7 powerful swords. He allowed the 7 swords to slash at him. Then, everyone was stunned once more. Because the 7 swords had been absorbed by Yi Xian again, the 7 swordsmen were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. Absorbed again? What's going on? The 7 of them looked at each other, disbelief written all over their faces. Mu Qingfeng stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, he finally understood. Yi Xian could absorb these swords and sword energy, but the question was, why was Yi Xian able to absorb them? He couldn't figure it out, and if this went on, who in the sword sect could stop Yi Xian? At that moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished. This time, Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. The 7 swordsmen's expressions changed drastically. The swordsman in the lead drew his sword and slashed. A powerful sword energy shot out from his sword. However, in the face of this powerful sword energy, Yi Xian didn't even block it. He allowed the sword energy to slash at him. Just like before, the sword energy was directly absorbed. Seeing this, the swordsman's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he knew he was finished. Just as he thought, a blood-red sword energy slashed at his throat, and his head flew off. However, the moment his head flew off, his soul left his body as if trying to escape. At this moment, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him, and the next moment, his soul was directly devoured by a sword. Soul-suppressing sword. This time, he completely disappeared from this world. After killing the swordsman, Yi Xian charged at the remaining 6 people. Seeing Yi Xian charge at them, the 6 people's expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to draw their swords at all, because their swords were useless against Yi Xian. They couldn't fight him at all. At this moment, Mu Qingfeng suddenly said, "Retreat." Hearing Mu Qingfeng's words, the 6 people felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They immediately turned and ran. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon. Mu Qingfeng said again, "Everyone, retreat to World Peak. Without my order, no one is allowed to attack." Hearing Mu Qingfeng's words, the surrounding sword sect experts retreated one after another. Right now, they didn't want to fight Yi Xian. How could they fight him? They couldn't fight him at all. After the swordsman left, Mu Qingfeng looked at Yi Xian. He slowly clenched his right hand, and in his palm, a sword energy quietly condensed. Yi Xian slowly walked toward Mu Qingfeng. The latter's expression was extremely solemn. If it were before, he wouldn't have been afraid of Yi Xian at all. But now, he was extremely afraid, because Yi Xian had even destroyed his master's physical body. His strength was naturally not as strong as Jian Mu. In other words, it was possible that Yi Xian could kill him. Of course, he still didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Yi Xian could be that strong. He wanted to try. The reason he chose to try was because he had no other choice. Right now, someone had to hold off Yi Xian until Jian Mu's physical body recovered. The average swordsman was no match for Yi Xian at all. Aside from him, anyone else who fought against Yi Xian would be sending themselves to their deaths. Only he could stop Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian didn't waste any time. He turned into a beam of blood-red light and disappeared. Mu Qingfeng's eyes narrowed. The next moment, he suddenly opened his palm, and a small sword flew out. The sword passed without leaving a trace, and it was extremely fast. At that moment, Yi Xian, who was not far away, suddenly stopped. This time, he didn't choose to use his body to block the attack. Instead, he slashed down with the executing heaven sword in his hand. Boom, a blood-red light suddenly erupted, and Yi Xian instantly retreated several thousand feet away. As soon as he stopped, streaks of sword qi engulfed him from all directions. This time, Yi Xian also didn't use his body to block the attack. He swung the executing heaven sword, and blood-red beams of light shot out. Pist 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 pist, in the entire sky, a series of densely packed slicing sounds rang out continuously. It was extremely frightening. At first, Yi Xian's blood-red beams of light were barely able to resist, but gradually, Yi Xian was at a disadvantage. He kept retreating. Not only that, but some of the sword energy even pierced through his body. However, it wasn't fatal. Just like that, after about 15 minutes, Yi Xian was dragged out of the sword realm. Seeing this, Mu Qingfeng's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like you can't absorb everything. As soon as he said that, Yi Xian, who was far away, suddenly stopped. The next moment, the sky above his head darkened. At the same time, a blood-red prisoner character appeared above his head. The moment the blood-red prisoner character appeared, Mu Qingfeng's expression changed. He was just about to resist when another mysterious power enveloped him. Sword Realm. The moment the power of the Sword Realm appeared, a sword was already in front of him. An infinite sword, it ignored realms and everything else. At that moment, Mu Qingfeng could only choose to block it. He had no other choice. At this moment of life and death, Mu Qingfeng suddenly roared, and countless sword auras surged out of his body. However, as soon as the sword auras appeared, they were suppressed by the Sword Realm and the 6 Paths of Truth. At this time, Yi Xian's sword flew through his throat. Pissed, Mu Qingfeng's head was sent flying. Yi Xian appeared behind Mu Qingfeng. He stabbed with his sword. This sword pierced through Mu Qingfeng's head. Mu Qingfeng's eyes were wide open. His soul couldn't even escape. Because this sword was the soul-suppressing sword, Yi Xian's sword pierced through Mu Qingfeng's head. He looked into the distance. After a moment of silence, he suddenly roared, "Arg!" Boom, in the blink of an eye, the sky had turned into a sea of blood. Mu Qingfeng had been killed. At this moment, the entire sword sect was shocked. Mu Qingfeng had actually been killed by Yi Xian. The disciples of the sword sect were finally starting to panic. After all, Mu Qingfeng was the sect leader of the sword sect, and his strength was considered to be at the top in the 4th dimension. However, he'd been killed by Yi Xian. Moreover, even his soul hadn't managed to escape. Why is Yi Xian so strong? Countless experts of the sword sect gasped in shock. The eyes of Mu Qingfeng's head that Yi Xian's executing heaven sword were wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. Even at the moment of his death, he'd never imagined that Yi Xian would be able to instantly kill him with a single strike. It was an instant kill. In that instant, he came to an understanding. Yi Xian had been showing weakness earlier, but hadn't Yi Xian gone mad? There was no answer. Mu Qingfeng had died rather aggrieved, or perhaps it could be said that he was extremely unwilling. He didn't dare believe that he'd died just like that. Even his soul hadn't been preserved. In the battlefield, after Yi Xian killed Mu Qingfeng, he transformed into a beam of sword light and shot into the distance. Wherever the blood-red light passed, the space turned into nothingness. At this moment, the killing intent and hostility he emanated was growing stronger and stronger, and it had reached an indescribable state. At this moment, he truly seemed like a demon from the depths of hell. Countless experts of the sword sect were shocked when they saw Xian charge at them. Xian was like the bane of the swordsman. How could they possibly fight him? Meanwhile, a voice resounded from within the sword hall. Stop him. 2 hours. 2 hours, it was Jianmu's voice. As soon as Jianmu's voice resounded, the ground in front of the sword hall suddenly split open, and then a ray of light shot into the sky. It forced Xian to stop on the spot. The light dispersed, and then an old man appeared in front of Xian. It's Grand Elder Emoli. Someone cried out in surprise. Emoli, the great elder of the sword sect, was also a core member of the sword sect. He was currently at the peak of the life-breaking realm. He had been obsessed with swordsmanship all his life and basically didn't care about the internal affairs of the sword sect. In the sword sect, some of the core members rarely saw him. And this time, when the sword sect was in danger, he came out, looking at Xian in front of her. Emoli also looked extremely solemn. Mu Qingfeng had been killed. His heart was also incomparably shocked. This was because he was very clear about Mu Qingfeng's strength. Even in the entire four-dimensional universe, Mu Qingfeng belonged to the top. But just now, Mu Qingfeng had been killed by this young man. Even his soul did not escape. Emoli was also somewhat shocked in her heart. Xian's strength was actually powerful to such a degree. At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. A dot of red light appeared in front of Emoli's boundless sword, although he didn't use the 6 paths of truth or the sword domain, but Emoli's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't dodge, nor did he draw his sword. Instead, he directly punched at Xian's chest. Psst, bang, a ray of sword light directly pierced through Emoli's forehead, and Xian's entire body was sent flying. When he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood essence. Not only that, but his body also cracked like a spider web. This time, the old man didn't draw his sword because he knew that drawing his sword would be meaningless. Xian's physique was special. His body couldn't be injured by a sword, therefore, he directly chose to use his fist. Of course, the price was his life. Xian was injured, but Emoli died directly. Even his soul couldn't escape. Emoli glanced at the surroundings while a trace of infatuation could be seen in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt slightly regretful. He didn't regret using his life to stop Xian, he regretted not taking a good look at the world. He'd been pursuing the limits of the sword Dao his entire life, yet he'd never calmed down to take a good look at the world. Now that he was about to die, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed out on a huge amount. Right at this moment. Bang, a strand of monstrous sword intent suddenly shot into the sky from within Emoli, a breakthrough in the sword Dao. This sword intent was so strong that it could obliterate the world. All the experts of the sword sect were overjoyed. However, it didn't take long for their expressions to dim down. Because Emoli's eyes had lost all color. However, there was a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. At the moment before his death, he'd understood. The sword Dao wasn't supreme, and it came from life. Unfortunately, he'd comprehended it too late. Emoli had perished. All the experts of the sword sect gazed at Xian, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded, "He's heavily injured. Kill him." As soon as the voice resounded, a ray of light slashed straight at Xian. However, the ray of light was instantly absorbed by Xian. The expressions of all the swordsmen turned extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. "How do we fight him?" Meanwhile, another voice resounded, "Don't use your sword. Don't use your sword." The others came to a sudden realization when they heard this voice. Xian could absorb swords, but it was limited to swords. If he used his fists or sabers, then Xian wouldn't be able to absorb them. When they thought up to this point, a few swordsmen charged at Xian. They didn't use their swords. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly vanished. Hiss, a ray of light flashed, and then a bloody head flew into the air. After that, another 2 bloody heads flew into the air. They were instantly killed. The remaining swordsmen hurriedly stopped when they witnessed this scene. They'd forgotten that their strength would be greatly reduced if they didn't use their swords. Under such circumstances, they weren't a match for Xian at all. a slaughter. It didn't take long for Xian to start a frenzied slaughter within the sword world. He killed everyone on sight, yet now, no one in the sword sect could stop Xian at all. Even if they utilized some sword formations, all of them were absorbed by Xian. Most importantly, after Xian had killed people, he had absorbed their blood, energy, and souls directly. Then he had become even stronger. Moreover, Xian's ability to recover was too terrifying. It didn't take long for numerous shrill cries to resound within the sword world. Presently, no one could stop Xian. It didn't take long for Xian to kill his way to the sword sect's sword hall, and behind him was a pool of blood. Xian was carrying Yi Ling on his back, and his eyes were bloodshot. Boundless killing intent and viciousness radiated from his body, and this viciousness was so strong that it could withstand the sword sect's sword intent. Meanwhile, a middle-aged swordsman appeared not far from Xian. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Xian, my sword sect and you. Xian suddenly vanished. Hiss, the middle-aged swordsman's head flew into the air, and his blood was instantly absorbed by Xian. As for his soul, it was absorbed by Xian's soul-quelling sword. He was directly wiped out, and he couldn't even reincarnate. You've gone too far. At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded from afar. Then, a sword ray flew from afar and slashed at Xian. Xian didn't dodge, and let the sword slash at him. Boom, the sword was directly absorbed by Xian, and at this time, the executing heaven sword in Xian's hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, the swordsman's pupil suddenly shrank. He stomped his right foot and slashed down with his sword. Hiss, the executing heaven sword directly shattered his sword, and then, it pierced through the middle of his brows. At this time, Xian appeared behind him. Xian stretched out his right hand and caught the executing heaven sword. Then, he slashed backward. Hiss, the swordsman's head flew into the air. Xian tapped the tip of his foot lightly and charged forward. This time, his target was the group of swordsmen in the distance. The swordsmen's expressions changed drastically when they saw Xian charging at them. At this time, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Xian. The old man didn't draw his sword, but instead, he punched forward. Boom, the space in front of Xian collapsed, and Xian stopped. The old man stared at Xian, who had stopped in the distance. He slowly clenched his right hand, and a powerful force gathered in his palm. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took a step forward and punched with his right hand. Boom, a powerful force swept out from his fist, and the space in its path began to be annihilated inch by inch. Fist Dao. In the distance, Xian held the executing heaven sword with both hands, and a blood-red glow surged into his executing heaven sword. A moment later, he suddenly slashed forward. Boom, the old man's force was directly shattered by Xian's sword. Meanwhile, Xian appeared in front of the old man, and the old man revealed a ferocious expression. Bring it on! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly clapped his hands together. Boom, the space where he stood exploded and turned pitch black. All the swordsmen were looking at that spot, and a moment later, a man walked out. It was Xian, and there was a bloody head stuck in the executing heaven sword in his right hand. It was the old man's head. However, the corners of Xian's mouth were bleeding incessantly, and he looked much better than before. However, there was a dark green gas coiling around his body. The fountain of life. He'd been absorbing the fountain of life since the beginning, and that was why he'd been able to maintain his formidable combat strength. Even though he'd lost his mind, attacking and recovering were all instincts, and they were actions that were deeply rooted in his bones. Xian walked slowly towards the sword sex experts in the distance. The old man's head was still bleeding incessantly on his executing heaven sword. The swordsmen retreated incessantly when they saw this. It wasn't that they didn't dare to fight, it was that they didn't know how to fight Xian. How could they fight? Xian could absorb swords, however, they had to delay him for a while longer. As long as Jianmu didn't come out, the sword sex experts couldn't do anything to Xian. It wasn't that they weren't strong. After all, the sword sect had no less than 20 Fate Realm experts. However, their swords couldn't pose any threat to Xian. Xian's constitution was the natural counter to the swordsman. Stop him! Suddenly, Jianmu's voice resounded from within the hall once more. Some of them had unsightly expressions on their faces. Stop him? How? They didn't dare to attack Xian at all. Suddenly, Jianmu's voice resounded once more, "Get out of that box." The box, one of the black-clothed old men hesitated for a moment before he said, "That's one of the sword sect's trump cards." "Get out." Jianmu's voice resounded once more. The old man thought for a moment before he nodded, and then he formed a seal. It didn't take long for the ground in front of Yixian to split open, and then a pitch-black box floated out from within it. The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with bewilderment as he gazed at the box. It was one of the 3 trump cards left behind by the sword sect's founding ancestor all those years ago. It was said that the sword sect could activate it if it encountered any danger. It could resolve any danger the sword sect faced. The sword sect hadn't utilized it throughout the years, but it had no choice now. What exactly would be inside it? The old man didn't think too much about it. He just pointed with his finger, and the black box opened up. A ray of white light floated out from within the box, but there was no movement. Everyone gazed at the box and held their breaths. A short while later, a white and fluffy little fellow crawled out slowly from within it. "P.S. Brothers, keep warm." The white little fellow, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. The trump card left behind by the sword sect's founding ancestor is a little fellow. As soon as the little fellow emerged, she rubbed her drowsy eyes and stretched herself. Meanwhile, she suddenly opened her eyes and gazed at Yixian, and her eyes instantly opened wide when she saw Yixian. Her entire body shuddered, and then she turned around and ran. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. She ran, just like that. The experts of the sword sect felt like their brains had short-circuited. At this moment, the little white thing suddenly stopped. She turned around to look at Yixian, who was not far away. She blinked. She suddenly recalled why she should be afraid. It wasn't him. The white little fellow floated over to Yixian. The black-clothed old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Your Highness, he trespassed into our sword sect and killed members of our sword sect." The white little fellow suddenly stretched out a claw at the black-clothed old man, and she signaled him to keep quiet. The black-clothed old man was at a loss for words. The white little fellow glanced at Yixian, and then Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. At this moment, he actually didn't recognize anyone. No, apart from Yiling, who was on his back, he really didn't recognize anyone else. As for Yiling, he couldn't say that he recognized Yiling as well. It could only be said that Yiling was his final strand of obsession. The white little fellow blinked when she saw Yixian attack, and then she waved her claw. A white sword appeared in her grasp, and then she raised it horizontally to block Yixian's attack. Bang! This sword, she actually blocked it directly. The members of the sword sect were overjoyed when they witnessed this scene. She'd blocked it. At first, they thought that this cute little guy came out to act cute, but now it seemed that he had the strength. After the little white fellow blocked Yixian with her sword, she did not counterattack. Instead, she gently waved her left claw, and a white aura enveloped Yixian. Under the cover of this white aura, the hostility and killing intent on Yixian's body gradually disappeared. All the experts of the sword sect were stunned once more when they witnessed this scene. What was he doing? Gradually, the redness in Yixian's eyes faded, and he regained some clarity. The instant Yixian regained some consciousness, he was stunned for a moment. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly put Yiling down from his back. When he saw that Yiling was no longer breathing, his face instantly twisted, and he turned to look at the experts from the sword sect. Boom! A bloody light swept out from his body. Just as he regained a sliver of clarity, he instantly reverted back to normal. The energy of his bloodline erupted madly once more. The white little fellow blinked when she witnessed this scene, and then she hurriedly waved her claw again. In next to no time, Yixian was enveloped by countless strands of white light, and the hostility and killing intent Yixian emanated were suppressed once more. When a trace of clarity returned to Yixian's eyes, the white little fellow hurriedly flew over to Yiling, pointed at Yiling, and then pointed at herself. Yixian was stunned by this scene, and then he said hoarsely, What are you trying to say?" The little fellow gazed at Yiling, and it didn't take long for a wisp of surprise to flash through her eyes. After that, she placed her claw lightly on Yiling's head, and then countless strands of dark violet energy surged out from her claw. It didn't take long for Yiling to be enveloped by the violet energy. Yixian gazed at Yiling while his body trembled slightly. A short while passed, but there was still no movement from Yiling. The white little fellow's brows knit together slightly, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her large eyes. Right at this moment, Xian's eyes suddenly became deathly still. Impossible. As he spoke, he gazed at the white little fellow. Bury me with my younger sister later. As soon as he finished speaking, bang, Xian was instantly covered in blood, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged towards the experts of the sword sect. The white little fellow stomped her claws anxiously when she saw Xian become covered in blood again. She wanted to chase after Xian, but she seemed to have thought of something and lowered her head to look at Ling instead. She knew that she had to save this woman, otherwise, even if Xian recovered, he would immediately become covered in blood. But why can't I save her? The white little fellow's eyes were filled with bewilderment. A short while later, she seemed to have noticed something, and her eyes lit up. She placed her right claw on Ling's abdomen and pressed down lightly. With this, Ling's body instantly became illusory, and then a mysterious aura suddenly seeped out from her body. The little fellow sniffed lightly, and soon, she became slightly excited. Then, she pressed down lightly with her little claw again. At this moment, Ling's brows were slightly knitted together. The little fellow noticed this, and she hurriedly mobilized a large amount of purple qi, which was madly absorbed by Ling. Seeing this, a bright smile appeared on the little fellow's chubby little face, and then she started transferring the purple qi again. In the distance, Xian had already gone berserk. At this moment, no one could stop Xian, especially the swordsman before him. These swordsmen were completely helpless against Xian, and they could only wait to be slaughtered. To a certain extent, Xian was the swordsman's nemesis. At this moment, a voice resounded in the sword hall again. Use the second box. The second box, below, the old man in black did not hesitate this time. He once again formed a sword seal, and soon, the ground not far behind him suddenly left, and then, a black box floated out. The second trump card, the old man in black glanced at the white little fellow not far away, and his expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that the helper he called out would actually help Xian. Not only did he not expect this, but the entire sword sect's powerhouses also did not expect this. This white little fellow actually helped Xian save someone. At this moment, they had no time to think about this because the sword was already too fast. Not only was the sword fast, but it was also boundlessly strong, executing heaven's sword. At present, it could be said to be the sharpest sword in the four-dimensional universe. In his current state, no one was a match for Xian's sword. As soon as the box was opened, a powerful aura emanated from within it. Xian immediately stopped attacking, and then he gazed at the box. A ray of black light suddenly floated out from within it. The surviving swordsman gazed at the ray of black light. The black light dispersed to reveal a little girl. She had 2 horns on her head and a black tail behind her. Hope appeared in the eyes of all the experts of the sword sect when they saw her. She was formidable. The aura she emanated was too formidable. Just his aura alone had forced Xian to stop the evil aura and killing intent emanating from him. Not only that, but everyone present had even felt a formless pressure. She was formidable. That was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. The little girl stretched her back, and then she suddenly gazed at Xian who stood nearby. She was slightly stunned when she saw Xian, and then she said, "You." Meanwhile, Xian suddenly appeared in front of her, and he swiftly slashed his sword at her. The little girl didn't dodge and just allowed Xian's sword to strike her head. Bang! Everyone watched as Xian's figure was blasted flying. The other swordsmen were petrified when they witnessed this scene. She took a strike from Xian head-on, and she's even fine. Everyone was looking at the little girl, and their hearts were filled with shock. After all, they'd witnessed Xian's sword. Xian's strength was extremely formidable, and it was especially so for Xian's sword. That sword was extremely sharp. However, the little girl had actually used her head to take a strike from Xian's sword and remained fine. The little girl rubbed her head, and then she gazed at the executing heaven sword in Xian's hand. Executing heaven sword. As she spoke, she gazed at Xian. Why have you become like this as well? Xian didn't speak. He just appeared in front of the little girl again, and then he slashed his sword at her again. This time, he'd utilized the boundless sword. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings instantly changed when they saw this attack. However, the little girl didn't attack, and she just allowed the sword to strike her head. Bang! The space around Xian and the little girl collapsed. Moreover, a powerful force swept out like a storm, and the experts of the sword sect hurriedly retreated. When they stopped moving, they gazed at the little girl. At this moment, the little girl was still completely fine. Conversely, Xianxia's sword and hand were actually trembling violently. The others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Xianxia was about to attack again. However, the little girl suddenly grabbed Executing Heaven's sword, and then she kicked Xianxia's stomach. As if she'd thought of something, she suddenly withdrew her leg and moved over 10 m back to put some distance between her and Xianxia. On the other hand, the Executing Heaven sword in Xianxia's hand suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed at the little girl. The little girl immediately grabbed onto Executing Heaven's sword, and she forcefully resisted the powerful force contained within it. The little girl glanced at Xianxia, and then she gazed at the little fellow who was standing not too far away. Heal him. The little white fellow blinked, and then she pointed at Yiling. The little girl nodded, all right. As she spoke, she turned around, and then her brows knit together slightly, the sword sect. When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Xianxia, why are you fighting the sword sect? Xianxia didn't speak, and he was just about to attack again. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly charged over to Xianxia, and then she pressed her palm against Xianxia's shoulder. In an instant, the vicious energy and killing intent that Xianxia emanated were instantly suppressed by her. It didn't take long for Xianxia to regain his senses. Meanwhile, the black-clothed old man, the swordsman, suddenly appeared in front of the little girl. He didn't attack the little girl, and he just smashed his fist towards Xianxia's head with the intention of killing Xianxia with a single strike. However, right when his fist was about to smash against Xianxia's head, the little girl suddenly smashed her fist towards the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly withdrew his fist to block it. Bang! The old man was instantly blasted flying, and his arms even exploded apart. The experts of the sword sect were stunned on the spot when they witnessed this scene. What's going on? The old man was stunned by the little girl's punch as well. What's the meaning of this? All the experts of the sword sect gazed at the little girl in succession. Is she a helper from our sect? She's probably Xianxia's helper, right? The old man stared fixedly at the little girl, and he clenched his fists tightly. Aren't you supposed to be protecting my sword sect? He was furious, extremely furious, that white little fellow had helped Xianxia earlier, and now this little girl was helping Xianxia as well. What's going on? The little girl glanced at the old man. Why did all of you hit him? Don't all of you know that he's my older brother's subordinate? My older brother's subordinate? The old man frowned slightly. What do you mean? The little girl pointed angrily at the old man. Why did all of you hit him? Hearing this, the black-clothed old man was dumbfounded. Why did we hit Xianxia? His mind was completely short-circuited. Is this the trump card that the sword sect's founding ancestor left behind for the sword sect? The experts of the sword sect were in a state of confusion as well. What's going on? Is this the sword sect's helper or Xianxia's? Meanwhile, a nearby swordsman stepped forward, and he forcefully suppressed the rage in his heart. Didn't you see that? It was he who slaughtered in my sword sect, and it wasn't my sword sect that hit him. The little girl gazed at Xianxia. Meanwhile, Xiaoling suddenly appeared in front of the little girl, and she hurriedly told her everything. A short moment later, the little girl glanced at Yiling, and her expression gradually turned cold. After that, she turned around to look at the nearby swordsman. All of you hit his younger sister first. The swordsman's expression was slightly unsightly. Who exactly are you helping? The little girl suddenly stomped her right foot against the ground. Bang! The swordsman's body exploded apart before he could even react. The swordsman's expression changed drastically when they saw this. The little girl glanced coldly at the experts of the sword sect. You actually dared to hit my younger sister? How shameless! Moreover, the people you beat up are my brother's people. The black-clothed old man coldly looked at the little girl. Who is your brother? The little girl pointed at the statue not far away. He's my brother. Seeing this scene, the black-robed old man and the others were stunned. Wasn't this their patriarch? Meanwhile, a swordsman spoke solemnly. That's the founding ancestor of our sword sect. Since he's your elder brother, why don't you help us? The little girl looked at the swordsman. I've calculated your relationship with my brother and his relationship with my brother. I realized that he's closer to my brother, so I'll help him. Everyone, the black-robed old man slowly clenched his fists. You said that he is closer to your brother. Why do you say that? The little girl shrugged. Anyway, they're closer. The black-clothed old man spoke solemnly. He intends to kill us. The little girl said, then let him kill us. The black-clothed old man almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Let him kill us. My God, what did I just say? At this moment, the black-clothed old man felt like his brain wasn't enough to comprehend all of this. Suddenly, Xian, who stood by the little girl's side, gazed at the black-clothed old man. A moment later, he transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards the black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. How could he dare to resist Xian's attack? He immediately retreated madly. However, Xian didn't pursue him, and Xian went after the other experts of the sword sect instead. It didn't take long for numerous shrill cries to resound once more. They couldn't stop Xian at all. Xian's sword was too terrifying. The little girl blinked, hesitated for a moment, and said, why don't we sit down and have a chat? Xian ignored her and continued killing. The little girl thought for a moment and said, don't injure yourself. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the white little fellow. Xian was still slaughtering in the distance. While the experts of the sword sect were resisting him, their swords couldn't pose a threat to Xian at all. Even some of the formidable sword formations of the sword sect were unable to harm Xian. Xian was the bane of the swordsman, or it should be said that he was the bane of the sword sect. If he encountered any other sect, then Xian would absolutely not slaughter them so wantonly. Because while his combat strength was formidable, the joint forces of 7 or 8 experts at the peak of the Shattering Realm would definitely be able to suppress him. However, the Fate Realm experts of the sword sect felt extremely helpless. They felt extremely helpless, because their swords were useless against Xian. On the other hand, the little girl had walked over to the white little fellow. The white little fellow pointed at Yiling, who was lying on the ground with an excited expression on her face. The little girl looked at Yiling and blinked. In next to no time, a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes. When she noticed the little girl, the white little fellow hurriedly waved her little claws as if she was trying to express something. The little girl nodded slightly. What a unique physique. It's amazing. The white little fellow hurriedly nodded in agreement. The little girl looked at the white little fellow. Give her some more violet energy and completely activate her physique. The white little fellow nodded, and then she continued instilling violet energy into Yiling. On the other side, Xian had gone mad from the slaughter. At this moment, Xian was enveloped by countless strands of blood energy, and everywhere he passed, heads would fall to the ground. It was truly a bloodbath. Xian's target was the sword sect's sword hall, in other words, the swordsman's location. However, the sword sect's experts were resisting tenaciously, and they were trying to delay until the swordsman came out, the current strongest expert of the sword sect. At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded from within the sword hall. Everyone, retreat to the front of the sword hall and activate the defensive sword formation. The voice of the swordsman. Hearing this, all the sword sect's experts retreated. When they retreated to the front of the sword hall, a huge barrier of light suddenly enveloped the entire sword hall. This barrier of light wasn't formed by sword energy, which meant that Xian couldn't absorb it at all. In front of the sword hall were the sword sect's experts, and there were only a few dozen of them. Outside the sword hall was Xian, and the ground around Xian was covered in blood and corpses. Xian was surrounded by a bloody glow, and the executing heaven sword in his hand was horribly red as if it was forged from blood. At this moment, Xian suddenly walked to the barrier of light and slashed down. Bang! The barrier of light shook violently, and countless cracks appeared on it. However, it didn't shatter. Xian slashed down again. Rumble! The barrier of light shook once more, and the cracks grew larger. However, it still stood firm. Xian was about to attack again when he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. The swordsmen were slightly stunned by the scene. What's Xian trying to do? In next to no time, all of them seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed drastically. One of the swordsmen spoke with horror. His targets are the disciples of our sword sect. He'd just finished speaking when the howl of swords resounded from afar. The black-clothed old man who led the group roared furiously, Xian. You think you can do that? Come at us. Yi Xian didn't even pay attention to him, and he just slaughtered the disciples of the sword sect. How could these disciples of the sword sect be a match for Yi Xian? They couldn't fight back at all. Yi Xian immediately started slaughtering, and shrill cries resounded incessantly. On the other hand, the experts of the sword sect who were trapped within the barrier of light had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. They wanted to leave the barrier, but they were very clearly aware that it would be useless even if they did, because they couldn't stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still slaughtering. At this point, he'd killed a few dozen, and all of them were genius disciples of the sword sect. Even though they weren't strong enough right now, they were the future hope of the sword sect. At this moment, the black-clothed old man in the light shield suddenly rushed out. The black-clothed old man glared at Yi Xian in the distance. Both of his hands had been chopped off by the little girl, so he had no hands at the moment. However, there was not a hint of fear in the black-robed old man's eyes. The black-clothed old man walked slowly towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you only attack the weak? You. His voice suddenly stopped abruptly. This was because a blood-red sword had been stabbed into his throat at some point in time. It was an instant kill. The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He intended to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him, and then Yi Xian swung the execution heaven sword horizontally. Hiss, the black-clothed old man's head flew into the air. After he beheaded the black-clothed old man, Yi Xian transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot towards the barrier of light, and then he swung his sword down. Bang, the barrier of light shook violently, and then countless cracks appeared on it. Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all. He just swung his sword a few more times in succession, and more cracks appeared on the barrier of light. The expressions of the experts of the sword sect who were trapped within the barrier of light had changed when they witnessed this scene. Once the barrier of light was destroyed, then could anyone stop Yi Xian? No one. Defend the formation. Meanwhile, Jian Mu's voice resounded once more within the hall. The others hurriedly utilized their sword energy to defend the formation when they heard Jian Mu. They didn't dare allow their sword energy to leave the barrier of light because it would be absorbed by Yi Xian if it left the barrier of light. Just like that, Yi Xian continued slashing madly for around 15 minutes. Even though the barrier of light was covered in countless cracks, it still didn't shatter. The members of the sword sect instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Right at this moment, the space between Yi Xian's brows suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the space here started to reform layer by layer. The spatial Dao Law. Under the influence of the spatial Dao Law, the barrier of light actually started to disintegrate bit by bit. The expressions of the experts of the sword sect changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and they retreated explosively. It didn't take long for the barrier of light to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, a blood-red ray of light slashed through the air. Hiss, the swordsman experts who led the group were instantly beheaded. Yi Xian was just about to continue attacking when an invisible pressure suddenly swept out from within the hall. Bang, Yi Xian was instantly blasted back by this aura, and he retreated until he stood before the little girl and the white fellow. An old man walked over from afar. It was none other than Jian Mu. At this moment, Jian Mu had recovered his physical body. Jian Mu walked slowly towards Yi Xian with an extremely gloomy expression on his face. The little girl who stood by Yi Xian's side suddenly gazed at the white fellow. I'll go help him. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up. P.S. The weather has suddenly turned cold, and it's brightening later than usual. She walked over to Yi Xian's side, but Yi Xian immediately slashed his sword at her. However, the little girl pressed her hand down on his shoulder, and this action instantly suppressed the energy of his bloodline. However, it was only temporarily suppressed and hadn't been completely suppressed. The little girl gazed at Jian Mu, and the latter spoke in a low voice. Both of you are trump cards left behind by the founding ancestor of my sword sect. Logically speaking, both of you should be protecting my sword sect, right? The little girl asked. Why did both of you hit him? Obviously, she was referring to Yi Xian. Jian Mu gazed at her. You know him? The little girl nodded. I do. Jian Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. You actually know him. Why? The little girl was just about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly started trembling, and the energy of his bloodline grew stronger and stronger. The little girl's brows knit together slightly. Meanwhile, Jian Mu said, How did you know him? The little girl glanced at Jian Mu. Let me ask you a question. Did you hit his younger sister? Jianmu gazed at her. Yes. The little girl flared up with rage. How shameless. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly swung her fist through the air. Jianmu's expression changed, and he swiftly slashed with his sword. Bang! In an instant, Jianmu was blasted flying. Moreover, the sword hall behind him was instantly transformed into powder. The others in the surroundings were astounded when they witnessed this scene. That little girl's strength is actually so formidable. Jianmu's face was covered in astonishment as well. He hadn't expected that the little girl's strength would actually be so terrifying. That punch had directly injured his internal organs. The little girl glanced at Jianmu with an emotionless expression. You hit his younger sister. How shameless. Jianmu's expression was extremely unsightly. Why are both of you helping him? He couldn't figure it out. Both the little girl and the white fellow were trump cards left behind by the Sword Sect's founding ancestor, and the Sword Sect had never utilized them. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping Yixian busy just now, the Sword Sect wouldn't have utilized them as well. However, he didn't expect that these two little fellas would actually help Yixian. Why was that? The little girl took out a stick of candied hawthorn and licked it before saying, he's one of us. I don't know you. When he spoke up to her, he paused slightly and said, that Lin Qi, where's little Lin? Jianmu's pupils suddenly constricted when he heard this. Lynch, actually, the Sword Sect wasn't founded by the green-clothed man, it was founded by Lin Qi. However, after Lin Qi founded the Sword Sect, he directly appointed the green-clothed man as the founding ancestor. So, the entire Sword Sect had no choice but to acknowledge the green-clothed man as the founding ancestor. However, the real founder of the Sword Sect was Lynch. Jianmu never imagined that this little girl actually knew Lin Qi and even called him Little Lin. Who was this person in front of them? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Jianmu was just about to speak when the little girl suddenly said, you wanted to seize his treasures, but you couldn't do anything to him, so. You went to deal with his younger sister, right? Everyone in the surroundings gazed at Jianmu when they heard this. Actually, most of the members of the Sword Sect weren't aware of the sequence of events. They only knew that Yixian had come to the Sword Sect to kill, but they didn't know why Yixian had come to the Sword Sect to kill. Yet now, the little girl's words allowed them to understand that Yixian hadn't come to kill for no reason. Jianmu gazed at the little girl. I shouldn't have let you out. At this moment, he was truly regretful. He didn't regret going against Yixian, and he regretted letting this little girl and that white-colored little fellow out, especially this little girl. This little girl's strength was too terrifying. The little girl laughed coldly when she heard Jianmu. You dared to touch Brother Yang's people? Looks to me like you're tired of living. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished on the spot. Jianmu's expression instantly changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. He suddenly took a step forward while he pressed his palms together, and then an energy sword that was over 10 m long suddenly condensed above him. In the next moment, the energy sword carried an obliterating force as it slashed down forcefully. Meanwhile, the little girl just happened to appear in front of him, and she smashed her fist forward. Bang! The energy sword exploded apart. At the same time, Jianmu was blasted flying, and the little girl smashed her fist forward once more. Bang! In the distance, Jianmu's entire body had been sent flying thousands of meters away, and the space in front of her and Jianmu had already turned pitch black. The might of a single punch was so formidable. The expressions of the experts of the Sword Sect were extremely unsightly. Yixian was already sufficiently terrifying, but this little girl was even more terrifying than Yixian. The little girl was about to attack again when Jianmu suddenly spoke fiercely. What? Do you want my Sword Sect to be annihilated? The little girl's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she heard this, and then she stopped. Annihilate the Sword Sect? She hadn't thought of that. After all, the Sword Sect had acknowledged her older brother as its founding ancestor. It wouldn't be good to annihilate it just like that. Jianmu heaved a slight sigh of relief when he saw the little girl hesitate. He wasn't really afraid of Yixian, but he was really quite afraid of the little girl. After all, her strength was truly too terrifying. Most importantly, her defenses were extremely formidable. Her physical defenses were formidable to an extremely terrifying degree, and there were probably very few people in the fourth dimension who could penetrate her defenses. Suddenly, the little girl said, I've thought of a way. Jianmu gazed at her, and the little girl stared back at him. I'll kill you, and then. As she spoke, she pointed at Xian, then make him the sect master of the sword sect. Jianmu was speechless. Everyone else was speechless. Make Xian the sect master. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was a good idea. So, she gazed at Jianmu, but I have to kill you before that. Otherwise, he might not be able to become the sect master. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack. However, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from Xian. The little girl's brows knit together slightly when she witnessed the scene. Because she noticed that she was slightly unable to suppress Xian's bloodline, the energy of that bloodline was attacking her strength once more. If she were to attack, then that bloodline would erupt once more, the little girl thought for a moment, and then she gazed at the white fellow who stood not too far away. Should I heal him first? The white fellow blinked, and then she pointed her little claw lightly at Yiling. Obviously, what she meant was that she couldn't spare her claw right now. The little girl gazed at Xian with a slightly helpless expression. She had to suppress Xian's bloodline right now. Otherwise, if she didn't, then Xian might kill everyone in the sword sect. That wasn't something she wanted to see happen. She only wanted to kill Jianmu, and then give the position of sword sect leader to Xian. In this way, it would be the best of both worlds. Right at this moment, Jianmu suddenly opened his palm, and then he pressed it down lightly. A ray of white light shot out from the ruins of the sword hall. A ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky. Everyone looked at the ray of white light because it was the sword sect's final trump card. Actually, all the experts of the sword sect were slightly panicked. What would they do if their final trump card helped Xian as well? What should they do? They would only be doomed. The little girl gazed at the ray of white light as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Suddenly, her pupils constricted slightly, and then she pulled Xian behind her and smashed her fist forward. At the instant that the little girl's fist collided with the ray of white light, a fine and imperceptible ray of light suddenly flew out from within the ray of white light. Bang! The little girl took Xian with her as she retreated explosively. The space where Xian and she retreated was instantly obliterated, and both Xian and her retreated by over 10 km. The others in the surroundings were shocked when they witnessed this scene, and they gazed at the ray of white light. However, they were unable to see anything at all. The white little fellow was gazing at the ray of white light as well, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. The little girl stopped moving, and she glanced at her fist. Her fist had turned red. On the other side, Jianmu's face was extremely gloomy when he witnessed this scene. He hadn't imagined that the little girl's physical body would actually be strong to such an extent. The little girl gazed at the ray of white light in the sky, and there was nothing within it. She couldn't see anything at all. The little girl slowly clenched her right fist. It wasn't left behind by my older brother. When she spoke up to hear, she gazed at Jianmu. It's the energy of another world. Another world. Jianmu stared fixedly at the little girl. You actually know of another world? The little girl grunted coldly. She put away the candied fruit in her left hand, and then she slowly clenched her fists. Right at this moment, the ray of white light in the sky suddenly shook, and then the little girl suddenly pushed her arms forward. Bang! The space around the little girl and Xian collapsed. At the same time, a strand of blood-red flames instantly enveloped the little girl and Xian. Jianmu stared fixedly at that area in the distance. Right at this moment, a formidable force suddenly erupted from that area, and then the blood-red flames surged towards the surroundings. Everywhere the flames passed, space was instantly incinerated into nothingness. Meanwhile, the little girl walked over with Xian in her hand. She was still utilizing a portion of her energy to suppress Xian's bloodline. Jianmu's expression instantly turned gloomy when he saw the little girl. Because he noticed that the blood-red flames actually hadn't harmed the little girl at all. She wasn't in her main body. How terrifying would she be if her main body was here? Jianmu didn't dare imagine it. Meanwhile, the little girl suddenly raised her head to gaze at the white light, and then she suddenly smashed her fist upwards. Bang! The white light trembled violently, and an invisible power surged out of it. This power actually shattered the little girl's power. Not only that, but it also arrived in front of the little girl. The little girl smashed her fist forward once more. Bang! The force was directly blasted apart while the white light in the sky merely trembled slightly, yet it wasn't damaged at all. Jianmu stared fixedly at the little girl and said, "You can't stop it." The little girl glanced coldly at Jianmu and said, "Have I ever feared anyone?" Meanwhile, the little white fellow suddenly waved her little claw and seemed to be saying something. The little girl fell silent for a moment before she said, "Besides my big sister and my older brother, and that woman. Have I ever feared anyone?" Huh? When had she ever been afraid of anyone, besides those 3 people that she'd spoken about? She'd never been afraid of anyone, even if the ray of white light before her was the energy of another world. Jianmu laughed ferociously when he heard the little girl. "All right, then let me see how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved aside. Meanwhile, the ray of white light in the sky suddenly started trembling. The little girl gazed at it. "White, can you heal this fellow first? Otherwise, I won't be able to exert my full strength." She was using most of her strength to suppress Yixian's bloodline. Snowy shook her head instead. She couldn't leave Yiling right now. Because numerous mysterious auras had appeared on Yiling, and Yiling was still madly absorbing her violet energy. If her violet energy was cut off, then all her efforts would be in vain. "I can't leave." At the same time, her body had started to gradually become illusory because she was madly transferring violet energy to Yiling. The little girl puckered her lips. How troublesome. Meanwhile, the ray of white light suddenly trembled, and then a snow-white ray of light suddenly slashed down from within it. At the instant that this ray of light appeared, the space here had instantly become illusory. No, the entire sword dimension had become illusory. It couldn't endure the might of this ray of light. The little girl's eyes narrowed slightly. "I can't be bothered with you anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. She didn't swing her fist, and she just smashed her head against the ray of light. In next to no time, the ray of light slashed against her pair of black horns. Bang! The ray of light instantly exploded apart. However, the little girl was blasted back to the spot by the powerful force within the ray of light. Bang! The ground where the little girl stood exploded apart. At the same time, her body gradually became illusory as well. It was a consumption. Both she and the white fellow weren't in their true forms. So, every single time they utilized their strength, it was a form of consumption to them. Without the support of their true forms, they would vanish once the consumption increased. A savage smile arose on the corners of Jianmu's mouth when he saw the little girl's body gradually become illusory. "Aren't you very good at fighting? Continue." The little girl glanced at Jianmu. "I'll kill you first." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Jianmu's expression changed. He waved his right hand, and a wave of sword light rippled out from his hand. However, this stretch of sword light was directly shattered by the little girl's fist. Not only that, but he was also blasted away by this powerful force. The little girl was about to attack again when another saber light flew out from the white light in the sky. The little girl suddenly raised her head and punched upwards. Boom! The saber light exploded and turned into nothingness. The little girl's body became even more illusory. Sensing this, the little girl slightly frowned. In the air, another saber light slashed down. The little girl looked up and punched out. Just like that, as more and more saber lights appeared, the little girl's body became more and more illusory. In the end, she was almost transparent. At this moment, the little girl suddenly stopped. She looked at the white light in the distance. "I'm so angry." As she spoke, she gazed at the white little fellow, and she was just about to speak when her figure vanished. The white little fellow blinked, and her body had become completely illusory. She looked down at Yiling, and then she suddenly opened her mouth and spat. Countless strands of violet energy surged madly from her mouth, and they surged into Yiling's body. After Yiling's body madly absorbed the violet energy, she suddenly clenched her fists tightly. However, the white little fellow was growing more and more illusory. Meanwhile, Jianmu suddenly gazed at Yiling. As he gazed at Yiling, who was lying on the ground, a strand of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart, and it was growing stronger and stronger. Danger, terror, that was what he felt right now. He didn't have such a feeling even when he faced the little girl just now. After a moment of silence, Jianmu suddenly said, "Kill the little girl first." "Kill the little girl first." The white light in the sky suddenly trembled violently, and then a flying knife suddenly flew out. This time, the flying knife's target was Yiling, who was below, suddenly opened her eyes. However, her eyes were completely white. The white little fellow was shocked when she saw Yiling suddenly open her eyes, and then she blinked and lightly tapped Yiling. However, Yiling didn't react. the expanse of white in Yi Ling's eyes suddenly started to revolve like a white vortex. The white little fellow's claws trembled, and then she hesitated for a moment before continuing to transfer violet energy to Yi Ling. Moreover, the flying knife had arrived above them. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above them. As soon as Yi Xian raised his head, an expanse of blood-red light surged out from his eyes. However, the blood-red light exploded upon contact with the flying knife, and then the flying knife slashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian swiftly raised his sword with both hands to block it. Bang! The space in the surroundings trembled violently, and then it cracked apart. A strand of blood essence sprayed out from Yi Xian's mouth. At the same time, his arms had cracked apart like a spider's web, and fresh blood sprayed from them. However, the flying knife had vanished. Meanwhile, the white little fellow was growing more and more illusory because she'd emanated too much violet energy. Right when she was about to vanish, the little fellow gazed at Yi Ling. Yi Ling's hair had suddenly turned silver. Moreover, there was a small crack between her brows, and this crack wasn't just madly absorbing the violet energy, it was even absorbing the spirit energy in the heavens and the earth. Jianmu's expression changed when he witnessed this scene, and his intuition told him that something bad was about to occur. Jianmu raised his head to look at the white light, and he practically roared furiously. "Kill that little girl first. Kill her." The white light trembled slightly in midair, and then it started revolving. In next to no time, an invisible pressure slowly seeped out from it, and it seemed like something was approaching. In the distance, the white little fellow gazed at Yi Xian, waved her little claw, and then vanished completely. After she vanished, a strand of violet light directly entered the center of Yi Ling's brows. Yi Ling's sleeves had suddenly transformed into ash, and then numerous tiny blood-red talismans had suddenly appeared on her tiny arms. These talismans were extremely strange, and they seemed to be converging something. Moreover, the light in the surroundings had suddenly dimmed down while chilly winds blew in waves. It seemed like something was wailing, and it was an extremely horrifying sight. Jianmu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he roared madly with fury. "Kill her! Kill her!" Because the uneasiness in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. Presently, deep terror filled the depths of his heart. His intuition told him that something terrible would occur if the little girl didn't die. In midair, a saber suddenly flew out from within the expanse of white light. At the instant this saber appeared, the sword world in an area of a few thousands of kilometers suddenly started to collapse inch by inch. The expressions of Jianmu and the other experts of the sword sect changed drastically when they witnessed this scene, and Jianmu shouted furiously, "Do you intend to kill us as well?" There was no reply. The saber slashed down slowly from midair. Everywhere it passed, space was transformed into nothingness, and the sword world was utterly unable to endure this force and started to collapse inch by inch. Countless experts of the sword sect were horrified, and they hurriedly tried to protect themselves. Jianmu's expression changed drastically as well because he hadn't expected that the saber would actually be so formidable. The entire sword world would be destroyed if this saber descended. After hesitating for a short while, Jianmu didn't stop it in the end, nor was he able to stop it. Even though he didn't want the sword world to be destroyed, he wanted Yi Xian and Yi Ling to die even more. In the distance, Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the expanse of blood-red light. His right hand held tightly onto Executioner Heaven while his arms were still in a cracked state. The injuries he suffered were too severe, and even the spring of life couldn't heal them in a short period of time. Below Yi Xian, Yi Ling's eyes had returned to normal. She just looked at Yi Xian with an indifferent and emotionless gaze. The blood-red runes on her arms grew more and more numerous, and they grew brighter and brighter. Moreover, the gloomy winds in the surroundings grew stronger, and the sorrowful voice grew louder as well. It was extremely horrifying. In midair, the saber had arrived above Yi Xian's head. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly slashed his sword upwards. At the instant he attacked, the saber suddenly slashed down. Bang! As soon as the saber and sword collided, Executioner Heaven shook violently while Yi Xian's right arm exploded into a mist of blood. However, the saber hadn't vanished yet. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly held soul-suppressing sword in his left hand and blocked it. Bang! Yi Xian directly smashed into the ground in front of Yi Ling. At this moment, his entire left arm was completely cracked, and his bones could be seen. Not only that, but his entire body had also completely cracked, and he was like a porcelain man that had suffered a heavy blow. however, the saber still didn't disappear. It directly slashed down towards Yi Ling below. If this saber fell, Yi Ling would definitely die. Just when the saber was half a foot away from Yi Ling, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ling. He held Executioner Heaven in his left hand and blocked it. The saber slashed down on Executioner Heaven. Executioner Heaven shook violently, and Yi Xian instantly spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Immediately after, he was directly sent flying. At this moment, the saber slashed straight at Yi Ling. Yi Ling looked at the saber, and there was no color in her eyes at all. The runes on her arm had already spread to her shoulder. Just when the saber was about to slash Yi Ling, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Yi Ling and directly hugged Yi Ling. At this moment, the saber pierced through his chest from the back. The tip of the saber had just pierced through Yi Xian's chest when Yi Xian's already broken left hand suddenly covered the tip of the saber tightly, not allowing the saber to penetrate even half an inch. However, the force of the saber was too strong, and the tip of the saber directly pierced through his palm and continued to slash towards Yi Ling. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly roared in anger. His left hand gripped the saber, and countless sword intent and bloodline power enveloped the tip of the saber like a tide. Finally, the saber stopped a few inches away from Yi Ling's eyebrows. Yi Xian suddenly grinned, and blood gushed out like a spring. Don't be afraid. Brother, is. P.S. Here's a small red packet. Remember to snatch it, there are crosscut coins. A trace of fluctuation had finally appeared in Yi Ling's eyes when he heard Yi Xian. On the other side, Jianmu instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yi Xian's chest had been pierced through by the saber. He's finally dead, regardless of whether it was Yi Ling or Yi Xian, both of them must die. He wouldn't be at ease until they died. Yi Xian's aura was growing weaker and weaker. However, his left hand was still holding tightly onto the blade of the saber, and he didn't allow it to move even an inch further. At this moment, the swordwood in the distance suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a sword appeared behind Yi Xian. He couldn't wait any longer. Right at this moment, the talisman markings on Yi Ling's arms suddenly converged at her throat, and then. Right at this moment, Yi Ling's eyes suddenly turned a strange dark red color. Right when Jianmu's sword was half an inch away from the back of Yi Xian's head, a hand had suddenly grabbed onto his sword. It was Yi Ling's hand. Jianmu gazed at Yi Ling with astonishment. He was just about to speak when Yi Ling's hand suddenly clamped down on his throat. Everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Even Jianmu was inconsolably shocked in his heart. He hadn't even been able to react to it. How could this be possible? Even that horned little girl wasn't able to render him powerless to fight back. Yi Ling gazed at Jianmu, and her voice was icy cold and completely emotionless. I grant you death. As soon as she finished speaking, Jianmu's eyes suddenly opened wide. In the next moment, his aura vanished, and he perished on the spot. The experts of the sword sect were stunned when they witnessed this scene, and all of them retreated explosively. Yi Ling glanced at the experts of the sword sect. In the next moment, all of them froze on the spot, and then they fell down one by one. In an instant, a few dozen experts of the sword sect had perished. Yi Ling turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. She just gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's aura was growing weaker and weaker. Yi Ling walked over to Yi Xian, and then she opened her palm. The pagoda within Yi Xian's body had appeared in her palm. Her beautiful brows knit together slightly as she gazed at the pagoda in her palm. A short while passed before she turned around and left with the pagoda in her hand. However, she hadn't even taken 2 steps before she stopped, and then she turned around and walked over to Yi Xian. She gazed at Yi Xian for a very long time before she placed her right hand lightly on Yi Xian's shoulder. The talismans on her arms suddenly started to tremble, and it didn't take long for the center of her forehead to split open before a ray of black light suddenly surged into the center of Yi Xian's forehead. As soon as the ray of black light entered his forehead, the bloodline within Yi Xian's body instantly calmed down. Moreover, a strand of black energy started to repair Yi Xian's body. Right at this moment, the ray of white light in the sky suddenly trembled slightly, and then a formidable aura suddenly swept out from within it. Yi Ling ignored that aura and withdrew her hand. At this moment, Yi Xian had already returned to normal, but he still hadn't woken up. At this moment, an illusory hand suddenly stretched out from the ray of white light in the sky. At the moment this hand appeared, the entire sword realm directly collapsed, and the target of this hand was Yi Xian. Yi Ling raised her head to look at the hand, and her eyes suddenly turned black. In the next moment, the hand turned into nothingness. Not only that, but a powerful force directly entered the ray of white light. After a moment of silence, a shocked voice suddenly sounded out from the distant ray of white light. You are, the Shura Empress, the last great emperor of the mortal world. How is this possible? Your Excellency, I'm sorry. We have absolutely no ill intentions towards Your Excellency. Please forgive us. The voice was trembling. Yiling didn't speak. She suddenly grasped the air with her right hand. Bang, the beam of white light exploded. But then, the light disappeared. Then, it vanished. Yiling looked at the world prison pagoda in her hand, then turned to leave. At this moment, a weak voice came from behind her. Ling. Yiling stopped in her tracks. The emotions of the mortal world are worth your life? Yi Xian's consciousness was still a bit hazy. He weakly said, Ling. Don't go. Yiling raised her head to look at the horizon. After a moment, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Then, the world prison pagoda in her hand suddenly flew in front of him. Save me. I won't take this. When we meet again in the fifth dimension, I definitely won't show mercy. As her voice fell, she suddenly turned into a ray of black light and soared into the sky. In the horizon, space was directly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, Yiling directly disappeared into the horizon. Below, Yi Xian was stunned. In the void, Yiling shuttled through space. Finally, she arrived at the barrier between the fourth dimension and the fifth dimension. This was the seal that the prophet had left behind. The moment Yiling appeared, an illusory stop word suddenly floated out. Yiling's face was expressionless. She suddenly disappeared from where she stood. Boom, in this empty space, an explosion suddenly sounded. After a moment, the barrier directly split apart. Yiling walked in. Behind her, the barrier began to slowly close up. At this moment, Yiling's body suddenly trembled. She stopped. Just as the barrier was about to completely close up, she turned to look at it. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Brother, at this moment, her eyes suddenly became cold. She looked deeply below her, then turned and left. Below. Yi Xian just lay on the ground. His eyes were filled with confusion. The Yiling just now was so unfamiliar, he had never felt so unfamiliar before. He knew that the Yiling just now might not be the Yiling he knew. What exactly happened, Yi Xian could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. However, he was clear about one thing. Yiling had gone to the fifth dimension, and she must have succeeded. After a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He clenched his fists. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. To the fifth dimension. No matter what happened to Yiling, he must go to the fifth dimension to find her. Yi Xian stood up. He waved his right hand and the executing heaven sword flew into his hand. At the same time, he put away the prison pagoda and walked outside. At this moment, a group of people was waiting outside the sword realm. The experts of the dual realm sky. The leader was Grand Elder Chen. The moment he saw Yi Xian come out, Grand Elder Chen's right hand trembled slightly. Because the sword realm was gone, Grand Elder Chen calmed himself down and then walked in front of Yi Xian. He smiled. Little friend, this sword sect. Yi Xian did not speak. He quickly disappeared into the distance. At this moment, Chen Shi suddenly appeared in front of Grand Elder Chen. Chen Shi said in a low voice, Grand Elder, everyone in the sword sect has fallen. Not a single one survived. Grand Elder Chen was stunned when he heard this. The experts of the dual realm sky were dumbfounded as well. The sword sect, the strongest sect in the fourth dimension, had been annihilated just like that. Yi Xian did it. Grand Elder Chen and the others became extremely solemn. After Yi Xian left the sword realm, he returned to the northern region. When they saw Yi Xian and Lanqiao and the others heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He had returned alive, however, their hearts were still heavy because they did not see Yiling. Yi Xian returned to his room. Yi Xian sat quietly in his room. The fifth dimension, he took out the world prison pagoda. He knew that if he wanted to go to the fifth dimension, he had to rely on it. Because with his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through the fifth dimension. At this moment, Xianxia appeared in front of Yixian. She glanced at Yixian and said, "My apologies." She was referring to the fact that he did not come out to help in the sword world. Yixian shook his head. "How can I blame you?" As he spoke, he looked at the world prison pagoda. "How can I use this pagoda to enter the fifth dimension?" Xianxia was silent. Yixian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said softly, "You reached the fifth dimension. What happened after that?" Yixian was silent. Xianxia continued, "Even if you go to the fifth dimension now, you won't be able to change anything. Besides, do you know what happened to your sister?" Yixian shook his head. Xianxia said softly, "I know, your sister is very strong." Yixian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had a complicated expression. Her true identity is the Shura Empress of the fifth dimension. She is also the last Empress of the human world. Yixian frowned. "Shura Empress? The last Empress of the human world?" Xianxia nodded. "No one knows what her real name is. They only know that she came from the Azura Hell. When she came out, she directly swept away all the emperors of the fifth dimension. After she defeated the strongest emperor of the fifth dimension in 3 moves, no one in the fifth dimension dared to call themselves emperors in front of her. Later on, no one dared to call themselves emperors because they were not worthy in front of her. She is the most powerful woman in the fifth dimension, and also the most powerful woman in the history of the fifth dimension." As she said this, she slightly paused and then continued, "In the fifth dimension, no one dares to provoke her. Even the master of the fifth dimension doesn't dare to rashly provoke her. However, what I don't understand is why she appeared in the fourth dimension. Moreover, she became your sister." Yixian suddenly asked, "She is my sister, and also the Shura Empress." Xianxia was silent. Yixian asked again, "What is it?" Xianxia softly said, "She is your sister, but she might not be. This depends on her. However, I feel that she should be. Moreover, she hasn't forgotten everything." Yixian looked at Xianxia. "Why?" Xianxia solemnly said, "If she was only the Shura Empress, she definitely wouldn't have let you go. Moreover, she wouldn't have left this pagoda here. Therefore, I feel that she should still be your sister. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived." Yixian was silent. Xianxia continued, "Even if she reincarnated, you must understand that she reincarnated into your sister in this life. This is something she can't erase. Even if she has the memories of her previous life, this is a fact that cannot be changed. But..." As she said this, she paused and then continued, "But if you still want to be her brother, you should know how difficult it is." Yixian suddenly said, "Go to the fifth dimension." Xianxia said, "You don't need this pagoda." Yixian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia solemnly said, "You must rely on your own strength to force your way through. Only then can you survive in the fifth dimension. If you use this pagoda to take a shortcut, you won't have the ability to survive there, let alone find your sister." After a moment of silence, Yixian said, "Then I'll force my way through." Force his way through the fifth dimension. Yixian knew what Xianxia meant. With his current strength, if he borrowed the world prison pagoda to go to the fifth dimension, there would only be one result. Waiting for death. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the experts of the fifth dimension. If he did not use the power of his bloodline, he might not even be able to defeat a life-breaking expert. With this kind of strength, how could he go to the fifth dimension? How could he find his sister, Yi Ling? No way. Yixian stood up and slowly walked to the side of the house, softly saying, "I am still not strong enough. But, what level do I have to reach to be considered strong?" Along the way, he became stronger and stronger, but also weaker and weaker. The stronger his strength, the more people he met and the things he encountered would naturally change. What was considered strong, invincible in the fourth dimension, however, there was still the fifth dimension. In the fifth dimension, would being invincible in the fourth dimension still be considered invincible? Endless martial path, endless sword path. This was a road without end. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, "What you need to do now is to reach the peak of this world. Your sword path should at least reach the mortal realm or touch the mortal realm. Only then will you not be powerless to fight back when you go to the fifth dimension. Because you have this pagoda, It means that your opponents in the fifth dimension are also extremely powerful existences. Saying this, she walked to Yixian's side and softly said, "You have to understand that going to the fifth dimension might be a new beginning for you, but it might also be the end. Because the experts of the fifth dimension will not give you a chance. They know your background and know that there are people behind you. They will not look down on you like the experts of the fourth dimension. If they attack you, they will definitely use their full strength because the World Prison Pagoda is too important to them." World Prison Pagoda, as if thinking of something, Xianxia softly sighed. Those people will really go crazy because Master's Universal Library is an irresistible temptation for them. Yixian suddenly asked, "This time, the people behind the sword sect should be experts of the fifth dimension. Miss Lianqian, do you know who they are?" Lianqian was silent. Just as Yixian was about to say something, Lianqian suddenly said, "When you reach the fifth dimension in the future, you will naturally know." Yixian nodded. "I understand." At this moment, a woman walked over. And Lancio walked over to Yixian and said in a light voice, "Are you all right?" Yixian shook his head. "I'm fine." And Lancio nodded and said in a light voice, "Don't do that next time." Yixian said softly, "We must all live well." And Lancio nodded. "All of you must live well." Yixian walked to the front of the hall, and he gazed at the distant horizon for a long time before he said softly, "I'm going to the sword world." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Sword world. At this moment, the sword world had turned pitch black. Yixian looked around. In the end, he found some swords in this pitch black space, the sword left behind by the sword sect. There were more than 20 of them. Since these swords were able to be preserved, they were naturally extraordinary. However, these 20 swords weren't complete, and they were slightly damaged. After he put the 20 swords away, Yixian turned around and left. In the end, he arrived at a deserted mountain range. Devour. Yixian directly devoured all 20 swords. Actually, his body had already undergone a tremendous change. It was an earth-shattering change. Because he devoured too many swords and sword chi while he was in the sword sect. However, this energy had been forcefully suppressed by Yi Ling. At that time, Yi Ling had actually suppressed his bloodline. However, she was too strong, and she directly suppressed all the energy within his body. Now, as soon as he devoured these swords, the energy within his body suddenly erupted. Bang! Countless strands of sword chi suddenly appeared around Yixian, and his body actually started to transform layer by layer. Yixian was stunned when he noticed this scene. What's going on? Bang! A surge of sword intent suddenly surged out of his body, and then this sword intent directly enveloped him. Under the envelopment of this sword intent, a tiny strand of sword chi actually appeared within his skin. Yixian was shocked, and this change made him slightly panic. However, he quickly calmed down because he knew that this might be related to the invincible sword body that the plain-dressed woman had given him. Could it be that he was going to transform? Yixian thought about it, and then let the sword intent and sword chi transform his body. At this moment, he suddenly felt waves of pain in his body, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. Yixian was shocked, and he hurriedly began to absorb the spring of life within the prison pagoda. As soon as this spring of life came into contact with his body, it was directly absorbed cleanly. Soon, the spring of life within the prison pagoda disappeared at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. After absorbing an endless amount of spring of life, Yixian discovered that the pain did not disappear, and on the contrary, it was getting worse. At this moment, he had no time to care about the changes in his body. Because it was too painful, he had never felt such pain before, as if all the nerves in his body were being pricked by needles. What's going on? At this moment, Yixian was still a little confused. This continued for about a day and a night, and during this day and night, he experienced hellish torture, and there were many times when he wanted to die, because that kind of pain was really too unbearable. At noon, he felt that the pain in his body had greatly lessened. At this moment, Lianqian suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. She looked at Yixian, and her brows slightly furrowed. Yixian looked at Lianqian. What is it? Lianqian glanced at Yixian, and her expression became somewhat solemn. Your body. Yixian slowly stood up, and he glanced at his body. In the next moment, he was directly stunned. At this moment, his body hadn't changed at all. However, if one took a closer look, one would notice that his skin actually contained boundless sword energy and sword intent. His body now seemed to be formed by sword energy and sword intent, invincible sword physique. At this moment, he truly understood what it meant to be invincible sword physique. His current physique was equivalent to the sword physique, but as for whether it was invincible or not, he wasn't particularly sure. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "This cultivation technique of yours is really strange. Now that your body, sword intent, and sword energy have merged into one, it can be said that your current physical body has become extremely strong to an extremely terrifying degree. Try using that sword of yours." Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly took out the executing heaven sword and slashed at his body. Sizzle, a ray of fiery light flickered on his body. Moreover, his body was completely unharmed. However, a lot of sword intent and sword energy had disappeared, but he could immediately replenish them, Xianxia said. "Your physical body is amazing." Xianxia nodded slightly. Deep down, he was also extremely shocked. His current physical body could be said to be extremely strong. It should be known that even the executing heaven sword couldn't cut through him. Apart from that, his cultivation stage had also changed. He had directly advanced from the extreme creation stage to the earth celestial stage. As for his physical body, his current physical body could no longer be measured by cultivation stage. His current physical body could definitely resist the strength of a powerhouse at the level of Mu Qingfeng. Not only Mu Qingfeng, but even a powerhouse at the level of Jianmu would not be able to easily destroy his physical body. Apart from that, if he were to face a swordsman now, as long as it wasn't an extremely strong swordsman, he would be in an invincible position. Of course, he didn't dare to be complacent. After all, there were countless powerhouses in this world. If he really encountered a swordsman at the level of the sword master at the top of the pagoda and underestimated his enemy, then he would really be courting death. Even though his strength had improved greatly, Xianxia knew that it was far from enough. Xianxia gazed at Xianxia, and the latter fell silent for a moment before she said, "You have to stop your cultivation for a while. You can only charge towards the life realm after it's stabilized. During this period, you have to strengthen 3 things. Firstly, your sword Dao. Secondly, your sword technique. Thirdly, your sword domain. That's your core. Especially your sword technique. You don't just have to cultivate your boundless sword well, you have to cultivate your single strike of life and death well as well." Single strike of life and death. Xianxia fell silent. He naturally hadn't forgotten this sword technique because it was the woman in a plain dress who'd taught him this sword technique. However, he'd rarely used this sword technique since he'd utilized the boundless sword. Isn't this single strike of life and death strong? The woman in a plain dress's sword technique is definitely strong. Meanwhile, Xianxia said, "I've been studying your single strike of life and death lately, and I noticed that this sword technique can be said to have no upper limit. It has no upper limit, but it's very difficult to bring forth its true might. Yet now, both your strength and sword technique have improved greatly. So long as you're able to comprehend the essence of this sword technique, then you'll be able to bring forth its true might." Xianxia nodded. "I understand." Xianxia shook her head. "You still don't fully understand it. You have to remember that this sword technique doesn't have an upper limit, but it doesn't have a lower limit as well. If you're unable to truly understand its essence, then you'll be unable to bring forth its true might." Xianxia fell silent. Single strike of life and death. He'd heard from the woman in a plain dress that the might of this sword technique depended on one's attitude. Once this sword technique was executed, one's opponent would live and die according to its will. This was the core of this sword technique. It sounded very simple, but how difficult was it to accomplish? Single strike of life and death. From his point of view, this sword technique was meant for the strong to use against the weak. Only the strong would have such a disdainful state of mind towards the weak. How could a person with lower strength be able to decide the life and death of another person with a single strike? However, he also understood that the woman in a plain dress must have had her reasons for teaching him this sword technique. So here's the problem, how was he supposed to use this sword skill? Xianxia fell into deep thought. Xianxia retreated to the side and didn't disturb Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the horizon with a trace of worry in her eyes. Xianxia would definitely go to the 5th dimension, and once Xianxia went to the 5th dimension, one must know that the current 5th dimension no longer had a prophet. It was no longer the 5th dimension that she was familiar with. In the mountain range, Xian sat on top of a mountain with a sword floating in front of him. One sword to decide life and death. At that moment, his mind kept replaying the scene of the plain-dressed woman killing people. How did the plain-dressed woman kill people? Contempt. In the eyes of the plain-dressed woman, it was disregard for life. In her eyes, everyone was like an ant. Confidence. At the end of the day, it was confidence. Of course, the reason why she was confident was because of her strength. Therefore, the core of this one sword to decide life and death was strength. However, other than strength, there was another core, and that was confidence. When facing an enemy, one must have confidence. Even if one could not win, one must have the confidence to kill with one sword. This was not deceiving oneself. If one did not have confidence, one would not be able to achieve anything. Confidence did not mean one had to be blindly confident. If one was blindly confident, one would be deceiving oneself and others. Xian extended his hand and held the executing heaven sword in front of him. Confidence? What was his confidence based on? His backer. One had to admit that there was a time when his confidence was his backer. The plain-dressed woman, Alian, the prison pagoda, the executing heaven sword. To put it simply, his confidence was actually built on external objects and forces. This kind of confidence was superficial and unrealistic. Just like this time at the sword sect, the plain-dressed woman was not there, Alian was not there, and not only did he almost die, but Yi Ling almost died as well. Without external forces, could he still be confident? At that moment, Xian understood a little. His confidence was wrong. Xian shook his head and smiled. Along the way, too many people had helped him. As for himself, not only was he not ashamed of it, he was even a little smug. Just think about it, if he didn't have the woman in a simple dress and those people that were helping him from behind, would he be able to survive until now? One must rely on oneself. Rely on oneself. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Lian Qian glanced at Xian but did not say anything. Ever since Yi Ling left, she realized that Xian had changed. As for what had changed, she could not tell. However, this shouldn't be a bad thing. Because she found Xian had not really grown up until then. In the following days, Xian spent every day crazily researching the life and death sword. This was the sword skill that the plainly dressed woman had taught him, and he was going to cultivate it to the extreme, and every time, Lian Qian would guide him from the side. Xian discovered that although Lian Qian's strength wasn't particularly strong, she was very knowledgeable. It could be said that in this four-dimensional universe, there weren't many people who were more knowledgeable than her. Therefore, under Lian Qian's guidance, he could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, the might of this sword that determined life and death was also getting stronger and stronger. Following the destruction of the sword sect, the four-dimensional universe suddenly calmed down. The dual realm sky had already guessed that the world prison pagoda was in Xian's hands, but no one made a move. Who would dare to move now? Xian entered the sword world, and then the sword world disappeared. However, Xian walked out alive. It could be said that Xian was currently the most dangerous person in the four-dimensional universe. There was no one else. Therefore, even if the people of the dual realm sky knew that the world prison pagoda was in Xian's hands, they didn't do anything. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The person who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Xian is the crown prince, why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the great elder. However, she did not leave and instead plucked up her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan Hill. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder coldly replied, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry, and only clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 personal guards. From now on, you will be my personal guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I am willing to die 1,000 deaths." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince, and it is the wish of everyone. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap was heard, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Yi Xian looked up and saw an old man slowly walking over from the horizon. The old man wore a loose black robe. His long hair was tied up and he held a horsetail whisk in his hand. There was a black mark between his eyebrows. At this moment, Emperor Shi walked over to Yi Xian's side and said softly, "Taoist Mountain Ghost." "Very strong." Taoist Mountain Ghost looked at Yi Xian and smiled slightly. "Little friend, you have already destroyed his physical body. Can you give me some face and let him go?" At this moment, the soul-suppressing sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew out. Chi, in the distance, before the old bamboo staff man could react, the soul-suppressing sword pierced his eyebrows. The next moment, the soul-suppressing sword began to frantically absorb his soul. The old bamboo staff man was horrified. He wanted to resist, but how could he resist before the soul-suppressing sword? In less than a breath's time, the old bamboo staff man's soul was completely absorbed. Seeing this, Taoist Mountain Ghost's eyes narrowed slightly. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. Yi Xian waved his right hand and the soul-suppressing sword flew into his hand. Then, he turned and left. Taoist Mountain Ghost was silent and did not make a move. He did not dare. In the past, no one had a true understanding of the strength of the person behind Yi Xian. But now, after the destruction of the Sword Sect, everyone understood. The Sword Sect, the #1 sect in the world, had been destroyed by Yi Xian. Who would dare to touch him? Even the big shots of the dual realm sky were now afraid of Yi Xian. After a moment, Taoist Mountain Ghost shook his head. "This is the old bamboo staff man's own doing." After saying this, he turned and left. After a moment of silence, Emperor Shi also turned and left. Yi Xian did not leave the dual realm sky. Instead, he went to find Minister Chen. Minister Chen looked at Yi Xian in front of him. "Little friend, that old bamboo staff man," Yi Xian said, "dead." "Dead?" Minister Chen's expression stiffened slightly. After a moment, he nodded slightly and did not say anything. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "How do we go to the 5th dimension?" Minister Chen was slightly startled. The next moment, he said with some excitement, "Little friend, are you going to the 5th dimension?" If someone else said that they wanted to go to the 5th dimension, he would definitely scoff at it. However, Yi Xian could go to the 5th dimension. The reason for that was because he possessed the World Prison Pagoda. Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Grand Elder Chen smiled excitedly. He was about to speak when Yi Xian asked again, "Take me there?" Grand Elder Chen hurriedly nodded. "All right." Just like that, Yi Xian followed Pavilion Elder Chen upward. About 4 hours later, the two of them arrived at a starry sky. At the end of the sky was a barrier that was covered with mysterious runes. There were some corpses floating below the barrier. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. There were both men and women among these corpses, and they were all floating in the starry sky just like that. Looking at the barrier, Pavilion Elder Chen said softly, "Little friend, this is the barrier of the 5th dimension." Yi Xian looked at the corpses. "And these are?" Pavilion Elder Chen said in a low voice, "Powerhouses who have tried to break into the 5th dimension in the past." Yi Xian asked, "They all failed?" Pavilion Elder Chen nodded. "All failed. Some people's spiritual souls were destroyed, and their physical bodies didn't even exist. However, these dozen or so people were too strong, so their physical bodies were preserved, but their spiritual souls were destroyed." Yi Xian asked again, "How strong are they?" Pavilion Elder Chen thought for a moment, then said, "There are many Dao-breaking realm powerhouses among them." Dao-breaking realm, Yi Xian fell silent. Dao-breaking realm, this meant that Jianmu, Emperor Shi, and the other powerhouses were far from being a match for the corpses up there. It should be said that they couldn't compare at all. At that moment, Pavilion Elder Chen sighed. "Although we are all in the dual realm sky, we know that it's too difficult to force our way through. This is also why the dual realm sky and the Sword Sect have always been targeting Little Friend. Because for us, the 5th dimension's supreme treasure is really our last hope." Yi Xian said, "With my current strength, there's no hope for me to force my way through the 5th dimension, right?" Pavilion Elder Chen nodded. Yes. He knew that Yi Xian was already very strong, but if Yi Xian wanted to force his way through the 5th dimension, it would be a dead end for him. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then turned and left. Pavilion Elder Chen was stunned, then hurriedly said, "Little friend, you're not going to the fifth dimension?" Yi Xian stopped. Pavilion Elder Chen, have you ever thought about it? Even if we use this thing to enter the fifth dimension, what then? Can we survive there? Pavilion Elder Chen was speechless, because he had never thought about this. Previously, he had been thinking about how to get there. Yi Xian said again, "If we go to the fifth dimension now, we'll be sending ourselves to death." Pavilion Elder Chen was silent for a moment, then asked, "Then we're not going?" Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Elder Chen. "We're going, but we're not taking a shortcut, we're going to force our way through." Force our way through? Pavilion Elder Chen looked at Yi Xian in shock. "Little friend, you're going to force your way through the fifth dimension?" Yi Xian nodded. Pavilion Elder Chen, send a message. "If I, Yi Xian, want to go to the fifth dimension, I can use this thing to open a passage to the fifth dimension for you, but not now. I'm not strong enough right now, so I can't truly control this tower." Hearing this, Pavilion Elder Chen was a little excited, his voice trembling. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really. However, during this period, I'll need some help from you. It won't be too long, 3 years at most." Pavilion Elder Chen took a deep breath, then bowed respectfully. "Within 3 years, little friend, if you have any requests, just let me know." Yi Xian nodded. "Good. Now, I need some swords. The higher the grade, the better. The more months, the better." Pavilion Elder Chen said in a low voice, "Little friend, don't worry. I'll get it done in a moment." Yi Xian nodded slightly. He looked up at the fifth dimension's barrier. This time, he would rely on his own strength to go to the fifth dimension, not taking any shortcuts. A moment later, Yi Xian turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. In the same place, Pavilion Elder Chen looked up at the fifth dimension's barrier. 3 years, he knew that with his strength, even if he went to the fifth dimension, he would still be cannon fodder. However, he still wanted to go and take a look. Moreover, who knew if he could go to the fifth dimension and have a new beginning? In any case, he could only live in the fourth dimension. Moreover, he didn't have much time left. 3 years, to him, it was just a snap of his fingers. Yi Xian came to the top of a mountain. He stood beside a cliff and slowly closed his eyes. Yi Ling, at this moment, his mind was filled with images of Yi Ling leaving the fifth dimension. In the past, he didn't really want to go to the fifth dimension. But now, he had to go. He didn't care about the Shura Empress. He only knew that it was his sister, Yi Ling. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She said in a low voice, "Ah, you found big sister." Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. "Big sister?" Lian Qian nodded. "She's our big sister. However, she said that she was delayed by something and couldn't find you for the time being." As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. "She also wants to see you." Yi Xian asked, "See me?" Lian Qian nodded slightly. "She might be interested in you." Yi Xian said, "All right." Lian Qian said, "Let's talk about your sword skills, sword domain, and your sword intent. Your current sword domain is based on your sword intent. Therefore, the core of your sword domain is your sword intent." Yi Xian asked, "Are there swordsmen in the fifth dimension?" Lian Qian nodded. "Yes, there are many. However, the swordsman in the fifth dimension is different from the swordsman in the fourth dimension." Yi Xian was curious. "What's the difference?" Lian Qian said in a low voice, "The swordsmen in the fifth dimension cultivate the sword. However, they focus more on sword skills. Their sword skills are different from those in the fourth dimension. For example, your immeasurable sword. Actually, you don't really understand this sword skill." Yi Xian said, "I'd like to hear more about it." Lian Qian said, "Do you know why the sword skill can ignore realms, Tao laws, and laws?" Yi Xian shook his head. Lian Qian said, "I can't explain it to you immediately. To put it simply, this immeasurable sword contains too much knowledge that your fourth dimension has never come into contact with. For example, after you execute the immeasurable sword, you will immediately enter the realm of emptiness. This realm of emptiness is actually a special kind of space. And this kind of space is an independent space that doesn't exist in the fourth dimension. To put it simply, even if the fourth dimension is annihilated, you can temporarily survive as long as you enter the realm of emptiness. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, then as long as I enter the realm of emptiness, won't I be invincible? Lian Qian said indifferently, can you stay in that space forever? Yi Xian shook his head. If he entered the realm of emptiness now, he could maintain it for an hour at most, Lian Qian said. Previously, you used sword domain, bloodline power, and immeasurable sword. You didn't use the Tao laws of space or the great Tao laws. Now, try adding these two. Of course, don't use your bloodline power. She finally understood. Yi Xian's bloodline power was an existence that cheated. Of course, although this bloodline was powerful, it would also backfire. After all, if the Azura world hadn't forcefully suppressed him just now, he would have absolutely been unable to awaken. Yi Xian nodded when he heard Lian Qian, and then he slowly closed his eyes. It didn't take long for the spatial Tao laws and great Tao laws to appear between his brows. Bang! In an instant, the boundless energy of the earth veins in the surroundings converged towards him. Moreover, the space around him had started to gradually tremble as well. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. A sword had suddenly appeared in the distant horizon, and there was a blood-red prisoner character on top of the sword. At the same time, a strand of mysterious energy had enveloped the surroundings. Sword domain, immeasurable sword, mantra of the 6 syllables, great Tao laws, spatial Tao laws. It could be said that the might of this sword strike of his wasn't inferior to the might of his bloodline power. Moreover, if he were to utilize his bloodline power as well, then its might would be even more terrifying. It was very strong. However, Yi Xian was very well aware that while this sword strike was very strong, it wasn't his true strength. This was a sword strike that had been constructed from all sorts of external objects. Yi Xian turned to look at Lian Qian and was about to speak. Suddenly, the sky split open and a bolt of lightning descended. This bolt of lightning arrived directly above Yi Xian and Lian Qian. Yi Xian and Lian Qian looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing within the bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man looked down at Yi Xian. I'm here to tell you that we've lost our patience. You and that woman behind you must die. P.S. Let's see if everyone can snatch another red packet. Give more this time. Lost patience, Yi Xian was silent. He knew that the person in front of him came from the 5th dimension and was not the real body. It should be a clone or an image. Lost patience, the opponent not only wanted to attack him, but also the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian looked at the man. You guys can do it. After saying that, he turned and left. The man looked at Yi Xian coldly. 4-dimensional ant. As soon as he said that, his body gradually became illusory. Contempt, the look in the man's eyes was like that of a god looking down at ants on the ground. Arrogant, in fact, compared to the 5th dimension, the 4th dimension was really weak. In the eyes of the 5th dimension's experts, the 4th dimension was a group of barbarians without intelligence. However, they also admitted that there were powerful people in the 4th dimension. For example, the plain-dressed woman. They had already suffered a loss against the plain-dressed woman. Why did they suffer a loss? Because they were careless and did not understand. Now, they had a rough estimate of the plain-dressed woman's strength. They were now confident. The man looked to his right, which was the direction of the sword world. Unfortunately, they had lost the sword sect as a chess piece. Without the sword sect as a spy, it would affect them quite a bit. Of course, the Shura Empress's appearance was something they did not expect. They naturally did not dare to find the Shura Empress, but Yi Xian and the others had no scruples. The man threw a cold glance in the direction where Yi Xian had left. Soon, he disappeared completely. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly walked away. Beside him, Lian Qian softly said, they should be making a big move. Not only against you, but also against the plain-dressed woman. Yi Xian asked, will she be in danger? Lian Qian solemnly said, you should be asking if they will be in danger. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Lian Qian. Lian Qian softly said, even if Master was still alive, I'm afraid he would not be able to kill her. That woman was so powerful that she could not be reasoned with. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Then why are they still looking for her? Lian Qian bitterly smiled. Because they do not know her true strength, or in other words, they miscalculated her strength. When she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment and said, "Actually, even I don't know her true strength." Yi Xian nodded. "In other words, she will not be in danger." "The one who will be in danger is me." Lian Qian nodded. "Yes." Lian Qian nodded. "Yes." Lian Qian was about to speak when Minister Chen walked over. He stopped in front of Yi Xian and smiled. "My young friend, the sword you wanted." Saying this, he handed a storage ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the storage ring. There were 30 swords in total, of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was rather shocked. Although these swords were not as good as the Retribution Heaven Sword Realm Soul Suppressing Sword, they could be said to be the best swords in this world. They would be of great help to him. "Thank you." Elder Chen smiled. "No problem. If you need anything, just let me know." Grand Elder Chen smiled and said, "It's no big deal. If you need anything, just let me know." Elder Chen smiled. "Don't mention it. If you need anything, just let me know." Pavilion Elder Chen said, "Young friend, don't stand on ceremony. If it's within my capabilities, this old man will definitely not decline." Saying this, he glanced at Lian Qian. "I will not disturb you too." Saying this, he retreated. Lian Qian asked softly, "You want to break through to the life realm?" Yi Xian nodded. "My cultivation level is not high enough." Lian Qian shook her head. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Lian Qian said, "You are too eager to break through. Haste makes waste, and it will ruin your progress." Yi Xian asked solemnly, "Then what should I do?" Lian Qian thought for a moment and said, "Change the method." Yi Xian asked, "What method?" Lian Qian smiled. "Fight." Yi Xian frowned. "Fight?" Lian Qian nodded. "Fight is the easiest way to stimulate one's potential. You need to fight to the death." Yi Xian asked, "Who do you want to fight?" Lian Qian thought for a moment and said, "The experts of the five-dimensional universe." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "Will I be killed?" Lian Qian nodded. "Maybe." Yi Xian was speechless. Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm not afraid, but," Lian Qian suddenly said, "No buts. Let's go." Saying this, she walked into the distance. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but then he also followed. He knew that Lian Qian would not let him die for nothing. Not long after, Lian Qian brought Yi Xian to a starry sky. Above them was the five-dimensional barrier. Besides the barrier, there were also some floating corpses. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to take these corpses and refine them into demonic corpses. However, he was a little worried. It was not because he was benevolent, but because he was afraid that these people were not completely dead. If these people were not completely dead, it would be a little embarrassing if he went to attack their corpses. At this time, Lian Qian suddenly said, "Do you see the five-dimensional barrier?" Yi Xian looked at the five-dimensional barrier and nodded. "What is it?" Lian Qian said softly, "Go." Yi Xian hesitated. "Really?" Lian Qian nodded. "Really?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and then turned into a sword light that soared into the sky. He did not hold back and directly used the immeasurable sword. Just as he was in the sky, a black lightning suddenly fell from the barrier. It was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye, it struck the sword light. Rumble, following the sound of an explosion, a figure fell from the sky. Soon, this figure crashed beside Lian Qian. It was Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian's whole body was pitch black and he could not stop trembling. On his body, there were dense cracks. That strike just now had directly shattered his body. Although it was not completely destroyed, it was almost there. At the side, Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian with an expressionless face. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. "Miss Lian Qian, this," Lian Qian asked, "how does it feel?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "It feels like dying is better than living." That attack just now had almost destroyed his physical body. His invincible sword physique could not even withstand a single blow from that lightning. Lian Qian suddenly said, "Defeat it." Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. "Defeat that lightning?" Lian Qian nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, that's not possible. Just now, he did not hold back, but he was killed in a second. What was the point of fighting? Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. You have to understand that the enemies you will face in the future are many times stronger than this lightning. When you go to the fifth dimension, you are destined to challenge those of a higher level. And now, you must train to have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. Yi Xian was silent. Lian Qian said again, moreover, it is not that you cannot defeat that lightning, but your method is wrong. Yi Xian frowned. Method? Lian Qian nodded. You should not take it head-on. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, please enlighten me. Lian Qian said, you must learn to avoid its sharpness, find its flaws, and kill it in one strike. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. In short, I don't care what method you use, you must defeat it. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. I will try. Lian Qian shook her head. Not try, but try your best. Do your best. Understand? Yi Xian nodded. Do your best. Lian Qian said, heal your injuries, then continue. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He took out some spring of life and began to absorb it. He looked at the black lightning above his head, still floating in the air. He had to admit that this black lightning was really terrifying. In his opinion, he would need to use the power of his bloodline, sword domain, and the 6 paths of truth to have a chance of fighting against this black lightning. But if he could defeat it like that, what meaning would it have? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Lian Qian must have a deeper meaning for him to defeat the black lightning. It was not just a simple victory. Not far away, Lian Qian raised her head and looked at the 5th dimensional barrier above her. Her eyes suddenly became somewhat vacant. Master. Where are you? Speak, cause and effect. Everything in this world has a cause and an effect. You created us. This is the cause, but where is our effect? Where should we go to find you? Prophet of the 5th dimension, Lian Qian was very clear that whether it was the 5th dimension or the 4th dimension, no one could kill a prophet, as long as he did not want to die. Absolutely no one could kill him, since he would not die. Where did he go? After a while, Lian Qian shook her head, no longer thinking about this question. The most important thing now was to return to the 5th dimension. Although it was dangerous to return, it meant that there was a greater chance of finding her master. At this time, Lian Qian withdrew her thoughts and looked not far away. In the distance, Yi Xian stood up. Under the restoration of the spring of life, his injuries were recovering extremely quickly. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the black lightning. Avoid its sharpness, find its flaw, and kill it in one strike. After pondering for a long time, Yi Xian suddenly slashed upwards, and a sword chi pierced through the air. However, before the sword chi could approach the black lightning, it disappeared without a trace. At this time, the black lightning suddenly fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, so fast that Yi Xian's scalp went numb. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. His speed was also very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Lian Qian, Yi Xian's aura disappeared, and the black lightning paused in the air for a moment before returning to its original position. Seeing that the black lightning did not chase after him, Yi Xian stopped. At this time, Lian Qian appeared beside him, and Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. You continue. Yi Xian nodded. He looked at the black lightning, and his brows deeply wrinkled. The power of this black lightning far exceeded his, and it was impossible to resist it head-on. However, if he did not resist it head-on, how could he win? At this time, Lian Qian suddenly took out a piece of wood that was as long as an arm. She looked at Yi Xian. This piece of wood, where do you think is the easiest to break? Yi Xian said, naturally, the middle. Saying this, he was stunned. The middle. At this moment, he suddenly understood. Flaw. When facing an enemy, if he could find the opponent's flaw, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? The answer was naturally. Yi Xian looked up at the black lightning. What was the flaw of this black lightning? Lian Qian asked. Do you know what the realm of ordinary swordsman is? Yi Xian looked at Lian Qian. Lian Qian said softly, the so-called ordinary sword is actually the essence, seeing through the essence. Just like this piece of wood in my hand, you said that it would break easily if you used force from the middle. That's true, but if we look further and more thoroughly, you'll realize that if you use fire, it would actually be easier to destroy it. Of course, the difference in strength is too great. Fighting the weak with the strong, you can use any kind of strength. But in order to defeat the strong, you have to find a way to use your strengths to attack the opponent's weaknesses. As she spoke, she looked at the wooden stick in her hand. Everything in this world has its counter. For example, if an ordinary person wanted to break this piece of wood in my hand, it would not be easy, so they would choose to use knives, saws, axes, or fire. Yi Xian was silent. Lian Qian continued, "You're fighting someone stronger than you. The gap in strength is huge. If you still insist on fighting head-on, that would be foolish. Do you understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I understand." Lian Qian continued, "The so-called ordinary sword refers to the essence of all things. It's not easy to see through the essence of all things, but you have to walk in this direction." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Is the sword of the plain-dressed woman an ordinary sword?" "More than that," Lian Qian said in a deep voice, "she's definitely far more than the mortal realm. As to what level she's reached, I don't know, and I can't evaluate, because I'm not qualified." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." After saying that, he looked up at the black divine thunder in the sky. How could he defeat this black divine thunder? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Flaws, he knew that he had to find flaws, but flaws were not that easy to find. Lian Qian glanced at Yi Xian, but did not say anything. Yi Xian had to rely on himself. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. "Got it." Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky. At this moment, the lightning suddenly fell. However, at this moment, Yi Xian disappeared. He entered the emptiness realm. The lightning suddenly stopped in the air, because it had lost its target. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared behind the lightning, and at the same time, he slashed at the lightning with his sword. Boom, the lightning shook violently, and Yi Xian was directly sent flying. However, as soon as he flew out, he disappeared. He entered the emptiness realm again. The lightning was stunned. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared above its head, and stabbed down with his sword again. Boom, the lightning shook violently, and countless bolts of lightning shook the surroundings. Yi Xian was sent flying again, but just like before, he entered the emptiness realm again. The lightning was silent for a moment. Suddenly, it shook violently, and an expanse of lightning erupted. In an instant, the entire sky was turned into nothingness. Yi Xian was right beside that bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was rather shocked because he noticed that the energy of that bolt of lightning didn't cause any substantial harm to him. Of course, he was still affected by the shattering of this space. However, with his physical body, it was practically not affected at all. In other words, so long as he entered the emptiness realm, he would be invincible during this period of time. At this moment, he truly realized how terrifying the boundless sword was. This sword technique was meant for assassins. Of course, he could only execute the boundless sword 3 times in a short period of time. In other words, he could only enter the emptiness realm 3 times in a short period of time. Now, he didn't choose to attack again. Instead, he retreated to the side and started to recuperate. Not far away, the lightning was still wreaking havoc. It was obvious that it was very irritable. Just like that, the lightning continued for about an hour before it finally stopped. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of it again. The lightning instantly shook violently, and an expanse of lightning shook. However, Yi Xian disappeared again. The lightning shook in the starry sky, and the entire starry sky directly trembled. Below, Lian Qian shook her head and smiled. She knew what method Yi Xian was using. "Grind, I can't beat you, but I will grind you to death." Needless to say, this was also a method. In this way, Yi Xian grinded it bit by bit. During this period, he was still very careful because the power of the lightning was too strong. It was not something that he could withstand. Therefore, he could only rely on grinding, not brute force. In the past, when he fought with others, he relied on the executing heaven sword in his hand and his strong physical body to fight head-on, but now, he was fighting the strong as the weak, so he could not use brute force, and now, the lightning was being ground down by him until it became more and more irritable. while Xian was cultivating, in an unknown area, a woman was slowly walking in the void. The woman had a head of silver white hair, a petite figure, and a calm but indifferent gaze. After an unknown amount of time, she suddenly stopped. At this moment, 3 old men suddenly appeared in front of the woman. The 3 old men hurriedly knelt down, and the leading old man said in a trembling voice, "Master, you've returned." The woman slowly closed her eyes. "Tell me about the current 5th dimension." The old man said in a deep voice, "Since the prophet disappeared, the order of the 5th dimension has suddenly become chaotic. Although that person from the heaven domain is still there, Master also knows that without the prophet's support, she does not have the ability to rule the 5th dimension." Saying this, he paused and then said, "As far as we know, these years, she has been frantically searching for the prophet, but there is not the slightest clue." After a moment of silence, the woman said, "What is her current strength?" The old man shook his head. "No one knows because she has not appeared for a very long time." The woman nodded. "Continue." The old man said, "Besides her, the master of the southern sky dome realm, Xianxia, is also searching for the prophet. She is even crazier. In order to find the prophet, she has already entered the unknown void dimension and has not returned." Void dimension. Hearing this, the woman's eyes narrowed. That was an unknown dimension. In history, only one person had entered and returned. That was the prophet. After he came out, he smiled and said, "The world is really mysterious." The woman said, "What about the Myriad Dimensional Academy?" The old man said, "At first, after the prophet disappeared, they searched for him. But later, the new master of the Myriad Dimensional Academy, Xianxia, stopped searching. Instead, he started searching for the world prison pagoda that the prophet once left. However, the female teacher of the Myriad Dimensional Academy is still searching." Female teacher. Hearing this, the woman looked at the old man. "What realm is she now?" The old man shook his head. "I don't know. The last time she appeared was 1,000 years ago. At that time, she appeared in the immortal residence forest where the prophet once lived. At that time, she was riding a little donkey and holding a scroll." After a moment of silence, the woman said softly, "She still can't let it go." The old man hesitated before asking, "This subordinate doesn't understand why she is so persistent in searching for the prophet." The woman said, "When she was 6 years old, her parents discovered that she was born with a missing soul and a physical body. Moreover, she was mentally deficient and could not cultivate for the rest of her life. Then, she was abandoned in a mass grave and left to fend for herself. It was the prophet who passed by and took her away. Although her soul was missing, she was the most accomplished person under the prophet. If she liked to fight, the current master of the Myriad Dimensional Academy would not be that Xianxia." The old man nodded slightly. This female teacher's prestige in the Myriad Dimensional Academy was very high. No, it should be said that her prestige in the entire 5th dimension was very high. This was because she did not fight and was kind to others. At this time, the old man suddenly said, "Master, we already know that the world prison pagoda is in the hands of a youth called Xian in the 4th dimension." Xian, the woman's eyes suddenly flickered. "I know." The old man said in a deep voice, "Xianxia is preparing to make a move. It is said that his target is not only that youth Xian, but also a female swordsman. This time, they are prepared to do it for real." At this point, he paused before saying, "Master, this pagoda can open the all-creation bookhouse. Therefore, this subordinate made the decision to send people there. As long as Xianxia makes a move against that female swordsman, our people will make a move against Xian." At that time, the woman suddenly said, "Let them come back." After saying that, she frowned. That was because she had blurted out this sentence without even thinking about it. It was like an instinct. The old man was somewhat startled. "Master." After a moment of silence, the woman said, "Let them come back." The old man looked at the woman and did not dare to refute. He nodded slightly and quietly retreated. After the old man left, the woman opened her palm and a wooden figure appeared in her hand. Looking at the wooden figure, scene suddenly appeared in her mind. "Wow, brother, do you want to eat fish tonight? It smells so good, brother, why aren't you eating?" Brother has eaten. "Look, my belly is so big." Brother, did you only order a bowl of noodles? Brother, I ate. Look, my belly is so big. Brother, if this illness of mine cannot be cured, after I die, put my ashes in a small bamboo tube and keep it by your side. I want to be by your side forever. Okay, if it cannot be cured, brother will accompany you in death. Why? Brother does not want you to be alone in the other world. After a long time, the woman put away the piece of wood in her hand and said softly, "You are a good brother." After saying that, she disappeared on the spot. In the starry sky, there was a tremor of lightning. The surrounding starry sky began to tremble violently under the influence of this tremor of lightning. After a moment of silence, a snow-white sword light suddenly appeared above the head of the lightning. In the next moment, the sword light slashed down in a straight line. Boom! The black lightning trembled violently, and then a wave of lightning surged out. The sky shook violently, however, Xian disappeared again. Grind, Xian was now relying on grinding. In fact, although he could not defeat this black lightning, he had gained a lot. Play to his strengths and avoid its weaknesses, avoid its sharp edges, find its flaws, and kill it in one strike. Now, he had learned how to play to his strengths and avoid its weaknesses. As for looking for flaws, he had just begun. Looking for flaws was not an easy task, especially this divine lightning, which seemed to be flawless. However, he knew that there must be a flaw. Beside him, Xianxia looked at Xian, who was constantly grinding the divine lightning in the distance. She was a little surprised because Xian's comprehension was really good. Although he was not a super monster who could understand with a single point, at least he was working hard. Hard work, her master had once said that innate talent was bestowed by the heavens, but hard work was more important. If one did not work hard, they would be wasting their talent. And Xian was working hard. This continued for about 10 days. Xian could now fight with this black lightning for about an hour. In this hour, he perfectly resolved many of the black lightning's attacks. However, he still found it difficult to counterattack. This was because once he got close to this black lightning, he would have to face it head-on. With his current strength, he was completely unable to do so. After a while, Xian stopped and returned to Lianqian's side. He looked at the divine lightning in the sky. "Miss Lianqian, if I defeat this black lightning, can I directly enter the 5th dimension?" Lianqian looked at Xian. "What are you thinking about?" Xian looked at Lianqian. "What's wrong?" Lianqian said, "This divine lightning is only the 1st stage. You've defeated it, but there's still a 2nd stage, a 3rd stage, a 4th stage, a 5th stage." Xian was speechless. Lianqian continued, "You still have a long way to go, understand?" Xian nodded. "Understood." Lianqian glanced at the godly lightning. "Maybe you can think of another way." With that, she turned around and left. On the spot, Xian was stunned. Think of another way? Exchange for what? Xian looked at the divine lightning and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and the corners of his lips curled up. He suddenly thought of something. Why did he only use his sword? Thinking of this, Xian shook his head, feeling a little silly. Without thinking too much, he suddenly turned into a beam of sword light and soared into the sky. As soon as Xian made his move, the black lightning in the sky suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, countless lightning bolts shot out from the sky. At this moment, the spaced outlaw suddenly appeared between Xian's brows. In the next moment, a blood-red prisoner word suddenly appeared on the lightning bolt. As this word appeared, the lightning bolt was directly covered by a red light. At the same time, a mysterious force enveloped the black lightning. This time, the black lightning seemed to sense danger. It trembled violently and terrifying lightning bolts shot out continuously. At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. He disappeared again. Secretly, Xian was quite excited at this moment. He had not wanted to use the 6 paths of truth, infinite sword, and sword domain to kill his opponent. Instead, he wanted to see if his strongest attack could pose a threat to his opponent. However, he had not expected that when his sword domain enveloped his opponent, he would make a new discovery. A flaw. Under the envelopment of his sword domain, he discovered the flaw of the lightning bolt. As soon as the lightning bolt stopped, Xian suddenly appeared above it. In the next moment, his sword domain enveloped the lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, numerous beams of sword light slashed at the lightning bolt. Bang! countless bolts of lightning exploded, and Xian was instantly blasted flying. When he stopped, he immediately looked up at the lightning bolt. At this moment, the lightning bolt had become slightly illusory, but it quickly condensed. Xian's face instantly sank when he saw this. Right at this moment, the black lightning in the distance suddenly vanished. Hiss! Xian's pupils constricted abruptly, and he swiftly raised his sword horizontally to block it. Bang! An expanse of lightning erupted before him, and then he was blasted flying. During the process of his flying, lightning bolts exploded incessantly around him. When Xian had stopped, countless lightning bolts were shooting at him like a storm in front of him. Xian was shocked, and he didn't hesitate to enter the emptiness state. Countless bolts of lightning flashed through the starry sky, and it was extremely shocking. This time, it continued for around 2 hours before it stopped. Below, Xian looked at the lightning that covered the starry sky above him, and he felt a lingering fear. He'd sensed that the black lightning had really been infuriated just now. Why had it been infuriated? That was because his sword had injured it. Meanwhile, Xianxia appeared by Xian's side. She looked at the black lightning and said softly, "That sword strike of yours can be stronger." Xian looked at Xianxia, and she said, "Burst out with speed. You can utilize the spatial Dao laws to enhance your sword strike, allowing your sword strike's speed and strength to reach its limits. Coupled with the characteristics of your sword domain, you can find its weakness and give it a lethal strike. Of course, it's not very possible for you to kill it with your current strength. However, it's already very good." Xian nodded. When he'd first faced the black lightning, he'd almost been instantly killed by it. But after a month of battle, even though he still couldn't defeat it, he was much better than before. Because he could injure the black lightning now. Moreover, the black lightning couldn't injure him as easily as it had in the beginning. He'd improved too much. Meanwhile, Xianxia suddenly said, "Let it hit you." Xian was stunned. Xianxia looked at the black lightning and said softly, "This isn't ordinary lightning. If you let it temper your body, not only will your body be greatly strengthened, but you might even gain some special subordinates. For example, you might be immune to lightning in the future." Xian said in a low voice, "Miss Xianxia, this isn't a joke." Xianxia looked at Xian and said, "You were blasted by it once, but didn't you survive?" Xian was speechless. Xianxia said, "This is a superb opportunity to improve your physical body, because your current physical body has already reached an extremely formidable level. If you want to improve it further, then unless you have a great fortuitous encounter, it will be very difficult to do so." Lightning strike. Xian was a little hesitant. Because he still remembered the first time he'd been struck by lightning. It was really unbearable. It could be said that if he hadn't already attained the sword body, he would have been dead. He still had a lingering fear towards the divine lightning. At this moment, Xianxia said, "The divine lightning can't kill you in one strike. So, if you can get used to the bombardment of the divine lightning, your body will definitely improve to another level. This is a great opportunity for you." Xian thought about it and nodded. All right. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to improve his strength. An hour later, Xian raised his head to look at the black divine lightning. He had to admit that he was still a little afraid of it. The power of the divine lightning was too strong. Without much hesitation, Xian transformed into a beam of sword light and shot into the sky. At this moment, the black divine lightning in the sky shook violently, and then it fell straight down. When he sensed the power contained in the divine lightning, Xian's expression changed. To be honest, he wanted to run. However, when he thought of the benefits that the divine lightning would bring him, he decisively abandoned the thought of running. Soon, the divine lightning blasted his body. Boom! Xian instantly fell from the sky, and as he fell, bolts of lightning kept exploding on his body. Ah! In the starry sky, Xian's scream suddenly rang out. Soon, Xian stopped. At this moment, he had already put a very, very long distance between him and the divine lightning. After the divine lightning blasted him away, it did not choose to pursue him, but retreated to its original position. Xian lay quietly in the starry sky, and his whole body was constantly flashing with lightning. At this moment, he had lost consciousness. His whole body was numb. At this moment, Xianxia appeared beside Xian. She glanced at Xian and had to admit that Xian's body was a little terrible to look at. Without thinking too much, she waved her right hand, and a white bottle appeared beside Yi Xian's mouth. The spring of life. After the spring of life entered Yi Xian's body immediately recovered at an extremely fast speed. Just like that, about an hour later, Yi Xian sat up. At this moment, his body was still sore and numb, as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. That kind of feeling was a little sour. Lian Qian glanced at Yi Xian's body and said softly, "It really is useful." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned, and then said, "Miss Lian Qian, don't tell me that before this, you weren't sure whether it would be useful or not." Lian Qian nodded, "I guessed that it would be useful, but reality has proven that it is." Yi Xian, Lian Qian said, "Come, continue. What you need to do now is to continuously use the divine lightning to temper your body, over and over again. In any case, you need to completely adapt to the power of the divine lightning." Yi Xian nodded, and he looked up at the black lightning in the sky. Now, he was no longer that afraid of the divine lightning. In any case, he couldn't kill him. What was there to be afraid of? After resting for a while, Yi Xian stretched his body, and then he looked up at the divine lightning in the sky and grinned, "Continue." As soon as he said this, he turned into a ray of sword light and shot into the sky. At this moment, the divine lightning in the sky suddenly descended. An instant later, boom, the entire starry sky suddenly trembled. After a few breaths, Yi Xian lay down again. Just like before, his whole body was covered in injuries. About an hour later, Yi Xian rushed over again. Just like that, Yi Xian used his body to withstand the heavenly lightning again and again, letting the heavenly lightning temper his body. About 10 days later, his body became more and more capable of withstanding. In the beginning, when he was struck by the heavenly thunder, he was almost killed. Although he didn't die, it took him quite a while to stand up. But now, after being struck by the heavenly thunder, he recovered in 15 minutes at most. This proved that his body was becoming more capable of withstanding. However, this was far from enough. Continue. While Yi Xian was bitterly cultivating, Yi Xian and the other four-dimensional experts also came to this part of the starry sky. When they saw Yi Xian using his body to resist the heavenly lightning, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They had been here for so many years, so they naturally knew how terrifying the heavenly lightning was. But they did not expect that Yi Xian would actually use his body to resist the heavenly lightning. How strong was his body? Everyone became more and more afraid of Yi Xian. Just like that, about 2 months later. On this day, Yi Xian suddenly walked in front of the black lightning. The black lightning directly fell, and a lightning light instantly submerged Yi Xian. The lightning light dissipated, and Yi Xian walked out. At this moment, he could completely use his body to resist the black lightning. However, he still could not kill it. The current situation between him and the black lightning was, "You can't kill me, and I can't kill you." After its attack failed, the black lightning returned to the sky. Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the black lightning. At this moment, the black lightning suddenly trembled violently. Then, it suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and fell straight down. This time, Yi Xian still did not dodge. Facing this black lightning, he no longer had any fear. At this moment, the aura contained in the black lightning suddenly soared. Yi Xian was startled. Before he could react, the black lightning had already submerged him. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky was covered by black lightning. The entire starry sky flickered with lightning, and it was incomparably terrifying. About a quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian slowly walked out of the lightning. At this moment, his body was surrounded by lightning. The black lightning that had struck him had already retreated to the horizon. After a moment of silence, it suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, some of the fourth-dimensional experts in the distant starry sky looked at Yi Xian one after another. They knew that Yi Xian had passed the first test. From the fourth dimension to the fifth dimension, there were a total of 5 stages. As for this Yi Xian, he could be considered to have passed the first round. However, the subsequent rounds would only get stronger and stronger. At this moment, Lian Qian appeared in front of Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian with a look of surprise in her eyes. "Your physical body." When Yi Xian looked at his physical body, he was dumbfounded. Originally, his skin contained countless sword intents and sword chi, but now, there was not only sword chi and sword intent, but also thunder and lightning. They had already fused with his sword intent and sword chi. Now, he not only had a sword body, but also a lightning body. Of course, the toughness of his physical body was a level higher than before. Harvest, Xian took a deep breath. The torture during this period of time had not been in vain, Xian said, absorb the sword. Xian looked at Xian. She said, the foundation of your physical body is extremely good. Even if you make another breakthrough, it won't have any negative effects on you. Xian nodded. Okay. After saying this, he took out a sword and began to absorb it. As soon as the sword entered his body, a wave of pure energy erupted from his body. However, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. All of it had been absorbed by his body. Xian was stunned. Then, he took out another sword and absorbed it. As soon as this sword entered his body, it was completely absorbed. Xian did not stop and took out another sword. Just like that, after about an hour, he had absorbed all 30 swords. When he absorbed the last sword, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body. Wherever this aura passed, ripples appeared in the space like waves. He had not broken through yet. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. In his body, waves of powerful aura constantly vibrated. Beside him, Xian looked at Xian and did not disturb him. It was not easy to reach the fate state. The so-called fate state was to no one's destiny. He had to rely on himself. Otherwise, he would be stuck at this step for the rest of his life. Fate, the so-called fate referred to fate. At the beginning of chaos, the fate of all living beings seemed to have been predetermined. It was like birth, old age, sickness, and death, especially death. Since ancient times, who could avoid death? Where there was life, there would be death. This was the law and the fate of all living beings, and because some people became stronger and stronger, they could feel a trace of their own fate. What was his future fate? Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He was a little confused. Fate, what was the future? From the beginning until now, he knew that he was different from others. Many powerful people knew him. More accurately, they knew him in his previous life. Previous life, what was his previous life? It was still the same question. His previous life was his previous life, and this life was this life. Fate, Xian took a deep breath. My fate is in my own hands. Boom, a powerful aura erupted from his body. This aura was like a wave that shook the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the entire starry sky trembled violently. Fate state, at this moment, Grand Elder Chen suddenly appeared in front of Xian. He smiled. Congratulations. Xian opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He clenched his fists and a powerful force gathered in his body. Fate state, at this moment, he understood the true meaning of the fate state. The fate state was not about feeling fate, but understanding the meaning of fate. Nothing was destined at birth. For example, the lifespan of humans was only a few decades in the beginning. But through cultivation, it could be 100 years, a few hundred years, or even a few thousand years. Fate was in one's own hands. Unless one accepted it, it could not decide one's life. Fate state, Xian relaxed his hands, and the aura emitted from his body immediately calmed down. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, congratulations. Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Grand Elder Chen. Is there something I can help you with, Grand Elder? Grand Elder Chen nodded slightly. Young friend, I'm afraid your current strength has reached the Tao-breaking realm. Tao-breaking, Xian said gravely, what realm are Emperor Shi and the others at? Tao-breaking? Grand Elder Chen shook his head. I can only say that they are infinitely close to Tao-breaking. But they have not truly entered the Tao-breaking realm. Xian asked again, are there any Tao-breaking experts here? Grand Elder Chen said gravely, there are. But very few, only 2. And they haven't appeared for a very, very long time. I don't know if they are still alive. Tao-breaking realm, Xian fell silent. Even in the 4-dimensional universe, he still had a long way to go. Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, in the distant horizon, the 5-dimensional barrier suddenly trembled violently. Xian and the other 2 hurriedly looked up. Under everyone's gaze, the 5th dimension under everyone's gazes, the talisman characters on the 5-dimensional barrier slowly dissipated. What's going on? Everyone frowned. Lian Qian looked at the five-dimensional barrier, and her pupils constricted. Not good. They're going to destroy the restriction. Destroy the restriction? Yi Xian said gravely, wasn't this set up by the prophet? How could it be destroyed? Lian Qian stared fixedly at the five-dimensional barrier. It was done by one of our own. One of our own? Yi Xian frowned. Miss Lian Qian, what's the meaning of this? Lian Qian said gravely, the Myriad Dimensions Academy. This restriction was set up by Master. If others want to break it, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Only our own people can break it. No, not break it, but remove it. At this point, she took a deep breath. Someone is using the knowledge Master taught them to remove this restriction. Grand Elder Chen said, this is a good thing. Idiot. Lian Qian suddenly said angrily, this is a good thing? Do you know what's between the four-dimensional universe and the five-dimensional universe? It's a space dimension that you can't cross. Once it's removed, the power of this space dimension will directly devour your four-dimensional universe. Of course, people like you are strong enough to resist this power, but what about others? Is everyone in the four-dimensional universe as strong as you? Once this power enters the four-dimensional universe, not even a blade of grass will grow. Hearing this, Grand Elder Chen was silent. In fact, after cultivating to this point, he might have some compassion in his heart, but right now, he couldn't sacrifice himself to help Song Mountain. What did Song Mountain have to do with him? Was it selfish? It wasn't selfish. After all, they didn't have the obligation to save the world. In the starry sky, the runes became fewer and fewer. Around them, more and more people appeared. Emperor Shi and Taoist Mountain Ghost also appeared. At this time, many people were excited because they discovered that the restriction was becoming weaker and weaker. Once it disappeared completely, it meant that they could enter the five-dimensional universe. At this time, only a blood-red rune was left in the sky. The rune just floated there, and the barrier had completely disappeared. In the field, someone suddenly said, break this rune and you can directly enter the five-dimensional universe. Hearing this, everyone looked at the blood-red rune. At this time, Lian Qian suddenly said, no. Everyone looked at Lian Qian, and she said in a low voice, if you break this rune, you can enter the five-dimensional universe. However, if you break this rune, the power of the spatial dimension will enter the four-dimensional universe. At that time, your universe will be destroyed. In the distance, a middle-aged man said indifferently, what does this have to do with us? Lian Qian looked at the middle-aged man and didn't say anything. She knew that these people wouldn't sacrifice their future for the living beings of the four-dimensional universe. This was human nature. She didn't have the qualifications to stand on the moral high ground and criticize them. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed into the sky. Immediately, a powerful force directly blasted the blood-red rune. Boom, the blood-red rune instantly shattered, and the space there suddenly split open. At this time, a middle-aged man in white appeared in everyone's line of sight. Chen Tian. Lian Qian, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly said in a low voice, the current schoolmaster of the Myriad Dimensions Academy. The middle-aged man smiled. If everyone wants to enter the five-dimensional universe, there's one more thing you have to do. After saying this, he looked at Yi Xian below. Kill him and use his head to exchange for a pass to the five-dimensional universe. P.S. I'll give everyone another red packet. Remember to snatch it. Kill Yi Xian. All the spectators were stunned when they heard this. Kill Yi Xian in exchange for a pass. Soon, the expressions of many people became extremely unsightly. Kill with a borrowed knife. This expert from the fifth dimension wanted to borrow their hands to kill Yi Xian. In other words, he wanted them to fight with Yi Xian. Those who had lived to this age naturally understood Chen Tian's intentions. Not far away, Yi Xian looked at Chen Tian. It seems that your real target is me. Chen Tian sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Of course it's you. Yi Xian opened his palm and the World Prison Pagoda appeared in his hand. You want it? Saying this, he suddenly put it away and grinned. I'm not giving it to you. Chen Tian was not angry. He smiled. It's fine, I can get it myself. Saying this, he looked at the experts from the fourth dimension. This is your only chance in this lifetime. As long as you kill him, I can let you enter the fifth dimension. Kill Xian, everyone was silent. If Xian was easy to kill, they would definitely not hesitate. However, was Xian easy to kill? The problem was that he was not easy to kill. Moreover, could this person's words be trusted? What if they fought with Xian and both sides were injured? What if he refused to let them enter? Wouldn't that be stupid? At this time, Taoist Mountain Ghost suddenly said, "Your Excellency, we just want to enter the 5th dimension, that's all." Chen Tian looked at Taoist Mountain Ghost and smiled. "But you were born in the 4th dimension." Taoist Mountain Ghost asked, "Can't we go to the 5th dimension if we were born in the 4th dimension?" Chen Tian shook his head and smiled. "That's not it. It's just that I was the one who broke teacher's restriction, so I have the right to decide who can enter or not, right?" Taoist Mountain Ghost still wanted to say something, but Chen Tian said, "I don't have much time, so you better not waste it. Otherwise, you will regret it later." Taoist Mountain Ghost fell silent. Everyone else was silent as well. In the air, Chen Tian looked at Xian and smiled. As long as one is alive, it's fine to not be strong. However, one must know one's own limits. What kind of strength you have, what kind of things you should have. If you overestimate yourself, your ending won't be too good. Xian smiled and said, "If I give you the pagoda, will you let us go?" Chen Tian laughed, "You won't, because you are a swordsman. A swordsman's sword can be broken, but it cannot be bent. Therefore, you would never beg for life in this way. I also advise you not to think of playing any tricks. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and schemes are useless." Xian smiled. "Why don't you go look for her first?" This she was naturally the woman in a plain dress. Chen Tian laughed and said, "Because you are easier to kill." Xian fell silent. These fellows weren't stupid. They knew how to fight first. At this moment, Chen Tian looked at Taoist Mountain Ghost and the others who were not far away. "Have you thought it through?" Taoist Mountain Ghost looked at Chen Tian. "Do you think we are idiots? No one would attack Xian. Firstly, Xian was not easy to kill. Secondly, even if they killed Xian, Chen Tian might not let them enter the 5th dimension. It was very stupid to pin their hopes on other people's pity." In the air, Chen Tian smiled slightly. "Very good." As he said that, he spread out his palm and pressed down lightly. The space behind him suddenly split open and soon, an extremely powerful aura spread out from behind him. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they sensed this force, dimensional power. This was not something the 4-dimensional universe could withstand. In the distance, Taoist Mountain Ghost stared at Chen Tian. "You want to destroy the 4-dimensional universe?" "Me?" Chen Tian shook his head and smiled. "Are you kidding me? You should know that it was you who destroyed the last restriction rune. Therefore, you are the ones who want to destroy your universe." As his voice fell, a black gas spread out from behind him. Everywhere this black gas passed, space turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. Sensing the power of this black gas, everyone's expression became extremely ugly. If this endless black gas was allowed to enter the 4-dimensional universe, the entire 4-dimensional universe would really be devoured. In the air, Chen Tian looked down at everyone and smiled. "Are you afraid?" As he said that, he looked at Xian. "Xian, I can give you a chance. If you hand over the pagoda, then your ancestors." Xian suddenly shouted angrily. In the next moment, a sword light soared into the sky and slashed at Chen Tian. In the air, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes and punched out. Bang! A few dozen feet in front of his fist, the sword light was forced to stop, and at this moment, a blood-red prisoner character appeared above Chen Tian's head. Sensing this, Chen Tian's pupils shrank. Immediately after, he turned around and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already thousands of feet away. Chen Tian stared at Xian with a sinister expression. "That Xiao Ta actually recognized you as his master." Xian ignored Chen Tian and turned to look at Taoist Mountain Ghost and the others. "Everyone, we want to go to the 5th dimension, but we will not go in kneeling." "Go in kneeling." Hearing Xian's words, the blood of the 4-dimensional experts started boiling. They were all people who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. How could they not have any self-respect? How could they not have any backbone? Yes, everyone wanted to go to the 5th dimension. They all wanted to break through and live forever, but not by kneeling down and begging for it. it was good for people to live, but if they did not have dignity and backbone, then they might as well be dogs. At this time, Taoist mountain ghost suddenly said softly, little friend Xian is right. As a person, we must have some dignity and backbone. As he said this, he looked at Chen Tian. We, the people of the fourth dimension, are indeed not as strong as the experts of the fifth dimension. However, we don't need your charity, nor do we need your pity. Chen Tian laughed. You have a backbone. Unfortunately, what's the use? Your four-dimensional universe is about to be destroyed. Isn't that right? Taoist mountain ghost laughed. Today, the old man will protect the four-dimensional universe. Not for anything else, but to fight for pride. Of course, the old man really doesn't like you. As his voice fell, he suddenly turned into a black light and soared into the sky. In the starry sky, he clenched his right hand and pressed it down. He roared, sky-supporting pillar. Boom, a huge black hand that was a few hundred meters long suddenly tore through the space above his head, and then the huge hand directly grabbed the black aura. However, as soon as it came into contact with the black aura, the huge hand started to turn illusory. Seeing this, Taoist mountain ghost's expression suddenly became serious. The black gas was stronger than he had imagined. At this time, Emperor Shi, who was not far away, suddenly looked at Chen Tian and laughed. Are the people of the fifth dimension superior to the people of the fourth dimension? I also don't like you. As his voice fell, he suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom, a powerful white beam of light soared into the sky. This white light directly collided with the black gas. Rumble, in the starry sky, the black gas trembled violently. However, this white light was unable to stop them. In the sky, Chen Tian looked down at Emperor Shi and Taoist mountain ghost. He laughed. You don't want to take the road to life, but you insist on taking the road to death. Just because of your so-called backbone and dignity, how ridiculous. As he said this, he looked at Yi Xian. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Chi, a wisp of sword light tore through the battlefield. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Hiss, before he could finish speaking, a blood-red prisoner character suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, a mysterious force enveloped him. Sword domain, Chen Tian's expression was calm. He clenched his fists tightly. Boom, the blood-red prisoner character above his head directly became illusory. At the same time, the sword light in front of him was forced to stop. Chen Tian stared at Yi Xian. The sword is a good sword, and the divine skill is a good divine skill. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are too weak. As his voice fell, he fiercely punched out. Boom, Yi Xian instantly appeared tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, the space within thousands of feet behind him directly exploded, turning into nothingness. Chen Tian frowned slightly. Your physical body, he did not expect that Yi Xian would be able to withstand his attack. In the distance, Yi Xian stretched his muscles and then looked at the distant Taoist mountain ghost. At this moment, Taoist mountain ghost suddenly said, little friend Yi Xian, we can't hold on any longer. Yi Xian looked at the black gas. The black gas was increasing in number. Taoist mountain ghost and Emperor Shi could no longer hold on. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian looked at Pavilion Elder Chen and the others below. Everyone, if the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? We are now people on the same boat. We will prosper together, and if we suffer together, we will suffer together. Only by joining forces can we survive. At this moment, Chen Tian, who was not far away, suddenly laughed. No, we are only targeting you, not them. Hearing this, the fourth dimension experts suddenly hesitated. At this moment, Pavilion Elder Chen suddenly stood up. Everyone, little friend Yi is right. If the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain unbroken? If we do not help Taoist mountain ghost and little friend Yi now, in the future, we will find that no one will help us. Moreover. At this point, he looked at Chen Tian and laughed sinisterly. Moreover, the old man is also very unhappy with this person. Fight with him. Let them know that the people of the fourth dimension are not ants. We are not people that they can bully as they please. As his voice fell, he directly turned into a beam of white light and soared into the sky. Behind Pavilion Elder Chen, Xianxia, and more than 20 top experts of the fourth dimension attacked one after another. Boom boom boom, in the starry sky, as Pavilion Elder Chen and the others attacked one after another, the speed at which the black gas spread instantly slowed down. However, it did not stop. Instead, the black gas increased in number. In the distance, Chen Tian was silent. He had originally wanted to use the experts of the fourth dimension to target Yixian, but he did not expect that these people would choose not to. Moreover, these people had come to oppose him. He had to admit that he had underestimated the people of the fourth dimension. Recollecting his thoughts, Chen Tian looked at Yixian, who was not far away. I don't want to waste time. Aren't you a swordsman? Then I will let you die under my sword. As his voice fell, a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, this sword suddenly flew out and slashed at Yixian. The moment this sword appeared, Lian Qian's horrified voice suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. Not good, this is the fifth dimension's third sword. It is not something you can resist. At this point, she suddenly stopped. Had Yixian ever been afraid of a sword? At this moment, Yixian's expression suddenly changed. His face was filled with terror, as if he had been shocked to the extreme. Seeing this, Chen Tian smiled. A sword descended in a straight line through the starry sky. The sword was completely snow white, and there was a speck of blood red at its tip. It was like a plum blossom in the snow, and it carried a trace of coldness amidst its beauty. Yixian seemed to be extremely terrified as he watched the sword descend. The expressions of Taoist Mountain Ghost and the others instantly became unsightly when they saw the expression on Yixian's face. They could be said to be one with Yixian, so they naturally didn't want anything to happen to Yixian. Because if something were to happen to Yixian, then it was equivalent to losing a formidable ally, but now it seemed like something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, the sword had arrived above Yixian. It was very calm and didn't emanate any energy fluctuations, but everyone knew that it couldn't be ordinary. But right at this moment, Chen Tian's expression suddenly changed. Because he noticed that while Yixian had a terrified expression on his face, Yixian showed no signs of fleeing or counterattacking. Something's not right. Chen Tian didn't hesitate to withdraw the sword. However, Yixian suddenly shot into the sky. He was extremely swift and collided with the sword, and then the sword instantly pierced through his head and into his body. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they witnessed this scene. What's Yixian trying to do? Chen Tian was slightly stunned as well. He hadn't expected that Yixian would actually do this. Is he giving his life away? Right at this moment, his pupils constricted. Because he noticed that Yixian was completely fine after the sword pierced into Yixian's body. Moreover, Yixian's aura had grown even stronger. What the hell is going on? Chen Tian stared fixedly at Yixian, and his intuition told him that he might have done something extremely stupid. Yixian greedily took a deep breath, and his aura rose explosively. This time, he didn't suppress it. He couldn't, because the power contained within this sword was too terrifying. It was more terrifying than any sword he had absorbed before. It could be said that this sword was infinitely close to his executing heaven sword and soul-suppressing sword. He had to break through. Yixian was shocked. Breaking through at this time? Wasn't that asking for death? Chen Tian also noticed that Yixian was about to break through because Yixian's aura was still rising crazily. Chen Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to attack when Yixian suddenly said, Chen Tian, you old dog. You're not human. Everyone, Chen Tian looked at Yixian. What? Do you want to have a civil battle with me? Yixian said angrily. Chen Tian. At this time, Chen Tian suddenly interrupted Yixian. You're trying to buy time. That's a good idea. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished, and a powerful force swept down from the sky. Everywhere this force passed, space was instantly reduced to ashes. In front of Chen Tian, the four-dimensional space was as fragile as rotten wood. Yixian's face instantly sank when he saw this. He was about to break through now, so how could he resist? Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. Yixian was stunned when he saw this person, and Xianxia stared fixedly at Chen Tian, who was charging down. Break through quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into a spear light that shot into the sky, and her spear was like a thunderclap that carried the might to pierce through the sky. Yixian didn't think too much about it and hurriedly sat down cross-legged. Break through. He had to break through as soon as possible. In midair, Xianxia watched Xianxia charge at him with an expressionless face, and he smashed his fist against the spear in Xianxia's hand. Boom, the spear light in Xianxia's hand instantly exploded, and at the same time Xianxia instantly retreated. Because her retreat speed was too fast, her body directly tore through space, and fresh blood unceasingly flowed out of her mouth. Xianxia's strength was too great, and it wasn't something her body could withstand. Xianxia didn't care about Xianxia, and he directly charged towards Yixian below. Compared to Xianxia, he wanted to get rid of Yixian even more, because Yixian had given him too many surprises. Just as Xianxia appeared above Yixian's head, a man suddenly blocked in front of Yixian. Xianxia looked up at Xianxia, who was hovering above his head. Suddenly, he let out an enraged roar and charged directly toward Xianxia. As he did, the illusory image of an old man appeared behind him. This illusory image was even more solid and powerful than before. Clearly, in this period of time, Xianxia's strength had greatly increased. In the air, Xianxia glanced at Xianxia, and he stomped down with his foot. Boom, the phantom instantly exploded, and Xianxia's entire body fell from the sky. As he fell, his body cracked open layer by layer, and fresh blood spurted out. Xianxia looked down at Yixian. He was just about to attack again, when a sword light suddenly appeared behind him. The speed of this sword was faster than lightning. Xianxia's brows creased slightly, and he turned around and punched out. Rumble, at the point where the fist and sword met, a powerful force suddenly exploded out, and a petite figure retreated explosively in the starry sky. This person was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi retreated a few thousand meters before stopping. However, the moment she stopped, she raised her sword above her head with both hands. She stared at the distant Xianxia, and her sword suddenly slashed downwards. Heaven-breaking sword. Chi, a strand of sword light shot out from the tip of Xiaoqi's sword. Chi, the starry sky was torn apart. This sword, like its name, could break the heavens. In the distance, Xianxia was expressionless. Just as the sword energy was about to slash his body suddenly became illusory, and then the sword energy mysteriously disappeared. On the other side, Xiaoqi's expression suddenly changed, and she suddenly turned around. Instant sword. Just as she finished speaking, her body disappeared like a ray of light. Chi. Wrong. The space in front of her was suddenly torn apart by countless sword lights. In less than half a breath's time, the space was directly torn apart by thousands of sword lights, and these sword lights appeared almost at the same time. Instant. In fact, it wasn't just one sword instant, but 1,000 swords instant. In an instant, 1,000 swords appeared. Meanwhile, the space that was enveloped by the rays of light suddenly exploded apart. Rumble. A figure rapidly retreated in the starry sky. It was Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi suddenly held her sword vertically between her eyebrows. Protect. As soon as she finished speaking, strands of sword chi suddenly appeared behind her. These strands of sword chi instantly formed a sword shield behind her, and it didn't take long for her to stop. However, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. In that pitch-black space, Xianxia walked out. He stared at Xiaoqi, and there were actually 3 sword scars on his face. At this moment, he had to admit that although the overall strength of the 4th dimension was far inferior to the 5th dimension, there were still many people in the 4th dimension who were very outstanding, whether it was Yixian just now, or these 3 people who just appeared. Even in the 5th dimension, they were all at the peak. Especially this little girl in front of him. The strength of her sword Dao had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Xiaoqi, Xianxia, and Xianxia all arrived beside Yixian. Although Xianxia's injuries were more serious, fortunately, he had the spring of life, so it wasn't fatal. Xiaoqi glanced at Yixian below. He still needs an hour. An hour. In other words, they had to stop Xianxia for an hour. In the distance, Xianxia glanced at Xiaoqi's group of 3. It's time to end this. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished. Xiaoqi's group of 3's expressions instantly changed. They were just about to attack when Yixian suddenly appeared in front of him. They were stunned when they saw Yixian. He broke through. In next to no time, their expression sank. Because Yixian hadn't broken through, moreover, Yixian's aura was extremely chaotic, and he showed signs of qi deviation. Yixian stared fixedly at Xianxia who was charging at him. He suddenly opened his palm, and a strand of sword energy suddenly flew along his arm into his palm. When they saw this strand of sword energy, everyone's expressions changed. Chen Tian even stopped and retreated almost 30 kilometers in a frenzy. Chen Tian stared fixedly at the strand of sword energy in Yi Xian's hand, and his eyes were filled with fear. Yi Xian took a deep breath. It was one of the 3 strands of sword energy that the woman in a plain dress had given him. It could be said that it was his greatest trump card. He'd never used it, even if it was extremely dangerous at times, he still hadn't used it. Because he wanted to return it to her when he met her again, and he wanted to tell her that he'd grown up. But at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. He knew that even if the 4 of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Chen Tian. Moreover, if he allowed Xiaoqi and the others to stop Chen Tian, then the 3 of them might die. He didn't want anything to happen to Xiaoqi and the others. Moreover, he didn't want Xiaoqi and the others to be beaten half to death before he utilized this strand of sword energy. He didn't want anything to happen to them at all. His younger sister had left him all along the way, so he didn't want to lose any more friends. Yi Xian looked at Chen Tian in the distance and said softly, "Go." As soon as he said that, the strand of sword energy in his hand flew out. In the distance, Chen Tian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he suddenly put his hands together. Heaven and earth converge. As soon as he said that, the space in front of him suddenly closed, and at the same time, mysterious forces continuously gathered in front of him. At this moment, the strand of sword light suddenly disappeared. Chen Tian's body suddenly stiffened, and the space in front of him cracked and then disappeared. Everyone looked at Chen Tian, and there was a strand of sword energy in between Chen Tian's eyebrows. He was killed just like that. Everyone was stunned. In the distant endless starry sky, a woman in a plain dress stopped. She tilted her head slightly, and with 2 fingers, she gently held a strand of her hair and said softly, "Did you use it?" The strand of sword energy between Chen Tian's eyebrows suddenly vanished, and then Chen Tian's figure instantly became ethereal. Chen Tian stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "It's only just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Everyone in the surroundings instantly heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. But right at this moment, an explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then a man walked out from there. Everyone was stunned when they saw the man. "Chen Tian, it's Chen Tian again." The expressions of everyone here instantly became extremely unsightly. Yi Xian's face had turned gloomy as well. Meanwhile, Lian Qian's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. That person from before was only his clone, and this is his clone as well. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. "How many clones does he have?" Lian Qian replied, "This is his second and final clone, and it possesses 30% of his strength." 30% of his strength. Yi Xian fell silent. He clenched his right fist tightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. Chen Tian walked down slowly from midair, and his gaze descended onto Yi Xian. "Do you have any other trump cards?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and another strand of sword energy appeared. Another strand of sword energy. Chen Tian glanced at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly waved his right hand lightly. Something seemed to have been torn open in the distant sky, and it didn't take long for countless strands of black energy to surge out like tidewater. Taoist Mountain Ghost and the others hurriedly retreated when they witnessed this scene. Even though the black energy from before was formidable, they were still barely able to resist it. But now, the amount of black energy wasn't just countless times greater than before, it was countless times stronger as well. Endless black energy spread out from behind Chen Tian, and this black energy spread out in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Chen Tian looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "In the void behind me, there is a space-devouring beast. This beast lives by devouring the power of the space dimension, and it can use it for its own purposes. Of course, this isn't the main point. The main point is that if you choose to kill me, this beast will devour your entire four-dimensional universe. Make your choice." Yi Xian fell silent. At this moment, Taoist Mountain Ghost suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Young friend, this black energy has appeared in many places in the four-dimensional universe. I can't resist it." Yi Xian glanced around, and this time, he looked very far away. This black energy had already appeared in many places: Deity's Templar, Black-Yellow Great World, and even the faraway Qingqing. Facing this endless black energy, he saw the despair in many people's eyes. Deity's Templars Zhu Xia Yuan Shaodao, Northern Regions Jiangjiao, Lian Wanli, Shangguan Xian everyone could only wait for death. Only the experts here could barely resist it. However, they could only barely resist it. This was because this black gas would devour the entire four-dimensional universe. Xian turned to look at Xiaoqi and the other two. Xiaoqi shrugged, I'm not afraid of death. It's just a pity that I can't go to the fifth dimension to take a look. And Lanqiu glanced at Xian, but she didn't say anything. Xianxia smiled slightly, I've tried my best. Actually, I'm also a little regretful. I also want to see what kind of world the fifth dimension is like. Unfortunately, I won't have the chance. Xian shook his head. We have to live well. Everyone has to live well, too. After that, I'll take you to the fifth dimension. As his voice fell, Xian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, he vaguely saw a pair of huge black eyes. After a moment of silence, the sword qi in Xian's hand suddenly soared into the sky. This strand of sword qi directly entered the depths of the starry sky. He chose to kill this space-devouring beast. In the depths of the starry sky, a mournful scream suddenly rang out. Soon, all the black energy in the surroundings began to slowly disappear. Xian said softly, Did I save the world? In some unknown starry sky, the woman in the plain dress slowly closed her eyes. After a moment, she said softly, Back then, I entered the path of destruction by exterminating all living beings. Now, you used my sword qi to save all living beings. Saying this, she looked into the depths of the starry sky and said softly, What a good karma. Brother, every cause has an effect. You are the only karma that I can't cut off. P.S. When I published it today, I checked it twice. I hope there are no typos. Now, every time I finish writing, I check it more than twice. Karma, there must be a cause and effect. To the plain-dressed woman, no matter how strong the karma was, it could not touch her. That was because her sword could sever all karma, however, she did not want to sever this karma. She also knew very well that as long as she did not cut off the relationship between her and Xian, she would have a lot of troubles ahead of her. Some troubles could not be solved with a sword. They could even ruin her sword doctrine heart. But she never regretted it. There was only one person who could let her karma touch her. There was only one person who could destroy her sword heart. There was only one person who could make her feel that living was meaningful, invincible. In this life, she did not want to be defeated. Who could defeat her? Longevity. In this life, she did not want to die. Who could kill her? In the starry sky, after the black gas disappeared, Xian looked at Chen Tian. He knew that things were not over yet. What Chen Tian did just now was actually to force him to hand over the sword energy. And he had to hand over the sword energy. He, Xian, was a secular person and a selfish person. He did not have the thought of saving the world and longevity as his responsibility. He simply did not want anything to happen to his friends, and he had many friends and people he cared about. Temple and Zhu Xier, and those people from Black-Yellow Great World, Xianxia, Mo Yunqi, Baizhe, Shangguan Xiener, etc. These people were people he cared about. As Jiangjiu had said, he, Xian, not only had a sister, but he also had many friends and people he cared about. He did not want to be a lonely swordsman. He did not want to be a swordsman who was selfish to his friends. At this moment, Xian's face suddenly turned pale and the aura around him started to become chaotic. He could not suppress it anymore. Just now, he had been suppressing the energy after devouring the sword energy. But now, he could not suppress it anymore. He was about to break through. Xian was about to speak when Xiaoqi suddenly said, You break through first. The three of us will stop him. Xian shook his head. Danger, Seven said, I have no choice. You have to break through. If you do, along with your trump cards, you might be able to fight him. Xian thought for a moment, then nodded. He sat down cross-legged and focused on absorbing the energy in his body. Xiaoqi and the other two stood in front of Xian. In the distance, Chen Tian looked at Xiaoqi and the other two. The three of you are not bad. If you are willing, you can follow me to the multidimensional academy in the fifth dimension to study. Saying this, he smiled faintly. You guys might not know what entering the myriad dimensions academy means. It means that you guys, Xianxia suddenly asked, do you have any friends? Chen Tian looked at Xianxia, naturally. Xianxia smiled and said, will you betray your friend? Chen Tian thought about it, then smiled and said, I won't. Xianxia faintly smiled, we won't either. Chen Tian looked at Xianxia, you will die. Xianxia softly said, a true friend can live and die together. Chen Tian looked at Yixian for a long time, then nodded, you are very loyal. However, I want to see if you are really loyal. Saying this, he suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xianxia. Before Xianxia could react, Chen Tian's hand was already on his throat. At this moment, a sword stopped behind Chen Tian. The moment Chen Tian made his move, Seven also made his move, however, she was still too slow. This doppelganger was much stronger than the previous one. Chen Tian looked at Xianxia in his hand and started to exert force. Soon, Xianxia's body became illusory. Chen Tian smiled and said, you should know that I will really kill you. I am not joking with you. However, I still want to give you a chance. As long as you nod and are willing to go to the 5th dimension with me, I can let you live. Xianxia looked at Chen Tian and smiled, I want to go to the 5th dimension to take a look. However, I don't want to kneel there. Chen Tian's hand started to exert force and a mysterious force suddenly surged into Xianxia's body. Ah! Xianxia suddenly raised his head and roared. At this moment, his pupils actually exploded. Not only that, the bones in his body also started to slowly crack. At this moment, Seven no longer hesitated and directly slashed at Chen Tian. Chen Tian didn't even turn his head and waved his hand. Boom! A powerful force instantly sent Seven flying. At this moment, a long spear suddenly stabbed down from the top of his head. Chen Tian's right foot lightly stomped. Boom! The space above his head suddenly collapsed and the powerful force directly sent An Lanxiu flying. Chen Tian continued to look at Xianxia. It isn't easy for people to live, especially for geniuses like you. It is even more difficult for you to reach this stage. You have to think carefully. Is it really worth it to sacrifice your life for a so-called brother? Xianxia clenched his fists and his facial features twisted. On his forehead, veins popped out and he looked incomparably malevolent. Pain, at this moment, he was enduring an unbearable torture. Chen Tian stared at Xianxia, as long as you say the word, you can live. Not only can you live even better. Xianxia suddenly roared, Brother Yi, take good care of my clansmen. As his voice faded, his body suddenly started burning. Burning his soul to self-destruct, Chen Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, a voice came from the side, let him go. Chen Tian turned to look at the nearby Yixian. Yixian stared deadly at Chen Tian. He opened his palm and the prison pagoda appeared in his hand, let him go, this is for you. Chen Tian laughed, even if you don't give it to me, I can take it. Yixian said, you should know that it has already recognized me as its master. If my brother dies, I will detonate it. I will do what I say. Chen Tian looked at Yixian, but he didn't say anything. At this moment, Xianxia was completely burning. At most a few breaths of time, he would completely disappear. Yixian suddenly roared. The prison pagoda appeared between his eyebrows. In the next moment, the prison pagoda started shaking. Seeing this, Chen Tian squinted his eyes. His right hand lightly exerted strength, and a force shattered the flames around Xianxia. However, he was still a bit too slow. At this moment, Xianxia's body completely disappeared, leaving only his soul. Moreover, this soul was extremely ethereal, as if it could disappear at any moment. Chen Tian looked at Yixian, give it to me. Yixian stared deadly at Chen Tian. With a point of his finger, the prison pagoda flew right in front of Chen Tian. Chen Tian let go. The moment he let go of Xianxia, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw Yixian suddenly roar, old dog, my brother isn't someone you can touch. As his voice faded, a sword aura suddenly flew out of his hand. Sword aura again. Yixian originally didn't want to use this sword aura because it truly was his last trump card. He wanted to save it for a critical moment, but now, seeing Xianxia's body destroyed, he didn't want to think about anything else. Seeing this, Chen Tian's expression changed greatly. He frantically retreated, but the sword aura was even faster, instantly piercing through his forehead. Chen Tian's body instantly became ethereal. Chen Tian looked at Yixian. He was just about to speak when a sword suddenly flew out of Yixian's hand. This flying sword sliced through Chen Tian's throat. Chen Tian instantly disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xian's mouth spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Just now, he was at a critical moment, but seeing Xianxia almost be forced to burn her soul and self-destruct, he had to forcefully stop. Now, he was starting to suffer the backlash. Yi Xian didn't care about his body. He looked at Xianxia. Right now, Xianxia's body was extremely ethereal, as if it could disappear at any moment. At this moment, Little Soul's voice suddenly rang out, "Young master, I can save him." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Hurry." As he spoke, he quickly took out the soul-suppressing sword. Little Soul directly absorbed Xianxia into the sword. Little Soul said, "His soul is very weak. It will take a period of time to recover." Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He looked up at the horizon. "Brother Mo, don't worry. I will take you to the 5th dimension. Let's go there together." After saying that, he immediately sat down cross-legged. Breakthrough. He had to break through as soon as possible because he knew that things weren't over yet. Everyone present knew that things weren't over yet. Although the 5th dimension barrier had been broken, at the end of their line of sight was pitch black. In that pitch black space, everyone could feel a powerful force. A force from the 5th dimension, and Lan Xiao and Xiaoqi walked to Yi Xian's side. Xiaoqi looked up at the depths of the starry sky and softly said, "Perhaps, the 5th dimension barrier isn't a bad thing." The 4th dimension was naturally much weaker than the 5th dimension. Under such circumstances, if the two universes didn't have any restrictions, the 4th dimension would really be slaughtered by others, just like just now. If it weren't for Yi Xian's sword light, the 4th dimension would probably have been destroyed in a day. But now that the restrictions were gone, the fate of the 4th dimension was in the hands of the experts of the 5th dimension. At this time, not far away, a middle-aged man suddenly said, "I'll try." As he spoke, he suddenly soared into the sky. Obviously, he still wanted to go to the 5th dimension. This was also normal. After all, the restrictions had been broken and the 5th dimension was close at hand. How could he not be tempted? However, before he could approach that area, a white light directly blasted his body. Boom! The middle-aged man's body directly turned to ashes. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression immediately sank. The people of the 5th dimension didn't want the experts of the 4th dimension to go up. Everyone looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. A breakthrough was imminent. At this time, Lian Qian suddenly appeared beside Yi Xian. She glanced at the people present and then raised her head to look at the depths of the starry sky. She frowned slightly. After a while, Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. She just looked at Yi Xian silently. At this time, Xiaoqi walked to Lian Qian's side and softly said, "What's wrong?" Lian Qian shook her head. "Originally, I hoped that he would become stronger before going to the 5th dimension. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that the people above wouldn't give him any chance." As she spoke, she shook her head again. "He won't survive. It can be said that he is now the public enemy of the 5th dimension. The people of the 4th dimension only know that Xiao Ta can go to the 5th dimension. They don't know the real use of this pagoda. But the people of the 5th dimension know the real use of this pagoda. For this pagoda, they will risk their lives." Xiaoqi was silent. At this time, Lian Qian said again, "If I'm not wrong, they might have already made a move on that plain-dressed woman. Because this time, not a single expert from the Myriad Dimensions Academy came. They must be targeting that plain-dressed woman." Against the plain-dressed woman, why were the experts of the 5th dimension unable to obtain the World Prison Pagoda? The reason was because of the plain-dressed woman. She was the one who had been obstructing the experts of the 5th dimension. Without her, Yi Xian would not have been able to live until now. It could be said that the plain-dressed woman was their greatest enemy. And they were very clear that this woman was not easy to kill because they had already failed once. On the battlefield, Lian Qian's expression was gloomy the entire time. Xiaoqi and the rest simply did not know the situation of the 5th dimension. The people of that universe could not be compared to the people of the 4th dimension. Especially the Myriad Dimensions Academy. In the past, the Myriad Dimensions Academy could be said to be the most powerful force in the entire 5th dimension. Naturally, the members of the Myriad Dimensions Academy were all students and did not participate in worldly affairs. Because of this, the status of the Myriad Dimensions Academy in the fifth dimension was very high. She knew that the plain-dressed woman was very strong, but the Myriad Dimensions Academy was not weak either. Especially Xianxia and that female teacher. Their strength could only be described as unfathomable. Xianxia looked at Yixian with worry in her eyes. She naturally did not want anything to happen to Yixian. Her goal was to find her master, and this world prison pagoda was the key to finding her master. And if this world prison pagoda fell into Xianxia's hands, would Xianxia go and find her master? If it was a long time ago, he might have. But now, she was very clear that Xianxia definitely would not, because power was very tempting. Xianxia was now the master of the Myriad Dimensions Academy, so he would not go and find his master. Moreover, if the world prison pagoda fell into Xianxia's hands, the two sisters would once again be imprisoned in the pagoda. This was because Xianxia would definitely not give up on their Tao laws. If they gathered their Tao laws, their might would be extremely terrifying. One must know that in the past, when the two sisters joined forces with the world prison pagoda, they fought against the three swordsmen. Although they lost, it was not because they and the world prison pagoda were weak, but because the three swordsmen were too strong. Therefore, if the world prison pagoda fell into Xianxia's hands, it would be difficult for them to escape their fate. When they had followed the prophet had never treated them as subordinates, but if they fell into the hands of Xianxia, thinking of this, Xianxia opened her palm and the world prison pagoda suddenly appeared in her palm. Xianxia looked at Yixian beside her. I'll buy you some time. Not much, maybe 2 or 3 months. As her voice fell, Xianxia suddenly transformed into a beam of white light and shot up into the sky. Very quickly, she arrived in front of the black region. She looked at the black region in front of her, then at the world prison pagoda in her hands. She slowly closed her eyes. Haven't you always been curious about what Tao Law I am? Below, Yixian raised his head and looked at Xianxia. The corners of Xianxia's mouth lifted slightly. You'll know soon enough. With that, she suddenly opened her eyes. In the name of the pagoda, seal. The world prison pagoda in her hands trembled violently. In the next moment, countless golden runes suddenly flew out of Xianxia's body. Very quickly, these golden runes were like tiny butterflies that flew towards the black region. Soon, these golden runes formed a swastika character. And at this moment, a giant finger suddenly descended from the black region. This giant finger directly bombarded the swastika character. Boom, the swastika character trembled violently, but it did not shatter. On the contrary, the giant finger directly exploded. However, behind this giant finger, a giant black hand suddenly stretched out. Below, Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. Seal the heavens and earth. As her voice fell, she suddenly opened her eyes. From within her body, a golden pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky. This golden pillar of light directly entered the swastika character. The swastika character trembled violently and directly imprinted itself into the black region. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yixian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yixian's position as crown prince is removed. Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her 2 small hands were tightly gripping the corners of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yixian's younger sister. This time, when she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yixian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yixian is a crown prince. Why did you remove his title for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. It is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his title. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yilang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yilang inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp sound of the slap was heard. The right side of Yiling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek with her hand. Yilang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu. Greetings, Crown Prince. Yilang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. Yilang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking toward the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yiling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu and walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave, and instead mustered up her courage to enter the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Ling is the heir, and it is the wish of everyone. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Ling nodded, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! I beg you to be stronger. Hearing the woman's words, the smile on Chen Tian's face suddenly disappeared. The woman was arrogant, supercilious, possibly both, but his intuition told him that the woman in front of him was a bit stronger than they had expected. Of course, at this moment, he had no way of retreating. Moreover, there was no need for him to do so. All these years, what had Xianxia not seen before? How could he retreat just because of one sentence from the woman in front of him? Of course, facing the woman in front of him, he was even more cautious. At this time, the woman in the distance suddenly said, "Start your performance?" Xianxia looked at the woman in the plain dress. The woman in the plain dress had a calm expression. In her limpid eyes, there was not a trace of ripple. This was a special person, Xianxia chuckled. To be honest, you surprised many of us because we never thought that a strong person like you would appear in the four-dimensional universe. The woman in the plain dress looked at Xianxia. As a person from the five-dimensional universe, do you have a sense of superiority? Xianxia laughed. No, because we never compare ourselves with you four-dimensional people. Speaking up to here, he suddenly paused and then said, speaking of which, it seems that we do have a sense of superiority. However, isn't this normal? For example, when you face a race that is more backward than you, don't you also have a sense of superiority? The woman in the plain dress said, superiority comes from inferiority. Finding a sense of superiority from those who are weaker than you is incompetent. Xianxia looked at the woman in the plain dress. In front of me, don't you also have a sense of superiority? What, do you also have inferiority and are incompetent? The corner of the woman's mouth slightly raised. Superiority? Have you ever seen a person have a sense of superiority when facing an ant? Hearing this, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Ant, the woman in the plain dress in front of him actually treated him as an ant. Xianxia laughed. He laughed somewhat crazily. In this life, no one has ever said that I am as weak as an ant. You are the first. The plain-dressed woman slowly walked towards Xianxia. If you don't start your performance, then you will lose this chance. Xianxia looked at the plain-dressed woman and said with a smile, come, let me see exactly how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, his palms suddenly opened, and a thick ancient book suddenly appeared in his hand. Xianxia looked at the woman in the plain dress and smiled, do you dare to enter the book and fight with us? The woman in the plain dress looked at the ancient book. The title of the book was, Book Realm. The plainly dressed woman nodded, all right. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of sword light and entered the book. The Book Realm. Xianxia smiled faintly and entered the world of books. The woman in the plain dress appeared in a huge study room. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with bookshelves, with no end in sight. At this moment, Xianxia appeared not too far away from the woman in the plain dress. He looked at the woman in the plain dress and smiled, Book Realm, with books as the boundary. This was created by teacher many years ago, and it can be used to suppress another's realm through books. Moreover, within this world, all divine arts can't be used. As soon as he finished speaking, the books on the surrounding bookshelves suddenly flipped open page by page. Subsequently, countless tiny words flew out from the books, and these words directly arrived above the woman in the plain dress. Subsequently, a mysterious force directly enveloped the woman in the plain dress, suppress one's realm. However, the woman in the plain dress's expression was extremely calm. Realm, that was a set of rules that she had once set, and she was no longer within the scope of the rules. To put it simply, she had already jumped out of the scope of realm. At this moment, 4 old men suddenly appeared around the woman in the plain dress. The 4 old men were all dressed in white robes, and each of them held a thick black ancient book in their hands. The 4 of them stared at the woman in the plain dress, and they incessantly muttered something. Very soon, the black ancient book in their hands suddenly flipped open, and blood-red words flew out from the book. These words were like 4 threads that converged towards the woman in the plain dress from 4 directions. These words contained an extremely powerful force, and it could be said that if these words appeared in the outside world, they could easily destroy a piece of the starry sky. And at this moment, these words were endless. This time, the myriad dimensional academy was serious, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, they had already failed before. Therefore, they were extremely cautious towards the woman in the plain dress. However, these words stopped half a zhang away from the woman in the plain dress. Seeing this scene, Xianxia, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes, and the four old men's expressions became even more solemn. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Kill." As soon as he said that, the space around the woman in the plain dress suddenly split open, and then four black chains formed by countless black words tore through the air. At the top of these four chains were four extremely hideous demon beasts. These demon beasts were shaped like wolves, and they had extremely long fangs. Their eyes were blood red, and they looked like they were about to devour someone. The woman in the plain dress glanced at the four demon beasts and shook her head. There was unconcealable disappointment in her eyes. "You're wasting my time." As soon as she finished speaking, she lightly snapped her fingers. A ray of sword light appeared. Chi 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 chi, the four demon beasts directly stopped on the spot. Very soon, the four demon beasts became illusory and disappeared. At the same time, the eyes of the four old men nearby were wide open. There was fear in their eyes, and there was a sword mark on their throats. Instant kill. Not far away, Xianxia stared at the woman in the plain dress. At this moment, his fists were already clenched tightly. The woman in the plain dress looked around and said softly, "This so-called book realm is barely passable. At least, Master's idea is very interesting. As for power..." At this point, she looked at Xianxia. "You want to use this thing to kill me? May I ask, are you retarded?" Xianxia suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, there's more." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly formed a seal with both hands, and a moment later, he suddenly roared. "Destroy." Boom, a bookshelf suddenly exploded behind Xianxia, and then a dark red destroy character floated out. The moment this destroy character appeared, the entire book realm actually trembled slightly. It was too powerful. The woman in the plain dress looked at the destroy character. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly roared. "Go." However, the destroy character only trembled and did not move. Xianxia was stunned. "What's going on?" At this moment, the woman in the plain dress suddenly said, "Come here." The destroy character hesitated for a moment before it directly floated to the woman in the plain dress. It was trembling. Fear. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's hands began to tremble. The woman in the plain dress glanced at the destroy character in front of her. A character has cultivated a spirit, and it is an extreme destruction spirit. This is rare. I will find a new master for you, how about it? The destroy character trembled slightly. It moved. The woman in the plain dress was expressionless. Not willing? The destroy character suddenly trembled violently. The woman in the plain dress nodded. "It's good that you are willing. Follow him well, and in the future, I will give you a good fortune." After saying that, she directly kept the destroy character. Then, she looked at Xianxia. "Are there any other treasures?" Xianxia stared at the woman in the plain dress. "Why?" The woman in the plain dress said, "You mean this character has a spirit?" Xianxia said, "Yes." The woman in the plain dress smiled. "Because it is smarter than you." As she said that, she suddenly looked behind Xianxia to the right. She slightly frowned, and with a point of her finger, a ray of sword light directly slashed at the bookshelf. Boom, a powerful force burst forth from the bookshelf. Soon, a golden word, "break," floated out. The woman in the plain dress looked at the golden destroy character and said, "Come here." The destroy character trembled slightly, but it did not go over. The woman in the plain dress squinted her eyes, and a ray of sword light flew out from her eyes. In the distance, the destroy character directly exploded and turned into ashes. Seeing this scene, Xianxia, who was not far away, had a face full of shock. As for the woman in the plain dress, the blood-red destroy character in her hand, it was trembling in fear. The woman in the plain dress looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia's body gradually became illusory. Doppelganger, this was also his doppelganger. His main body did not come down, and he did not dare to come down, because his main body still needed to guard the Myriad Dimensions Academy. The woman in the plain dress suddenly said, "Originally, the life and death of this four-dimensional universe had nothing to do with me. However, since my brother chose to save this four-dimensional universe, then," as she said that, she walked in front of Xianxia and looked at Xianxia. "From now on, this four-dimensional universe is under my protection. Go back and tell the people of the fifth dimension that you can come at me. If you use 2 moves, it will be my loss. After saying that, she disappeared, and the book realm disappeared together with her. In the battlefield, Xianxia was silent, and his body became more and more illusory. He knew that they had seriously underestimated the woman's strength. But here came the question. Just how strong was she? Even the book realm left by his teacher could not do anything to this woman. How strong was she? There was no answer. Soon, Xianxia completely disappeared. In the starry sky, the woman in the plain dress looked at the thick book realm in her hand. Find him and follow him. In the future, I will give you a fortune. The book realm slightly trembled, then turned into a ray of black light and disappeared into the horizon. Looking at the book realm at the end of the starry sky, the woman in the plain dress was silent for a moment, then she turned and left. In the starry sky, the woman in the plain dress slowly walked. Her figure became smaller and smaller at the end of the starry sky, looking somewhat lonely. In a certain academy, in a pavilion, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Xianxia, it was not a doppelganger, but his main body. Xianxia got up and walked to the side. He lowered his head and looked at the pool in front of him. After a moment, he smiled. Do you think I'm scared? Even my teacher didn't dare to call himself invincible in the past. What ability do you have? As he said that, he slowly closed his eyes. Don't you want to fight? Then I will have a good fight with you. Pass down the order to arrest Xian. The four-dimensional universe. After Xian left the dual realm sky, he returned to the northern region. Xian immediately went to the Moke clan. The Moke clan had now moved to Tianjiang City. They had their own territory in Tianjiang City. The Moke clan was developing well and was considered a tyrant in Tianjiang City. Seeing Xian, the great elder of the Moke clan quickly came out and bowed. King Yi. Xian said softly, Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Take me to a quiet place. The great elder nodded. Follow me, King Yi. Soon, the great elder brought Xian to a hall in the Moke clan. There was only Xian and him in the hall. Xian opened his palm and the soul-suppressing sword appeared in his hand. The soul-suppressing sword trembled slightly and Emosia's soul floated out. At this moment, Emosia's soul had condensed a lot and was much stronger than before. Seeing Xian, Emosia smiled. Did you win? Xian nodded. For the time being. Emosia said softly, for the time being. Xian said, Brother Emosia, don't worry about this for now. Your priority now is to rebuild your body as soon as possible. Emosia nodded. All right. Be careful. Xian patted Emosia's shoulder lightly and turned to leave. After Xian left, the great elder said in a deep voice, It's very serious, right? Emosia nodded. The great elder hesitated for a moment and said, You are the hope of our clan. Emosia said softly, I know. But sometimes, there are many things that have to be done. Saying this, he looked at the great elder. Uncle, I know what you are thinking. But have you ever thought about the reason why our Moke clan could come this far? The great elder said, Because of King Yi. Emosia nodded, The reason our clansmen have a place to live is because of Brother Yi. As for us, we shouldn't only think about our own benefits. If Brother Yi falls, when the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? The grand elder shook his head. Uncle, I was being selfish. Emosia nodded slightly and said softly, This time, my physical body being destroyed is not entirely a bad thing. The great elder hurriedly said, What's wrong? Emosia slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared above his soul. Seeing this scene, the grand elder was stunned for a moment before saying in shock, This is the ancestor. After Xian left the Moke clan, he returned to Tianjiang City. In a large hall, Xian gathered the experts of the Black-Yellow Great World. The Xianyuan clan patriarch, the Black-Yellow master, and the others were all present. Xian looked at the crowd. I believe everyone has heard about the dual realm sky. That's right, now that the fifth dimension's restriction has been lifted, people from the fourth dimension can go to the fifth dimension, and experts from the fifth dimension should be able to come to the fourth dimension. Hearing this, the people present were a little excited. The fifth dimension. Not only did the experts from the dual realm sky want to go to the fifth dimension, but the experts from the black-yellow great world also wanted to go to the fifth dimension. That was a whole new universe. Xian glanced at the crowd. Everyone, it is best to temporarily give up on the idea of going to the fifth dimension because they are not friendly. The crowd was silent. Xian said again, the fifth dimension is not friendly. At this moment, the black-yellow master suddenly said, King Yi, was the black gas from before caused by the fifth dimension? Xian nodded. Hearing this, the black-yellow master's face darkened. Do they want to destroy our fourth dimension? Xian said in a low voice, they did have this idea before. The black-yellow master looked at Xian. King Yi, did you stop them? Xian nodded. The black-yellow master looked deeply at Xian. King Yi's strength is unfathomable. The crowd also looked at Xian. They had to admit that the current Xian was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xian said, today, I called everyone here to tell you about the current situation between our fourth dimension and the fifth dimension. I believe everyone knows that the strength of our fourth dimension is definitely weaker than that of the fifth dimension. Therefore, now that the fifth dimension's restriction has been lifted, it is not a good thing for us. Also, I hope that everyone can understand one thing. Don't even think about going to the fifth dimension. If you go now, you will be sending yourself to death. Of course, if anyone wants to go, I won't stop you. He knew that going to the fifth dimension was an irresistible temptation for many people. If he forcefully stopped them, some people might think that he was obstructing their future. No one in the hall spoke. Xian continued, now that the fifth dimension's restriction has been lifted, the experts of the fifth dimension may enter the fourth dimension at any time. Therefore, our current situation is not particularly good. Especially now, the people of the black-yellow great world may be unstable. At this time, we need everyone to work together to stabilize the situation. We can't be the first to panic before others come. The black-yellow master nodded. What King Yi said makes sense. We can't be the first to panic. Xian said, we will be very busy from now on. Everyone, please leave. The crowd in the hall bowed slightly to Xian and then left. However, the black-yellow master did not leave. The black-yellow master walked in front of Xian and looked at Xian. If they really want to destroy our fourth dimension, will we be able to resist? Xian was silent. This was because he could not answer this question. Right now, he was only facing the Myriad Dimensions Academy. However, he was very clear that the Myriad Dimensions Academy was not the only one in the fifth dimension. There were definitely countless other forces, and these forces were very likely to become his enemies. Xian said softly, I don't know. However, don't worry. If they only target me, Xian, will bear all the consequences. I will not implicate the fourth dimension. The black-yellow master was silent. She could see things further. She knew that there was only one possibility for the fifth dimension to not plunder or conquer the fifth dimension. They had come for the treasure of the fifth dimension. Simply put, the target of the experts of the fifth dimension should be Xian, not the entire fourth dimension. Of course, she did not know that if not for Xian being in the fourth dimension, the fourth dimension would have long ceased to exist. After a while, the black-yellow master left. In the palace, Xian slowly closed his eyes. Breakthrough. After he had swallowed Chen Tian's sword, he had already absorbed the entire sword's power. He did not know what sword it was, but he had to say that it was really a great supplement. Now, he needed some time to comprehend it. What was life-breaking? In the palace, Xian was deep in thought. Outside the palace, in a certain courtyard, there were two women sitting in front of a stone table. They were Xianxia and Xiaoqi. Beside them, there was a woman leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. She had a blade of grass in her mouth. Lian Wanli, now, the most monstrous geniuses of the northern region's younger generation, other than Mo Xia and Xian, were all here. Xiaoqi picked up the teacup on the stone table and took a sip. Then, she said, what do you think? And Xianxia did not speak. Lian Wanli shrugged his shoulders. I can. What do you think? Those fellows from the fifth dimension obviously want little Ye's life. And Xianxia nodded. Not only do they want to seize the treasure, they want to kill him. Xiaoqi placed down the teacup and said softly, I think that we can't just sit there and wait for death. At the side, Lian Wanli's brows rose up. You want to counterattack? Xiaoqi said indifferently, why not? And Lanqiu suddenly said, sure. Xiaoqi glanced in the direction of Yi Xian's room. He has quite a lot of fortuitous encounters and is getting stronger and stronger. If we follow by his side, the gap between us will get bigger and bigger. I don't want to look up to him in the future. As she spoke, she looked at Lian Wanli and Lanqiu. Let's go? The corners of Lian Wanli's mouth curled up. That is exactly what I want. Xiaoqi looked at Lanqiu. And Lanqiu said, sure. Xiaoqi said, let's go. Lian Wanli suddenly said, do you want to say goodbye? Xiaoqi said indifferently, there is no need. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the distance. And Lanqiu glanced in the direction of Yi Xian and then followed. Lian Wanli shrugged. Let's go then. Very quickly, the three girls vanished into the distance. They left in a carefree manner and didn't bid farewell to anyone. On the city wall, Xianxia and Jiangjiu looked at the three girls who vanished into the horizon. Jiangjiu said softly, I envy them. Xianxia nodded. The talents of Xiaoqi and the other two weren't weaker than Yi Xian at all. Before this, they had always been by Yi Xian's side. It could be said that their light was overshadowed by Yi Xian. If one disregarded Yi Xian, one would realize that they were actually very outstanding. Now, the three of them decided to go on their own. Obviously, they didn't want to be affected by Yi Xian anymore. Contrast, simply speaking, the three of them didn't want to be Yi Xian's contrast. At this time, Jiangjiu chuckled. They can leave, but we can't, and we don't dare to leave. Now, the northern region needed her and Xianxia very much. Because the entire black-yellow great world's affairs were handled by her and Xianxia, and Yi Xian was completely a hands-off shopkeeper. If they left, Yi Xian would definitely be badly battered. Moreover, the two of them didn't have the strength of Xiaoqi and the other two. If they left the black-yellow great world, it would be very dangerous, not to mention going to the fifth dimension. At this time, Xianxia suddenly said, do you want to go to the fifth dimension to have a look? Jiangjiu smiled. Of course. The fifth dimension. As she spoke, she looked up at the end of the horizon and said softly, I don't know if I have the chance to go in this life. Xianxia was about to speak, but at this moment, the two girls suddenly disappeared. Soon, the two girls appeared in front of a large hall. And in front of the hall stood a man. It was Yi Xian. Jiangjiu quickly walked in front of Yi Xian and said softly, you broke through? Yi Xian shook his head. This time, he wasn't able to break through to the life-breaking realm. Just a little bit more. Jiangjiu nodded slightly. No rush, take your time. Yi Xian said softly, I'm going out for a while. I'll have to trouble you here. Jiangjiu looked at Yi Xian. Where are you going? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. To find help. After saying that, he directly turned into a sword light and disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the same place, Jiangjiu said softly, say, who do you think he's going to find? P.S. Recently, the weather has been getting colder and colder. If you're not careful, you'll catch a cold. Brothers, make sure to keep warm. Yi Xian entered the vast starry sky. He rode on his sword, and the sword light streaked across the starry sky like a shooting star. Yi Xian closed his eyes and sank into deep thought. The removal of the fifth dimension restriction meant that he would now have to face the fifth dimension. Although his strength had greatly increased, he was now facing a peak expert of the fifth dimension. Chen Tian. At this moment, he thought of Chen Tian's strength. The other party was only a clone, yet it could crush him, Xiaoqi, and the others. What if the main body was here? As he thought of this, Yi Xian slowly clenched his fists. As long as there was life, there would be no battle, fight. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the distant starry sky. He knew that if he wanted peace, he could only fight. This was his only choice. During his time in Qingqing, he had understood one thing. When facing an enemy, don't think about begging them for pity. This was because the more you did this, the more they would look down on you and bully you. There was only one way to make the other party not dare to bully you. Fight. If your fist was hard enough, the other party would not dare to bully you. At this moment, he thought of his fate. Was everything that had happened to him since he arrived in Xianxia his fate? Did he believe in fate? Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Fate. Ordinary people said that one's fate was in their own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. He also said that his fate was in his own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. However, it was often in the hands of fate. For example, if Yi Ling had left at that time, what could he have done? He could not have done anything. For example, when facing Chen Tian and the space-devouring beast, if not for the 3 rays of sword chi from the plainly dressed woman, what could he have done? What could he have done? Yi Xian faced his heart. The answer was that he could not do anything and could only wait for death. My fate is in my own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Now that he thought about it, this sentence was so ironic. How many people in this world could truly control their own fate? Could he do it now? The answer was no. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Control of one's own fate, to him, it was still a joke. Of course, he understood very well that even though he couldn't control his own destiny now, he had to work hard to fight for it and not resign himself to fate. No matter how unfair one's fate was, one must never resign to it. He could not resign himself to fate. When he thought up to here, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. In the next moment, a powerful aura suddenly swept out from his body, and the surrounding space instantly rippled like water. The aura around Yi Xian grew stronger and stronger. About an hour later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! The space within a radius of several thousand zhang suddenly trembled violently. Yi Xian looked at his right hand. He slowly clenched it, and a powerful force gathered in his hand. Life destruction. He didn't expect that he would reach the fate-breaking state in this place. Life destruction. Yi Xian looked up into the depths of space. What was Fate Breaker? Only now did he understand that the so-called Fate Breaker wasn't about breaking through fate, but about seeing through fate. Perhaps one's birth was not good, but that birth did not mean one's entire life. If one worked hard, one could still change one's fate. When he thought of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Interesting realms. He didn't know who had created these realms, but he had to admit that they were all very interesting. Now, he was a little curious about the legendary Dao Destruction realm. Dao Destruction, how was it destroyed? Now, this chapter is not over. Please continue. He became even more curious. A moment later, Yi Xian disappeared. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived in a starry sky. The Nether Palace. Yi Xian arrived before the Nether Palace and looked at the statues inside. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Is anyone there?" No one responded. Yi Xian asked again, "Is anyone there?" Still no response. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before activating his bloodline. His bloodline started to boil, but there was still no response. Yi Xian hurriedly suppressed the blood in his body. He didn't dare to release his bloodline because he couldn't control it. Yi Xian glanced at the statues, bowed slightly, and left. In front of the palace, Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before saying softly, "I can only rely on myself." With that, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the vast horizon. As soon as Yi Xian left, a statue in the palace suddenly shattered. Hee, a voice rang out from within the palace. After leaving the Nether Palace, Yi Xian didn't return to the Dual Realm sky. Instead, he returned to the Prism Pagoda. Yi Xian arrived at the top of the pagoda. Sword Venerate was still sitting below the sword. Yi Xian glanced at Sword Venerate. Sword Venerate had been sitting before the sword for a very long time. He had already entered a meditative state. Sword Venerate must have comprehended something. As for how much he could comprehend, it would depend on his luck. Yi Xian looked at the 3 swords. The pinnacle of swordsmanship. If there was a pinnacle of swordsmanship, then these 3 swords represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. How far was his swordsmanship from that of the masters of these 3 swords? There was no answer. Yi Xian shook his head and left. He went to Xiaoling Er's alchemy room. Xiaoling Er was still fiddling with elixirs. Because of Xiaoling Er, many people in the northern region had reached the Earth's celestial stage. It could be said that Xiaoling Er had improved the overall strength of the northern region. Seeing Yi Xian, Xiaoling Er ran up to him. Her little face was still stained with a lot of black dust. Yi Xian gently wiped the dust off Xiao Ling'er's face and said with a smile, "Don't tire yourself too much, okay?" Xiao Ling'er blinked. "Elixirs. Help you?" Yi Xian felt warm in his heart. "I know, but in my heart, you are more important than elixirs, okay?" Xiao Ling'er hesitated and said softly, "I." As she spoke, she lowered her head. Yi Xian said with a smile, "What's wrong?" Xiao Ling'er looked up at Yi Xian. "I can help you." Yi Xian smiled, "I know. You have helped me a lot." Xiao Ling'er wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Yi Xian touched Xiao Ling'er's little head gently. "What do you want to say?" Xiao Ling'er shook her head. "Nothing." Yi Xian nodded. "Anyway, if there is anything, you must tell me, okay?" Xiao Ling'er nodded. "Okay." Yi Xian smiled and then left the alchemy room. After Yi Xian left, Xiao Ling'er took out the alchemy scripture and flipped to the last page. There were 2 big words on it, "Godly Shumi Pill." After a while, Xiao Ling'er turned and walked towards the alchemy furnace. She clenched her fists and her eyes were full of determination. "I must refine it. If I don't succeed, I will die." After Yi Xian left the alchemy room, he came to the entrance of the 9th floor. The door of the 9th floor was different from the other floors. There was a blood-red talisman on the door. Yi Xian glanced at the talisman, then turned and left. He said nothing. "This chapter is not finished, please continue." Because he knew that his strength was not equal to the other party, there was no point in saying anything. He had to take responsibility for this matter himself. After leaving the World Prison Pagoda, Yi Xian arrived at the Dual Realm Sky. As soon as he arrived, the space in front of him suddenly split open, followed by a thick book flying out. Yi Xian was stunned. The executing heaven sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He was about to attack, but at this time, the thick black book suddenly circled around him, then slowly floated in front of him. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the thick book directly turned into a black light and disappeared between his eyebrows. Yi Xian was stunned. "What the hell is this?" At this time, Lian Qian suddenly appeared in front of him, staring fixedly at Yi Xian. "This is impossible." Yi Xian was puzzled. "Miss Lian Qian, what do you mean?" Lian Qian said, "See if you can control that ancient book just now." Yi Xian hesitated, then nodded. He sank his consciousness into his body, and soon, a black ancient book suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this thick ancient book, Lian Qian's expression became even more solemn. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Miss Lian Qian, this is?" Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. "Book realm." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Book realm?" Lian Qian nodded. Using books as a boundary. Back then, Master used a book to develop a world. This book is a world of its own. There are many forbidden ancient books, rune incantations, and some extremely powerful word spirits. Especially these word spirits, they are condensed from all kinds of forbidden techniques and are extremely powerful. Saying this, she looked at Yi Xian. "Among all the treasures of the Myriad Dimensions Academy, this book can be ranked in the top 3. I don't know why it appeared here, and why it directly recognized you as its master." Yi Xian was also a little confused. Why would this thing suddenly appear here? Impossible. Lian Qian looked at the book realm in front of her. "This guy is arrogant. It can be said that it only obeys master. Why would it come here, and even recognize you as its master?" Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Lian Qian suddenly grabbed the book realm. A moment later, she was stunned. "It's her." "Her?" Yi Xian was puzzled. "Miss Lian Qian." Lian Qian looked at Yi Xian. "It's nothing. Since this thing has already recognized you as its master, then make good use of it. This thing is extremely powerful, not any weaker than your executing heaven sword. If used well, it will have a miraculous effect, especially in suppressing one's realm. This thing can suppress one's realm, so when you fight in the future, you can keep your opponent in this book realm and suppress their realm." Suppress one's realm. Yi Xian's expression changed. "Miss Lian Qian, can this really be done?" Lian Qian nodded. "It can. Not only that, if you can control the world spirits in this book realm, with their power, you can completely destroy experts of the same level as Chen Tian's clone." Yi Xian asked, "What about the main body?" Lian Qian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. If the main body was so easy to kill, then Chen Tian wouldn't have become the Myriad Dimensions Academy's lord. Yi Xian smiled. "That's true. Xianxia said solemnly, however, this thing is extremely powerful. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the ability to subdue those word spirits. Xian asked, how do I subdue them? Xianxia said, come with me. After saying that, she directly brought Xian into the book realm. As soon as they entered the book realm, Xian looked around curiously. There were too many books around. Xianxia said, feel those word spirits. Remember, be polite. These word spirits have their own intelligence, so they are very difficult to subdue. You have to be humble, don't lose face, otherwise, at this moment, a crimson extinguished character suddenly floated in front of Xian. It directly flew to Xian's hand, then lightly rubbed against Xian's hand, extremely docile. Xianxia was silent. End of this chapter. Xian was a little confused. He could feel that the word was trying to please him. Here came the question. Why did the book realm appear here? Not only did it appear here, but it also recognized him as its master. He did not think that he was the master of destiny who would allow such a divine object to submit to him. What was going on? Xian looked at Xianxia. Miss Xianxia, you should know what happened, right? Xianxia nodded. It's her. Her. Xian was slightly startled. You mean the plain-dressed woman? Xianxia nodded. She looked up at the starry sky. If I'm not wrong, Tian went to look for her. That big idiot. Xian felt relieved. Clearly, as Xianxia said, the myriad-dimensional academy went to look for the plain-dressed woman. And the result was obvious. The plain-dressed woman had definitely won. Not only did she win, but she also snatched a treasure for him. Xian's heart warmed. He looked at the end of the starry sky. She had not forgotten about him. Xianxia suddenly said, it has recognized you as its master. Moreover, the word spirits have also recognized you as their master. You can use them to fight at any time. Xian looked at the annihilate word in his hand. How powerful is it? Xianxia said, you'll know once you try it. Xian thought about it and nodded. All right. After saying that, he opened his palm. The annihilate word directly merged into his palm. The next moment, he fiercely pushed his palm forward. Boom, in an instant, the space tens of thousands of zhang in front of him turned into nothingness. Xian was struck dumb at the sight of that. What kind of power was this? Xian was shocked. Even his immeasurable sword wasn't this terrifying. This word actually had such great power. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly said, you can try merging this word into your sword. Merging it into the sword, hearing Xianxia's words, Xian suddenly became a little excited. The power of this word was so strong. If it was integrated into his sword, wouldn't it be even stronger? Thinking of this, Xian hurriedly activated the destroy word. This word was very cooperative and directly integrated into the executing heaven sword in his hand. Boom, the executing heaven sword trembled violently, and a powerful aura of destruction swept out from the tip of the sword. At the same time, Xian's hand cracked. Xian was shocked, and he quickly let go of the executing heaven sword. The executing heaven sword trembled violently, and a powerful force surged out from it. The space around Xian and Xianxia began to crack bit by bit. Xian looked at his hand with a solemn expression. His own physical body could be said to be extremely terrifying, but he hadn't expected that his hand wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this word. Moreover, he hadn't even activated the executing heaven sword. If he did, then his entire arm would probably explode. Fortunately, it was a celestial sword. Any other sword wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this word. At this moment, Xianxia spoke solemnly, this sword of yours is really amazing. Any other sword would probably have been reduced to ashes. Xian nodded, indeed. Xianxia said, put it away. This word and the book realm can be considered your trump card. Save it for the critical moment. Xian nodded slightly. He put away the executing heaven sword and the book realm. Now, he had another trump card. Xianxia looked at Xian, what do you plan to do now? Xian looked up at the starry sky in the distance, I'll go explore it. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the starry sky. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling. What are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting with his life on the line for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly smiled and said, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting with his life on the line for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to show off had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang will inherit the position of crown prince. What are you shouting for? As he said this, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang sized up the guard and asked with a smile, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, your subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you are very good. After I become the crown prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, your subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped when he saw something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger leaping in front of him. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling in such a state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we do not know if he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Discard him or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "She should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang sized up the guard and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man." "How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu. As he walked up to Yi Ling, seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! In the dark, Yi Xian looked in front of him. There stood a man. The man wore a feathered robe that seemed to be weaved from feathers. He wore a white square scarf on his head and held a feather fan in his hand. He had a meaningful smile on his face as if everything was under his control. At this moment, a woman slowly walked to the man's back. She wore a dark green dress, and her hair reached her waist. Her jade-like arm was wrapped with a golden ribbon, and the end of the ribbon fell to the ground, fluttering gently in the wind. The woman lowered her head and looked down. From her position, she could see the dual realm sky. They failed. The strategist smiled. They underestimated the enemy. This four-dimensional universe isn't as weak as we thought. Or rather, the people at the top aren't weak at all. The woman tilted her head and looked at the strategist. Many people are looking at our Myriad Dimensions Academy as a joke. The strategist said softly, "The one who laughs last is the king, isn't that right?" The woman said in a low voice, "Why did the academy head issue a wanted order and let everyone know about it?" The strategist looked down and said softly, "Because the people below might really be very strong." The woman looked at the strategist. "The academy head wants to kill with a borrowed knife?" The strategist smiled and said, "It would be best if you could kill someone else with a knife. However, I'm guessing that the mansion master doesn't want to kill someone with a knife. Instead, he wants to use someone else to exhaust Yi Xian and the people behind him." The woman frowned. "Are the people below really that strong?" The strategist looked at the woman and smiled. "Lin Lang, do you remember the motto that the prophet left behind in Myriad Dimensions Academy?" Lin Lang said, "Don't underestimate yourself. Don't underestimate anyone." The strategist nodded. Many people die because they underestimate their enemies. A lion needs to use its full strength to catch a rabbit. Lin Lang looked at the strategist. "I heard that you sent people to find his sister?" The strategist smiled. "Do you think I'm despicable?" Lin Lang was silent. The strategist smiled. "We can't just use brute force and violence to deal with our enemies. We need to find his weakness. Once we find it, we can use our strongest power to attack their weakest point." What's Yi Xian's weakness? It was his sister. Find Yi Ling's weak point and defeat him in one strike. At this point, he looked down and said, "There is no such thing as being despicable when dealing with an enemy. There is only winning and losing." Lin Lang said, "I want to see the so-called geniuses of the four-dimensional universe." After saying that, she directly flew down. The strategist chuckled and left. In the dark, Yi Xian did not make a move. Look for Yi Ling, if it was in the past, he would have killed this strategist at all costs. But now, he wouldn't, because only he knew how terrifying Yi Ling was. That was an existence that could suppress his bloodline at any time. Of course, no matter how strong she was still his little sister. This was something that no one could change. Yi Xian turned around and left. Very soon, he arrived in front of a huge altar. 4 black-robed experts stood on top of the altar. In front of the 4 of them was a blood-red ball. At this moment, the ball was constantly emitting a red aura that slowly spread towards the seal Lian Qian had placed on it. Corrosion, the red aura was corroding Xianxia's seal. Xian glanced at the four of them. In the next moment, he disappeared. The instant Xian disappeared, the expressions of the four people on the altar changed. They immediately stopped. At this time, a sword light flashed above the altar. Chi 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 chi, four bloody heads flew into the air. Xian extended his left hand to the left and then clenched it. With this clench, he grasped the executing heaven sword, which was covered in blood. Xian looked at the blood ball in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, he disappeared along with the blood ball. Just as Xian disappeared, an old man suddenly appeared on the scene. On the left side of the old man's chest, there was a small Wei character. An expert from the Myriad Dimensions Academy, the old man glanced at the four corpses on the ground. He looked at the right side of the altar. There was a crystal ball there. With a light hook of his hand, the crystal ball turned into a water screen in front of him. An image appeared on the water screen. In the image, a swordsman flashed past and four heads fell to the ground. This swordsman was Xian. The old man pondered for a moment and said, "Inform the others that he's here." "Yes." A voice sounded behind him. The old man glanced around. "You're quite daring." After saying that, he disappeared. In a dark corner, Xian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. A blood-red ball floated in front of him. At this moment, Xian's voice sounded in his mind. "This thing is called the boundary-breaking pearl. It contains a lot of blood chi and evil chi. The evil chi is very strong. You can absorb it to strengthen your bloodline." "No, you can't absorb it." She suddenly remembered that Xian's bloodline was already terrifying enough. If he absorbed this thing, would Xian be able to suppress it? He definitely wouldn't be able to suppress it. Xian didn't dare to absorb it. Although this thing was good, he couldn't control his bloodline. Xian said, "Use it at a critical moment." Xian smiled bitterly. "I don't want to be at a critical moment." As he said that, he put away the boundary-breaking pearl. Xian said softly, "You have to think of a way. Otherwise, the seal will break in 2 months. At that time, the four-dimensional universe will be in danger. You have to understand that humans are greedy. What is the four-dimensional universe in the eyes of the five-dimensional experts? It's a piece of fat meat. The big fish eats the small fish. This is the rule of every world. Right now, the four-dimensional universe is the small fish." Xian was silent. Xian continued, "Many people won't come to snatch your pagoda because they know their limits. They know that this pagoda is something that only the big shots can fight for. Therefore, their target will be the four-dimensional universe. Simply put, it's to plunder. Enslave." Xian said softly, "I originally thought that the five-dimensional universe would be different from the four-dimensional universe." Xian said, "It's the same in every world. Some powerful civilizations are powerful not only because they have great strength, but also because they are crueler than other civilizations and races. Everywhere, it's survival of the fittest. The weak will be eliminated." Xian nodded. "I understand." As he said that, he looked around. "Is this the five-dimensional universe?" Xian said, "No, this can be said to be the boundary between the four-dimensional universe and the five-dimensional universe. You have to cross this boundary to reach the five-dimensional universe." "Why, do you want to go to the five-dimensional universe?" Xian shook his head. "I don't want to go. I just want to understand it." Xian said, "You want to understand Yiling?" Xian nodded. Xian said in a low voice, "She's in the Azura Hell. That place is not something you can go to now." Xian said, "Even with my current strength, I can't?" Xian said, "You're not weak, but you're not strong enough to walk around the five-dimensional universe. Don't look down on this world even a little bit. There are many people who can kill you." Xian nodded. "I understand." Xian asked, "What are your plans now?" Xian said softly, "To kill." After saying that, he turned his head and looked into the distance. "Someone's coming." In the distance, 2 men and a woman flew over. Soon, the 3 of them stopped not far in front of Xian. The man in the lead was holding a longsword. He looked down and said softly, "It's said that Xian is a genius in swordsmanship. His attainments in swordsmanship are extremely profound. I don't know if it's true or not." Next to the longsword man, another man in a luxurious robe smiled. "How strong can a swordsman from a low-level dimensional world be?" The longsword man shook his head. "Ada, don't underestimate anyone." The man called Ada smiled and said, "Eternal Wind, I'm not looking down on them. I know that the people of the four-dimensional universe are still pursuing the so-called Tao, and they don't even know what Tao is." As he said that, he looked down at the four-dimensional universe. "Their current civilization is too far behind us. Not to mention anything else, just the three of us are enough to sweep the entire four-dimensional universe." Eternal Wind chuckled. "Ada, you're still the same. Think about it, if the people down there are so easy to bully, would the Myriad Dimensional Academy's Lord still issue the so-called arrest warrant? The person who kills Xian can not only share the World Prison Pagoda with the Myriad Dimensional Academy, but also enter the Myriad Dimensional Academy's holy land to cultivate. Apart from that, they can also obtain a scroll of martial arts created by the Prophet. If the people down there are so easy to bully, they wouldn't have offered such an attractive condition." As he said that, he turned his head. "This Myriad Dimensional Academy is trying to kill us with a borrowed knife. But that's fine too. Now that the restriction has been lifted, the four-dimensional universe is also a piece of fat meat for us." The woman beside him suddenly said, "Fat meat?" The corner of Eternal Wind's mouth rose. "Think about it. With the strength of the three of us, can we find a place in the four-dimensional universe to establish a powerful force?" The woman asked, "And then?" Eternal Wind smiled. "What do you think?" The woman glanced at Eternal Wind. "Plunder." Eternal Wind nodded. "Actually, there have been many people who wanted to plunder the four-dimensional universe since a long time ago. Unfortunately, the restriction set by the Prophet is too strong. No one has any way to go down. But now, the Myriad Dimensional Academy has removed the restriction. Moreover, they're allowing others to go down. This is an opportunity for us, and we have to grasp it. As for how much we can reap, that will depend on our own luck." Ada laughed. "Eternal Wind, your idea is not bad. I heard that there is a black-yellow great world down there. That is Xian's lair. We will choose that place." "Haha." Eternal Wind smiled. "Let's go. Let's get rich. Get rich, get rich." Ada laughed loudly. The three of them were about to go down when Eternal Wind suddenly turned his head. Not far away, a man was walking over slowly. The man was wearing a mask and his face couldn't be seen. The man walked in front of the three of them and smiled. "The three of you want to go to the four-dimensional universe?" Eternal Wind glanced at the man. "You are?" The man smiled. "I'm Xianxia from the Worldwide Academy. Just now, I heard that brother wants to go to the four-dimensional universe to get rich. Coincidentally, I also have the same idea. How about we go together?" The person in front of them was naturally Xian. "Worldwide Academy?" Changfeng sized up the man in front of him. "Are you from Wuyuan or Literature Academy?" Xian smiled. "Wuyuan." "Wuyuan." Changfeng glanced at Xian and didn't say anything. Xian smiled. "It should be your first time going to the four-dimensional universe, right?" Changfeng nodded, "Yes." Xian smiled. "I've been there once before, so I'm quite familiar with the place. If the three of you are willing, we can go together." Changfeng looked at Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, the woman beside her suddenly sent a voice transmission. "There's something strange about this person." Ada also said, "Be careful." Changfeng was silent for a moment, and then he looked at Xian and smiled, "Of course. Then please lead the way, brother Xian." Xian laughed. "The three of you, come with me." After saying that, he walked towards the distance. Ada glanced at Xian and sent a voice transmission to Changfeng. "I'm afraid this person doesn't come with good intentions." Changfeng smiled. "We can use him." Ada hesitated and nodded. "That's true." Soon, the four of them arrived at the four-dimensional universe. In the starry sky, Changfeng looked at Xian. "Brother Xian, do you know that Xian?" Xian nodded and smiled. "I know about Dao Yi." Changfeng asked, "How strong is this person?" Yi Xian hesitated and smiled. He's not bad in the four-dimensional universe, but in the eyes of the three of you, he can't even withstand a single blow. Oh? Changfeng smiled. Is that so? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother, you should know that the martial arts civilization of the four-dimensional universe is much weaker than our five-dimensional universe. How strong would a swordsman from such a world be? In my opinion, if the three of you wanted to kill him, it would only take a few seconds. Changfeng looked at Yi Xian. Is Yi Xian really as weak as you say? Yi Xian laughed and said, Otherwise, do you all think that he is very strong? Eternal Wind shook his head. If he was really that weak, would your myriad-dimensional academy still issue this wanted order? Yi Xian smiled. Because there seems to be some experts from the four-dimensional universe behind him. Eternal Wind stared at Yi Xian. Those experts are so strong that your myriad-dimension academy can't do anything about them? Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't know about that. I'm just a small student in Wuyuan. That's all. Changfeng stared at Yi Xian without saying anything. Meanwhile, Ada suddenly said, Aren't we going to the Sky Earth world? At that time, wouldn't we know Yi Xian's true strength? Yi Xian nodded. Right. When we arrive at the Sky Earth world, we'll be able to fight Yi Xian. Eternal Wind glanced at Yi Xian and said, Brother Xian, why have you come here? Yi Xian laughed and said, I'm here to fish for some benefits. When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment and said, Looks like you're very suspicious of me. Since it's like that, then I won't be joining the three of you. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Eternal Wind looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Ada suddenly said, Brother Xian, wait. Yi Xian stopped and turned around to look at Ada. Ada laughed and said, Brother Xian, our goal is to get rich. Since we have the same goal, then we can join forces. In any case, our target is Yi Xian. Isn't that right? Eternal Wind laughed and said, Brother Xian, I don't have any other intentions. You know that we have to be cautious when we're outside. Yi Xian nodded lightly. I completely understand. Do the three of you want to kill Yi Xian? Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xian's position as crown prince is removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a crown prince, why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and didn't dare to look directly at the Great Elder. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, and I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and his robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung. Li Yunqi looked at Yi Xian. What's your name? Yi Xian smiled. Mo Choyan. This was the name of the Wuyuan student he had killed. The reason he had changed his name was because he wanted to be more cautious. Xianxia. Yi Xian, if he met someone with a meticulous mind, he could easily expose himself. Moreover, if he met someone from the Myriad Dimension Academy and there was no Xianxia, it would be a bit embarrassing. Just like what Changfeng had said before, it was always good to be careful when going out. Li Yunqi looked at Yi Xian. Did that dead Changfeng call you Brother Xian? Yi Xian smiled. Alias. Li Yunqi looked at Yi Xian and nodded. Follow me. With that, he turned and left. Yi Xian looked at Li Yunqi. He could feel that this person was a bit on guard against him. It had to be said that these people were very cautious. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and followed. At this moment, Lanxiao and the others had already been called back to the Black-Yellow Great World. Because more and more experts from the fifth dimension had come, they had to go back to guard the black-yellow great world. As for the experts from the dual realm sky, they had also been called back to the black-yellow great world. The current dual realm sky was not a safe place. Grand Elder Chen and the others also knew this, so they chose to go to the black-yellow great world. Unity, now everyone knew that the people of the fourth dimension had to be united. Otherwise, facing the people of the fifth dimension, everyone could only wait for death. On the way, Xianxia suddenly asked, "Where did Brother Mo come from?" Xian smiled. "If Brother Li doesn't believe me, I will leave." Xianxia looked at Xian and did not speak. Xian also did not say anything. A moment later, Xianxia brought Xian to a starry sky. Just as they entered, several divine senses swept over. These divine senses directly fell on Xian. Xian looked into the distance and clenched his fists. Boom, a powerful force surged out of his body, and those divine senses were directly shattered. A voice sounded from afar. Then, a man suddenly appeared in front of Xian and Xian. The man wore a black robe with a golden dragon embroidered on it. The man looked at Xian. "Who are you?" His tone was overbearing. Xian said, "Mo Qiuyan." The man looked at Xianxia, and Xianxia said, "I just got to know him. He's also here to reap some benefits." The man was expressionless. "Is it useful?" Xian smiled and said, "Won't you know once you try?" The man looked at Xian. In the next moment, a powerful dragon might swept towards Xian. Dragon might, what he was least afraid of in this life was the dragon's might. After all, there was once an ancient golden dragon that had fused with his soul. Xian did not move at all, allowing the dragon's might to strike him. Boom, the space around Xian trembled violently and shattered, but Xian was completely fine. Seeing this scene, the man narrowed his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in Xianxia's eyes. The man looked at Xian. "You've absorbed my dragon's might." Xian smiled and said, "Can't I?" The man was about to attack again when Xianxia suddenly said, "Jun Wuyan, don't forget that we're here, the real purpose of this trip." The man named Jun Wuyan hesitated for a moment, then gave up on attacking. He glanced at Xian and did not say anything. Xianxia said, "Where are they?" Jun Wuyan opened his palm, and a golden jade seal appeared in his hand. He chanted a few words, and soon, the space not far away from the three of them suddenly cracked. Jun Wuyan kept the jade seal. "Let's go." After saying that, he walked into the cracked space. Xianxia looked at Xian. "Let's go." After saying that, he also followed. Xian glanced around and then followed in. After entering, the scene changed, and the three of them came to an unknown hall. In front of the hall, Xian found that there were two women and a man. The man was about 20 years old, with long hair, and he carried a zither on his back. In his hand, he was holding an emerald green flute. Not far from the man sat a woman. The woman was lying on a stone block with her legs crossed, and there was a black iron chain wrapped around her arm. Opposite her, a woman in a long dress leaned against a long pillar with her arms crossed. She seemed to be resting. Seeing that Xian and the other two had come, the man with the zither looked at Xian and did not speak. Xianxia looked at everyone. "Everyone, our goal this time is to kill Xian. You may not know much about Xian. This person is young, but his swordsmanship has reached the breaking realm of this world. In addition, his realm has also reached the life-breaking realm of this world. He also has two extremely powerful swords in his hands. One is called the Executing Heaven Sword. This sword is extremely sharp and is known as the sharpest sword in the four-dimensional universe. If you meet this person, you must not fight this sword head-on." At this time, the woman sitting on the stone block not far away suddenly said, "Is he that strong?" Xianxia nodded. "I have already checked. Even in the five-dimensional universe, this sword is a divine weapon. You'd better not underestimate the power of this sword. Otherwise, you may pay with your lives." At this time, the man with the zither suddenly asked, "What about the soul-suppressing sword?" Xianxia said, "This thing is very effective against the soul. When you fight with him, you must not let your body be destroyed. Otherwise, this sword can easily destroy your soul." At this point, he paused and then said, "However, the real strength of this Xian is not these two swords, but his bloodline. This person's bloodline is extremely strange. Once he activates it, he will be like a madman and his battle strength will soar to an unreasonable level. Bloodline? At this time, the woman leaning against the pillar suddenly opened her eyes. What bloodline? Xianxia smiled. Xianmo, I almost forgot that you also have a special bloodline. The woman called Xianmo looked at Xianxia and asked, what bloodline does he have? Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. I only know that his bloodline is extremely terrifying. Once it is activated, his battle strength will soar. Therefore, if we attack, it's best to kill him in one blow and not give him any chance to activate his bloodline. At this point, he paused and then said, according to my investigation, there are a few stronger people in the black-yellow great world. These people are Yi Xian's friends, and their battle strength is not low. In addition, the powerhouses of the dual realm sky have also come to the black-yellow great world. Therefore, we can't attack the black-yellow great world by force. We can only use a trick to lure Yi Xian out. Jun Wuyan suddenly asked, how do we lure him out? Xianxia smiled. It's very simple. Use his younger sister. Younger sister? Not far away, the woman sitting on the stone pillar suddenly sat up and looked at Xianxia. He has a younger sister? Xianxia nodded. This person attaches great importance to his younger sister. However, not long ago, his younger sister suddenly disappeared, and we still don't know where she is. We can make use of this to lure him here, and then kill him in one strike. Jun Wuyan said in a low voice, don't forget that he still has the prison pagoda. The prison pagoda, Xianxia nodded. Yes. Therefore, if we make a move, we must not hold back. We must not hold back at all. After saying that, he looked at the crowd. Everyone, this person was able to make the Worldwide Academy return empty-handed several times. He is not an ordinary person. Don't underestimate him just because he is from the four-dimensional universe. Otherwise, we will pay a painful price. Jun Wuyan suddenly said, brotherly, I know that Yi Xian is not ordinary, but to be honest, we don't need to take him too seriously. The martial arts civilization of the four-dimensional universe is like this. No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? The woman sitting on the stone pillar also said, it's right to be cautious. However, as Wuyan said, we don't need to take this person too seriously. The man carrying the guqin suddenly said softly, no matter what, don't underestimate this person. As Brotherly said, it's fine if we don't make a move. Once we make a move, it's best to kill him in one blow. Moreover, we must be fast. Soon, more and more people will come down. At that time, others may beat us to it. Xianxia nodded. Yes, I have received news that more and more people are coming to the four-dimensional universe, especially some big sects and families. They are preparing to send their disciples and people down to train. On the side, Jun Wuyan said with a smile, it seems that the five-dimensional universe wants to use the four-dimensional universe as a training ground. However, isn't the four-dimensional universe an excellent training ground for them? The woman sitting on the stone pillar said with a smile, yes, it's the same for us. Jun Wuyan said with a smile, yes, this Yi Xian is our first prey. As he said that, he looked at Xianxia. Brotherly, who do you think is more suitable to lure him? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian, who had been silent, and said with a smile, how about we let Brother Mo do this? Yi Xian was silent. Xianxia said with a smile, Brother Mo only needs to lure him here and leave the rest to us. After this is done, the soul-suppressing sword on Yi Xian will be given to Brother Mo. How about it? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I want the executing heaven sword. Xianxia laughed. Sure. Anyway, we are not swordsmen. After this is done, we will give you the sword. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, what should I do? Xianxia smiled slightly. You go and report that you have Yi Ling's whereabouts. Yi Xian will definitely follow you. As long as he comes here, leave the rest to us. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. As he said that, he turned around and left. At this moment, Jun Wuyan, who was not far away, suddenly said, wait. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Jun Wuyan. Jun Wuyan said in a deep voice, you won't betray us, right? Yi Xian spread out his hands. Your Excellency, do you think I will benefit from betraying you? Moreover, I am a person from the fifth dimension. How can I team up with a fourth dimension ant? Jun Wuyan glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly. Happy working with you. Yi Xian nodded. Happy working with you all. Li Yunqi nodded slightly. Be careful, Brother Mo. Yi Xian is very cunning. You must be careful. Yi Xian nodded. I will be very careful. When he saw Yi Xian leave, Jun Wuyan suddenly said, Brother Li, can he be trusted? Li Yunqi smiled and said, he has no reason to side with Yi Xian. After all, he's from the fifth dimension. If he sides with Yi Xian, then wouldn't he become the public enemy of the fifth dimension? Moreover, he's very weak. He knows very well that even if he sides with Yi Xian might not want him. So, he can only choose to trust us. The woman on the nearby stone block suddenly said, Are we really going to give him that sword? Li Yunqi roared with laughter. Miss Hubin, what do you think? The woman called Hubin gave Li Yunqi a thumbs up. You're really cunning. Li Yunqi shook his head. He's greedy. Jun Wuyan nodded. Don't work together with someone who's too much stronger than you. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Any kind of cooperation was actually established on the basis that everyone's strength was equal. If one side was too strong and the other side was too weak, then such cooperation was bound to have a bad ending for the weaker side. Li Yunqi opened his palm, and a palm-sized stone plate appeared in his hand. He silently recited a chant, and in next to no time, strands of white light suddenly flew out from the stone plate. In the end, these strands of white light completely entered the space around them, a formation. Li Yunqi said, I've already sealed the space here. After Yi Xian enters, the space here will be reinforced. He won't be able to easily break through the space here and escape. At that time, please don't hold back and strive to kill him with a single strike. Jun Wuyan nodded as well. Qian Mo, Hubin, and Brother Gu Qing. The three of you are dragons and phoenixes amongst men, and your strengths are extremely formidable. However, when you face Yi Xian later, please don't hold back and strive to not make any mistakes. The man with the zither on his back, Gu Qing, nodded slightly. Understood. Qian Mo, who was leaning against the pillar, nodded slightly as well. All right. Hubin smiled and said, Don't worry. Yi Xian's head is too valuable. I don't want to lose it because I underestimated him. Li Yunqi nodded slightly. That's good. As he spoke, he looked into the distance. I hope nothing unexpected happens. After Yi Xian left that space, he did not return to the black-yellow great world. Instead, he went to the dual realm sky. There were not many people left in the dual realm sky. To be more precise, there were no experts with a thought universe. Most of the experts in the dual realm sky had gone to the northern region of the black-yellow great world. Those who had appeared in the dual realm sky were basically all experts from the fifth dimension. Yi Xian was guarding the seal. Not long after, two men suddenly flew down from the seal. Both men were dressed in black robes and held long spears in their hands. After the two of them came down, they looked around and were about to leave when Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of them. When they saw Yi Xian, the two of them immediately became vigilant. Yi Xian looked at the spear-wielding man. Are the two of you here to kill Yi Xian? The spear-wielding man stared at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian said, I am Mo Qiuyan, also from the fifth dimension. Fifth dimension, the spear-wielding man sized up Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian smiled, It's nothing. After saying this, he turned around and left. At this time, the spear-wielding man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian, staring at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian was silent. The spear-wielding man was about to speak, but Yi Xian sighed, You're too late. The spear-wielding man narrowed his eyes, What do you mean? Yi Xian said, That fifth dimension treasure has already fallen into someone else's hands. The spear-wielding man frowned, Yi Xian has already been killed? Yi Xian nodded, Yes. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. Yi Xian has already been killed. You're too late. The spear-wielding man said in a deep voice, Who killed him? Yi Xian said, Li Yunqi, Jun Wuyan, and the others. Li Yunqi, the spear-wielding man frowned, Modu, Qing Nation. Yi Xian nodded, there are a total of 5 of them, and the 5 of them have already joined forces to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian's treasure has already fallen into their hands. Hearing this, the spear-wielding man was silent. Yi Xian suddenly asked, do you want to fight? The spear-wielding man looked at Yi Xian, what do you mean? Yi Xian said, although they have already killed Yi Xian, they have yet to leave. Instead, they are hiding somewhere. Do you want to fight? The spear-wielding man shook his head, if there were 5 of them, we wouldn't be able to defeat them. Yi Xian said, divide them. The spear-wielding man looked at Yi Xian, divide them? Yi Xian nodded, as far as I know, they are currently unevenly dividing the spoils and there are already conflicts. Therefore, they haven't left. This is our chance. The spear-wielding man suddenly asked, why do you know so much? Yi Xian smiled, because I was in cahoots with them. However, after killing Yi Xian, they want to get rid of me. The spear-wielding man stared at Yi Xian and asked, why? Yi Xian shrugged, because I am the weakest. The spear-wielding man was silent. Yi Xian said, this is an opportunity because they may be leaving the 4th dimension soon. Once they leave the 4th dimension, it will be difficult to obtain the 5th dimension treasure. The spear-wielding man looked at the man beside him, and the man looked at Yi Xian, our goal is not that treasure. Yi Xian nodded, understood. With that, he turned and left. His speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared into the horizon. The spear-wielding man said in a deep voice, brother, what do you think? The spear-wielding man looked at Yi Xian in the distance, follow him, don't let him find you. With that, the two disappeared from the spot. In the distance, Yi Xian flew in the air. Soon, he arrived at the space where Li Yunqi and the others were. As soon as he appeared, Li Yunqi and the others who were hiding in the dark suddenly became alert, there was no one behind Yi Xian. Seeing this, Li Yunqi frowned and directly appeared in front of Yi Xian, he is not coming? Yi Xian looked a little flustered, and his tone was also a little shaky, he is coming. I will leave the rest to you. With that, he turned and ran. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. Seeing Yi Xian escape, Li Yunqi frowned slightly, coward. With that, he glanced around, but there was no trace of Yi Xian. Li Yunqi said coldly, Yi Xian, I know that you are very good at concealment. If you want to know the whereabouts of your sister, then come out. At this time, the space in front of Li Yunqi suddenly cracked, and then a man walked out. The person who came was Yi Xian, but at this moment, he was not wearing a mask, but his real body. Li Yunqi looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in his eyes, you want to know the whereabouts of your sister? Yi Xian nodded. Li Yunqi said, hand over the divine item, and I will tell you where your sister is. With that, he slowly clenched his right hand. He was ready to attack. Because he knew that Yi Xian would definitely not hand over the divine item, however, in the distance, Yi Xian suddenly flicked his finger, and a xiaota directly landed in front of him. Seeing this scene, Li Yunqi, who was ready to attack, was stunned. Jun Wuyan and the others in the dark were also stunned. He handed it over just like that, are you kidding me, Yi? This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page, Xian suddenly said, where is she? Li Yunqi's mouth twitched. The development of this matter was a little different from what he had expected, without thinking too much, Li Yunqi suddenly said angrily, attack. However, there was no movement around. Seeing this, Li Yunqi's face darkened. At this moment, he suddenly understood. Now that the tower was with him, what was everyone's goal? It was for the tower, not to kill Yi Xian. Since the tower was already with him, why would Jun Wuyan and the others in the dark attack Yi Xian? Li Yunqi knew that now, everyone was targeting him, not Yi Xian. He had to divert the conflict. Li Yunqi looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak, but at this time, Yi Xian suddenly said in horror, you have an ambush. After saying that, he turned around and ran at an extremely fast speed, disappearing at the end of the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Li Yunqi was stunned. He ran away just like that. What was going on? As soon as Yi Xian disappeared, Jun Wuyan and the others appeared in front of Li Yunqi. Mo Choyan, who had escaped earlier, also appeared. Jun Wuyan looked at Li Yunqi, and Li Yunqi said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this matter is quite strange." At this time Mo Chuyan suddenly said, "This is the fifth dimensional treasure. According to rumors, this thing can open the all-creation bookhouse and obtain the prophet treasure." Hearing Mo Chuyan's words, Li Yunqi suddenly looked at him and said, "What do you mean?" Mo Chuyan said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, this treasure does not belong to you alone. It belongs to everyone. Don't tell me you want to keep it for yourself?" Li Yunqi said angrily, "You dare to sow discord." Mo Chuyan seemed to be somewhat afraid and immediately retreated several zhang, not daring to say anything. Li Yunqi looked at the world prison pagoda in his hand. At this moment, he had to admit that he felt like he was dreaming. This pagoda was a little unreal. Divide, this thought flashed in Li Yunqi's mind, but it was just a flash. There was only one pagoda. How could he divide it? He could not divide it at all. Thinking of this, Li Yunqi looked at Jun Wuyan and the others and said with a smile, "Everyone, I, Li Yunqi, am not a selfish person. Since I have obtained the pagoda, I should share it with everyone. Therefore, I have decided." After saying this, he suddenly looked behind Jun Wuyan and the others. "Yi Xian." Hearing Li Yunqi's words, Jun Wuyan subconsciously turned around. However, there was nothing behind him. Seeing this, Jun Wuyan's expression changed greatly. He immediately turned around, but at this moment, Li Yunqi had already disappeared into the horizon. Although Jun Wuyan fell for it, Gu Qing, who was carrying a zither on his back, did not fall for it. The instant Li Yunqi escaped, he immediately chased after him. However, this Li Yunqi's speed slightly exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, Li Yunqi disappeared from this space, and Jun Wuyan and the others frantically chased after him. When Li Yunqi left this space, he encountered two men holding long spears. Seeing Li Yunqi, the spear-wielding man said ferociously, "That pagoda is really in your hands." After saying this, he was about to attack, but he was stopped by the man beside him. Because of this, Li Yunqi directly disappeared into the horizon. At the end of the horizon, Li Yunqi directly crushed a black stone. In the next moment, the space above his head directly trembled. Behind him, Jun Wuyan suddenly said, "He is calling the experts of Demonic City. Everyone, let's call together." Soon, the starry sky in the field began to tremble. Everyone was calling. P.S. Recently, before updating, I will check it several times. I dare not guarantee that there are no typos, but I will try to make sure there are no typos. If there are any mistakes, please correct me. End of this chapter. In the dark, Yi Xian quietly looked at the starry sky in the distance. There, one person was escaping and several people were chasing. In fact, with his strength, he could completely kill Li Yunqi. In fact, he could kill Li Yunqi, Jun Wuyan, and everyone else. If he fought them head-on, he was not sure that he could defeat Li Yunqi and the others. After all, these 5 people were not weak. It would be very difficult for him to fight 1 against 5. However, he had forgotten that he had the immeasurable sword. If he carried out an assassination, these people would not be able to stop him. However, this time, he did not directly kill them. This was because he knew that these people did not have simple backgrounds. If he killed the young ones, the old ones would come. It could be said that there was no end to them. Killing a few people was not meaningful at all. After all, he was not alone. He had many things to consider, such as the black-yellow great world, or the entire 4-dimensional universe. Now, he was leading the people of the 4-dimensional universe to fight against the people of the 5-dimensional universe. In this situation, he could not rely on killing alone. He had to use some intelligence. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian disappeared. At the end of the distant starry sky, Li Yunqi was frantically escaping. The current him was a little crazy. He had obtained the treasure of the 5th dimension. There was a voice in his heart telling him that he had to give up this thing because it would bring him a disaster. However, this inner voice was quickly drowned out by his desire and ambition. The treasure of the 5th dimension, the treasure of the prophet, this tower could not only change his fate, but it could also change the fate of Demonic City. He, Li Yunqi, could use this treasure to become the most powerful person in Demonic City in tens of thousands of years and lead Demonic City to the peak of the 5th dimension. It was worth fighting for. Li Yunqi raised his head and looked at the end of the sky. At most a quarter of an hour, the experts of Demonic City would arrive. He only needed to hold on for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour, Xianxia took a deep breath and began to accelerate crazily. At this moment, his speed was raised to the limit. Behind him, Jun Wuyan and the others were also chasing crazily. They knew that this was their chance. Once Xianxia brought the treasure back to the fifth dimension, it would be difficult for them to get it again. Thinking of this, Jun Wuyan and the others also accelerated crazily. Soon, Xianxia was getting closer and closer to the seal. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, and his blood was boiling. This was because he had already received news from the experts of Shanghai. The experts of Shanghai had already come out to pick him up. Obviously, Shanghai also approved of his actions this time. Once they obtained this fifth-dimensional treasure, the fate of Demonic City would change. Of course, the reason why Shanghai dared to do this was because Shanghai itself was not weak. Very soon, Xianxia arrived at the seal of the Dual Realm Sky. He raised his speed to the maximum. It was right in front of him, because the powerhouses of Modu City were already behind this seal. As long as he could pass through this seal, he would be able to meet up with the powerhouses of Modu City. Just as Xianxia was about to enter the sealed area, a long spear suddenly pierced through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, the spear arrived in front of Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia was shocked. If he made a move, he would have to stop. As long as he stopped, Jun Wuyan and the others behind him would immediately catch up, and now, he had no choice but to stop, because the spear's speed was too fast. Just as Xianxia was about to make a move, a powerful force suddenly attacked from the side. This force was even faster and directly hit the long spear. Boom, the long spear was instantly sent flying. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Someone was helping him. Without thinking too much, Xianxia directly entered the sealed area and then disappeared into the starry sky. Behind him, Jun Wuyan and the others did not give up and madly chased after him. Very soon, Jun Wuyan and the others all disappeared into the starry sky of the four-dimensional universe. Below, the two men with long spears turned their heads and glanced to the right. They were the ones who had made a move just now. They also wanted to stop Xianxia, but they had been secretly stopped by someone. Who was it? Neither of them knew, because the person who had made a move did not appear. At this moment, the man with long spears in the lead suddenly said, "Brother, what should we do now?" The man next to him raised his head and looked at the seal. "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them directly disappeared. On the right, Yi Xian walked out. It was him who had made a move just now. Yi Xian took a look at the sealed land and then disappeared from where he was. After the seal, as soon as Xianxia rushed out, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man in the black robe grabbed Xianxia and said in a trembling voice, "How is it?" Xianxia immediately took out the World Prison Pagoda and then handed it to the old man in the black robe. "Elder." It was not that he had not thought of embezzling it, but he was very clear that with his strength, it was impossible for him to embezzle such a treasure. If he embezzled it, it would be a dead end. The old man in the black robe glanced at the World Prison Pagoda in his hand and said with some excitement, "It's the World Prison Pagoda." As he said that, he looked at Xianxia. "Well done." At this moment, Jun Wuyan and the others behind him had also caught up. Seeing the old man in the black robe, the faces of Jun Wuyan and the others immediately darkened. An expert from Shanghai, an expert of this level was not someone they could fight at all. The old man in the black robe glanced at Jun Wuyan and the others and said with a smile, "Everyone, this item is now in the custody of the old man. I don't need you to escort it." After saying that, he looked at Xianxia. "Let's go." Just at this moment, a few powerful auras suddenly assaulted them from afar. The old man's face instantly darkened when he saw this scene. In next to no time, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the old man in the black robe. When he saw this person, Jun Wuyan hurriedly walked over to the middle-aged man and bowed respectfully, "Uncle Wang." The person who had come was Jun Wuxian of the Qing Kingdom, the Qing Kingdom's prince. Beside the middle-aged man was a woman in a white dress, a veil over her face, and a zither on her back. At the side, Gu Qing walked over to the woman and bowed respectfully, "Martial Aunt." The Heavenly Sound Palace's Lin Miaoying. Besides these two people, there were two other old men. They were the Qian clan's Grand Elder, Wan Yunzhong, and the He clan's Grand Elder, He Wanlian. The old man in the black robe suddenly laughed, "What? Are you going to rob me?" "Rob me?" At the side, Jun Wuyan suddenly laughed coldly. Shanghai really doesn't even care about face. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Kid, didn't the adults in your clan teach you to respect your elders? Jun Wuxian suddenly said, what's going on? Jun Wuyan said in a deep voice, Uncle Wang, it's like this. The 5 of us agreed to deal with Yixian together. We also agreed that if we obtained the 5th dimensional treasure, we would all share it. However, after we obtained the 5th dimensional treasure, Li Yunqi wanted to keep it for himself. Keep it for himself. Hearing this, Jun Wuxian and the others looked at the old man in the black robe with unfriendly expressions. Li Yunqi suddenly said, Jun Wuyan, let me ask you, did you help to obtain this treasure? Jun Wuyan asked in reply, then did you help? Hearing this, Li Yunqi was also stunned. He really didn't help. He also didn't expect that Yixian would hand it over just like that. Jun Wuyan suddenly laughed coldly. If it wasn't for us, would Yixian be afraid of you? Would he hand over that divine object so easily to you? Li Yunqi, this thing belongs to everyone, not just you. You want to keep it for yourself? In your dreams. Li Yunqi was about to speak when the old man in the black robe beside him suddenly laughed. Everyone, let's not talk about reason. All the treasures in the world belong to those with power, right? Jun Wuxian chuckled. Why, Li Guangxing, do you think you're stronger than all of us? Li Guangxing laughed. I dare not. Who doesn't know that the king of the Qing kingdom has 2 purple runes? But at this point, he suddenly opened his palm. In his hand, there was a purple rune. In the next moment, the space around him and Li Yunqi began to directly become illusory. Space rune. Jun Wuxian's eyes narrowed slightly. Want to leave? You're thinking too much. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rushed out. Boom, a powerful force blasted the space where Li Yunqi and Li Guangxing were, and the entire space trembled. However, Li Guangxing and Li Yunqi who were in the space became more and more illusory. Obviously, they were about to disappear completely. Suddenly, Lin Miaoying from the Heavenly Sound Palace suddenly tossed out a purple rune. The rune appeared directly above Li Guangxing and Li Yunqi. Li Guangxing's expression changed drastically when he saw the purple rune. Space Cage Rune. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him began to shrink layer by layer. But right at this moment, a mysterious force suddenly appeared in this space. In the blink of an eye, Li Guangxing and Li Yunqi disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Lin Miaoying suddenly looked to the right with a cold gaze. Who's there? As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and the space that was 300 m away instantly exploded. However, there was no one there. Lin Miaoying frowned slightly when she saw this. Jun Wuxian also glanced coldly at the space. He had sensed that someone had made a move just now, but the person's aura had only flashed for a moment, and he couldn't track it. Everyone's expressions were slightly unsightly. The pagoda of prison had fallen into the hands of the capital. Meanwhile, the He clan's grand elder spoke abruptly. Everyone, that treasure should have been shared by all of us. However, the capital went back on their word and intended to take it for themselves. We can't let this matter rest just like that. Jun Wuxian suddenly said, let's go to the capital. All of them gazed at Jun Wuxian, and the latter spoke softly. Not many people are aware of this now. However, they'll be aware that the treasure has fallen into the capital's hands in 2 hours at most. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for us to obtain it again. We still have a chance if we go now. The He clan's grand elder spoke in a low voice, but that means that we have to fight them head-on. Jun Wuxian spoke indifferently. What else can we do? Should we just suffer for nothing? The He clan's grand elder fell silent for a short moment before he spoke fiercely. We can't afford to suffer such a loss. Let's go to the capital. If they don't hand it over today, then we'll flatten the capital. It didn't take long for all of them to leave. Their destination was the capital. The capital. The space above the capital suddenly split open. Then, Li Guangxing and Li Yunqi walked out. After they came out, Li Guangxing suddenly asked, that Yixian handed it over so easily? Li Guangxing nodded, yes. Li Guangxing was silent for a moment before he sneered, it seems that this Yixian is also a coward. Not only is he a coward, but he's also an idiot. He actually handed over such a divine item just like that. He's really stupid beyond measure. As he spoke, he looked at Xianxia. Go and inform the Myriad Dimension Academy. Tell them that we've already obtained this item and ask them to send someone to retrieve it. Xianxia was stunned. Uncle, you're going to hand it over? Li Guangxing nodded. This item isn't something that our capital can possess. We can only hand it over. Of course, we can't hand it over for nothing. We have to ask the Worldwide Academy for those benefits. Not only that. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed. This time, we have to borrow the blade of the Worldwide Academy to kill some of our opponents. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. As if he had thought of something, he looked at the World Prison Pagoda in his hand. This Xian isn't just an ordinary idiot. He actually doesn't know how to use such a treasure. Idiot. Not far away from Xianxia and Li Guangxing, Xian stood there quietly. He was in an empty space, so the two of them couldn't find him at all. When he heard Li Guangxing's words, Xian didn't feel happy, nor did he gloat. On the contrary, Li Guangxing gave him a reminder. People often thought that they were smart, thinking that everything was under their control. They didn't know that they were in the hands of others. Don't think too highly of yourself, and don't think too highly of others. Xian glanced at Li Guangxing, who was not far away, and then quietly retreated. At this time, Xianxia disappeared. He was heading to the Worldwide Academy. As Li Guangxing had said, Shanghai didn't have such a treasure. If Shanghai dared to take it for themselves, they wouldn't live past the next day. Although Shanghai wasn't weak, in the vast fifth dimension, Shanghai wasn't considered the top. There weren't many forces that could destroy Shanghai, but there weren't many either. Therefore, when he obtained this treasure, Li Guangxing had already decided to hand it over. Of course, he wouldn't hand it over for nothing. Shanghai could use it to obtain many benefits. Li Guangxing glanced around, a trace of doubt in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Just now, someone had secretly helped him. Who was it that helped him? What was the other party's goal? Li Guangxing frowned. On the other side, Xian was sitting cross-legged in space. He asked in his heart, Miss Xianxia, just now I saw them use that talisman. What kind of talisman was it? A moment later, Xianxia's voice rang out. In this world, there's a profession known as a talisman master. This kind of person can gather all sorts of powerful energies and spatial divine abilities, and then draw them into a talisman. With this kind of talisman, even if you're an ordinary person, you'll still be able to release a powerful force. There are also strong and weak talismans. From weak to strong, they are blue, red, purple, orange, and the legendary black. The higher the level of the talisman, the more power it contains. Xian frowned slightly. In other words, this kind of power isn't your own? Xianxian said, yes. However, these runes are like your executing heaven sword. Do you think the executing heaven sword is considered your own power? Xian was silent. Xianxian continued, in the fifth dimension, there are not only talisman masters, but there are also alchemists and some refiners. These professions have extremely high statuses in the fifth dimension. In the past, before I went down, our fifth dimension already had talisman sect, medicine king sect, and refiner sect. These sects are extremely powerful and are only second to some special forces. Xian asked, what special forces? Xianxian said, for example, the Azura Hell. Xian frowned. Why is Ling a special force? The blacksmith said, I can't explain it to you either. In short, that place isn't simple. Even the current Myriad Dimension Academy doesn't dare to provoke that place. Xian asked in a deep voice, Miss Xianxian, what is the strongest power in the fifth dimension? Xianxian said, it used to be the Myriad Dimension Academy because Master was there, but after Master disappeared, it might have been the Master of the fifth dimension. However, so much time has passed, so this place must have changed. Therefore, I don't know. Xian nodded slightly. At this time, Xianxian said, don't look down on those runes, especially those that have reached the purple level. The power contained within these runes is extremely powerful. You might not be able to resist it. Xian frowned. So powerful? Xianxian said, it is very powerful. Take a purple power rune for example. The power it contains is not inferior to your current power. Most importantly, it only needs to consume a bit of the user's spirit chi. If you were to use a powerful power, it would consume a lot of your own spirit chi. If this goes on, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage. And if you encounter an orange rune, the power of this rune is even more powerful. You must be extremely careful when you encounter this kind of rune. Don't be careless. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Lian Qian, what rank is my Dao Law in this place? Lian Qian was silent. Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Lian Qian said, I almost forgot about this. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What do you mean? Lian Qian said, runes are within the scope of laws, and Dao laws are higher than laws. To put it simply, if you have the spatial Dao law, then all spatial runes are useless against you. In other words, you can easily suppress the other party. And your Dao law is a rune that targets the power of the earth and the power of the earth veins. In any case, as long as the other party borrows the power of the earth, your Dao law can suppress them. Yi Xian suddenly asked, what about the Dao law of dreams? Lian Qian said, in this world, there are some mysterious cultivators who specialize in the power of dreams. I remember that there was a dream accessing sect in the past. This sect had asked Master many times for the Dao law of dreams, but Master didn't give it to them because the sect leader of the dream accessing sect was very ambitious. Yi Xian said with a smile, Miss Lian Qian, in other words, as long as you are here, any sealing runes are useless against me, right? Lian Qian said, you can say that. Yi Xian smiled slightly. At this moment, he realized how terrifying the Dao laws he possessed were. At this moment, Lian Qian suddenly said, you have to be careful of a profession, curse masters. These people are very strange. If you encounter them, you must not underestimate them. Yi Xian was a little curious. What's a curse master? Lian Qian said, it's a rather evil profession. Back then, the founder of this profession was the Cursed Woman. She once used an extremely powerful forbidden heavenly curse technique on Master. However, she brought disgrace upon herself. In the end, she was suppressed and sealed by Master. However, this woman was also very powerful back then. Especially those curse techniques of hers, they are very strange. Because their curse techniques are based on karma, once you are entangled by them, you will be plagued by bad luck. In short, if you encounter such people, you have to be very careful. Yi Xian nodded, understood. Lian Qian continued, if there's a chance, you can find a powerful blacksmith and ask him to help you inscribe runes on your executing heaven sword. Yi Xian said in a low voice, do I need to inscribe runes on my sword too? Lian Qian said, runes can't replace your sword, but they can play a very good supporting role. For example, if there's an additional purple rune on your sword, the power of your sword will become even stronger. Or, if there's an additional rune that reduces consumption, then when you use this executing heaven sword, the consumption of spiritual energy will be greatly reduced. Yi Xian was a little curious, can it be done like this? Lian Qian said, yes, you can try it in the future. Yi Xian nodded. He raised his head and looked not far away. At this moment, several powerful auras came from the horizon. Jun Wuxian and the others had arrived, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. The show was about to start. In the sky above Shanghai, Li Guangxing looked at the horizon. He smiled coldly, without a trace of fear. Soon, Jun Wuxian and the others appeared in front of Li Guangxing. Jun Wuxian looked at Li Guangxing and slowly clenched his right hand. Just as he was about to attack, Li Guangxing suddenly said, everyone, do you really want to fight to the death? Jun Wuxian looked at Li Guangxing, if this item was obtained by your Shanghai Li clan, my Qing nation would definitely not touch it. However, this item was not obtained by your Li clan alone. It was obtained by everyone together. What right does your Li clan have to keep it to yourself? Li Guangxing said in a low voice, Jun Wuxian, if it wasn't for Yun Qi's plan, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this item. Therefore, it's only right that this item belongs to the Li family. Jun Wuxian still wanted to say something, but Lin Miaoying suddenly spoke up, why are you wasting time with him? He's obviously trying to take it for himself. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and squatted down. At the same time, the guqin behind her appeared in front of her. She lightly plucked it with her fingers. The sound of the guqin resounded abruptly, and then the space in front of Li Guangxing was suddenly torn apart. Li Guangxing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly stretched out his arms. After that, a pair of golden bracers appeared on his arms, and then he crisscrossed his arms and suddenly raised them forward to block the attack. Bang! 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 Numerous explosions resounded incessantly in the surroundings. Strands of white light that were as thin as a needle and thread were shuttling about incessantly around Li Guangxing, and Li Guangxing used his arms to resist them. Bang! Bang! Li Guangxing retreated repeatedly. A short moment later, he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and then a ray of golden light suddenly erupted from his arms. Bang! The space in the surroundings trembled violently, and then it started to crack like a spider web. On Li Guangxing's arms were two strings that were as thin as a needle and thread. Moreover, countless cracks had appeared on Li Guangxing's golden bracers as well. The corners of Li Guangxing's mouth curled up slightly as he gazed at Lin Miaoying. What a great sound attack! It really does live up to its reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his palms together, and the bracers suddenly fused into a golden spear. He leaped up and stabbed the spear down from midair, and then a ray of light rained down from the tip of the spear like an umbrella. Lin Miaoying glanced up at the sky, and then she suddenly pressed her hands against the zither strings. In the next moment, she suddenly released them. Bang! A deafening sound of a zither suddenly resounded, and then a ray of white light shot into the sky and enveloped Li Guangxing within it. Rumble! The space in the surroundings trembled, and then both of them retreated repeatedly. After Li Guangxing stopped moving, he gazed at the spear in his hand, and it had completely cracked apart. He waved his right hand lightly, and then a violet talisman suddenly appeared on the spear. In next to no time, the spear started to repair itself at an extremely swift pace. Lin Miaoying suddenly said, "Let's attack together." Jun Wuxian nodded slightly, and he was just about to attack when a formidable aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Li Guangxing suddenly roared with laughter when he noticed the formidable aura. Ha ha ha! It didn't take long for an old man in a white robe to appear in front of Li Guangxing. There was a small dimensional character on his chest, an expert from Myriad Dimension Academy. The old man gazed at Li Guangxing. "Where's the treasure?" Li Guangxing smiled. "So it's Elder Li Jinwu. Welcome to Shanghai, Elder Li." Li Jinwu gazed at Li Guangxing. "The treasure?" Li Guangxing nodded slightly, and then he opened his palm. However, there was nothing in his palm. Li Guangxing frowned slightly, and then his expression changed in next to no time. "The World Prison Pagoda? The pagoda?" Li Guangxing's face was filled with astonishment. P.S. Because of the inspection, the update was delayed. Sorry. End of chapter 861. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.